when a useless golden finger presented the script of the Time Stopper, died tragically after 5 days. The observer who had profited from stock market spoilers became utterly darkened. I can save you, but your superpowers must belong to me. Chapter 1. The life simulator is utterly useless. Zhao lounged in his chair, scrolling through his phone, his left foot perched atop his right, mirroring your very own posture. Suddenly, a bombshell news alert jolted him from his ennui. Shock! A certain studio has been implicated in filming obscene videos, leading to a police raid that uncovered over 50 inappropriate videos involving nurses, flight attendants, campus beauties, and young mothers, garnering over 4 million views. Upon reading this news, Zhao, who had previously maintained his composure, fell silent for a considerable time. He expertly opened his browser, activated incognito mode, and indeed, the website that had once brought him endless joy was no more. My joy, gone. He sighed, feeling as if his soul had been severed. He could not afford to lose this source of happiness, much like he could not bear to lose mangaka. His life had dimmed considerably. At that moment, a feeble hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Boss, have I stumbled upon your little secret? A vibrant young woman stood behind Zhao Jia, her eyes narrowing as they darted towards the 404 page on his phone, her face betraying a suppressed giggle. This was Ling, a college student who worked part-time in Zhao Jia's shop. Despite her innocent and adorable appearance, her personality was anything, but she possessed an audacity that often exceeded Zhao Jia's own. Zhao Jia, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, tucked his phone away and supported his head with his hand, lamenting, "Business is quite poor this year, alas. I can hardly pay wages." Though Zhao Jia was a good-natured boss, he had become somewhat lethargic, seemingly embracing a retirement lifestyle of sipping tea and idling about, much to the dismay of his employees. Ling peeked out at the bustling street. "Boss, I see that other shops are thriving, their takeout orders incessant. Why don't we switch strategies? If we can't beat them, let's join them and open the same brand." Zhao Jia shook his head. "Business isn't that simple. Just because they seem busy doesn't mean they aren't losing money. It's merely a matter of how much they're losing." Boss, how do you know this so well?" "Because this entire street belongs to me." Ling. She gazed at Zhao Jia with a hint of pity. "Boss, how unfortunate. The entire street is losing money. How much do you lose in a day?" Initially, she thought Zhao Jia only owned one shop, and the losses would be minimal. But if an entire street was involved, then the losses must be substantial. What would happen to her wages? Ling's voice escalated. Incredulity etched across her features. "Boss, you also dabble in stocks? The market has plummeted." Zhao Jia. Why did he suddenly feel an inexplicable pang of sympathy? "Actually, I have quite a bit of real estate. You needn't worry. I can still pay your salary." Real estate? Ling felt utterly stunned. Was her boss at odds with fortune? Engaging in catering, trading stocks, and dealing in property, was he on a collision course with money? Zhao Jia felt a twinge of sorrow and waved his hand dismissively. "Go away, stop bothering me, or I might just jump off a building." Ling chuckled. "I know a few wealthy ladies when you sell. Just raise your voice so their husband can beat you up a bit, then you can claim a few $100,000 in damages." Scram. All right then. After being thoroughly mocked by his employee, Zhao Jia sighed in resignation, reclining in his chair. He possessed superpowers, yet he was perhaps the most unfortunate among them. He owned a life simulator that could replicate the recent past of others, but curiously, it could not simulate his own life, only that of others. A worthless golden finger. Aside from the ability to amass billions, it was utterly useless. Not only was it ineffective, but it also had detrimental effects, turning a once ambitious young graduate into a despondent soul who now merely sipped tea in retirement. Alas, how difficult it was. Just as Zhao Jia sank deeper into his lamentations, the sound of a welcoming bell chimed at the entrance, and a stunningly elegant woman entered. With her striking appearance, Zhao Jia, seasoned in years, could immediately tell she was extraordinary. Cough. He knew nothing at all. "Welcome." Ling approached with a charming demeanor, her tone exceedingly gentle, for this was their first customer of the day. "Hello, madam. What would you like to order?" "Just a moment, please. I'll have a drink. I'm waiting for someone. A friend will be joining me shortly." "Of course." The woman surveyed the room, hesitated briefly, then, in her high heels, gracefully approached a nearby table next to Zhao Jia. She appraised him and pulled out a small stack of cash from her bag. "Hey, Race, 500, please vacate this table for me." Zhao Jia occupied the prime location, perfectly positioned by the window, providing a splendid view of the outside scenery, where vibrant young women from the nearby university often passed by, casting envious glances at those within. Staring at the money on the table, Zhao Jie found himself momentarily speechless. Who am I? Where am I? Not enough. The woman retrieved more bills from her purse and placed them on the table. One should be content this is already half of your salary for the month. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a gift for your wife? You make a valid point. Zhao Jie nodded, accepting the money and promptly vacating the table, shoving the cash into Ling's incredulous hands. Your salary for this week. This is outrageous, Ling exclaimed, incredulity mixing with frustration as she ruffled her hair. I've worked tirelessly, and you earn more sitting there. This is too much. Who told you that your boss, am so handsome? Just focus on your work. Zhao Jie took a different seat, yet his gaze could not help but dart towards the woman, his expression a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Name, Sun Hong Fate. White recent turn of events. A master of PUA, has had 6 boyfriends, deceived 5 families out of their wealth, possesses a rather reserved yet flirtatious personality, exceptionally skilled, a rare gem, weary of her current life, seeking a sincere partner through matchmaking to rid herself of her boyfriend Ming, ready to embrace a life of ease as a wealthy woman with her millions. Recent major events. 29 days ago, engaged in life discussions with neighbor Lu. 27 days ago, discussed life on the balcony with Lu. 26 days ago, conversed about life in the living room with Lu. 25 days ago, had a life discussion with her boyfriend at a hotel. 23 days ago, talked about life in a bar. 22 days ago, had a life discussion at home with neighbor Lu. 3 days later, received a slap from boyfriend Ming. Infuriated, left home, and discussed life with a stranger in the park. 5 days later, perished in a fire set by boyfriend Ming at home. Zhao Jie shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the current state of society. How treacherous it had become. Before he could ponder further, the doorbell chimed again, revealing Sun Hong's matchmaking partner, his neighbor Lu. Zhao Jie cast a casual glance, only to be struck with shock. Lu was also a superpower wielder, and his golden finger was exceedingly extraordinary. Time manipulation? The life simulator was utterly worthless. Chapter 2. Superpower. Time stasis. Ding dong. Welcome. However, this protagonist seems to be somewhat unorthodox. Name, Luale, Fate, Yellow, recent turning point. Originally an ordinary high school student. He unexpectedly obtained a treasure that granted him the ability to stop time. Recent major events. A month ago, he discussed life with his landlady. 29 days ago, he conversed about life with the female neighbor next door. 28 days ago, he chatted with a little girl downstairs about life. 27 days ago, he talked about life with the neighbor on the balcony. 25 days ago, he had a life discussion with the young woman across the hall on the sofa. 3 days later, he spoke about life with the neighboring female resident in the kitchen, inadvertently leaving clues that were discovered by her boyfriend, Ming. 5 days later, Ming poisoned his girlfriend, causing Luale to faint and subsequently be locked in his room, where he was burned to death. 5 days later, Ale perished, and Ming acquired the ability to stop time from Ale, embarking on a path of exile. Superpower, time stasis? Zhao Jie's heart raced, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to divert his gaze and calm down. Do not rush, do not reveal anything. Simulate Lu Ale's life. Simulating Lu Ale's life. A barely perceptible beam of light spread forth, and the entire world grew dim. At this moment, Luale and Sun Hong remained oblivious to any anomalies, engaged in a rather unpleasant conversation. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you. You pathetic man. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, you shameless hussy. Watch your mouth. Oh, let me ask you. Where were you the night before last? And where were you the night before that? Miss Sun, I assume you wouldn't want your boyfriend Ming to know about these matters? Luale shook his phone, a wicked smile flitting across his face, followed by a fleeting image that captured Sun Hong's panicked expression. Don't. I can pay you. You must show the photos to my boyfriend. What would I do with money? Luale's gaze lowered slightly as he observed the growing excitement in Sun Hong's eyes, which was gradually replacing her initial panic. He preferred this twisted narrative over a static situation. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, would you? Just as he prepared to escalate the situation, his expression abruptly changed. With a swift motion, he pivoted, gripping his arm tightly, and with a powerful flick, the sharp edge of a knife swiftly sliced across Zhao Jie's neck, drenching Luale's face in blood, rendering him grotesquely fierce. The ensuing screams from Ling and Sun Hong pierced the air. Simulation failed. Luale was startled, losing 10 units of power. Damn. Zhao Jie trembled. the violent shudder causing the table to shake, drawing Lu Ail's attention as he resumed chatting with Sun Hong. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, you pathetic man." Familiar dialogues echoed, and Zhao just sat there for a while, still shaken, before lowering his hand from his neck. The sensation of death was far from pleasant. He regarded Lu Ail with suspicion. This guy's skills were surprisingly adept. It was worth noting that Zhao Jie had simulated the lives of many individuals through the life simulator, including numerous martial arts experts. Yet Lu Ail had managed to turn the tables even while ambushed with a dagger. Strange. Boss, what is wrong? At that moment, Ling, displaying concern, observed Zhao Jie's sudden horror, her expression tinged with confusion. "Should I call an ambulance?" "It's nothing. I accidentally dozed off and had a nightmare. That is all." "So soon?" Ling appeared skeptical as she carried a cup of tea towards Lu Ail. Her entirely normal action startled Zhao Jie, who attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Lu Ail, who had been chatting with Sun Hong, gazed at Ling with a distracted look, his smile growing wider as he appraised her from head to toe. Ling, oblivious to any danger, noted down the menu and skipped cheerfully into the kitchen, completely unaware of the looming threat. For an ordinary person, the malevolent intentions of a superpowered individual were utterly insurmountable. Zhao Jie took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, suppressing the ache from the failed simulation, and walked step by step toward the kitchen. "Let me search for something." He rummaged through the corners and eventually unearthed half a bag of rat poison, remnants from previous extermination attempts, which had been left to gather dust after a reprimand from health authorities. He never expected it would come in handy today. Zhao Jie rubbed his head and settled into a corner, slowly closing his eyes. Simulate Lu Ail's life. Simulating Lu Ail's life. Once again, the familiar purple glow enveloped the world, halting time as the sky darkened to a familiar hue. Zhao Jie stood up from the ground and casually chatted with the chef while stealthily mixing the poison into the dish. However, some aspects were still beyond his expectations. The tainted dish appeared somewhat peculiar, with an uncharacteristic color. He discreetly concealed a sharp knife at his waist and carried the meal toward the main hall. Lu Ail, who had been conversing, abruptly ceased his chatter, casting a mischievous glance at Sun Hong, who pouted and slightly parted her legs. "Please enjoy. This is our restaurant's latest flavor." Even better than before. Lu Ail stared at the bubbling dish before him, sinking into silence. He made no move to pick up his chopsticks, causing Zhao Jie to feel a jolt of alarm. "You go ahead. I had 2 buns when I got up, so I'm not hungry." "Humph." Sun Hong sniffed. "Not hungry? I think you have no hands." Zhao Jie glanced over and noticed Lu Ail leaning forward, both hands braced against the chair, his body slightly inclined, his feet appearing to stretch forward. How indulgent. He maintained a facade of indifference and turned to leave. Suddenly, a screech of tires erupted from outside, followed by the furious shouts of passers-by. A perfect opportunity. With a blank expression, Zhao Jie raised the knife in his hand and plunged it downwards. This time, he finally drew blood. Unfortunately, Lu Ail dodged too swiftly, each strike ferocious yet non-fatal. In an instant, as Zhao Jie raised the knife once more, it vanished from his hand, reappearing at his chest, and a searing pain engulfed him, darkening his vision as the screams of Sun Hong and Ling filled his ears. Zhao Jie was dead again. Chapter 3, Blown to the Sky Again. Simulation failed. You gained Lu Ail's reflexes. 0-1. He crouched in a corner, gasping heavily, hand pressed against his chest, trying to soothe the damned pain. It had been a long time since he had felt so utterly defeated. When was the last time? When he faced off against a top-tier soldier and was instantaneously pierced by a combat knife. He had never imagined losing so disgracefully. "I'm such an idiot." Zhao Jie leaned against the wall, chuckling softly to himself. The fog in his head made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if his intelligence had plummeted. He had completely forgotten that Lu Ail was also a superpowered individual, and his ability was time stasis. Even the world's most elite martial artist, the Ultimate Soldier, could never hope to rival Lu Ail. It was simply a farcical game. To casually pause someone's time for half an hour, in moments of assassination or life-and-death combat. No one could stand against Lu Ail. The more Zhao Jie analyzed, the colder his heart felt. This ability was utterly insurmountable. Delving deeper into his reflections, he stumbled upon an even more terrifying realization. Before he had even made a move, before he had even drawn his dagger, Lu Ail had already turned his head in fear, as if he had foreseen Zhao Jie's intent to kill him, coupled with his superpower. Was he this akin to precognition? Zhao Jie couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a damn mess, compared to Lu Ail's remarkable abilities. His own powers were utterly insignificant. Should the two ever confront one another, he was certain he would not survive beyond 3 seconds. However, for the time being, he remained shrouded in shadows while Lu Ail was in plain sight, allowing him a glimmer of hope. One thought crossed Zhao Jie's mind as he watched the lively Lu Ling bounce into the kitchen, her screams from before death echoing in his memory. Did Lu Ail's ability to halt time target a single individual, or did it encompass everyone? Was its effect confined to a small area, or did it extend over a vast expanse? He sat in contemplation for several minutes, massaging his aching head, until suddenly an idea struck him. To ascertain the extent of Lu Ail's powers, a single experiment would suffice. Simulate Lu Ail's life. Warning: the host's short-term repetitive simulation may cause brain damage. It is advised to simulate after 5 minutes. Zhao Jie took a deep breath and walked unsteadily toward the chef in charge. He instructed the chef to delay the dishes for the table in front by half an hour, finding a plausible excuse if the patrons grew irate. He would have the food sent to them and charge it to his tab. The chef was momentarily taken aback, and his apprentice looked utterly bewildered. After years in the culinary field, such a request was unprecedented. Zhao Jie shot a meaningful glance, indicating that they were not there merely to dine but rather to seek thrill. The man was a friend. Do not disturb his enjoyment. The chef, though confused, reluctantly acquiesced, while the young apprentice urged him, "Master, let us just prepare our own dishes. It's the middle of the day. We shouldn't interrupt someone else's good time." What good time? The chef scratched his head in puzzlement, shaking it in resignation. Such strange demands were beyond him. But he felt compelled to comply since the owner had spoken. Zhao Jie proceeded to the front hall, casually glancing over at Sun Hong and Lu Ail, who were seated face to face, engrossed in their phones. Sun Hong shot Lu Ail a disapproving look, her lips moving in a reprimanding manner, likely expressing her fondness for him despite her protests. Some people may verbally refuse, yet their bodies betray them. She stealthily crept away, while Lu Ail remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his happiness. Zhao Jie exhaled in relief as he settled at the front desk, his focus shifting to the computer. He had installed surveillance in the establishment, never skimping on expenses, ensuring the clearest visuals. The monitor displayed the movements of Lu Ail and Sun Hong. Even though they were partially hidden beneath the table and in the corners, their actions remained conspicuously evident. Zhao Jie observed quietly, keeping track of time as Sun Hong's complexion grew increasingly flushed. Outside, the sound of screeching brakes and furious shouts penetrated the air. This time, he discerned clearly that a woman was driving a white training car, her face etched with panic, while a despondent instructor sat in the passenger seat. Subject 3. Failure. Zhao Jie silently watched, uttering a mental note. Simulate Lu Ail's life. Lu Ail's life simulation in progress. A purple glow emanated, freezing the world in its tracks. The sky dimming. Zhao Jie rose once more, clutching his phone, which displayed the surveillance feed. He tucked the device into his pocket and made his way to the storage room, where spare gas canisters were stacked, a precaution against sudden outages during peak hours. Today, they would prove useful. He rummaged through the storage, recalling lessons learned from a demolition veteran. Acquiring such explosive skills had cost him dearly, resulting in countless fatalities. Yet the thrill was exhilarating. Zhao Jie leaned against the wall, casually examining the surveillance footage on his phone, and with a push of his hand, a gas canister plummeted from above. The world was in chaos. Zhao Jie heard a chorus of gasps, a wave of heat enveloping him as he soared into the air, relishing the familiar sensation, exhilarating. This simulation is successful. You have acquired Lu Ail's time foresight ability. 3. Chapter 4. The gas canister is a fine tool. This simulation is successful. Congratulations on acquiring Lu Ail's time foresight ability. 3. Warning: due to the host's repetitive life simulation, significant brain damage may occur. It is advised to wait 1 hour before simulating again. The excitement surged. The beast within him stirred from slumber. Zhao Jie gazed at the computer screen, where Lu Ail and Sun Hong continued their indulgence, faint sounds of their conversation reaching his ears, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He sat quietly at the front, slowly closing his eyes, a myriad of images flooding his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, he began to silently count. 1, 2, 3. If you're my brother, come and cut me down, let us play together. The familiar figure of Jackie Chan, clad in golden armor, brandished a dragon-slaying sword, emerging once again from the corner of the screen. Is this what foresight feels like? Zhao Jie's heart soared with joy, but the next moment, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged through him, an all-too-familiar after-effect of excessive simulation. He quickly swallowed some medication to alleviate his discomfort. It seemed that the foresight ability required similar resources to the simulator, judging by Lu Ail's reactions. He maintained his foresight for 3 seconds continuously, indicating that such sustained usage had no adverse effects on his physical being. Thus, as he pondered, a spark of inspiration crept into his mind, observing the raucous driving students and passers-by outside. The potential for a gas canister explosion to eliminate Lu Ail was evident. Yet the radius was too broad for him to escape unscathed. Moreover, the destructive capacity of the gas canister posed a risk to innocent bystanders, which could easily attract police scrutiny. After all, this was his establishment. Who knows if there are other superpowered individuals outside? What if there exists a department dedicated to superpowered crimes? Why had he never encountered this before? Zhao Jie contemplated, his mindset shifting as he grasped the nature of Lu Ail's abilities, his initial trepidation dissipating. Mortal flesh. Mediocre combat skills, the ability to foresee 3 seconds into the future, and to halt an individual's time for over half an hour. The concepts of freezing an individual's time and halting an area's time were distinctly different, as long as he refrained from engaging Lu Ail in close combat. Myriad accidental methods could be employed to eliminate him, such as long-range shooting or perhaps a female driver. This idea was inspired by the incident at the entrance. While Lu Ail could easily evade typical accidents, he possessed an equally matched foresight ability. I can predict your predictions. Still, some uncertainty lingered. As Zhao Jie immersed himself in thought, an unusual sound resonated, silencing the entire restaurant. Lu Ail wore a mischievous grin, while Sun Hong appeared flushed and trembling, seemingly enduring some unseen pressure, before eventually calming down. The two exchanged furtive glances, their demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. Outside, people bustled about, while the interior remained deserted, with the tables providing sufficient cover. Are you free tonight? Don't be ridiculous. My boyfriend is coming over tomorrow night. Then that means you are free. Lu Ail raised an eyebrow, teasingly licking his lips, suddenly sensing something amiss, his gaze shooting toward Zhao Jie. Boss, how long has it been? Where's the food? I want to eat. Zhao Jie feigned awakening from a dream, suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh dear, it's been so long since I've engaged in business that I completely forgot. I'll go to the kitchen and hurry them up. He turned and entered the kitchen, while Sun Hong couldn't help but grumble. This boss is truly useless. We've been waiting for so long, yet the dishes haven't arrived. Just a pathetic man. Darling, don't be angry. You are my type, after all. Weren't you satisfied with what you ate just now? Get lost. Those sweet nothings are probably something you've said to countless women. I love you the most. By the time Zhao Jie brought the dishes to the table, the two had already become quite intimate, completely shedding the initial awkwardness and tension they had shared. Resembling a couple in love. Please enjoy. This was my oversight. I specially asked the kitchen to prepare 2 extra dishes, which will be out shortly. I sincerely apologize. Today's meal is on me. Upon hearing that there would be complimentary dishes and no need to pay for the meal, Sun Hong fell silent. She was a well-mannered girl who saw no need to engage in unnecessary discussions with someone like Zhao Jie. Meanwhile, Lu Ail sat upright, scanning the restaurant as if searching for something, yet without any success, which left him feeling quite disappointed. He casually inquired of Zhao Jie, boss, what happened to that young lady who took our order? Could you ask her to bring the menu? I'm rather hungry and would like to order more. Oh, you mean her? Still trying to catch the attention of Lu Ling. Upon hearing that Lu Ling had left, Lu Ail's expression flickered with disappointment. But the mention of tomorrow morning caused the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Oh, boss, your dishes are quite good. I live in the community across the street. I'll drop by to support you whenever I can. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Jie replied with a smile, turning to remind his apprentice to serve the dishes. While he settled in a corner, fixated on his phone, calculating the time. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him. At that moment, Lu Ail and Sun Hong were thoroughly enjoying their meal, especially as Zhao Jie had brought them a hot pot. What began as an ordinary lunch had transformed into a lavish feast, with various dishes constantly replenished. Zhao Jie, meanwhile, was furiously consuming medication. His eyes closed in a meditative state, quickly drifting into slumber. Simulating Lu Ail's life. Simulating Lu Ail's life, Zhao Jie swiftly rolled over, grabbing the assembled gas canister and calculating the time in his mind before hurling it with force. As Lu Ail exclaimed in surprise, flames erupted. Simulation successful. Congratulations on acquiring Lu Ail's regenerative ability. Zhao Jie called his apprentice to continue serving Lu Ail, while he reclined for a brief rest. 15 minutes later, he rolled over. Simulating Lu Ail's life. Simulating Lu Ail's life. Familiar gas canister, familiar path. Familiar timing. This time Zhao Jie witnessed the panic on Lu Ail's face as he began to utter a curse. Boom. A violent fire engulfed the restaurant as Lu Ail met his demise once again. Simulation successful. Congratulations on acquiring Lu Ail's scene-clearing ability. Repeated experiences allow him to leave no trace behind. Zhao Jie felt a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, but did not give up. He continued to rest. While Lu Ail and Sun Hong had now been dining for 2 hours, thoroughly satiated and preparing to leave. Morning. Repetitive simulation can cause severe harm to the brain. It is advised to wait 30 minutes before simulating again. Forcefully simulating. Simulating Lu Ail's life. Simulating Lu Ail's life, Zhao Jie rolled over. Picking up the gas canister beside his bed, following the same path and familiar position, he tossed the canister once more. At this moment, Lu Ail, contentedly patting his stomach, suddenly turned pale with fear. Crap. Boom. Luail had perished yet again. Simulation successful. Congratulations on acquiring Luail's time precognition ability. 3. Detected that the host already possesses an equivalent ability. It will now stack, allowing for prolonged precognition of 6 seconds without side effects. Zhao Jie was suddenly engulfed in darkness, collapsing back onto the bed, sinking into a deep sleep, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Luail, I, Zhao Jie, despise your kind the most. I must act against you, the source of all misfortune. Chapter 5. I am your nightmare. When Zhao Jie awoke once more, the sky had darkened. He glanced at his phone, noting it was already 7 in the evening, the sun sinking in the west. He had slept for 5 hours. How refreshing. He stretched his neck and gave his head a light pat. His mind felt unusually clear. What a splendid sensation. Feeling revitalized. Zhao Jie adjusted his attire and headed downstairs. The restaurant remained empty of customers, and his apprentice, seated at the front desk, quickly stood upon seeing him. Boss. That table of customers left. They ordered several hundred yuan worth of food. I noticed you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you. That's fine. Zhao Jie replied, casting a glance at him. Today, you saw nothing and know nothing, understood? The apprentice immediately donned a knowing expression, tinged with a hint of regret. Why can't I meet someone like that nowadays? I'll give you a few extra days' pay. Oh, and ask your master to whip up something nice. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Sure. The apprentice cheerfully entered the kitchen, while Zhao Jie settled at the front desk, closing his eyes, awakening to the hunt. Simulating Luail's life. Simulating Luail's life, the familiar purple light spread out, halting the world. The sky turned a dull gray. Zhao Jie rose and entered the kitchen, stealthily taking a rarely used knife before stepping outside, heading towards the building across the street. Luail and Sun Hong should be home by now. Where are they? He stood at the base of the building, observing the number of lights in each apartment, mentally noting the floors, and gradually ascended. Luail and Sun Hong were neighbors. There weren't many apartments lit up simultaneously. Hello, is this Miss Sun Hong's residence? I have a package for you. Hello. To Zhao Jie's surprise. After knocking on an entire building, he failed to locate either Luail or Sun Hong. How strange. Zhao Jie slowly descended the stairs, suddenly alert to a sound emanating from the hallway. He leaned out slightly, recognizing that indescribable noise. Sun Hong. He had an epiphany, pulling out a tool from his belongings, and quietly descended to the 6th floor. Standing there, he closed his eyes, his hands continuing their motions, gently prodding the door, which quietly creaked open. Zhao Jie quietly closed the door, maneuvering through the chaotic living room without making a sound. Then, raising his hand, he struck with the knife, hot blood spraying forth instantaneously. The suddenness of it caused Sun Hong's eyes to widen in shock. Her piercing scream was stifled as Zhao Jie firmly covered her mouth. With a swift motion, he grasped the lifeless body of the man behind Sun Hong, who fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide open in death, his hands clutching his throat in a futile struggle. This was not Luail. Zhao Jie understood clearly. Luail was not so easily dispatched. With precognitive abilities and the power to halt time, he was a formidable presence. He gazed at the trembling Sun Hong beneath his grip, brandishing the bloodied knife with an expression of utmost indifference. Do not make a sound. Do not struggle. Do you understand? Tears streamed down Sun Hong's face, her body quaking in fear, appearing profoundly pitiful. Who is this man on the floor? I, my boyfriend, Ming. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you anything. I have money. What do you desire? I can provide anything. Zhao Jie shrugged his shoulders, merely wishing to inquire about your phone number and WeChat ID. By the way, do remember to share Luail's phone number and WeChat as well. I am a good person, neither greedy nor lustful. Genuinely, I am a good person. Sun Hong gazed at the lifeless body of her boyfriend sprawled on the ground, alongside the blood-dripping knife, engulfed in a profound silence. A WeChat ID request. Is it truly necessary? You claim to be a good person. 1,000 exclamations surged within her. Yet her hands moved swiftly, complying as she provided her phone number, WeChat ID, and Luail's phone number to Zhao Jie. Go get dressed and bring Luail here. I have a vendetta against him. It has nothing to do with you. In a moment, you shall assist me in eliminating him. Understand? Brother, Sun Hong was on the verge of tears. She could deceive for money, sell her charm, but truly lacked the courage to commit murder. She would end up imprisoned. Zhao Jie showed no patience for her ramblings, tossing the knife before her with a loud clang, causing her to tremble. Either he dies, or you do. Choose one. Gazing at the bloodied knife on the ground, a flicker of ferocity crossed Sun Hong's eyes. She slowly reached for it, reasoning that possessing the knife could justify an act of self-defense should she slay the man before her. I remember Luo Xiang saying exactly that. Yes, self-defense. She abruptly seized the knife, a fierce determination in her gaze, but her arm froze mid-air upon seeing Zhao Jie, who was smiling at her, wielding a gun. The chilling tremor that coursed through her soul rendered her paralyzed. I once heard it said, at 10 paces, a gun is quicker than a knife. Within 10 paces, a knife is quicker than a gun. We stand merely 3 paces apart. You may attempt it. Zhao Jie encouraged her warmly, yet in Sun Hong's eyes, he was the very embodiment of malevolence. Tears streamed down her face. No, please. Have you made your choice? Will you perish, or shall Luale? He must die. I want him dead. Sun Hong's eyes turned crimson, her expression twisted in rage as she stared at the knife that had fallen to the ground. Who is the true demon here? It must be said, some possess an innate talent for performance. Sun Hong swiftly fell into character, setting the scene under Zhao Jie's guidance, pouring sleeping pills into a bottle of flirtatious red wine, followed by sending a few seductive photographs. The bait was soon taken. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Hong inhaled deeply and opened the door. Luale rushed in, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his hands wandering restlessly. You're so flirtatious. How annoying. Let us eat first. We have all night. Various sounds filled the air as Zhao Jie concealed himself in the kitchen, listening intently. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous shout from the living room. You wretched woman. You dared to drug me. Go to hell. Zhao Jie sprang forth, instantly spotting Luale clutching his head, while Sun Hong stood motionless with the knife in hand, her expression frozen in disbelief. Is this what it means for time to stand still? Luale, in shock, turned his head, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Zhao Jie felt a sharp pain in his chest, collapsing heavily to the ground, followed by his incredulous scream. Damn it! A toy gun! Luale, gripping the gun with fury, bore a fresh wound on his face, the culprit being none other than the still Sun Hong. Time could only freeze one person, and the gun-wielding Zhao Jie terrified Luale, causing him to overlook Sun Hong. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have met his end today. Panting heavily, Luale felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, a sensation akin to teetering on the brink of death. He glared furiously at Zhao Jie on the ground. Who are you? I am your nightmare. This simulation has failed. Luale experienced profound fear, causing a decline in neural response speed. You have perished. Only one person can be controlled. Huh? Chapter 6. The hunt begins. Oh no, I have perished again? Zhao Jie gradually regained consciousness, the computer before him still buzzing. He lightly tapped the screen, instantly dismissing the impending advertisement, denying any opportunity for the nuisance to intrude. Zhao Jie found himself questioning whether he had developed a penchant for suffering. However, it was later proven that he had not, though detailing that process is rather inconvenient. Ahem. Zhao is a paragon of virtue. What unexpected accident could possibly occur? Was the building blown down, or perhaps collapsed? As Zhao Jie pondered this, he decided to adhere to his original plan, orchestrate a rather dubious car accident to eliminate Luale, simulating Luale's life. Simulating Luale's life. A violet light gradually emanated, halting the world, casting the sky into darkness. Zhao Jie rose and strode towards the adjacent residential complex. This time, he did not enter. Instead, he circled the complex. It was an old-style school district housing, surrounded by various businesses, bustling with people. Behind it lay a concealed area for electric bikes. Perfect for a crime scene. Yet, there were no cars. The complex featured 2 exits, a newly constructed broad avenue in front, where any sensible person would traverse, and a lesser-used path, typically slower. Unless, an idea sparked in Zhao Jie's mind, and he positioned himself at the intersection of the main road and the side path, quietly observing potential victims while simultaneously contacting Sun Hong. After several attempts, he finally reached her. Sun Hong's tone was laced with irritation. Hello, who is this? Why are you calling? Good day, Miss Sunday. I have a package that requires your signature. I am currently downstairs. Would it be convenient for you to come down? Can it wait for 10 minutes? I'm not at home. This is an urgent matter. It cannot wait. Perhaps you could ask a friend or neighbor to retrieve it. Ah, yes. Sun Hong hung up, her expression puzzled. I don't recall ordering anything. Did you? Her boyfriend, Ming, embraced her from behind, breathing heavily. Forget it. Perhaps it was something you purchased earlier. You do shop frequently. How annoying. Don't move. I'll get someone to fetch it. Who is it? A neighbor. Male or female? How annoying. Zhao Jie, seated there, gauged the time before dialing Luale's number. It rang for quite a while before being answered. Luale cautiously inquired. Who are you? Hello, Miss Sun's package has arrived. She instructed me to call you, stating you could assist in retrieving it. All right. Minutes passed, and Luale hurriedly descended the stairs, scanning the area near the back entrance of the complex. Zhao Jie checked the time, 7:15 p.m. He glanced around, noting no cars in sight. A minute later, a vehicle sped into view, causing Zhao Jie to brighten. The time was 7:16 p.m. He had called at 7:10 p.m., meaning the car would arrive 5 minutes early. He planned to have the vehicle turn onto the side path and crash into Luale, ensuring a perfect execution. It was currently 6 p.m. He had until dawn to simulate 10 times, potentially crafting a flawless accident. Zhao Jie smirked, meticulously recording the time and preparing to exit the simulation. However, he noticed Luale furrowing his brow and promptly turning to leave, also closing the hallway door behind him. Why wouldn't he wait in place after failing to retrieve the package? Why break the mold? Damn it! Zhao Jie stomped his foot in frustration, realizing he had overlooked Luale's character, a grievous oversight. Another opportunity wasted. Just wait. Exit simulation. Exiting Luale's life simulation. Simulation failed. No rewards acquired. It has indeed proven challenging to orchestrate an unexpected demise. Zhao Jie continued his simulations as the night outside deepened into an impenetrable darkness, gradually giving way to dawn. A night had passed in this manner. At this moment, Zhao Jie appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot. The relentless simulations of his life throughout the night nearly pushed him to the brink of vomiting blood. Luale's abilities were truly extraordinary. Merely the foresight of 3 seconds allowed him to evade countless assassination attempts. Each simulation was fraught with unforeseen complications, particularly due to the overly cautious nature of his adversary. Who would flee at the slightest hint of danger? Who could fathom what thoughts lurked in his mind? Yet, no matter how cunning the prey, it could never escape the grasp of the hunter. Zhao Jie gradually rose, his gaze heavy with fatigue, but he understood that opportunities are often fleeting. He could not afford to delay any longer. There remained merely 25 minutes until 9:25. He placed his prepared phone on the edge of the eaves, switched it to vibrate mode, and meticulously adjusted the flower pot, altering its angle with precision to ensure its descent was flawless. This skill, aside from his unique 6-second foresight, was likely unmatched. Next, Zhao Jie discreetly pulled aside the clothesline that bore the sheets. Little did anyone know, this was the key to the murder case. With preparations complete, he leaped downstairs and made his way to the main road of the community, patiently waiting for 10 minutes before lying flat on the ground. Suddenly, he heard the screech of tires as a small car slammed on its brakes. What the hell? Don't do this, my friend. Are you trying to scam me? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why not earn a living in a better way? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Having only seen elderly individuals pulling such tricks on television or social media, who would have thought that a young person would engage in the same? Did he not fear retribution? The driver, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves and bellowed, "Get lost, or I'll show you what happens when you mess with me." Zhao Jie chuckled, pointing at the man's nose. "Just wait. I'm calling for backup. Hey, bro, I'm being bullied at the entrance of the community. Bring more people." He then murmured something inaudible. The driver was taken aback, instinctively swallowing hard as the crowd of spectators swelled. With a resounding crash and a shrill scream, the tranquility of the community was shattered. Someone's dead. Chapter 7. The pursuit from the chat group today began unusually early. Typically, he would sleep until noon. But today he rose at 9. The reason? He had visited a restaurant the previous day, where he encountered a youthful and radiant college student, beautiful and pristine. He considered himself quite the connoisseur of women, having had more than 80 experiences. His eyes had grown discerning through the years. Luale descended the stairs slowly. Just as he reached the back door, his phone chimed with the sound of an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, he became alert, cautiously scanning his surroundings before he felt reassured enough to answer the call. His caution was well-founded. Luale was acutely aware of how abnormal his powers were. And without the protection of allies like Xiahou Dianwei, being discovered would mean a fate worse than death. "Hello, who is this?" "Luale. How does it feel to be someone else's wife?" A raspy, unfamiliar voice sent a chill down Luale's spine. His heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. Sooner or later, this confrontation was inevitable. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The ability to freeze time was a coveted dream for countless individuals. Yet he had turned it into a farce while also possessing foresight. What a splendidly formidable power. He could have been a hero or a wealthy man, yet alas. "Who are you?" Luale's composure shattered, and he screamed in desperation. He had thought his troubles stemmed from being discovered by jealous husbands or the police. But this was far worse than he had imagined. The caller knew of his abilities with alarming precision. How could this be? He had never disclosed anything to anyone. Luale spun around, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, an overwhelming dread creeping into his heart. It felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him. Who was it? This was a secret he had hidden deep within. "I am the Grim Reaper. Perish." Luale stared at the disconnected phone, his eyes filled with uncertainty, oblivious to the vehicle stuck on the main road. The driver, gazing at the congested crowd, checked the time and accelerated onto a side street. To prevent anyone from obstructing his path, he pressed the gas pedal, moving slowly ahead. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the sheets that hung from the rooftop, causing them to flutter wildly before falling directly onto the car. The sheets obscured the driver's view, causing him to panic and inadvertently slam the accelerator down. With a roar, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Luel swiftly turned to witness the speeding vehicle, a smirk appearing on his lips. With a mere step back, he brushed past the out-of-control car, exuding confidence and grace. Was this truly the Grim Reaper's lethal maneuver? Hardly. A flash of ferocity crossed Luel's eyes. It was time to eliminate those who needed to know about him. If that failed, he would annihilate this world. Before he could take action, he felt a sudden weight on his head, collapsing to the ground as consciousness faded. "Someone's dead." A scream echoed, followed by the sound of retching. The ground was littered with shattered flowerpot fragments, and Luel lay there, twisted and unrecognizable. His head misshapen, blood mingling with strange substances, causing nearby neighbors to turn pale and hurriedly shut their doors and windows. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie heard the cries, and a smile crept onto his lips. He promptly ended the call and offered a cigarette to the driver. "No hard feelings, my friend. I quarreled with my wife yesterday and am not in the best mood. Let us call it even." "Who do you think you are? Just because you say so?" Before the driver could finish, someone interjected, "This is Boss Zhao. He owns an entire street and is worth at least 10 billion. The driver fell silent, accepting the cigarette and taking a puff, coughing violently. "This is good stuff." Zhao Jie chuckled, turning his gaze with a feigned air of confusion. "Did you hear that? Something seems to have happened over there." Yes. It seems someone shouted about a death. I'll go check it out." Zhao Jie took off running, leading the charge. From a distance, he spotted Luel's lifeless body, muttering an apology as he bent down to snatch the necklace from around his neck, stuffing it into his pocket. Feigning a search, he stepped back in feigned horror, shaking his head mournfully. "Oh no, he has gone. Call the police. Someone was killed by falling objects." The onlookers arrived slowly, witnessing Luel's grotesque form, many retching at the sight, their breakfast likely expelled as they echoed Zhao Jie's sentiments. Falling objects truly can be deadly. Who would throw a flower pot so early in the morning? Utterly immoral. Everyone in this building is doomed. Meanwhile, the driver who had crashed into the pole stumbled out of the car, pale and trembling, believing he had killed someone. Zhao Jie feigned concern and approached, gently supporting him. "Oh dear brother, are you all right? Were you frightened when that flower pot fell?" His face was a mask of indignation. The moral decay of society today was appalling. Those who throw objects from heights truly deserve to spend years in prison. Throwing objects from heights? The car owner was momentarily bewildered. Turning around, he beheld Luel's unfortunate state and, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, swallowed hard and quickly altered his tune. Yes, oh my, I was terrified. My soul nearly left my body. Not only did they throw a flower pot, but also bed sheets. Thankfully, I'm an experienced driver. Otherwise, I might have lost my life today." His outburst ignited the crowd's fury. It was utterly unacceptable, a display of sheer immorality. The calls for the police rang out, clearly incited by this reprehensible act. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie gradually retreated to the back of the crowd, slipping away silently, embodying the spirit of a hero, truly a valiant figure. This was Luel's chance, bestowing upon him the ability to halt time. Yes, it must be a blood oath of allegiance, though somewhat glitchy. This was how it was written in the simulator. Luel had previously been a mere underdog, his fury causing him to bleed from his nose. This was the opportunity he had gained. Zhao Jie gently made a small incision on his arm, allowing a drop of blood to adhere to the necklace. Instantly, the necklace transformed into a beam of light that entered his body and vanished without a trace. An odd voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on joining the Small World chat group. As you and Luel are in the same small world, you have automatically inherited Luel's time manipulation abilities, currently at level 2, time stop, future sight 3, time acceleration 3, time deceleration 3. Luel has perished. Promotion to the instance, Resident Evil, has defaulted to failure. Refreshing your promotion instance. Refreshing promotion instance, congratulations, you have drawn the instance, Joy of Life. Complete the tasks to gain a promotion. The small world is endlessly entertaining." Zhao Jie's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. He had initially believed Luel possessed merely the ability to halt time, but it turned out to be a chat group of sorts. A chat group spanning the realms. What a monumental opportunity. However, his elation swiftly turned to dismay as messages began flashing before him, each causing his expression to darken. For someone in the chat group was incessantly tagging him. "Firefox, Lu, what happened? Firefox, Zhao Jie, did you kill Lu? Firefox, you're doomed. Firefox, once I complete my promotion task and become an administrator, not only will I expel you from the group, but I will also hunt you down in your world, leaving you without a grave. Your entire family will perish. Firefox, the Assassin Alliance." Such distant memories flooded back to Zhao Jie. When had the insects become so audacious? Chapter 8. the Assassin Alliance in the face of Firefox's threats. Zhao Jie remained unfazed, for he knew her well. She was merely a super assassin from the Assassin Alliance, with mastery in combat, firearms, and driving. She excelled in assassination, truly the nightmare of the wealthy and powerful. Moreover, the top assassins within the Alliance possessed a terrifying skill, the legendary ability to curve bullets. A bullet that could arc around the battlefield was undoubtedly a nightmare for all. Yet, Zhao Jie's gaze was cold. Though Firefox was a top-tier female assassin, she was not the protagonist and thus would not experience adrenaline surges or interbullet time. Even if Wesley and his father, the Cross, were to appear, they would still be mere fodder before Zhao Jie, who wielded the power of time manipulation. Nonetheless, Firefox's words ignited a profound sense of murderous intent within him. First was the so-called promotion instance, which would grant her administrative powers to expel him from the group. Second was her potential entry into his world for dark retribution against those close to him. A top-tier female assassin lurking in the shadows, Zhao Jie's desire for vengeance grew. He surveyed the small world chat group, noting its simplicity. Aside from basic chat and red envelope functions, there was little of novelty. The membership was sparse, with only a pitiful 2 members and not a single administrator in sight. Could he be considered a veteran? The previous veteran, Luale, seemed to have met his demise at Zhao Jie's hands. After a brief exploration of the chat group, he discovered it could store items, but beyond that, it held little utility. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. The primary purpose of the chat group was to facilitate communication and seize resources from the myriad realms. He then focused intently on comprehending Luale's superpower. Manipulating time was not a mere act of halting it. One could accelerate, decelerate, pause an individual as time, and foresee the future. With a swift motion, Zhao Jie extended his hand, appearing leisurely as he effortlessly caught a fly mid-flight. With a gentle flick, the fly floated in the air, its wings visibly beating as if in slow motion. What a marvelous ability! A smile graced Zhao Jie's lips as he turned his attention to his promotion task. Promotion instance, Joy of Life, promotion requirement. Enter the temple. Promotion time, 6 months. Promotion reward, gain administrative powers, allowing the deletion of group members, activation of new chat group features, and 1-level enhancement of abilities. As he read the task requirements, Zhao Jie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this truly a task for an ordinary individual? He was merely a common, superpowered person. Once he entered the perilous realm of Joy of Life, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Even if he could devise a plan, it would require considerable time, and if Firefox completed her task ahead of him, he would be the one in grave danger. It seemed that expelling Firefox via administrative powers was not a viable option. He would have to eliminate her instead, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Zhao Jie did not act hastily. Instead, he calmly took out his phone, facing a cadre of elite assassins. Was it excessive for an ordinary man like him to prepare some external aids? Brother Fox, do you have any leads? I wish to indulge a bit outside. Brother. For that, you need to go to the foot-washing city. Seeking a man like me is futile. I want to handle some firearms, explore top-tier weapons, preferably high-impact, high-destructive ones. Money is no object. How about 10 rounds? Is that too little? Can you get me a javelin? Anything with high combat effectiveness that's easy to handle and 1T expose my whereabouts? On the other end of the line, Brother Fox gasped, his hands trembling as he clutched the phone. Brother, what are you planning? Do you intend to carve out your own territory? The javelin, the most advanced anti-tank weapon used by elite countries, could take down tanks and aircraft, its power exponentially greater. Priced reasonably at $1 million for a set. Each round costing tens of thousands, it was capable of destroying multi-million-dollar Black Hawk helicopters, truly a bargain. Soldiers might deal with it casually. But what use would it be for an ordinary person? I just want to play around. I've been losing money lately and need a mood lift. Hiss, mood lift. Brother Fox pondered deeply, nodding in understanding but still hesitating. In foreign lands, dealing in arms wasn't illegal. Arms dealers had plenty of weapons and loved to sell them, as it was like handing out money to them. Yet, he hesitated. The chaos abroad was far different from home. Should anything go awry, he wouldn't bear the responsibility, especially with a wealthy brother of considerable background. Brother Fox was still wavering when a message popped up on his phone. 3 million, can you arrange it? Brother Fox swallowed hard, and the next moment left him speechless. 5 million. Can you manage that? Brother, how impressive. Tank. Zhao Jie stroked his chin, pondering that it was perhaps too ostentatious. His intention was merely to eliminate the Assassin Alliance. It was merely a minor skirmish. If he drove the tank over, he would likely find himself pursued by a multitude. Forget the tank. I prefer solo operations, easier to manage. Is there something with a bit more firepower? Indeed. The latest Lucifer model perfectly meets your needs. It's a military-grade drone system, roughly the size of a suitcase. Once you lock onto a target, with the press of a button, hundreds of drones can unleash a precise bombardment. Send them all to meet Lucifer. Order me 10 sets of this. And also procure a Barrett rifle. I'm heading to the airport now. Once it's secured, send me the location. Rest assured, boss. Everything is meticulously arranged. Zhao Jie slowly set down his phone, his gaze drifting to the incessantly chattering Firefox in the chat group. Have you ever witnessed true high technology? Indigenous members of the Assassin Alliance? He toyed with the chat group's storage function, subsequently enshrining his entire little treasury within, a box brimming with gold. While the life simulator may not be utilized for combat, it certainly served as a means to amass wealth. In less than a year since his graduation, he had ascended to the status of a billionaire. His journey was nothing short of legendary. Descending the stairs, he encountered Lu Ling, who was arriving for work. Engrossed in animated discussions on her phone. Upon spotting him, she rushed over. Boss, there has been a death across the street. Apparently, someone was killed by something thrown from above. Tragic. Yes, I'm aware, Zhao Jie replied, tapping his fingers on the table. I have some matters to attend to abroad. If the police inquire, just be honest. Abroad? Lu Ling looked bewildered, quickly shifting to a state of panic. Oh my goodness, boss. You can't be the mastermind behind this, can you? I've seen through the truth. It's merely a matter of being a year older than me, she pouted. Her skepticism growing. Are you planning to flee due to bankruptcy after stepping into 3 traps? How can someone in the restaurant business go overseas to negotiate? Suddenly, she struck upon a realization, her eyes widening in disbelief. Boss, you're not intending to ride a foreign horse, are you? Please don't make such reckless decisions. Although it's legal abroad, they might find you lacking. Zhao Jie remarked. Are the post-2000s so audacious? I, born in 99, seem detached from the current era. I've already signed the contract. You can invest with confidence. Chapter 9. Counter-invasion of the Assassin Alliance. I recall having seen this in some series. He chuckled casually. Unwilling to further discuss the matter with Lu Ling, as he was quite pressed for time, racing against Firefox, uncertain if she was indeed a hidden adversary, potentially setting him up for an ambush. What if, during a moment of exuberance, Firefox unleashed a barrage upon him? Yet, it took 2 days for Zhao Jie to arrive abroad, and the anticipated atmosphere of fear regarding international law enforcement was absent. Rather, it felt quite legitimate. We operate within the law, trust in the legal system. Zhao Jie observed the righteous demeanor of the individual across from him, glancing again at the lethal weapon in their hands, thinking to himself how audaciously they could lie with eyes wide open. If it goes up in flames, dear Zhao, I will require a bottle of Roman Econi to soothe my wounded soul, to honor my fallen compatriots. Such eloquence. Now that essay businessman. Zhao Jie declined their proposal to fire 2 shots from a tank, departing with style amidst the longing gazes of numerous admirers, arriving at a rented property in the outskirts, designated for his cathartic release. For hundreds of miles around, the area was deserted, dotted with vertical targets, allowing him to indulge in any pursuits he desired, the very fantasies of every man. Fire. Should any technical difficulties arise, a mere phone call would summon elite operatives from the United States to provide guidance. There was no need to worry about inquiries, as they deeply understood the frustration of tank operators unable to locate living targets, a sentiment that fostered their keen understanding of human nature. With his newly acquired weaponry, Zhao Jie transformed into a streak of white light, heading straight into the world of the Assassin Alliance. You have chosen to enter Firefox's world. Do you request her consent? No. Detecting that member Zhao Jie has entered the domain of member Firefox, triggering invasion mode. Both parties will gain access to each other's positional maps until either the invader or the invaded is deceased. The small world is filled with joy. The Assassin Alliance, also known as the Brotherhood of Assassins, is an ancient organization purportedly founded by a group of weavers. At its core lies the Fate Loom, a mystical machine capable of foreseeing the most heinous individuals. For millennia, the assassins of the Brotherhood have adhered to the philosophy of sacrificing one to save thousands, unflinchingly executing names from the Loom's list to save the world. Even in modern times, the Brotherhood remains highly active, with a vast membership and numerous assassins under the ambitious leadership of their chief, Sloan. Among the elite assassins are the likes of the Cross, capable of entering bullet time and effortlessly controlling the trajectory of bullets, the Mechanic, a master of close combat, the Butcher, a ruthless killer, and Firefox, a strikingly attractive sharpshooter and skilled driver. Sloan, the current head of the Brotherhood, possesses exceptional shooting skills and has mastered the art of ballistic trajectories, as well as the formula for a miraculous cellular repair solution. This solution can heal external injuries overnight, restoring one to full health. The Brotherhood boasts hundreds of top-tier assassins with branches across various nations, wielding immense influence. Zhao Jie's mind raced with countless pieces of intelligence he had gathered prior to his departure, having even devised various strategies to locate Firefox. Unexpectedly, the chat group had directly pinpointed her location. He glanced around, realizing he stood atop a bridge, with a blinking red dot rapidly approaching. It was to be expected. After all, she was among the world's elite assassins. Why would she show respect to an ordinary person whose life could be taken at any moment? However, he soon realized his error. Standing on the bridge, Zhao observed through binoculars. Discovering that Firefox was not heading toward him, but was instead speeding down the street in a red sports car, seemingly in pursuit of something. Before her, a gray-black sedan was recklessly rampaging down the road, and the driver was none other than the Brotherhood's top assassin, the Cross, with the professor in the passenger seat. Screaming at the top of his lungs. Oh no, this was the professor. A strange nostalgia washed over him for the bald head of his cross-universe half-brother. The protagonist of the Assassin Alliance universe, and the next possessor of bullet time, Wesley. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhao crouched down, retrieving the Barrett rifle from the chat group's space, swiftly assembling it and loading a bullet. Bystanders were left stunned, fleeing in terror at the cacophony of screams. Isn't it foolish? You run if you must, but why scream? Zhao shook his head, raising the Barrett high without taking aim, and in an instant, he pulled the trigger. In the midst of a thunderous roar and blinding sparks, a searing bullet burst forth, weaving through the air with a silvery glow. Boom. The once speeding crimson sports car suddenly flipped over, fiery bullets erupting with a fierce explosion, as the proud form of Firefox was obliterated in an instant. The tremendous force propelled her entire body backward, blood gushing forth in a thrilling display. Zhao leisurely gestured to the astonished little girl beside him, promptly opening the chat group and tagging Firefox directly. Zhao, Firefox. Firefox, huh? Zhao was momentarily taken aback. How could she still be alive? Raising his binoculars for a clearer view, he observed the vehicle engulfed in flames, a long, slender trail of blood visibly decreasing, as though the wound were healing. Did she possess superpowers as well? Was this some sort of perk for group members? No wonder Firefox had been so audacious. It was a turn of fortunes. The one once pursued by the Cross was now in pursuit of it. This was unfair to those who played by the rules. Zhao chose not to pursue, instead calmly disassembling his firearm before slinging it over his shoulder and departing swiftly. He suddenly conceived a far better plan. Descending the overpass. The streets were teeming with panicked crowds and erratically driven vehicles, yet amidst the chaos, an unusual order prevailed. In this land of freedom, where gunfire echoed daily, the populace had grown accustomed to such turmoil and even developed their own coping mechanisms. Marvelous. Zhao approached the roadside and tapped on the window of a sleek sports car. Hey there, my friend. What a beautiful car. Mind if I take it for a spin? For I embody justice. He brandished his firearm, and the driver complied, raising his hands above his head in surrender. Justice is invincible. Chapter 10. The Art of Curved Ballistics. Diana had never experienced anything quite as exhilarating as today, having finally reached the age of 18. She had escaped the confines of parental control and societal expectations, relishing her newfound freedom to indulge in drinking, dancing, and seeking pleasure. She even celebrated her coming of age with an extravagant gift, a luxurious supercar, one of the fastest on the market, which thrilled her immensely. However, that exhilaration soon spiraled out of control. A man, grinning widely and wielding a gun, seized her vehicle. Furious, Diana stamped her foot in frustration. Utterly powerless against someone who wielded justice, all she could do was curse his ancestors under her breath. To her shock, the tightly shut window slowly rolled down, and that insufferable man smiled at her, urging, "Get in quickly. I want to experience speed and passion." Diana was momentarily stunned. Not only was he stealing her car, but he also intended to commandeer her very being. Did he think he could charm her with such audacity? Zhao, come on, get in and drive. This time, Diana understood he was serious about driving. Without hesitation, she hopped in, flooring the accelerator as the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The roar of the engine exhilarating. She had no idea where they were heading or what Zhao intended, but clarity soon dawned. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out as Diana felt as though she were watching a film. The man beside her fired at the vehicles speeding alongside them. To her astonishment, the other driver also brandished a weapon while steering with one hand, both of them exchanging fire in a chaotic ballet, yet miraculously, not a single bullet found its mark. It was utterly thrilling. Diana couldn't suppress a cheer, her adrenaline surging as if she were ablaze. She stole glances at Zhao, captivated by his focus. Meanwhile, Wesley, seated in the passenger seat of the Cross, was in a state of shock, clutching his head tightly as the gunfire sent tremors through him. He was merely an ordinary office worker, inexplicably thrust into this whirlwind of madness, caught in a car chase and a gunfight. While gunfights in movies appeared thrilling, Experiencing one firsthand was a different matter altogether. He could hardly keep his composure. Wesley trembled, the gunfire subsiding. After a moment, he managed to lift his head, only to find the stranger behind the wheel wearing a grave expression, gradually bringing the car to a halt. "Stop? What are you doing?" Wesley thought the driver had lost his mind. Halting the vehicle now seemed like an invitation to death. The Cross regarded his cowardly son with a calm demeanor, his thoughts unreadable as he silently reloaded his magazine and drove on. Simultaneously, Zhao Jie disembarked from the supercar, both men proceeding to walk side by side. "Who are you?" "You may call me the Grim Reaper." Zhao Jie directed a glance at Wesley, who was furtively clutching the steering wheel, seemingly contemplating an escape. "I am in search of you, the foremost assassin of the Assassin Brotherhood, Cross." "I no longer belong to the Brotherhood," Cross replied solemnly. "With your marksmanship, you require no assassin. I despise the Assassin Brotherhood, and I intend to eradicate it, to eliminate those lurking in the shadows. I need someone to guide me. Just you alone?" The Assassin Brotherhood had stood for millennia, and Cross was acutely aware of its terror. Even as a top assassin, he had been relentlessly pursued since his defection. "You need not concern yourself with that." Zhao Jie pointed at Wesley. "As long as you lead me to the headquarters of the Assassin Brotherhood, all will come to an end. You shall no longer be hunted, and you can live peacefully with your son, Wesley." Cross remained silent, his arm trembling slightly. Faced with the terrifying Brotherhood, he was inclined to resolve the issue presented by this seemingly troublesome man. The Brotherhood boasted thousands of assassins, many of whom were elite. Yet, this man stood alone, albeit a bit challenging. Everyone knows how to choose. Just as his finger brushed against Zhao Jie, a chill coursed through him, a primal alertness igniting his instincts. As a top assassin, he was all too familiar with that sensation. It was a gun, a handgun pressed against his forehead. "How swift. You are not the only one capable of controlling adrenal excitement," Zhao Jie remarked coolly. Cross was a fearsome assassin, surpassing even the top ranks. Because he could perfectly control himself, inducing a state of heightened adrenaline, entering a kind of bullet time where his perception accelerated and his reflexes sharpened. This, combined with his inherent prowess, made him a nightmare among assassins. He did not possess bullet time nor the ability to control adrenal surges. However, he could manipulate time, pausing, accelerating, or concluding it. Though only for a fleeting 3 seconds, there was no doubt that Zhao Jie was the new king among assassins. Cross paused momentarily before inquiring. "May I have half a day to make arrangements?" "Of course. I am a good person." This gesture sent a shiver down Wesley's spine. He curled up in the passenger seat, trembling with fear. "Oh my God, this world is utterly insane." Cross climbed into the vehicle, slamming the accelerator down as they sped away amidst the wailing sirens. As he drove, he solemnly addressed Wesley. "Wesley, I am your father." "Wesley? Huh?" An ordinary office worker unexpectedly found himself with a top assassin for a father, all while being pursued by assassins. What a remarkable narrative. Zhao Jie paid no heed to the familial drama unfolding beside him, slowly closing his eyes. At that moment, the map revealed a light representing Firefox moving steadily, eventually coming to a halt in the distance. The only place where the Firefox can linger is the headquarters of the Assassin Brotherhood. Zhao Jie does not need to locate the headquarters through the cross. What he truly requires is another element: arcane ballistic techniques. Simulating the life of the cross. Simulation of the life of the cross successful. The cross perished. Congratulations on acquiring the fighting prowess of the cross. Simulation successful. The cross perished. Congratulations on acquiring the cross's marksmanship, arcane ballistic techniques. Simulation successful. The cross perished. Congratulations on acquiring the cross's marksmanship, arcane ballistic techniques. As you already possess the cross's marksmanship, it has been enhanced, significantly boosting your shooting capabilities. I am indeed a diligent genius. Chapter 11. Explosion is art. The Son of God has perished, and the demons shall wreak havoc upon the world. Oh, noble knights of justice, wield your spear, raise your indomitable shield, and bathe in the blood of demons. Justice shall ultimately prevail. At that moment, the Firefox knelt frantically before a dilapidated loom, the immense wound on her chest already healed, leaving no trace. Behind her stood a dense throng, each face grave, armed with firearms, silent yet oppressive. Do you all remember the former Son of God? The Firefox's expression was somewhat deranged. He was the Son of God, descending before the holy relic, bearing divine will, yet was ambushed and slain by demons. Now it is our turn. We have the Assassin Brotherhood to exact revenge. The offspring of demons shall soon arrive. Seize your firearms. Defend justice with your blood and your lives. Slay the demon's progeny. With a command, hundreds of elite assassins, hastily summoned, solemnly checked their gear, swiftly dispersing to encircle the expansive textile factory, ever vigilant for the demons that might appear at any moment. The butcher's voice was hoarse as he gazed at the Firefox. Are you certain Lu perished at his hands? He wields divine power. His unmatched swordsmanship was effortlessly countered by Lu Ale, lacking any capacity for resistance. The butcher firmly believed that such power belonged solely to fate, to the sacred loom, to God. Indeed, the firefox's face was filled with sorrow. That filthy, despicable demon ambushed him. Before she could finish her sentence, strange sounds echoed, their keen senses alerting them to something peculiar flying overhead. Buzzing. The stationed assassins outside looked on, bewildered at the small machine resembling a bird, feeling an unsettling strangeness. It appeared to be a product of human technology. Yet, what could such a small thing achieve? Could it possibly explode? Before the eyes of hundreds of assassins, the strange object crashed to the ground, an explosion of blinding light, a deafening roar. An unstoppable shockwave, one after another, like raindrops, it relentlessly fell, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe continuously harvesting. The vast textile factory was instantly engulfed in flames. And the drone overhead swooped down, accurately targeting every source of heat, its thunderous noise unceasing, leaving behind a scene of dismembered bodies. The firefox struggled to crawl from the rubble, blood gushing from her mouth, her previously shattered limbs slowly healing. She felt no relief but rather a dazed tremor as she surveyed her surroundings. The once indestructible factory had now become a desolate wasteland, smoke billowing everywhere. Before her lay a severed head, eyes wide open, dark yet eerily familiar. It belonged to the butcher. Fear gripped her heart as she looked around. Limbs were strewn about. And even though she had long grown accustomed to life and death, her formidable psychological resilience faltered. The elite of the Assassin Brotherhood, hundreds of top assassins, all but obliterated. With no knowledge of where the enemy was, nor how they had met their demise. Bang! Before the firefox could utter another curse, a bullet pierced her skull, ending her life in an instant. Her headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, hope of survival extinguished. Group member Firefox has died. Group member Zhao has acquired self-healing regeneration abilities, allowing him to heal himself and others. This small world automatically belongs to group member Zhao, who can enter at will. No new members shall emerge. The small world is filled with joy. From a distant building, Zhao, holding a barret, gazed at the inferno and the debris-strewn landscape, a slow smile forming on his lips as he murmured, "Explosion is art. One must never emulate the firefox. Why be so arrogant? I am the best. Let us communicate peacefully. Is that not delightful?" Beside him, the cross stood, looking utterly bewildered. He had witnessed the once mighty textile factory, a place he had frequented countless times, reduced to ruins in an instant. In that moment, he fell silent. Lowering his head to the control panel of the drone, which was no larger than a piece of luggage, his tone laden with complexity. "What is this?" "A drone. A bomb that can be controlled remotely by a computer." He silently repeated this, feeling an overwhelming strangeness. He knew what a computer was. It was that device his son used for work, merely for typing, yet it could be so terrifying. This technology was not cutting edge. In another 15 years, it would be commonplace. By the way, where is Sloan? Zhao turned to the cross. One-on-one, he is not your match. Upon learning from the firefox that Lu Ale had been slain by Zhao, he realized the gravity of the situation and that it was time to flee. Lu Ale's abilities were formidable, akin to divine power. No one could withstand him. If such a person had been killed, how terrifying must the killer be? Stay here? That would be courting death. Without hesitation, Sloan fled, and Zhao, uninterested in pursuing him, allowed the cross to handle the matter. The cross said nothing but pulled out a blood-stained woolen cloth inscribed with ancient text, a gift from God to the Assassin Brotherhood, a cellular repair liquid. As long as one immerses themselves in it, even grievous injuries can be healed, leaving no scars, a boon for the beauty-conscious. You have 6 seconds to escape. Zhao leisurely loaded a bullet into the barret, while the cross turned and fled, performing a leap of faith. Instantly crossing a platform of several meters and crashing through a window, vanishing in an instant. Such a skill, if showcased in the Olympics, would undoubtedly secure an unbreakable record for a century. Zhao marveled, then raised his barret, swiftly twisting and turning. A brilliant flash erupted from the muzzle, completing an uncanny arc, slicing through the air and soaring skyward. 2 black dots plunged down from the clouds, accompanied by a sonic boom. They were 2 fighter jets, searching for their target. "I'm under attack." The fiery brilliance erupted in the sky, the fighter jets transforming into brilliant fireballs, streaking across the gray expanse. What a marvelous display of fireworks. Zhao calmly tidied his weapons, lingering for a while before gesturing a middle finger at the sky. A white light flashed, and Zhao vanished in an instant. Moments later, a missile whistled down, obliterating the entire building into a heap of rubble. Few missed it. Chapter 12. Dealing with trivial matters during these 4 days, he traversed realms once more, valiantly safeguarding the peace of another world by eradicating an insidious organization. Regrettably, The inhabitants of that realm displayed some peculiarities, often resorting to missiles at the slightest provocation. Was it truly necessary? I merely took a shot amidst the bustling streets, exchanged fire with a cross on the road, and deployed a drone to obliterate a factory. Was the commotion truly so egregious? Time and again, I've emphasized that individuals of our caliber ought to exhibit a gentlemanly demeanor. She circled around Zhao Jie, rummaging through her meager thoughts, until she finally managed to utter a phrase that exuded the essence of a domineering CEO. Boss, boss. Her face wore an enigmatic smile. It is commonly said that men undergo a profound transformation after experiencing trials, emerging with a refined aura that signals maturity. Could it be true? Those two small, restless eyes of hers darted about, provoking Zhao Jie to experience a moment of exasperation. Ah, little girl, what are you daydreaming about all day long? Pfft. You're only a year older than me. Have the police arrived? Zhao Jie remained remarkably unperturbed, setting aside the fact that there was no evidence against him. Even if there were, having tasted the immense power of his abilities and having clandestinely learned the art of curved ballistics from the cross, he could effortlessly embark on a new life as a rogue, reigning supreme over the night. Ah, I see, she said. Boss, aren't you worried? Lu Ling couldn't help but jest. Upon seeing the police officers, she was utterly flustered, her voice trembling. To put it bluntly, in her 20-plus years of existence, aside from obtaining her ID, she had never conversed with the police. She never anticipated that her first encounter would occur under such circumstances. What is there to panic about? I am a law-abiding citizen, Zhao Jie replied nonchalantly. However, his composure quickly evaporated. Scarcely had he arrived when, mere minutes later, a police car screeched to a halt outside the restaurant, and 3 individuals disembarked in a flurry. An older officer led 2 younger ones, who were brimming with excitement. Casting furtive glances at Zhao Jie and then the kitchen, seemingly envisioning a scene from an action-packed police drama. This was a golden opportunity, a living testament to their prowess. Capturing him could secure their positions. Before the older officer could utter a word, Zhao Jie had already seated himself at a nearby table, leaving the trio momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Ling, prepare some drinks, tea or soda, he called out. Not necessary, we are merely conducting a routine inquiry, the older officer interjected, producing his badge. We are old acquaintances. And these 2 are my new apprentices. As I approach retirement, they will take over this area. Zhao Jie nodded. They were indeed familiar faces. He owned a restaurant. And the senior officer, known as Lao Zhou, was responsible for maintaining order in the vicinity. In the food industry, one inevitably encounters unexpected incidents. Those unacquainted with this line of work could never fathom the myriad of eccentricities that exist. Can you imagine someone shattering a glass door while dining and then demanding compensation from the owner? Now, let us proceed with business. A death occurred in Building 3 of the Phoenix community, 100 meters across from your restaurant. Do you know him? I do. His surname is Luale. He was a young man who dined at my restaurant. You were present at the scene. What were you doing there? Feeling a bit down. I went for a walk and inadvertently stumbled on another main road of the Phoenix community. I have many witnesses who can vouch for me. Why did you claim you had a quarrel with your wife? I distinctly remember you mentioning that you were unmarried. Lao Zhou paused, and the 2 younger officers became acutely alert. It was often the case that the primary suspects in murder investigations were either the ones who reported the incident or those present at the scene. Being present and telling a lie only intensified the suspicion. Ah, business has been quite poor lately. I've incurred significant losses, coupled with the stock market downturn, resulting in a considerable financial blow. Zhao Jie sighed in resignation, appearing thoroughly disheartened. As you know, I prefer not to draw attention to myself. To avoid seeming boastful, I simply made up a reason about being in a bad mood. The last call Luale received was from you. Why? His tone was unpleasant, and I had lost a considerable amount of money, so I was feeling irritable and wanted to confront him. Lao Zhou's eyes sharpened instantly. Zhao Jie awkwardly forced a smile, reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving, then recalled the need for civility in society, realizing that violence was not the answer. Thus, he refrained from acting upon his initial impulse and merely made a phone call to feign concern. How did you know Luale's number? Were you previously acquainted? Not really. We met just once. He simply thought my food was delicious and wanted my number for takeout. Zhao Jie shook his head. Honestly, I had only met him once. I was genuinely shocked when he died. At that moment, I was in an argument. Had he not been struck and killed by a falling object, I would have been in quite a predicament. Do not revel in misfortune. This is a serious matter, Lao Zhou cautioned in a low voice. You are now a part of society, unlike your days in school. Speak with caution. Why? Because that Luale fellow had a penchant for pursuing other men's wives. The 2 younger officers, who had initially intended to conclude their investigation, suddenly perked up, hastily retrieving paper and pens, their expressions eager for gossip. Let us hear more. Actually, Luale dined at my establishment yesterday, accompanied by a woman who was likely his neighbor. Their relationship appeared rather complicated, particularly since she already had a boyfriend. Zhao Jie refrained from elaborating further, instead gesturing towards the computer. I have installed surveillance cameras in the restaurant. You may also review Luale's WeChat chat history. Lao Zhou's understanding deepened, and he turned to one of the younger officers. Go and copy that surveillance footage. He then patted Zhao Jie on the shoulder. This case is still in its infancy. Some matters are best kept under wraps for everyone's sake. I understand. Better to ruin 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. One must navigate life with a hint of green above. Observing Zhao Jie's somewhat slick demeanor, Lao Zhou could only chuckle in disbelief. You little rascal. He chose not to pursue the topic further, and after the footage was copied, he departed with his two subordinates. Zhao Jie leisurely sipped his tea, and Lu Ling, who had been eavesdropping, rushed over, her face alight with curiosity. Boss, how do you know so much insider information? Do share. Go away. This is adult business. Children ought not to meddle. Zhao Jie retorted, pushing her away with an air of disdain. He brushed his hair back and inquired. Do you know of any excellent makeup artists who can make one appear several years younger? Ugh. Lu Ling pouted, ignoring him. When you need someone, you call her sweetheart, but when you don't, she is Madame Cow. A terrible boss. I resolutely oppose. Raise my salary for a day. Actually, our school's barbershop is quite good. I have a card that entitles me to discounts. The stylist there is exceptional, and she also does makeup. It's easy to look youthful. Lu Ling produced a card from her bag, her little head tilting curiously. Boss, why are you trying to look younger? To charm rich women, of course. If I don't go out and earn some money, I won't be able to afford to support you. Chapter 13. Fan Xian's unease. It must be said that Lu Ling's card was exceedingly useful. Although the establishment catered primarily to women and their gazes were somewhat peculiar, it could not detract from the fact that Tony's skills were nothing short of remarkable. After a thorough grooming session, Zhao Jie donned a specially purchased black ancient long robe. His figure appeared remarkably upright as he strolled through the campus, exuding an aura of unique confidence that captivated numerous onlookers. Those twinkling little eyes, that slightly flushed complexion, that short skirt fluttering in the breeze, and those long, fair legs. Ah, this was the vibrant youth I once possessed. After Zhao Jie meticulously adorned himself, he promptly set off to procure an extensive array of items, so vast in quantity that even the supermarket owner felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the emergence of unforeseen complications. In response to the owner's skepticism, he calmly revealed his identity, lamenting, I am merely an ordinary proprietor of an entire street, here today to acquire a few supplies. Having filled the chat group with an assortment of food and drink, Zhao Jie hastily made his way to the pharmacy for further purchases, all in preparation for his journey to the world of Qing Yunyan. He could not afford to take chances with his health. The ancient world posed many perils, where a single misstep could lead to an untimely demise. Accidents could happen, and reaching the age of 30 or 40 could result in being addressed as grandfather. He also acquired a large bathtub, not for bathing, but rather for soaking. Once all preparations were complete, he embarked on his second journey through time and space. This was not a pursuit of temporal adventures, rather. Zhao Jie was apprehensive that the chat group might unexpectedly admit another member, or perhaps even more, if a fateful prodigy unwittingly stepped into a pile of misfortune. Thus completing the chat group as promotion task, Zhao Jie feared he might find himself utterly bewildered. I desire equality for all, he mused. But only under the condition that I am the administrator. Commence the promotion dungeon. Promotion dungeon. Qing Yunyan, promotion requirements. Enter the temple. Promotion duration, 6 months. Promotion rewards, attainment of administrator privileges, allowing the freedom to expel members from the group, unlock new functions, and enhance abilities across levels once. A cataclysmic war ravaged the world, obliterating civilization, leaving only a military museum in the frigid wasteland. Resilient life forms thrived, giving rise once more to humanity, reigniting the spark of civilization. In the aftermath of the war, the world became permeated with nuclear radiation, and humanity, through prolonged evolution, adapted to and harnessed this energy, dubbing it true energy. Cultivating true energy enabled extraordinary advancements in strength, allowing individuals to transcend their limits and tread the path of the extraordinary, where one could stand against 1,000 foes. Among the most formidable practitioners were the 4 grandmasters, Ku He, Si Gu Jian, Yi Lu Yun, and Emperor Qing, all intricately linked to a mysterious girl named Yu Qing Mei, who left behind countless miracles, shaping the entire world. The narrative unfolds further with her son. As the gentle breeze stirred his flowing garments and accentuated his stern visage, any onlooker would surely exclaim, what a youthful hero. Alas, no one was present. Zhao Jie, feeling disheartened, opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Upon using binoculars, he discerned Fan Xian's convoy ahead. The chat group's teleportation had misaligned, leaving him behind. Hastily, he sprinted forward, his once dashing black robe now cumbersome and uncomfortable, particularly with the heavy black box strapped to his back. After running over a mile, fatigue began to set in. He realized he must find a way to enhance his physical condition. For the first time, he clearly felt his shortcomings. Thankfully, he was nearing Fan Xian's convoy. Had it been 10 miles away, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Fan Xian, bored, leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. It was his first time traveling such a distance, and the bumpy mountain roads were proving quite uncomfortable. He was currently practicing a unique martial art, striving for a seamless unity of body and horse, avoiding contact with the carriage. I'm truly a little genius, Fan Xian thought, feeling a sense of pride. Suddenly, Tang Zijing, seated in the carriage, opened his eyes cautiously and peeked through the curtain to the rear. What's wrong? Someone is following us. Fan Xian immediately grew alert. His situation was precarious. Having just departed from Danzhou en route to the capital as the illegitimate son of the Xinambo, many were eager to thwart his journey to the capital. He quickly glanced back and spotted a dark figure gradually approaching the convoy. What should we do? Stop the carriage and let him come closer, but be cautious. I'll go meet him. As Tang Zijing warned to be careful, he watched Fan Xian draw a dagger from his person and then produce a vial of poison, carefully applying it. The viscous, dark substance clearly signaled danger. This is by Chao Ling, developed by my master Fei Jie. It seals the throat upon contact. No one below the 9th rank can withstand it. Tang Zijing promptly fell silent, shifting away instinctively. The approaching figure was no fool. He would not simply let himself be stabbed. Before Tang Zijing could finish, Fan Xian produced a pouch of white powder that resembled quicklime. This is sure do Rungu San. Even a touch will cause. What will it cause? Eye-watering. Tang Zijing's lips twitched. You might as well grab a handful of sand. The name sounded formidable, but it seemed to be a mere ruse. With his preparations complete, Fan Xian grasped the items tightly and descended from the carriage, standing still as Zhao Jie approached. Welcome, friend from afar. What a pleasure this is. Do we know each other? We do not. Then why have you followed us for so long? Are you weary and seeking a ride? Zhao Jie shook his head, instead scrutinizing Fan Xian. I sense something familiar about you, familiar true energy. You practice the dominant true energy, which only Yi Qingmei took with her when she left. What is your connection to her? Fan Xian's heart raced. Yi Qingmei was indeed his mother, and the dominant true energy was her legacy. How had this stranger discerned the truth? What do you want with my mother? Realizing he might be an adversary, Fan Xian's eyes glittered with cold light, and his hands subtly moved behind his back, his true energy stirring, just as he prepared to strike. He noticed Zhao Jie calmly raise a familiar dark object aimed at him. Others may not recognize it, but I am well acquainted with it. A handgun. Perhaps we can converse. There is no need for violence. It would only cause unnecessary strife, Fan Xian stammered, feeling the tension of the moment. Chapter 14. The human mobile nuclear weapon. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 10 paces. The muzzle velocity of a firearm reaches 400 meters per second. At 10 steps, roughly 2 to 3 meters, the time required is a mere 0.005 seconds. A person's reaction time pales in comparison. Fan Xian's mind raced. He believed his dominant true energy could withstand a bullet, but it was evident that the opponent held not just one. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. We might engage in a dialogue, for violence serves no purpose, he suggested, though he sensed something was amiss. How do you possess a gun? Having grown up in Danzhou, he knew it was somewhat backward, yet not so much as to be disconnected from the modern world. Fan Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with excitement as he gazed at Zhao Jie. Are you also a traveler from another world? A heart that had languished in solitude for years in an unfamiliar realm suddenly quickened, a strange sensation unfurling within him. What is a traveler? Zhao Jie asked, confusion evident in his eyes. This question felt like a splash of cold water on Fan Xian's head, instantly deflating his enthusiasm. Fan Xian, ever astute, regarded Zhao Jie with surprise. Do you know Yi Qingmei? Where do you intend to take her? Home? Realization dawned. He was not an enemy. Wait, a museum? Fan Xian's demeanor shifted. He surged forward. You mentioned a museum, yet you refuse to admit you are a traveler? Zhao Jie's expression revealed his bewilderment, perhaps too genuine, prompting Fan Xian to stand in stunned silence for an extended moment before finally asking, do you know where she is now? Zhao Jie shook his head. She is in Kyoto. Follow me, and I shall lead you to her. A faint smile graced Fan Xian's lips as he patted his chest, proclaiming, I share the closest bond with her. In our childhood, she remarked upon my extraordinary talents and remarkable physique, declaring me a once-in-a-millennium genius in cultivation. That formidable energy was bestowed upon me at her request. How shameless. Zhao Jie gazed fixedly at Fan Xian, shaking his head and coldly stating, you are lying. Your talent is not noteworthy. Fan Xian replied, perhaps my description was a bit exaggerated. He laughed heartily, adding, your manner of speaking is quite reminiscent of a friend of mine. You two share similarities, dressed in black and averse to making eye contact. He casually pulled Zhao Jie onto the carriage, where Ting Zijing had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The convoy continued its slow journey towards Kyoto. At that moment, Fan Xian paid little heed to Ting Zijing. Instead, he found himself far more intrigued by Zhao Jie, who had suddenly appeared, shrouded in mystery. The two sat cross-legged in the carriage, comfortably devoid of crowding. Fan Xian's gaze was drawn towards the black long box that Zhao Jie carried, his eyes darting with curiosity. How shall I address you? He inquired. Zhao Jie, came the reply. It's quite warm today, and carrying that must be inconvenient. Why not set it down here? Zhao Jie nodded in agreement and placed the item down. As they chatted, Fan Xian feigned casual interest, asking, what is it for? This is my weapon, used for self-defense. Its power is immense. Immense power? Fan Xian's eyes brightened at the prospect, for he had a penchant for formidable things, especially in the realm of lethality. How powerful is it? By your standards, it could rival a grandmaster. A grandmaster? Fan Xian gasped, recalling his teacher Fei Jie's tales of their invincibility. With Uncle Wu Zhu serving as a prime example, existing beyond the realm of mortals. Feigning envy, he remarked, such a precious item must be quite rare. Rare? Zhao Jie furrowed his brow in feigned confusion, then gazed at Fan Xian curiously. Haven't you seen one before? This left Fan Xian momentarily stunned. When Yi Qingmei departed. She took with her the most precious energy and sword techniques. This weapon is merely a common artifact in a museum. Did she not show you this weapon? Zhao Jie slowly opened the box, revealing contents that left Fan Xian astonished, his body trembling. He was all too familiar with this item, as a traveler from another world. There were few things he did not recognize. A Barrett sniper rifle. He muttered under his breath, instinctively reaching out, his eyes warily assessing Zhao Jie's movements. The cold sensation and the weight of the weapon served as constant reminders that it was a real firearm, known as the king of snipers, formidable against flesh and blood. I remember now, Fan Xian set the rifle down, rummaging beneath his seat until he produced a box. Uncle Wu Zhu had told him this belonged to his mother. But there is no key. Could this be the Barrett? Instantly, he believed half of what Zhao Jie had said, though his brow remained furrowed. If this individual had come here with his mother, then what was the museum? Was this not an ancient world? What is a museum? Zhao Jie hesitated, then, appearing contemplative, declared, I have amnesia. This made Fan Xian's lips twitch. Is this your earnest response? Zhao Jie added, the museum instructed not to reveal its secrets, and if questioned. I am to say I have amnesia. You are rather straightforward. Suddenly, Fan Xian's eyes widened with realization. Are you implying that the museum is a person or an organization? I have amnesia. I cannot recall. Amnesia again. Fan Xian felt a surge of frustration. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he froze, suddenly feeling an unsettling familiarity, one that compelled him to act instinctively. Why? He remembered. Each time he inquired about his mother, Yi Qingmei, Uncle Wu Zhu responded similarly, claiming to have amnesia. He had never doubted how someone capable of contending with the four grandmasters could suffer from memory loss. Now, comparing Zhao Jie to Uncle Wu Zhu, the similarities were striking. A sense of being deceived washed over Fan Xian, prompting him to close his eyes, attempting to circulate his energy for relief. Only to find Zhao Jie observing him, his expression filled with envy. You have never cultivated energy? Zhao Jie continued. The techniques from the museum were taken by Yi Qingmei. They never practiced energy cultivation. Once I locate Yi Qingmei, I shall begin. They never practiced energy cultivation? Fan Xian suddenly thought of Uncle Wu Zhu, who had never engaged in energy cultivation yet possessed remarkable strength, rivaling the four grandmasters. Gazing at Zhao Jie, whose face was alight with envy, Fan Xian smirked inwardly, akin to a cunning wolf enticing a Navi rabbit. I could impart energy cultivation to you, guiding your practice. In exchange for some insights about the museum. What do you say? Zhao Jie feigned hesitation, internally reveling in his triumph. Having disguised himself to approach Fan Xian and Uncle Wu Zhu, for only Wu Zhu, Ku He, and Shaon were privy to the temple's secrets. Among the three, Wu Zhu was the most accessible. Furthermore, he coveted Fan Xian's formidable energy, legendary for its power, despite being mockingly referred to as a walking nuclear contamination cleaner. Its might was undeniable. One person could defeat armies, one could secure a nation. The museum has decreed that its secrets must not be revealed. Zhao Jie pretended to deliberate. As if caught in a moral quandary, invigorating Fan Xian's spirit. You need not mention the museum. You may share other details, such as your relationship with Yi Qingmei or your upbringing in the museum. Just refrain from mentioning the museum itself. Would that be acceptable? Of course. Zhao Jie nodded slowly, igniting a surge of joy within Fan Xian. The fish had bitten the bait. Aha. Fan Xian, am truly astute. Chapter 15. Wang Qinian. Money is heavier than Mount Taifan. Xian readily imparted the technique of formidable energy to Zhao Jie, for his mother, Yiqimei, had never stipulated that it could not be shared with others. Merely a technique, he, as a being from a later era, held no rigidly traditional views. Trading a technique for information about his mother felt like a tremendous gain. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as Zhao Jie's words began to sound peculiar. What? You claim you grew up alone, with no one to converse with. Then how did you eat, and how did you learn to speak? Food would automatically appear, and I could abstain from eating. I spent my time in slumber, during which strange knowledge would manifest in my mind. Zhao Jie tilted his head. You may call me number 3. Had Yiqimei not departed from the museum, perhaps I would never have come into existence. What do you mean? As pupils contracted as an incredible image flashed through his mind. A brightly lit laboratory, countless individuals lying within coffin-like incubators, numerous instruments embedded in their bodies. Surely, it could not be true. The museum cannot act autonomously, nor does it wish to interfere with humanity's endeavors, reluctant to impact human civilization. His very existence stemmed from the museum's concern that Yiqimei might influence human civilization. Zhao Jie suddenly felt a deep sentiment, according to the museum's records. She was an exceptionally formidable figure, possessing vast knowledge. However, she must have adhered to the museum's rules. He had been out for half a month and had yet to hear her name. Do you know what Yiqimei has been up to these years? What has Yiqimei done? At this moment, he could not help but laugh, a laugh filled with genuine derision. His mother was indeed an ordinary person. How could a mysterious organization with such top-tier weapons fear that she might change the world? Was this organization being overly cautious? If his mother were truly powerful, why had he spent 16 years alone in this remote place, constantly fearing and guarding against assassins from elsewhere? What exactly was this museum? Why did it possess such formidable technology? What should he do? As he closed his eyes in contemplation, Zhao Jie beside him also settled into a cross-legged position. He had not considered that Fan Xian might fully trust him. The two had only just met. His curiosity was piqued as he practiced the acquired secret technique of dominant true qi. This was the most advanced martial art in the world. Although he was unsure how the Emperor Qing had become a grandmaster, he certainly possessed that potential. Zhao Jie closed his eyes, memorizing the technique in his heart, and then prepared to cheat. There was no other way. Cultivating honestly was simply too slow. Simulating Fan Xian's life. Simulating Fan Xian's life, a purple glow slowly stretched outward. And the world came to a halt, the sky darkened. Zhao Jie's figure surged forth, the gun in his hand moving like lightning. Seated nearby, Fan Xian was not slow to react. He suddenly opened his eyes, and white powder slipped from his hand. Before it could be fully released, several explosive sounds rang out, and blood blossomed in the air as Fan Xian fell, his eyes wide open. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Fan Xian's dominant true qi, 1 year. Zhao Jie raised an eyebrow, surprised by his good fortune to obtain something valuable right from the start. With a thought, the scorching energy circulated throughout his body, instantly elevating him to the first level of dominant true qi, capable of defeating 2 adults, and his physique was instantly enhanced. The speed of his cultivation left Zhao Jie nodding in satisfaction, squinting at the meditating Fan Xian, and instinctively licking his lips. This was a treasure trove of experience. Continue. Simulating Fan Xian's life. Simulating Fan Xian's life. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Fan Xian's poison abilities. Simulation successful. Congratulations. You have acquired Fan Xian's cooking skills. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Fan Xian's dominant true qi, 1 year. Fan Xian felt a surge of frustration as he watched Zhao Jie's energy swirling around him. He took a deep breath, feeling incredibly vexed. For an entire night, he had witnessed Zhao Jie transform from a novice into a 4th-tier master, one night, and he had caught up to him in 5 years. Do you know how I have spent these past 5 years? Fan Xian sat there, questioning life. He considered himself a diligent child, having learned the art of poisoning under the tutelage of his teacher Fei Jie, practicing tirelessly at night, believing himself to be a young master, a genius. Until he saw Zhao Jie. You must be cheating. He silently grumbled, inexplicably feeling a surge of indignation. He leaned out to gaze at the scenery outside, finding some solace. The convoy moved slowly, and the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased. In the distance, a grand city loomed. This city was tall and ancient, far beyond the small place of Danzhou, leaving Fan Xian stunned, much like a country bumpkin entering the city, unable to stop staring. Could such towering structures truly have been built in ancient times? Without cement, how did they achieve such heights? While Fan Xian marveled at the wisdom of the ancients, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man by the roadside, clearly up to no good, staring intently at him. With a sly glint in his eyes, the man approached. "Ah, Young Master Fan, traveling to the capital from Danzhou, it must have been quite a journey. A cold smile crept onto Fan Xian's lips, having never been to the capital. How could this man recognize him? He had anticipated that, as the illegitimate son of the Xinan Bo, there would be those scheming against him in the shadows. But he didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. Fan Xian instinctively narrowed his eyes. Do we know each other? Wang has long admired you, young master. Regretting that we have never met. What a fortunate encounter. The man was none other than Wang Qinian, seemingly oblivious to Fan Xian's disdain, earnestly introducing the situation to him. And even preparing a map. This is a map drawn by me, detailing the various forces in the capital. Only 2 taels of silver. 2 taels? Fan Xian pondered in silence. Wang Qinian's eyes flickered with delight, but another voice interrupted. He is deceiving you. He made 16 micro-expressions of error when he said that. He is trying to hoodwink you. What are micro-expressions? What does hoodwink mean? Wang Qinian was bewildered, but, seeing the mocking gaze from Fan Xian, wished to slap his thigh in frustration. Was it said that the illegitimate son of Xinan Bo was a debauched young master? How could he be so cunning? Haha, I was merely jesting. This map is a gift for you, young master Fan. Let us consider ourselves friends. Fan Xian leaned against the window, watching him perform, feeling a significant portion of his frustration dissipate. You're so keen on deceiving others for money. Don't you fear for your life? The ancients say, a man is bound to die, light as a feather, heavy as a mountain. To Wang, silver was indeed as precious as a mountain. The carriage moved slowly forward. Wang Qinian wore a particularly radiant smile, bowing respectfully to the carriage. Thank you, young master Fan. Chapter 16, Emperor Qing. Do you think I was just deceived? In response to Fan Xian's sudden inquiry, Zhao Jie shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know. Aren't you curious why I gave him money? Fan Xian rested his chin on his hand, continuing to speak even though Zhao Jie ignored him. I once had a friend whose family was in dire straits while he lay bedridden, burdening the entire household. That feeling was truly. As he spoke, his eyes grew moist. Fan Xian had no such friend. He was recounting his past life, having lain paralyzed on a sickbed for over 20 years, yearning fervently for life. For health. He simply wished to be an ordinary person, to build a small house by the sea or a lake, marry a wife, raise a little daughter, and live a leisurely life. Yet, such a simple existence felt infinitely distant. Fan Xian closed his eyes, suppressing these emotions, burying them deep within his heart for far too long, never having shared them with anyone, not even his teacher or Uncle Wuzhou. Yet he found himself confiding in Zhao Jie, perhaps due to Wang Qinian's words, or perhaps because of the feeling of encountering a kindred spirit. Someone who could understand and listen. Observing him in such a manner, Zhao Jie fell into a moment of silence, feeling an acute sense of discomfort within. He was merely exploiting the other. Instinctively lowering his head, he closed his eyes tightly, feigning a serious expression, for someone was approaching. No sooner had the words left his lips than the carriage screeched to a halt, and Fan Xian drew back the curtains of the carriage, revealing an elderly man brandishing a document and gesturing towards the crimson-clad cavalry of the convoy. The cavalry promptly rode off into the distance. Now Jia, we may be facing trouble, Fan Xian remarked nonchalantly as he retrieved a dagger from his boot, glimmering with a dark sheen. Yet his countenance remained cheerful as he gazed at the approaching elder. This caravan had been specially dispatched by his father, Xinan Bo, to escort him, and before they even reached the Xinan manor, they had been so easily redirected. Who possessed the authority to command them? One could only wonder how many individuals were involved shortly. Casting a glance at the impassive Zhao Jie, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to recruit a formidable master along the way, armed with dual pistols, at least an 8th-tier expert, one might say. His gift of persuasion had indeed proven effective. The elder, with a demeanor of utmost respect, inadvertently caught sight of Zhao Jie seated within the carriage. Momentarily taken aback, why was there an extra person? He hesitated, questioning how to proceed since his master sought an audience with Fan Xian, but now there was an unexpected addition. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? Pressured by Fan Xian's urging, the elder gritted his teeth and, steeling himself, continued to drive the carriage forward. A less than perfect task was certainly preferable to a failed one. The carriage veered onto a narrow path, and Fan Xian took a deep breath. Constantly rummaging through his belongings, alert to his surroundings, as if preparing for a fierce battle, he glanced at the seemingly indifferent Zhao Jie, unable to refrain from warning. Be cautious, their influence is vast. This was a matter involving a countess title, and the internal strife within such a household could be extraordinarily perilous. From the assassination attempts he had faced since childhood, Fan Xian could discern that the capital was undoubtedly a den of danger. Were it not for his suspicions surrounding his mother's death, he would not have ventured here. He was not motivated by that marriage proposal at all. Arranged marriages. Matchmaker's words, parental orders, such feudalism was utterly detrimental. Zhao Jie remained remarkably composed, fully aware that it was not an assassination plot but rather an initiative by his father, Emperor Qing, to see him. Although Fan Xian appeared isolated and of lowly status as a bastardy, he was, in fact, one of the most formidable second-generation heirs in existence. Should harm befall Fan Xian, 3 of the 4 grandmasters could arrive, along with Wu Zhu and Yi Luyan, who answered only to Emperor Qing, in addition to Qin Pingping. Was there a more terrifying background than this? One could only speculate what expressions would adorn the faces of the Long Princess, the second prince, and the Crown Prince upon learning the truth. The 5 grandmasters would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Preparations were in order, with myriad thoughts swirling. Zhao Jie addressed Fan Xian calmly. Rest assured, I am rather swift. Fan Xian shot him a peculiar glance. At this juncture of life and death, he refrained from further banter and remained vigilant, scanning for lurking assassins. Yet, the journey progressed without incident, becoming increasingly remote, until the elder raised his long whip and brought the carriage to a stop, directly approaching Fan Xian. Speaking hurriedly, he swiftly fled, seemingly fearful of pursuit. Fan Xian grew increasingly cautious. The surrounding silence was unnerving, devoid of any passers-by, a prime location for murder and burial. You might be overthinking it. No one would strike here, Zhao Jie reassured him, noting Fan Xian's hesitance as he peered through the window, reluctant to disembark. This is the Qing Temple. I've heard it's the most sacred site in the Qing nation. The emperor has decreed that those who act recklessly within the temple shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. So it was a place of worship for deities. Fan Xian suddenly understood, reflecting on Zhao Jie's words, realizing the ancient reverence for the divine would likely deter any violent act here. He gazed at the opulent yet ancient temple, a sense of superiority swelling within him as he scoffed at such beliefs. Devotion to deities was utterly foolish. The funds spent on this grand palace could have saved countless lives. Is this not a devotion to the divine? Zhao Jie inquired, blinking in disbelief. What then do they worship? Taoism or Buddhism? Are these 2 sects present here? He, well-versed in ancient texts, noted the conspicuous absence of many great sages in this world. Taoists, Buddhists, and renowned poets were all lacking. They venerate the museum, Zhao Jie elucidated. While the museum does not interfere with human decisions, it silently aids humanity, guiding it towards the right path, hence its veneration. So the museum has existed for many years? Fan Xian inquired, intrigued. Indeed, for countless ages, Zhao Jie affirmed. With this revelation, Fan Xian's curiosity piqued, and he descended from the carriage to explore the Qing Temple, only to find Zhao Jie remaining motionless within. Why do you not join me? There are masters within. I dare not approach, Zhao Jie replied. How formidable are they? Extremely formidable. A single palm could crush you, no. Even a mere finger would suffice. Zhao Jie's serious analogy left Fan Xian gasping in horror, and he turned on his heel and quickly walked away. If not now. When? I believe you must enter. Why? He may be your father, Zhao Jie stated slowly. I sense an aura that feels remarkably familiar, an overwhelming true energy, cultivated to a profound degree. Fan Xian pondered this, finding it plausible. After all, manuals and techniques were traditionally passed down through direct lineage. The cavalry capable of redirecting from Sinan Bo's manor could very well belong to his father. He approached the Qing Temple step by step, while Zhao Jie remained outside, quietly awaiting his return. Until a carriage slowly passed him by, Zhao Jie instinctively cast a glance. The piercing gaze belonged to none other than Emperor Qing, the hidden superpower in this world. Who is that person? Wondered the rustic individual. As Emperor Qing's eyes gradually closed, memories of the black box behind Zhao Jie surged in his mind, an unsettling feeling rising within him. His voice carried an undertone of chill. Investigate. The Qing nation permits no one unknown to me. Chapter 17. Spider-Man joins the chat group simulating the life of Emperor Qing. Life simulation of Emperor Qing in progress. A violet radiance unfolded, causing the world to freeze, while the sky slowly dimmed. Zhao Jie abruptly opened his eyes, his narrowed gaze fixed on the slowly departing carriage of Emperor Qing. This was a heavyweight filled with experience, undoubtedly a grandmaster. With a few more simulations, he might quickly ascend to the status of a grandmaster himself, though humanity may rely on tools. The deepest yearning lies in transcending one's own limitations and achieving absolute strength. Emperor Qing. Zhao Jie turned his head, his hands reaching for the black box behind him. Though the distance was still somewhat close, he brimmed with confidence, the confidence derived from the King of the Night. Time acceleration. Curved trajectory technique. Foreseeing the future. With a mere thought, he activated all his abilities, preparing to deliver a lethal shot to Emperor Qing. But before he could reach for his gun, his expression abruptly shifted. So swift. Zhao Jie lowered his head in terror. A hand had stealthily reached through the window and gripped his neck, lifting him with the ease of an eagle seizing a chick. The speed left him utterly defenseless. His hands were empty. The black box containing the Barrett had vanished. A strong sense of suffocation overwhelmed him, and he felt excruciating discomfort, immensely distressing. It was indeed him. The owner of that hand was none other than Emperor Qing, who now bore an expression far removed from his usual calm and indifferent demeanor, instead displaying a complex mixture of emotions as he gazed at the black box in his hand and the glossy dark Barrett within. This object was all too familiar to him. In the past, he had been merely an unappreciated prince, and his father, feeble and cowardly, could never ascend to the throne. Until that fateful day, the woman held this object, and after a thunderous sound, both of his uncles perished in succession, while the ninth-grade experts guarding him remained utterly unresponsive. What a terrifying thing it was. The Emperor of Qing slowly grasped Zhao Jie by the throat, an overwhelming force surging within him. What is your relationship with Qi Mei? Who sent you? Do you intend to kill me? Zhao Jie remained silent, feeling the immense power of the Grandmaster for the first time, reaching a level beyond human comprehension. However, he was not entirely without hope. Time stood still. A flash of white flickered in his eyes, and the Emperor's figure froze momentarily. Zhao Jie hastily broke free from his grip, collapsing heavily onto the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. The sensation of having one's throat constricted was truly unpleasant. Before he could catch his breath, a figure raced towards him from afar. The piercing sound of the wind was alarmingly sharp. It was Gong Dian, the protective guard following the Emperor, rumored to possess ninth-grade strength, seemingly formidable. Zhao Jie kicked the black box, and the Barrett within flew out. He silently invoked time acceleration, his hands moving with extraordinary speed, twisting his body to unleash a dazzling spark. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Gong Dian's face twisted in terror as he stared in disbelief at the gaping hole that had formed in his chest, his body collapsing to the ground without a sound. And then there was the Emperor. Zhao Jie swiftly raised his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the Emperor, but before he could fire, the frozen figure of the Emperor unexpectedly moved. The Emperor's eyes widened in horror, his garments billowing with the flow of his true energy. The fear of death, facing the barrel of a gun, was the source of countless nightmares that had haunted him. With a fierce motion, the Emperor struck out, unleashing a violent surge of true energy that resonated through the air, crashing into Zhao Jie with a terrifying force. The sound of cracking echoed as Zhao Jie's chest was caved in, and then, with a thunderous bang, his body was transformed into a rain of blood. Suspended in the air, scattered across the ground, Zhao Jie had been obliterated. This simulation has failed. You have gained 50 pounds of the Emperor's power. So swift, so ruthless. Zhao Jie felt a tremor course through his body, his gaze filled with astonishment as he watched the Emperor's carriage recede. The Emperor's wrathful strike had imparted a profound understanding of the terror of a Grandmaster. Truly, a single punch could reduce one to mere ashes. He leaned weakly against the carriage, striving to conceal himself and avoid drawing the Emperor's attention. Only after experiencing death once did Zhao Jie recall the psychological trauma the Barrett had inflicted on the Emperor, even after so many years since Qi Mei's demise. And having become a Grandmaster himself, the sight of the familiar black box, especially one that had accompanied Fan Xian from Dan Prefecture, instantly heightened the Emperor's vigilance. How careless of me. He quietly leaned against the carriage, taking deep breaths, casting furtive glances at the diminishing figure of the Emperor, calculating the distance. Zhao Jie stubbornly prepared for another simulation. Simulating the life of the Emperor. Simulating the life of the Emperor. A purple light flickered softly. The world coming to a halt, the sky darkening. Zhao Jie did not act immediately, but patiently waited. Soon after, he disembarked from the carriage, carrying the Barrett and swiftly ascended the walls of the Emperor's temple. He ran atop, seeking the highest vantage point for sniping, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Fan Xian joyfully munching on a chicken leg. Oblivious to him, Zhao Jie found the perfect position and swiftly readied the Barrett, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang. Reload. Fire again. Bang. Reload. Fire again. Bang. The three resounding blasts startled Fan Xian, causing him to instinctively hunch down, clutching his chicken leg. Before he could react, he witnessed a horrifying, unimaginable sight. A man, half his body blown away, blood streaming from him, rose into the air, his mangled hand revealing white bone. An incomprehensible surge of true energy erupting forth like a roaring ocean. Fan Xian watched in disbelief as Zhao Jie stood atop the roof, both he and the temple below disintegrating into dust. Brother Zhao, did you just explode? This simulation has failed. You have gained a reaction speed of 0.3 from the Emperor. The two simulations were intense, and the disparity in power is vast. It is advised that the host take a rest. Zhao Jie sat quietly, feeling somewhat despondent. He had believed long-range combat was his advantage, confidently firing 3 bullets to seal the Emperor's position, only to find that the Emperor's reactions were too swift, his heart too ruthless, as he used a nearby person to shield himself. Yet, The Emperor had underestimated the power of the bullets. The remaining rounds still erupted forth, piercing through that person's body and even the Emperor's hand. The Emperor's fury erupted, his true energy surging as he shifted positions with blinding speed. The second bullet missed, striking only his afterimage. The third bullet was swatted away by the Emperor's palm. The collision of the bullet and true energy creating a dazzling light, followed by a furious strike. The world fell silent. Zhao Jie sat in silence, expressionless, lost in thought. He realized he had made a critical misstep. Bringing the black box to the Emperor's temple was a grave error. The Emperor would undoubtedly investigate him. This was not a mere simulation, but a crisis stemming from reality. The apprehension of a Grandmaster was no trivial matter. Ding. Spider-Man has joined the chat group. Chapter 18. When Xiaoyan met Lindong. Ding. Spider-Man has joined the chat group. Ding. Xiaoyan has joined the chat group. Ding. Lindong has joined the chat group. 3 consecutive notifications echoed in Zhao Jie's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned before he couldn't help but chuckle. They were indeed old acquaintances. The panic of having inadvertently attracted the Emperor's attention dissipated in an instant. After all, compared to future martial ancestors and fire emperors, a Grandmaster was merely a minor obstacle. With a slight smirk, Zhao Jie, drawing on his 20 years of singlehood, swiftly typed, "Who are you? Why have you joined my chat group?" A preemptive strike. Xiaoyan, no way? I've crossed over, and this chat group can still reach me? Is Mahuating this impressive? Lindong. I am Lin Lang Tian, accidentally entering this place. I apologize for any offense, esteemed chat group seniors. Please do not hold it against me. Xiaoyan, I'm dying of laughter. Who is this silly person? Haven't you used the chat group before? It's just that lottery thing where you never win. Also, Lindong, next time you reveal your alias, please change it. Leaning against a tree on the back mountain of the Zhao family, Xiaoyan, with a grass root in his mouth, gazed in amazement at the floating images before him. Almost moved to tears. He had thought that after crossing over, he would dominate effortlessly, surrounded by beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life, but instead found himself a fallen genius. Finally encountering something worthwhile, why did it feel so familiar? Mahuating, I really have no money to buy a membership anymore. On the other side, Xiaoyan wore a pained expression, while Lindong blushed, playfully splashing in the pool, relishing the comfort of the water. Never expecting that his first attempt at impersonation would be exposed. How embarrassing. Feeling self-conscious, Lindong lowered his head, peeking at the floating chat box with curiosity. Brother Xiaoyan, what is this chat group? Xiaoyan, you just called me brother? Be careful, or I'll accuse you of defamation. How old are you? Speak up. Lindong. I am 14 years old, having just celebrated my birthday. Xiaoyan, 14, huh? Lindong. Brother Xiaoyan, how old are you this year? Lindong opened his mouth, feeling that Brother Xiaoyan was somewhat peculiar, yet he felt a sense of closeness, far surpassing the indifference of his clan members. Regarding Xiaoyan's claim of being his elder brother, Lindong had no objections. After all, according to his father, anyone older than him, even by a day, deserved to be addressed as brother. Such was the custom. In his innocent naivety, he continued, "Thank you for the invitation. I am in Xingyang Town, at the 3rd level of body tempering, and I am 14 this year. By the way, Brother Xiaoyan, what is the Doqi continent? I have never heard of it." Xiaoyan. At that moment, Xiaoyan instinctively chewed on some grass roots, not for show, but because there was little entertainment in this otherworldly realm aside from digging ant nests, relieving oneself, and playing in the mud. As a transmigrator and once a prodigy in cultivation, he found such activities beneath him. Thus, he resolved to chew on grass roots. This item was ubiquitous, relatively inexpensive, and most importantly, it had a certain flair. Though it did have its drawbacks, such as a slight bitterness. When he heard Lindong's words, he was utterly astonished, his eyes reflecting confusion. A bitter sensation filled his mouth, causing Xiaoyan to shudder. Could it be that someone was unaware of the Doqi continent? Xiaoyan. Could it be that we hail from a multiverse, not belonging to the same world? Lindong, what is a multiverse? At this moment, Lindong gazed at Xiaoyan with wide eyes, filled with admiration. This young man, merely a year his senior, possessed an abundance of knowledge. Spider-Man. It is a connection of multiple worlds. We belong to different realms, and unless in exceptional circumstances, it is nearly impossible for us to encounter one another. Lindong, So there are countless worlds? How vast. Spider-Man, now is not the time to discuss the multiverse. I have a serious question to ask. Does anyone know who Spider-Man is? Sigh, never mind. No one would know that poor Peter is Spider-Man. Lindong, with a puzzled expression, scratched his head, struggling to comprehend Spider-Man's words. What exactly was Spider-Man? A creature born of a spider and a shrimp? Lindong, Peter? Spider-Man. So you don't know? That's both a great blessing and a misfortune. The good news is you don't know Peter. The bad news is you don't know Peter. Xiaoyan, Peter Parker. Zhao Jie, Peter Parker. Spider-Man. In the nighttime of New York, atop a towering building, Spider-Man leaned against the wall, gazing at the moonlight, reveling in the beauty of the metropolis. This was a rare moment of tranquility after the world had forgotten him. Oh, my dear God. There are indeed people who know Spider-Man is Peter Parker. The multiverse is truly insane. Spider-Man. It seems the magic worked, allowing my world to forget me while others became aware of my existence. What do you all know? Xiaoyan, you wet the bed when you were 3. Zhao, your pants got dirty, and you wore them for 2 days. Spider-Man. At that moment, Peter felt as though struck by lightning, covering his face with his hands, and leaped from the 100-story building, heading straight for the Mage's Hall. Today he was determined that someone would pay. You can make everyone forget me, but you cannot share my embarrassing moments with others, not even from another world. Observing Spider-Man's exit, Zhao Jie smirked slightly, then continued, Xiaoyan. While you cooperated well just now, your actions of joining others' chat groups without consent constitute a violation. You have now breached Article 137 of the Galactic Empire's 10-cent law, illegally joining someone else's chat group. I am going to report you. Xiaoyan, wait. Please don't report yet. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I accidentally joined your group in an unknown star system on an unknown planet. It was truly unintentional. May I inquire what year it is now? Zhao Jie. Who is Tianlin? Xiaoyan, you do not know who he is? Haven't you cursed him while writing your thesis? Oh, that must be a fortunate circumstance. What is the current year? Zhao Jie. It is the year 2160 AD. During the Fourth Galactic War, the solar system has already fallen. I am the last guardian of Earth. At this moment, Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered. The year 2160 AD? The Fourth Galactic War? The fall of the solar system? What has happened to my Earth? It's over. It's finished. He had thought he had landed on an alien planet, waiting for his homeworld to send a spaceship for rescue, only to discover that his homeworld no longer existed. Xiaoyan. Chapter 19. The advancing Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt like crying. He was indeed crying. Memories of his unfortunate life flooded back, living like a dog in his previous life, inadvertently perishing and transmigrating. Upon being reborn, he vowed to never underestimate the youth's hardships, dedicating himself to rigorous cultivation. While others slept, he practiced. While others played, he trained. Thus, he became a fighter, a genuine genius. Admired by the clan's elders and chased by countless admirers, Xiaoyan was filled with pride. But then it all vanished. The doqi he had cultivated dissipated overnight. The feeling of plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss is something no one could endure. Had it not been for his matured mindset, his father, his brother, and Sun Air's constant encouragement, he might not have made it through. 3 years of relentless effort turned to dust. The sense of loss was indescribable. It was akin to earning money through hard work, only to have the boss smilingly take it away at the end of the day while patting your shoulder, saying you should strive harder. 3 years of that. Who could bear it? No one knew the trials Xiaoyan endured during those 3 years, not even he himself. Watching one after another of those he had once easily surpassed rise above him, mocking him, such feelings. Xiaoyan sat despondently on the grass, gazing silently at the starry sky. The tranquil night allowed him to fully comprehend the meaning of extreme joy and sorrow. He encountered things in this otherworldly realm that were impossible to find elsewhere. A familiar chat group, familiar individuals from another world. Yet, all of it was lost. Xiaoyan took a few steps forward, the fierce mountain wind billowing his clothes, creating a whistling sound. He looked down into the valley, dark and foreboding like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Someone like me may be destined to remain an ordinary person. Xiaoyan stared into the abyss for a long time, a sudden realization ringing in his mind. Before he could fully process it, something fell at his feet, rolling and startling him into a state of panic. A hand grenade. He instinctively rolled away, covering his head with his hands, and soon reacted, delivering a heavy punch to the ground, his face filled with frustration. Zhao Jie, I don't have any of that. Just some primitive weapons, worthless ones. Don't even think about the latest models of star armor. They are too expensive for me to afford. They are just local specialties. Local specialties indeed. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched as he bent down to pick up the grenade. The cold, chilling sensation coursed through him, prompting an involuntary gulp. It's real. Xiaoyan, is the technology now so advanced that it can transport items across space? Even melons can be sent? Zhao Jie, ISNT that an old technology? Quantum superluminal teleportation entanglement technology just requires this and that. Sigh, never mind, I don't know either. Lin Dong, brothers, what kind of melon is this? Is it tasty? Why can't I open it? In the cave, Lin Dong gazed thoughtfully at the grenade in his hand. Brother Xiao, Yin said it was a melon. It should be something edible, right? He casually struck the ground twice, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The surrounding earth crumbled into the impact. Yet the melon remained unscathed. What a peculiar fruit. Truly, it is a product from realms beyond our own. Xiaoyan exclaimed, Are you foolish? This is a fragrant melon, meant for lethal purposes. You must not strike it. You must not strike it. Suddenly, he plunged into the pool, causing the already small surface of water to ripple violently, splashing against the walls of the basin. Lin Dong's gaze was drawn to an unusual sight, the ceiling of a cave he had never before considered. There, an enigmatic handprint was etched into the stone. Within the print lay a small stone, from which a droplet of crimson liquid slowly descended, eventually merging with the pool below. Lin Dong's mouth fell agape, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. He had uncovered the mysterious reason behind his secret lair. It was this very stone. At that moment, Zhao Jie and Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the monumental turning point in Lin Dong's life, engrossed in mutual flattery. Xiao Yan remarked, "Brother Zhao Jie, I humbly seek your guidance in the future." Zhao Jie replied, "I am merely an ordinary person, truly not that remarkable." Xiao Yan insisted, "Not at all. Brother Zhao Jie commands an entire planet, possesses countless weapons, and wields the internet, truly living in a splendid world." This thought brought a pang of melancholy to Xiao Yan. In comparison to Zhao Jie, and even to his previous life, he was faring quite poorly. Aside from his father, who owned numerous properties and amassed considerable wealth, being the head of the family with two brothers who were fighters, he felt utterly devoid of fortune. Zhao Jie, a formidable force in the urban future. The earthly guardian of the galactic empire. How terrifying this young man is. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a flicker of hope. If he could align himself with Zhao Jie, what did it matter if he was a fighter or a champion? Even if the king of fighters appeared, he would possess the strength to contend. They were merely faster horses. Could their speed rival his missiles? With his grand Gatling guns, capable of firing 3,600 rounds in a single breath, he could obliterate fighters and kings alike. As Xiao Yan envisioned a bright future, tears welled in his eyes. He yearned to assist his father, aware of the countless resources his father had expended for him over the past 3 years, inciting discontent among the elders. Being a waste was one thing. The Zhao family could afford to support him, but a waste that continuously consumed resources was particularly irksome. Zhao Jie observed, "It seems you haven't had it easy on that planet either. But fear not, you still have hope. You are truly unaware of your fortune." Xiao Yan inquired, "What do you mean, brother?" Zhao Jie explained, "I couldn't find any information on your Duki continent in the Interstellar Alliance. It may not have been discovered yet, or perhaps the naming was incorrect. If it was simply misnamed, that's inconsequential, but if it remains undiscovered, you could be in for a windfall." "A windfall?" Zhao Jie continued, "As the first to discover a planet, you stand to reap its resources, akin to uncovering a new continent." The notion ignited a fervor in Xiao Yan. He had traversed to a new world, making him the first of his kind on an alien planet. A new world, a new planet, boundless wealth awaited him. But wait, did that not imply he was selling out his planet? No, that cannot be right. He was a citizen of Earth. How could he be selling out his planet? He was heralding freedom, equality, justice, and true happiness for this archaic and stubborn world. Chapter 20. Overbearing, True Qi. Evolution. At this moment, Xiao Yan had never felt his future so promising. Zhao Jie proposed, "Let us assist one another. You possess the resources of an entire world without the means to exploit them, while I have the technology but lack a world. It is a perfect complement. A win-win for all." This was a compelling proposition. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and he agreed without hesitation. He claimed to own a planet, yet he possessed nothing. Conversely, Zhao Jie had an abundance of assets. He felt somewhat embarrassed. He was expecting others to contribute without offering anything in return. Wasn't that akin to freeloading? Zhao Jie reassured him, "Do not worry, I still have billions at my disposal. Supporting you two in the early stages is quite manageable for me." Xiao Yan fell silent. While he was unsure of the status of billions in the future, he surmised that it likely connoted wealth. Perhaps there would be charming companions. Various delightful young women approaching him, those who were alluringly adorned, skilled in their crafts, and empathetic. How enviable. Zhao Jie added, "I will send you something beneficial. It is the overbearing true qi, a fundamental cultivation technique for students of the Galactic Empire. If you hail from a minor family, you might consider this. It boasts extraordinary combat potential." Group member Zhao Jie sent a red envelope. Group member Xiao Yan claimed the red envelope. Group member Spider-Man claimed the red envelope. Xiao Yan inquired, "Overbearing true qi? The name sounds peculiar. Does it absorb something? Oxygen or nitrogen?" Zhao Jie clarified, "This has been simulated by the Galactic Empire's supercomputers. It specifically absorbs nuclear radiation to enhance the body. Anyone can cultivate it, with no innate talent required. Upon mastery, one can face an army single-handedly." Zhao Jie continued, "I am currently on Earth and cannot venture out. In 2 or 3 months, I will procure a couple of nuclear warheads to expedite your cultivation to mastery." Absorbing nuclear radiation? Procuring nuclear warheads? Xiao Yan's mouth hung open, his mind buzzing in confusion. Was he going mad, or was the world itself insane? Group member Lin Dong claimed the red envelope. Lin Dong expressed gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for the manual. I just found a stone that I feel must be a treasure. A stone? Zhao Jie's eyes flickered with intrigue. It must be the legendary ancestral stone. Ranked second in that realm. He hesitated. In the past, he might have seized it from Lin Dong without a second thought, for one must prioritize oneself. Yet the tears of Fan Xian had stirred a complex mix of emotions within Zhao Jie. Everyone has their feelings and stories, and ultimately, he could not bring himself to be cruel. Why am I not a villain? I should be a villain, he mused, self-deprecatingly, as he remained immersed in the chat group. Zhao Jie cautioned Lin Dong. Regardless of whether that stone is a treasure, do not disclose it to anyone, or calamity will befall you. Lin Dong replied, I trust you. Brother Zhao, I believe you are not a bad person. Ah, what a naive child. Lin Dong continued, even if this stone is a treasure. As long as Brother Zhao can help heal my father's injuries, it matters not. Group member Lin Dong sent you a red envelope. Zhao Jie paused. Holding a stone the size of 2 fingers, soft to the touch, neither quite stone nor wood, neither quite jade nor anything else. He cradled the stone in his palm, fully immersing himself in its essence. In a daze, he found himself in a realm of darkness, devoid of light and sound. Zhao Jie remained calm. He possessed a life simulator and the ability to heal, constantly utilizing recovery techniques, his mental strength far superior, allowing him to effortlessly enter the internal space of the stone talisman. A figure slowly materialized, emanating a faint glow, and astonishingly, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Jie. The apparition settled into a meditative posture, its body becoming translucent, revealing intricate meridians coursing throughout. A series of radiant lights flickered to life, and Zhao Jie widened his eyes, quietly observing the positions and trajectories of these illuminations, which he found astonishingly familiar. Despite having only encountered the dominant true qi for a single night, his experiences with Fan Xian had been overwhelmingly abundant. Not only did he absorb true qi, but he also gleaned insights into its essence from Fan Xian. The illuminated pathways represented the flow of dominant true qi, a projection derived from the artificial intelligence of the military museum within the realm of Qing Yunyan. Zhao Jie watched intently as vein after vein illuminated, and the figure before him began to glow at the chest, revealing one more channel, then another, and yet another. In the depths of the dark space, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Zhao Jie fixated on the figure, now radiating with luminescent veins. A small cluster of light emerged at the chest, appearing remarkably striking. The veins were exceedingly delicate. If previously there had been 18, now there were 108, a stark contrast indeed. Zhao Jie opened his eyes and examined the stone talisman in his hand. It was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth, truly remarkable. Nevertheless, it must be returned to its rightful owner, for they had an entire world to save, along with billions of lives at stake. Group member Zhao Jie sent an exclusive red envelope to group member Lin Dong. Group member Zhao Jie sent a red envelope. Zhao Jie, Lin Dong. I utilized a machine to authenticate this. It belongs to the treasure of heaven and earth, and its numbers are quite limited even in the Galactic Empire. Its capabilities are formidable, suitable for deducing techniques, refining medicinal materials, and other wondrous applications. I can't discern its full potential, but it appears to be a fusion of a galactic computer and a refining machine. Zhao Jie, I just sent another red envelope containing a healing potion. It is extraordinarily effective for both internal and external injuries. With just a breath, one can essentially survive. I have meticulously labeled the materials so everyone can take a look. If you cannot find it, feel free to message me privately. After all, it's not something of great value. Zhao Jie, I used Lin Dong as items to deduce a technique, and astonishingly, it elevated my dominant true qi by 3 to 4 levels. Truly remarkable. It seems we must continue to rely on Lin Dong in the future. He is practically a technique enhancer. Xiaoyan, wow, how terrifying. At that moment, a destitute yet handsome young man shed tears. He was genuinely on the brink of tears, having initially thought Lin Dong was just another idle fellow like himself. Someone who was supposed to lie low, only to discover upon stepping outside that he had stumbled upon a super treasure. Heaven's favored child, perhaps. Xiaoyan silently wept, his hands moving swiftly. Group member Xiaoyan claimed the red envelope. Lin Dong, brother, you jest. Should you find any use for me, do not hesitate to ask. I, Lin Dong, shall not shy away. Zhao Jie, Xiaoyan, do not despair. Remember, you are a man of 3 worlds. No, for worlds. What is there to fear? Let us not underestimate the youth. We all have bright futures ahead of us. Xiaoyan clenched his fist, and his previously dormant heart surged with vigor, rekindling the lost youth of his past. He sat cross-legged, quietly contemplating the dominant true qi that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Initially, He merely wished to experiment with cultivation. Once Zhao Jie's nuclear warhead arrived, he would soar to great heights. Yet unexpectedly, something unforeseen occurred. Xiaoyan, big brother. Xiaodong, I seem to have encountered a problem. Why does my body feel numb? Could it be that my world also suffers from nuclear radiation? At this moment, Xiaoyan wore a perplexed expression. Hadn't they established that they were in the Doqi continent? Where could nuclear radiation possibly come from? Yet the changes in his body felt all too real, progressing at a speed far exceeding his cultivation of Doqi by tenfold. Could it be? Xiaoyan abruptly lifted his gaze to the moon above, and a bold notion struck him. As a transmigrator, he was aware of a colossal nuclear warhead capable of releasing energy equivalent to 9 billion nuclear bombs every second. Was it possible that the legendary absorption of the essence of the sun and moon was, in fact, the absorption of nuclear radiation? Xiaoyan licked his lips, crossing his arms over his chest, his long sleeves dancing in the night breeze. Whether the cultivation involved absorbing nuclear radiation, the essence of the sun and moon, or Doqi, he was determined to embrace it. This time, there would be no reduction. Xiaoyan from the Zhao family. Just as he was on the verge of tears of joy, a white figure slowly floated into view, gazing at him with an expression of disdain. Bah! What a foul stench from your cultivation. Xiaoyan stared blankly, his astute mind quickly piecing everything together, his eyes reddening in anger. Damn it! Chapter 21. The drumstick turns into a maiden. Xiaoyan. Uncle, save me. Zhao Jie looked at Xiaoyan's hurriedly offline avatar and the inexplicable words he had uttered, feeling both amused and perplexed. This Xiaoyan? Surely he wants to mistaking Yao Lao for a ghost? Even if Uncle Nine were to arrive, he would witness Yao Lao eating while muttering about his thoughts. What was that all about? No, I recall that Yao Lao only awakened 3 years after Xiaoyan's agreement. And Nailin Yin has yet to make her entrance. How could Yao Lao have emerged prematurely? If Xiaoyan were deemed unworthy of her, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed himself. Such a captivating scene must not be missed. Zhao Jie crossed his arms, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. He had initially planned to subtly approach Fan Xian. Yet the chat group had welcomed 3 new members. Though they had yet to discover the promotion task, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He needed to complete the task swiftly. Only by becoming an administrator could he act as he pleased. Gradually, he pulled back the curtains, and a carriage passed by, presumably carrying Lin Wanner, the maiden with the drumstick. Indeed, the next moment, Fan Xian emerged from the Qing temple, holding a drumstick. Yet the area before the temple was desolate. The maiden he yearned for had long flown away, leaving him standing foolishly, grinning at the drumstick. Zhao Jie chose not to interrupt, resting his chin on his hand, quietly observing. At times, the world is absurd. Some childhood friends end up separated, while strangers fall in love at first sight. Some individuals risk everything for their beloved, while others would rather stab their beloved in the back. Love, perhaps I shall never encounter it. Zhao Jie pondered, reflecting that had he followed the original trajectory, he might have adhered to his parents' plans, attending work, engaging in arranged marriages, purchasing a home, having children, and living a mundane life. Yet ever since acquiring the life simulator, he seemed to have embarked on an irreversible path. From entering the chat group to pursuing the Assassin Alliance in pursuit of the Firefox, he was no longer that naive university student just stepping out of campus. Some things were destined to depart from him. Zhao Jie, look at this. Fan Xian, with a foolish grin, approached Zhao Jie, his usual composure absent, eagerly sharing his excitement. He clutched the drumstick tightly in one hand and tugged at Zhao Jie's sleeve with the other. This is a drumstick. A drumstick. Zhao Jie, while it is said that love can diminish one's intelligence, it surely should not reach such absurdity. Were it not for my knowledge of Lin Wanner's connection to this drumstick, I might suspect you, Fan Xian, of having lost her senses. Feigning deep thought, he gazed quizzically at the drumstick in Fan Xian's hand. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, this drumstick seems to have been bitten into. Could it be? Fan Xian's expression brimmed with anticipation, believing that a drumstick had led to an encounter with a celestial maiden, a truly beautiful story. Yet in the next instant, his countenance fell as Zhao Jie solemnly declared, did you perhaps snatch it from a dog's mouth? How could I have snatched it from a dog's mouth? Fan Xian, now frantic, waved the drumstick in front of Zhao Jie, exclaiming, this drumstick contains a maiden. Can't you see? What a beautiful maiden she is, the drumstick maiden. She is a celestial fairy from the heavens. From the perspectives of genetics and human sociology, Zhao Jie regarded Fan Xian with a peculiar gaze, remarking that a well-cooked chicken leg could only be deemed mere sustenance. He jested that if she were a hen, perhaps a cross-species romance might ensue. Having heard tales of the snail girl, he advised Fan to adopt a more pragmatic approach, suggesting they elevate their standards just a smidge. He gestured with his fingers, pinching them together to create a minuscule gap, asserting that their criteria were not overly demanding, even if the object of affection were not human. It ought to be a living being at the very least. Zhao Jie wore a look of resigned exasperation, then turned to Fan Xian with a significant glance, muttering softly that the museum warned against the intense radiation outside, which could lead one to develop peculiar psychological affections, such as for a chicken leg, in such close proximity. Whispers could be heard by anyone, even a skilled cultivator like Fan Xian, not to mention an ordinary person. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's murmurs, Fan Xian's expression darkened. He finally regained his composure, realizing he had committed a foolish act. "I prefer women," he exclaimed inwardly, while simultaneously harboring a desire to eliminate Zhao Jie. He found himself nostalgically yearning for his uncle Wu Zhu, who, despite often provoking him, was far preferable to Zhao Jie's incessant mockery. Casting a glance at the chicken leg in his hand, he reluctantly wrapped it in a silk scarf and tucked it into his chest. "Earlier, I encountered a maiden at the temple. She was extraordinarily beautiful, like a fairy, and she chased after me with laughter, even gifting me a chicken leg." "You mean Lin Wanu?" Zhao Jie interjected directly, revealing the identity of the chicken leg maiden Fan Xian had been fixated on. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could leverage Lin Waner's identity to stir up trouble. Her name is indeed Lin Waner. How fitting, as she is as gentle as jade. Beautiful in both appearance and name, Fan Xian mused, suddenly struck by the familiarity of the name. He stood there, dazed, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the sky. If memory served, his father had sent him to the capital to arrange a marriage, having betrothed him to someone named Lin Waner. Fan Xian swallowed hard, a wave of incredulity washing over him. Just half an hour prior, he had derided the notion of arranged marriages as feudalistic and obstinate, vowing never to marry her. Yet now, the thought seemed enticing. "Zhao brother." Fan Xian placed a hand on Zhao Jie's shoulder, wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. "Are you certain she is Lin Wana? This concerns my future. You must be absolutely certain." "Then it's settled." At this moment, Fan Xian had entirely shed his calm demeanor, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. "Oh, divine providence, you have not been unkind to me. Allow me to express my gratitude. However, I do not recommend you marry her." Zhao Jie replied leisurely, revealing his ulterior motives. "She may be afflicted with an illness, possibly tuberculosis, which is incurable in this era, unless—" He intended to suggest that only the temple possessed remedies for Lin Waner, but his scheme faltered unexpectedly. "Tuberculosis? That is indeed a serious affliction that requires careful nurturing and appropriate remedies." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Jie promptly fell silent. His plan seemingly overlooked a crucial detail. He forgot that Fan Xian was not only adept at poisoning, but also a skilled physician, and Lin Waner's condition was one he could cure. It appeared the pretense of fetching medicine from the temple might not hold water after all. Zhao Jie's eyes flickered. If this path was unviable, he would have to seek another route. Let Fan Xian perish. When is the assassination at Nyolan Street scheduled? I must devise a way to expedite matters. Chapter 22. Ascension to 7th rank master. The members of the Fan family possessed an abundance of cunning, particularly Fan Jian, Fan Xian, and Fan Ruo. As for Lu Ernyang and Fan Xizha, they were decidedly lacking in that regard. Nonetheless, this was a matter of the Fan household, and regarding Zhao Jie, their guest, Lu Ernyang displayed great poise and grace, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. She not only arranged for suitable accommodations, but also prepared warm bathing water to welcome him and cleanse away any fatigue. The meal was sumptuous, served warm, and tasted delightful, evidently crafted by a skilled chef. She even assigned 2 attentive maidservants to cater to Zhao Jie, allowing him a glimpse of the oppressive nature of feudalism as they assisted him in changing his attire. Those gentle hands, quite delightful. Zhao Jie had initially intended to meditate, simulating Fan Xian's life and continuing to cultivate his own domineering energy. At that moment, he had attained a 5th rank prowess, barely qualifying as a minor master. However, the Emperor's astonishing display of power had made him acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of grandmasters. "I shall forego sleep. I will cultivate through the night." Yet, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. Zhao Jie, who thought himself free from the internal strife of the Fan household, soon found himself confronted with a minor inconvenience. Rising from his bed, he opened the door, only to have someone stumble in, almost crashing into him, barely regaining their balance and adjusting their hat to appear less disheveled. The intruder was none other than Fan Xizha. "Are you the friend of that rascal from Danzhou?" "My father, Fan Jian." Zhao Jie could only chuckle in disbelief. This boy clearly had never crossed swords with Fan Xian and had come to vent his frustrations here. Before Fan Xizha could continue, an irate female voice called out, "Fan Xizha, what are you doing?" The initially arrogant Fan Xizha shrank back, like a mouse confronted by a cat, visibly terrified. A young girl entered the courtyard, her dress flowing gracefully as she approached Zhao Jie with poise. "My younger brother is young and thoughtless. He has offended you, Zhao Gongzi." I implore your forgiveness. The newcomer was Fan Ruarua, who bowed sincerely in apology. Although she was unaware of Zhao Jie's true identity, her brother Fan Xian had cautioned her to treat him as a good friend and not to be dismissive. She kept a watchful eye on Fan Xija, hoping he would mend his ways after receiving a reprimand. However, to her dismay, he darted away, signaling trouble was afoot. Indeed. Outside, Fan Xija could be heard boasting loudly. Fan Ruarua glared at him, knowing she needed no words. The sight of her anger silenced Fan Xija, leaving him as deflated as a defeated rooster. But sister, didn't he say anything wrong? He is just here to seize the Fan family's wealth. Enough. Zhao Jie had no time for their childish antics, which seemed as trivial as a child's game. He swiftly placed his hand on the door, applying a slight force. With the 9-in white bone claw, he aimed to crush the enemy's head like crumbling earth. The sturdy wooden door creaked ominously, imprinting 5 distinct finger marks, leaving Fan Xija wide-eyed and gulping nervously. What formidable energy! Fan Ruarua was taken aback, gently nudging Fan Xija, who snapped back to reality and immediately apologized. His demeanor exceedingly sincere and practiced. Brother, I was wrong. Go on, go on. Do not disturb my cultivation. At the end of the day, he was merely a teenager, still in the throes of youthful naivety, embodying both tenacity and innocence. Fan Ruarua thanked him once more, forcibly leading Fan Xija away. He protested, Brother, you're my real big brother now. Can you teach me that 9-in white bone claw? I'll pay for it. I have money. What a delightful sibling relationship. Perhaps there was wisdom in disciplining the younger brother early on? Zhao Jie couldn't help but smile at the sight of Fan Xija, who looked as if he had encountered a formidable tiger. He then closed the door and settled back into a meditative posture, immersing himself once again in the simulation of his own rise. A talent like him is truly shaped by his own relentless efforts. Simulator. Let me experience Fan Xian's life. In the simulation of Fan Xian's life, you discovered Fan Xian and, employing your extraordinary ability to pause time, unleashed your overwhelming aura, swiftly ending his life. This simulation proved successful, and congratulations are in order for acquiring Fan Xian's formidable true energy for 1 year. Zhao Jie felt a surge in his aura. The enhanced true energy technique, fortified by the ancestral stone, flowed with remarkable fluidity, akin to transitioning from a mere 2 threads to 5. The speed was astonishingly rapid. As the simulation unfolded, your actions were as swift as lightning, leading to Fan Xian's demise. Congratulations once again for obtaining Fan Xian's formidable true energy for another year, along with his insights into cultivation. As time progressed, Zhao Jie's aura continued to elevate. Since acquiring the self-healing abilities of the Firefox, his simulation attempts had increased significantly, possibly due to the cumulative effect of his powers. It seemed imperative to find a means to enhance his mental fortitude. He recalled that Lin Dong had embarked on the path of a talisman master, possessing specialized methods to cultivate mental strength. If only Xiao Yin were aware, he would likely be consumed by envy. The cultivation of mental strength is a coveted aspiration for any alchemist. Moreover, Lin Dong, with the ancestral stone, could directly refine medicinal essences into pills, while Xiao Yin had to endure the arduous task of memorizing various refining techniques. This disparity felt akin to devoting a decade to preparation only to discover that the neighbor had been granted admission to Tsinghua University. Zhao Jie found himself amused by the thought of Xiao Yan's reaction upon learning this news. It would undoubtedly be quite distinct. It seemed prudent to devise a strategy to venture into the world of Wudong Qiankuan, to simulate Lin Dong's experiences and potentially acquire him as the next source of knowledge. This source of experience was immensely valuable. Lin Dong was currently 14, and upon breaking through to the ancestral realm, he would likely be around 8 years from that point. Meanwhile, what would Xiao Yan be doing in 8 years? Perhaps barely achieving the rank of Do Wang, likely in some trivial endeavor. It seemed Xiao Yan's life might be somewhat more comfortable. Zhao Jie pondered deeply, as true energy surged within him, rapidly flowing into his chest and emanating a fierce heat that obliterated all obstacles in its path. With a decisive breakthrough, he advanced from the 6th to the 7th rank, achieving the status of a 7th rank master in merely a day and night. Zhao Jie could not help but exclaim in wonder at his own diligence and talent. As he emerged slowly from his chamber, a maid at the door waved her hand, prompting others to hurriedly arrive with food. Young Master Zhao, the 2 young masters and the young lady have gone out for a stroll. The eldest master mentioned he has matters to attend to and requests that you wait for him at the residence. Oh, I understand. You may leave. I have grown weary of standing, Zhao Jie replied. Once the servants departed, the maid busily began to clean the tables and chairs, arranging the meal with meticulous care, standing quietly by without any intention of leaving. Zhao Jie chose not to speak further, instead observing the meal, which had taken on a lighter flavor compared to the previous day's fare. This change piqued his curiosity. Who had prepared this meal? It was quite thoughtful. Zhao Jie had never been fond of spicy food. having grown up with his grandparents, who preferred their dishes heavily salted. Over time, he had developed an aversion to spiciness. He had never mentioned this to anyone, yet yesterday, while casually eating, he had opted for the lighter dishes, unknowingly drawing the attention of Fan Ruoruo, who had keenly noted his preference. As he savored the meal, Zhao Jia's thoughts lingered on Fan Xian's whereabouts, for he was aware that last night, while training, he sensed someone infiltrating the Fan residence, none other than Teng Zijing. As a member of the surveillance division, Teng Zijing's actions against Fan Xian were a grave transgression, leading to his being discarded as a pawn, with even his family's existence erased. Seeking Fan Xian's assistance, he knew Fan Xian would not turn a blind eye, for he had a compassionate spirit akin to his mother, valuing respect and equality among all. Zhao Jia shook his head. While equality might be an ideal, the reality of human nature dictated that not all are created equal. Some are intelligent, others foolish, some strive for progress, while others languish in despair. Some enjoy fortuitous circumstances, while others are plagued by misfortune. It was akin to studying diligently for years and achieving a high score to attend Tsinghua University, only to find that a slacker classmate also gained admission due to the policy of equality. What incentive would there be to strive for excellence? Effort yields results, and results create class distinctions. In a world where such disparities exist, the notion of equality becomes a mere illusion. Zhao Jia took another bite of his meal, recalling that Fan Xian would likely encounter Guo Baokuan today, the man who claimed to be the Minister of Rights. This encounter would herald the onset of turbulent times in the capital. As he contemplated how to introduce a sense of urgency for Fan Xian, a message notification appeared in his mind, directed at him. Lindong, Zhao Jia, Big Brother, you are truly remarkable. Following your advice, I added the liquid from the stone talisman into my father's medicine, and he is indeed much improved. At that moment, within the Lin family, Lin Dong watched in delight as his father, Lin Xiao, coughed violently, expelling dark blood onto the floor. Rather than feeling sorrow, Lin Dong's face radiated excitement. He could hear his father's joyous laughter proclaiming, "My injury has healed significantly." This exuberant sound filled their home, bringing joy to the entire family. A father is the pillar of the household, and his presence often goes unnoticed until he is no longer there, leading to a sense of devastation. With a firm grip, Lin Dong's heart swelled with gratitude towards Zhao Jia, recognizing that everything was a result of his brother's support. Lin Dong, thank you, Big Brother. Zhao Jia, this is your own achievement. It has little to do with me. The stone has many wondrous uses. It can not only deduce techniques but also absorb peculiar energies, such as icy malevolence, and refine medicinal materials into pills, which will greatly aid your cultivation. Absorbing icy malevolence? Lin Dong suddenly had an epiphany and glanced at his sister, Qing Tan, filled with joy. His sister had suffered greatly, abandoned at birth, and although their parents had raised her with care, she still occasionally fell ill, plagued by bone-chilling cold. Yet, she always bore her suffering alone, unwilling to burden them, which caused him considerable distress. Finally, he could help alleviate her pain. Zhao Jie, I am currently on Earth and cannot leave for the moment. You could ask Xiaoyan to procure some medicinal materials to tide you over for now. He is the clan leader and quite affluent. Within half a month, I will assist you further. Zhao Jie, by the way, what of Xiaoyan? Has he been scared to death? Xiaoyan, I am deceased. Please burn paper for me. For minor matters, summon my spirit. For major issues, dig up my grave. Lindong. Xiaoyan, relax. I'm quite well. Just inadvertently encountered an old man with a white beard who claims to be an unparalleled master, begging me to take him as my disciple. Hee, Lindong, are you envious? He chuckled secretly at that moment, but in the next instant, a whip struck him, causing Xiao Yan to cry out in pain. In midair, the elderly pharmacist gazed benevolently at Xiao Yan, waving the whip in his hand. Little Yan, if you wish to cultivate swiftly, your physique must be formidable. If you continue to be distracted and fail to exert yourself, my whip will grow ever more impatient. Curse that old rascal. Once my brother's nuclear bomb arrives, I, the young master, shall soar to great heights. Xiao Yan seethed with indignation. Being whipped by a woman was one thing, but being struck by a grown man was another. Lin Dong exclaimed, Brother Xiao Yan is so impressive. I hope second brother will look out for me in the future. Xiao Yan replied, Stay low-key, low-key. This genius must continue to strive. Crack. Ah, no. I, the disciple of the esteemed apothecary Yao Chun, cannot be so pathetic. Continue the training. Crack, crack, crack. Ah, brother, save me. A female demon is chasing me. Just as Zhao Jie was immersed in the water group, he suddenly heard Fan Xija's cry for help. His brow furrowed, and he vanished in an instant. Outside the Fan residence, Yulinger swung her whip, looking displeased at Fan Xija. You big man whining like a woman, step aside. Do you really think someone will come to your rescue? It's useless to shout until your throat is hoarse. As her words fell, One of the guards gasped, "Miss, be careful." He exerted force beneath his feet, swiftly drawing his long knife, which gleamed in the air with astonishing speed. Yet, a hand effortlessly passed through the blade's light and lightly pressed against the guard's chest, unleashing a surge of energy that sent him flying to the ground, unconscious. Only after the guard fell did Yu Lingo notice a figure standing there, startling her. That guard had been sent by her father for her protection and was quite powerful. An 8th grade expert. Such a figure in the martial world was akin to a sect leader, yet he was defeated in one blow. Could it be a 9th grade? Turning her head, Yu Lingo caught sight of Zhao Jia's indifferent expression, which sent her retreating a few steps in fright. "Who are you to be so bold? Do you know who I am?" "My father." Before she could finish, Zhao Jia vanished, a hand silently gripping her throat, a choking sensation making her vision darken. "If it were Yu Luyan here, I, Zhao Jia, might have to tread carefully. But who do you think you are? Let us go." "Huh? You saw him at the celebration temple yesterday." "What?" Lin Wanner exclaimed in disbelief, her face flushing as she opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Although she did not speak much, the thoughts of the young girl were clearly revealed. Fan Ruoruo, being astute, grasped her wrist and began discussing matters concerning young ladies, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of intimacy. Fan Xizha stared wide-eyed, inching closer to Zhao Jia. "Brother, your martial arts are so impressive." With a swoosh, that person was sent flying. "Incredible. Look at how pale that tigress has gone." He clapped his hands lightly, glancing at the silent Yi Linger sitting on the ground, feeling a sudden chill in his heart as he realized he had stirred up trouble. "Brother, I've heard Yu Luyan is one of the 4 grandmasters." Yi Linger's eyes brightened, her mind racing with schemes. "What grandmaster to fear? My uncle is one too. Besides, Fan Xian's uncle isn't any less than his. Years ago, my father Yi Chong was as arrogant as me and ended up provoking my uncle, receiving a sound beating. Yi Luyan also came, wielding a sword, only to be defeated into silence by my uncle and never touched a sword again, switching to bare hands. If my uncle weren't indifferent to fame and fortune, the 4 grandmasters would be nothing to him. True or false, false or true?" Yu Lingo listened to Zhao Jia's words, her eyes widening in realization. Her father would never mention his past embarrassments, and few dared to bring up the grandmaster's blunders, though her mother had occasionally hinted at them. "So that person is his uncle. Can't provoke, can't provoke." Yu Lingo pouted, not uttering a word. "A grandmaster is not someone one can provoke." Beside them, Fan Xizha suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh, I knew it. I feel an instant connection with you, brother. We truly are brothers from different parents. From now on, your uncle is my uncle too. Brother, enough talk. Please allow me to bow to you. Let me pay my respects." Chapter 24, The Spider-Man's Dilemma. Brother. Why did those two leave? Fan Xizha gazed after Yi Linger and Lin Wanner, utterly perplexed. Weren't they here to see his brother Fan Xian? How could they leave just like that? The earlier tense atmosphere seemed entirely fabricated. What are women thinking? Who can tell? Zhao Jie glanced at Fan Xizha, speaking meaningfully. "There are tigers hidden in their hearts. They are not to be trifled with. You will understand once you marry." Lin Wanner's departure was naturally due to matters of the heart. Couples bound by engagement are forbidden from meeting in advance. And had it not been for Yi Linger's urging, she wouldn't have come. Upon learning that Fan Xian was her fiancé, the shy young lady could hardly bear to face her beloved, and thus, she left. After Zhao Jia finished speaking, he casually strolled away, hands behind his back. To him, these were mere trifles. His most pressing concern was to simulate cultivation and swiftly break through to Grandmaster level. No matter how murky the waters of the capital may be, or how many hidden hands lurk, once one becomes a Grandmaster, all conspiracies and machinations will dissipate. Chen Pingping is cunning, ruthless, and commands the fearsome Black Knights, overseeing the Supervisory Institute. Yet he has plotted for over a decade to take revenge on the Emperor Qing without success. Only because of one thing. That is, the Emperor Qing is the true Grandmaster concealed within the Imperial Palace. Once one reaches that level of power, all schemes become as insubstantial as clouds. Watching Zhao Jia's departing figure, Fan Xizha suddenly understood, gently clapping his hands. Brother is indeed remarkable, so insightful. Women harbor tigers in their hearts. This saying is truly profound. I must remember it and post it in my room for daily reflection. Just as Fan Xizha finished his flattery, an overwhelming killing intent surged toward him. Instinctively, he shrank his neck and turned, only to find his sister Fan Ruo glaring at him fiercely. The tigress is angry. Of course, not including my dear sister. Get down. Understood. Your humble servant obeys. The person was none other than Spider-Man. At that moment, Spider-Man sat on the rooftop, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment as he reminisced about the place. It seemed as though a multitude of figures flickered in his mind. Just a week prior, he had been saving the world alongside his companions, encountering other Spider-Men from different dimensions. Later, Through magic, the world was made to forget his identity. But it seemed there was a slight oversight. Peter, although I don't know what has happened to you, you must believe me. I am the supreme sorcerer, the most gifted among sorcerers. I trust that my magic is flawless. You may be overly anxious. The barriers of the multiverse are unbreakable, and nothing can facilitate communication. It seems Tony's incident has greatly affected you, leaving your mind troubled. I am an excellent surgeon, but not a psychiatrist. However, I know a rather distinguished psychiatrist. You might want to consult them. Oh, by the way, Peter, don't forget to report to university. You are merely an ordinary freshman now. Enjoy your life. Peter stared at the messaging group floating before him, along with the incessantly blinking messages, plunging into silence. Was all of this a fabrication? No, it is real. There exists a chat group that can communicate across the multiverse. How incredible. A peculiar thought suddenly arose in his mind. Surely, in other worlds, Spider-Man must have uncles and aunts, as well as Mr. Stark. If peril were to befall other universes, should I offer my assistance? Peter gazed at his Spider-Man suit and then at his university acceptance letter. Because of his identity as Spider-Man, he had lost his girlfriend, his closest friends, his aunt, and the ordinary life he once cherished, nearly bringing calamity upon the world. If he were to abandon the mantle of Spider-Man and return to a mundane existence, he was reminded of a singular truth. With great power comes great responsibility. Unable to contain his emotions, Peter buried his face in his hands, wishing fervently that Mr. Stark were present. He truly felt incapable of shouldering the burden of safeguarding the world alone. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Fan Xian's formidable energy for 3 months. A warm current flowed gently through his meridians as Zhao Jia's aura intensified, surging forward like a breaking wave, propelling him into the next realm. An 8th-tier master. His chest radiated brilliance, the warmth and luminosity palpable even through his clothing, as if something extraordinary were gestating within. With the 8th-tier energy combined with his foresight ability, Zhao Jia assessed his standing and concluded that figures like Xie Bian and Yin Shaoi could no longer rival him. He was, indeed, the foremost individual beneath the true masters. Initially, he believed his ability to predict time was paramount, but through 63 simulations of pursuing Fan Xian, Zhao Jia discerned the true marvel of accelerated time. He could hasten his own speed and the speed of his strikes, enhancing his actions by more than threefold in an instant. This was an undeniably terrifying enhancement. If 2 swordsmen were to duel, and one merely drew his sword while the other's blade was already poised at his throat, the outcome would be all too obvious. Perhaps the opponent would merely gaze in disbelief, astonished by the swiftness of the sword. Yet Zhao Jie remained unsatisfied. As he realized that the experiences Fan Xian shed were diminishing, insufficient to elevate him to the realm of the Grandmaster, even if they were, it would take months. He could not afford to wait. To transcend into the realm of Grandmasters, he required the energy of a true master. Currently, the 4 Grandmasters were scattered across the land, and Zhao Jie could only approach Emperor Qing, who harbored reservations towards him, making a meeting exceedingly difficult. Unless, Brother Fan, is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Jie had been immersed in his training for several days, utterly detached from the outside world, a testament to his fervor. Power is the ultimate path. I find myself drawn to the sensation of cultivation. What level have you attained now? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Unrivaled beneath the Grandmasters, he extended his hand, counting, realizing that it had taken less than 10 days for him to impart his formidable energy to Zhao Jia. In just 10 days, he had ascended from an ordinary person to the 9th tier. Fan Xian remained silent for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "You are truly extraordinary. Thank you for the compliment." Chapter 25, Life and Death on Yulon Street. Alright, no more on that topic. I actually wish to discuss what I've learned about Yi Qingmei. A great deal has transpired recently. Fan Xian was no longer inclined to inquire about Zhao Jie's astonishing training speed and instead settled into a chair beside him. Zhao Jie's eyes brightened in response, for he was currently on a quest from the temple to locate Yi Qingmei, and he needed to play his part. Where is she? I do not know. She is far too ruthless. Fan Xian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. His understanding of Yi Qingmei largely stemmed from his father. Fan Xian's descriptions. She had founded an incredibly formidable trading company, dealing in arms, food, and transportation, and had invented glass, soap, white sugar, and cement, creating countless astonishing wonders. Quite normal, Zhao Jie replied with a calm demeanor. Yi Qingmei is a PhD in engineering. It is hardly an exaggeration to call her legendary. Had it not been for the constraints of her era, she might have propelled humanity forward by 2 centuries, directly transitioning us from the agricultural age to the technological age. Each of us is born with an innate reservoir of knowledge. These are merely the simplest concepts. Wow, your museum is truly remarkable. It can transmit knowledge directly into the brain. Fan Xian's tone dripped with envy, though a flicker of horror crossed his gaze as he grasped the implications of Zhao Jia's description of a terrifying museum that could control memory and transmit knowledge. Indeed. Why? Fan Xian leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Isn't it beneficial to have such individuals emerge? You understand that technology liberates productivity, allows for a greater populace, and grants humanity absolute power to dominate the world. Why hinder it? Because the pinnacle of technology heralds destruction, humanity requires no such advancements. Zhao Jie regarded Fan Xian with a tranquil gaze. His calm words sent shivers down Fan Xian's spine. Humanity must not tread the path of self-destruction. This is the museum's mission. What did you say? Fan Xian's expression shifted dramatically, struggling to believe his own ears. Are you suggesting that humanity must not return to a path of self-destruction? Path of destruction? Was there ever a civilization before? Your thoughts are not misplaced. This world has faced annihilation before, destroyed by its own hands. The museum lies beneath the ice, and after countless years, humanity's traces resurface. Only for the museum to guide them back onto the path of civilization. Zhao Jie observed Fan Xian, who sat there, utterly stunned, and felt a sense of smugness. His intention in revealing this information was merely to bait a hook. Soon, the big fish would bite. This was the legend of the temple, to propagate civilization and rescue humanity's future, transforming the museum into a temple, venerated by generation after generation. Fan Xian felt his mind oscillate, sitting there in a daze. He suddenly realized how insignificantly small he was. The numerous schemes he had taken pride in back in the capital now seemed utterly laughable. Museum? Temple? Where is the temple? So where is Yuqi? Fan Xian's mind was now almost convinced, rounding off to zero. He feigned nonchalance, speaking casually. Yuqi has vanished, missing for many years. She left behind a vast trading enterprise, which has been absorbed by the Grand Princess. She also established the Supervisory Institute, currently under the control of someone named Chen Pingping. Presumably a woman, these two must be close friends of Yuqi. This lad is attempting to divert blame. Zhao Jie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Fan Xian's ever-cautious demeanor. Even after revealing such explosive news, he remained vigilant. He pretended to ponder, murmuring, Grand Princess? Chen Pingping? Zhao Jie rose, retrieving a Barrett rifle from his bedside, startling Fan Xian. What are you planning to do? You mentioned that these two are close friends of Yuqi, and they control her remaining enterprises. They must have a strong bond. I'll simply capture them and interrogate them. You are quite simple and brutal. Fan Xian thought to himself, hastily grasping Zhao Jie's sleeve. Brother Zhao, do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten that Southern Qing has two grandmasters, and one of them is hidden within the palace? If you make a move against the Grand Princess in the capital, it will surely attract the grandmasters. Can you contend with that? Zhao Jie feigned hesitation, slowly shaking his head. I still require a month or two of training to reach the grandmaster level. This statement made Fan Xian's eyelids twitch. There are countless martial artists in the world, yet only 4 have broken through to the grandmaster realm. Zhao Jie's words made it seem as though achieving such a feat were as simple as drinking water or eating. Such is the mark of a genius. How exasperating. Then I will go and eliminate Chen Pingping. Brother Zhao, I've learned that Chen Pingping is currently not in the capital and her whereabouts are unknown. I have a splendid idea. Excellent. Zhao Jie's heart soared with joy, though his expression remained composed, nodding in agreement. By the way, is there anything else? Yes. Fan Xian meticulously recounted the recent events to Zhao Jie. The capital had been bustling with activity during Zhao Jie's cultivation over the past few days. First, he assisted Ting Zijing in locating his family, followed by a provocation from Guo Baokuan, and then participation in the poetry gathering hosted by the Jing Prince, where he was courted by the second prince. That night, he had a fierce confrontation with Guo Baokuan, inadvertently revealing his whereabouts, and subsequently witnessed the rivalry between the crown prince and the second prince, which was nothing short of spectacular. Today, the second prince had invited him to a meeting at Zui Xianju. Having already offended the crown prince and perceiving the second prince as a commendable ruler, Fan Xian decided to accept the invitation and leverage his influence. Following his experience with the trial division, Fan Xian held a favorable impression of the second prince, appreciating his refined demeanor and courteous manner, a stark contrast to the crown prince. A virtuous king? Zhao Jie scoffed lightly, asserting that the most ruthless of emperors concealed their ambitions beneath a facade of virtue. Fan Xian opened his mouth to counter but found himself speechless. For history was rife with tales of renowned virtuous princes who harbored vast ambitions. Since I find myself with nothing to do, I shall accompany you, if you please. Zhao Jie suggested, his eyes glinting with anticipation, as he had long awaited this moment, bringing him a step closer to his schemes. Attending the second prince's banquet at Zui Xianju would necessitate passing through a well-known area, No Launch Street. However, Zhao Jie had not anticipated that Fan Xian would hesitate and ultimately decline the offer. Perhaps not. After all, he is a prince. And I suspect you may not withstand the associated protocols. A conflict could arise, which would be undesirable. Chapter 26, Second Prince. Hear me out. Thank you at this moment. Fan Xian was en route, specifically seated within a horse-drawn carriage driven by Teng Zijing, who willingly served as Fan Xian's protector due to his substantial assistance. As they journeyed toward Zui Xianju, Fan Xian closed his eyes, his mind still occupied with Zhao Jie's words, particularly the unsettling news regarding the museum. In comparison to the so-called royal power struggles, such concerns appeared ludicrous. Decades hence, they would merely amount to dust. Turning his gaze out the window, he suddenly recognized the surroundings. This place seemed familiar. Could it not be? It was the very spot where he had confronted Guobaoquan just 2 nights prior. Teng Zijing smiled, amused that a minor figure from the Inspection Institute could have a day where he bested the son of a minister of revenue. Fan Xian could not help but laugh heartily. This was indeed a place of significance, where Guobaoquan had been soundly defeated and could only accept his humiliation. What is the name of this street? He inquired. Niulan Street. Speaking of which, you still owe me a cow. A cow is quite sufficient, Teng Zijing replied earnestly. My wife is fragile and caring for the child. A single cow suffices for our needs, 2 would be excessive. I shall pass it down to my child when he grows. A cow? Are you intending to make it a family heirloom? Fan Xian chuckled in disbelief. You seem in good spirits. It's the first time I've seen you smile in all our time together. My son called for me yesterday. He can speak now. His first word was father, directed at me. Teng Zijing exclaimed, his excitement palpable, the profound joy of new parenthood overwhelming him. Congratulations. Fan Xian shared in his joy. But before he could finish, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Quick, take cover. Assassins. In an instant, 2 masked women leapt from the adjacent rooftops. Launching themselves toward the carriage with drawn crossbows, their bolts whistling through the air. Teng Zijing and Fan Xian quickly evaded, and fortunately, both were skilled fighters, managing to withstand the ambush despite the chaos. However, before they could catch their breath, Fan Xian caught sight of a massive crossbow hidden in an alley. One designed for defending a city, its lethality frighteningly apparent. Who could it be? Fan Xian thought, as he swiftly darted forward, a bolt whizzing past him, striking the startled horse with a gruesome cry. Before he could process the horror, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows, seizing Fan Xian by the throat with an arm as thick as a thigh, slamming him down with ferocious force. Stop! Teng Zijing's face turned ashen, for he recognized this formidable foe, the infamous Cheng Jushu, an 8th-grade master from the Inspection Institute, known for his grotesque appearance yet immense strength, capable of contending with 9th-grade masters. A threat far beyond Teng Zijing's capability. Without hesitation, Teng Zijing leapt into action, wrapping his legs around Cheng Jushu's neck, targeting one of his few vulnerable spots. Yet, even this seemingly weak point was as impenetrable as iron. The difference in power between an 8th-grade master and a 7th-grade master was vast, unless one possessed extraordinary talent, which Teng Zijing did not. Meanwhile, Fan Xian slowly regained consciousness, one hand cradling his head while the other drew a dagger, charging at Cheng Jushu, only to be swatted away like a fly, crashing heavily against the wall, a cloud of dust erupting. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Cheng Jushu's face twisted in a snarl as he watched Teng Zijing struggle against him, a disdainful chuckle escaping his lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that sent Teng Zijing reeling, blood spraying forth, prompting Fan Xian to feel an overwhelming surge of anger, regret, and despair. Why did I come? Why did I refuse Zhao Jie? Why is Uncle Wuzhu not here? Why must there be an assassination attempt on my life? Why? Fan Xian's heart was heavy with remorse as he summoned his internal energy, launching himself into the air, dagger aimed at Cheng Jushu's vital points, only to be struck down with brutal force, nearly losing consciousness. The dagger, laden with poison and hope, failed to even graze Cheng Jushu's skin. No. Despair filled Fan Xian's eyes, but then he caught a glimmer of light approaching from afar. With a swift thud, Cheng Jushu's towering figure collapsed, crashing onto Fan Xian, who let out a cry of pain as blood gushed forth, coating his face and marring his handsome features. Stunned, Fan Xian struggled to comprehend the chaos, only to hear Teng Zijing's urgent voice calling out, Fan Xian, are you all right? You cannot die. You still owe me a cow. And you are the godfather to my child. He has yet to call for you. Be gentle. Fan Xian managed a strained smile, laboriously shifting Cheng Jushu's lifeless head aside. With Teng Zijing's help, he gradually freed himself from the massive body. It was then he noticed the long sword embedded in Cheng Jushu's chest, a clear sign of a lethal strike. Impressive. Leaning against Teng Zijing's leg, Fan Xian observed several figures dropping from the rooftops, one after another, revealing themselves as the very assassins who had attacked him moments before. Sigu Jian, without a doubt, teaches his disciples well. His swordplay is quite formidable. I suspect he has ties to Yi Qingmei. I can recognize Sigu Jian's style, he mused. Zhao Jia approached nonchalantly, clad in pristine white. Not a speck of blood marring his attire, exuding an air of effortless elegance, utterly unfazed by the recent slaughter. Now do you believe my words to be true? I am indeed swift. Indeed swift. Xing Jushu fell in an instant, and those assassins followed suit just as quickly. Thank you. I owe you a life debt. Fan Xian rasped, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he trembled all over. Sigu Jian, one of the grandmasters. Why do they seek my life? What is their connection to my mother? Perhaps there is someone who knows the identity of the mastermind behind this plot. In Zhao Jia's eyes, a flicker of unusual color passed by as he subtly deceived Fan Xian. Who? Fan Xian's breath quickened. He yearned desperately to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. Had Zhao Jian not arrived in time, he might have met a gruesome fate at the hands of Teng Zijing today. Whose invitation did you accept today? Who knew your route? This scene appears to be meticulously orchestrated and carefully prepared. Suddenly enlightened, Fan Xian gritted his teeth and hissed, the second prince. Chapter 27, Xie Bian. What an impressive aura. At the drunken immortal pavilion, the second prince was blissfully unaware of the heavy burden he had unwittingly taken upon himself. However, his burden was not unfounded, for Fan Xian's movements had indeed been divulged by him. Has that fellow perished? What a pity. He composed exquisite poetry. The second prince sipped his tea nonchalantly, while his aide, Sea Lily, poured tea with a complex expression, her gaze somber and lost in thought. Behind them, Xie Bian stood with his sword in hand, head bowed and eyes shut, seemingly gathering his strength. Suddenly, he perked up, stepped forward, and announced, Your Highness, someone has intruded. The second prince was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening slightly, and he feigned ignorance. What? The door creaked open, and he feigned surprise as he beheld Fan Xian. Drenched in blood and resembling someone who had crawled from the depths of hell, looking utterly disheveled. Brother Fan, what has happened to you? The second prince exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. He then slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, The crown prince is truly outrageous. His pettiness is astonishing. You offended him yesterday. And today you are attacked. How small-minded. Fan Xian's initial doubts evaporated. He cast a meaningful glance at the second prince, recognizing that he had never claimed to be attacked. No amount of intelligence could outpace him, unless someone had prior knowledge. Why must I be killed? We have only met for a few days, with no enmity between us. I have never wronged you. Why force me to the brink of death? Recalling the perilous moment earlier, anger surged within him. He advanced 3 steps towards the second prince, whose shock at Fan Xian's bloodied state caused him to take a step back. What nonsense are you spouting, Fan Xian? How could this prince ever wish to kill you? To harm a person, one must harbor intentions in secrecy, masquerading as a smiling tiger and striking from behind, preferably wielding the knife of another. This is the essence of power. Fan Xian disregarded his words. He had little interaction with the second prince and did not comprehend his cunning, instinctively placing him in the position of an ordinary person. He analyzed the situation. The world is bustling for profit. Fan Xian had only been in the capital for a few days, and the matters that might attract attention were limited to 2, an engagement with the prime minister's daughter, Lin Wanner, and the control over the treasury, one wielding power, the other wealth. Fan Xian's eyes grew increasingly bright and cold. He recalled Zhao Jia's words. The so-called virtuous king was merely masking a greater ambition. A larger ambition requires both power and wealth. Lin Wanner's father is the current prime minister, with countless disciples, and the treasury belongs to the once mighty Yi family business, whose riches could rival nations. In the face of Fan Xian's relentless questioning, the second prince remained unflustered. You are correct. My initial interest in befriending Brother Fan did indeed stem from such intentions. Your remarkable talents and your connection to the prime minister's daughter make you a valuable ally. If I can win you over, you will surely achieve great things in the future. He emphasized the phrase great things by pointing at the table as if to say, what does the prince's great undertaking entail? To be the emperor. If Brother Fan were willing to assist me, the Fan household would prosper, and you, Brother Fan, would naturally be exalted above all others. The second prince leaned slightly forward, unwaveringly meeting Fan Xian's gaze. Why would I wish to kill you? Your life is of great importance. Fan Xian fell silent. Given that the entire capital was aware of his close relationship with the second prince and his conflict with the crown prince, his arrival today was indeed with the intent to leverage the second princess' influence. He was part of the so-called second princess faction, allies standing together. The second prince had no reason to kill him. Who, then, was the true assassin? Could it be the crown prince? Just as doubts swirled in Fan Xian's mind, Zhao Jia's voice unexpectedly broke through. It seems I recall you mentioning that the treasury is currently in the hands of the eldest princess. Is she ambitious? Could she be another Wu Zetian? Who was Wu Zetian? The second prince furrowed his brow slightly. Fan Xian inhaled deeply. Wu Zetian was a name he recognized well, an exceptionally formidable woman who wielded power, manipulated politics, deposed emperors, and even proclaimed herself empress, becoming the first female sovereign. The answer crystallized in Fan Xian's mind. Compared to him, an outsider, the eldest princess, as a member of the royal family, would be deemed more trustworthy. Once he was dead, she could continue to govern the treasury. In light of the vast wealth that could rival nations, he was but a minor outsider. His significance all too evident. He disregarded the second prince and turned to Zhao Jia. I have heard that the eldest princess supports the crown prince, rather than the second prince. It is far better to provide assistance in times of need than to simply add embellishments. The crown prince was already in position. His ascension to emperor was practically a foregone conclusion, and the eldest princess would gain little power thereafter, if she were to fully support the second prince. The number of ministers rallying to his cause was already limited, and should he ascend to the throne, the spoils would be far greater. The exchange between Fan Xian and Zhao Jie left the second princess complexion pale. He glanced at the two, stepping back, his face full of anguish as he gazed at the table. Brother Fan, how tragically you suffer. Who is responsible for your plight? What? It is the crown prince. His dramatic performance startled Fan Xian, whose expression shifted dramatically as his keen intellect discerned the second prince's intent to eliminate witnesses and frame the crown prince. The eldest princess was indeed aligned with the second prince, and the assassination at Nyolong Street was inextricably linked to him. A flurry of thoughts raced through Fan Xian's mind, and from his peripheral vision, he noticed Xie Bian shift in the corner of the room. He recognized him from their previous encounter at the residence of the king of Jing, where he had been easily defeated in a single move. A sword that pierces the light, the capital's foremost swordsman, a ninth-rank master, Xie Bian. As he watched the glimmering blade rush toward him, Fan Xian wasted no time in revealing his trump card. Brother Zhao, save me. A smirk of disdain crossed Xie Bian's lips. He was indeed a ninth-rank master, the foremost among grandmasters, and his swift sword would be futile against anyone. He thrust his sword forward, channeling his inner energy, unleashing a bright flash that illuminated the dim room, truly living up to his title. Such astonishing speed. Xie Bian noticed a figure move, and then felt a sharp pain in his chest as his inner energy dissipated, collapsing heavily to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, someone had silently appeared before him, gazing at him with an impassive expression. Fan Xian and the second prince were both struck with terror, witnessing the scene unfold. Xie Bian had drawn his sword with blinding speed, yet Zhao Jie moved like a specter, and with a single gesture. It was as if Xie Bian had willingly offered his sword. With a mere flick of 2 fingers, the blade plunged into Xie Bian's chest. The sword that had astonished the capital fell, and the master was brought to his knees in one strike. A grandmaster? The second prince's face was etched with fear, an inexplicable sense of absurdity flooding over him as he felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Having offended a grandmaster, no one could save him. At that moment, Fan Xian truly grasped Zhao Jie's terrifying prowess. He took a deep breath and sincerely remarked, "You are indeed swift. This is a ninth-rank master. And you dispatched him in an instant. You claim you are not a grandmaster? It is merely his lack of skill." Zhao Jie appeared remarkably calm. Had he been another Xie Bian, I would have certainly turned and left without hesitation. This matter is inconsequential, thought Fan Xian, who understood what Zhao Jie was alluding to. The other Xie Bian referred to the seventh master, Bai Wuchang, who wouldn't fear him. His gaze flickered towards the despondent second prince, who lay defeated on the ground. And he asked in a low voice, "How shall I deal with him now that I have a headache?" After all, the second prince was still a prince. One cannot simply execute him for his mistakes. Let the emperor handle it. Isn't that akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild? A lion will drive away its own cubs. Now I understand. Although a prince, with his lofty status, some transgressions may be overlooked, yet certain boundaries must never be crossed. For instance, the throne of the emperor. Chapter 28. A bewildered Yin Shaoi Fan Xian was ambushed in Nyolong Street. After all, this was the capital, not some wilderness. To attempt an assassination in broad daylight on the streets, even employing crossbows, is a crime that warrants the annihilation of an entire clan. The patrolling guards immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily reported it up the chain. In no time, the city was abuzz with urgent messages. However, they soon discovered more shocking news. Fan Xian had been attacked, but remained alive. Instead, it was the 8th rank master, Cheng Jushu of Beiki, who had perished. Even more alarmingly, several assassins were recognized as disciples of the Grandmaster, Si Gu Jian. Those inspecting the scene were left dumbfounded. The death of a Grandmaster's disciple would surely lead to chaos. The Grandmasters rotated their positions, and those 4 had always been the ones. The status of a Grandmaster's disciple is not inferior to that of a prince or princess. The death of Si Gu Jian's disciple in the territory of Qing State weighed heavily on everyone's minds, casting a shadow over the city. Yet, the horror did not end there. Following the blood trail led them to Zui, Xianju, which was now deserted. No, there lay a lifeless body. A single sword severed time. Xie Bian. Someone instantly recognized his identity, their voice trembling as they exclaimed. Xie Bian wore a look of utter disbelief. Clutching his chest as blood seeped through his garments, he was irrevocably dead. He had been stabbed directly through the heart with precision. Xie Bian had not seen it coming. How terrifying. The onlookers fell silent, for Xie Bian was a master of the 9th rank. Only one type of person could kill him without giving him a chance to retaliate. A grandmaster. A grandmaster has arrived in Qing State. But where was the second prince? Soon, someone pointed out the glaring issue. Xie Bian was known to be a retainer of the second prince. Now that Xie Bian was dead, where had the second prince gone? Surely he hadn't returned to the palace? A timid voice suggested this, drawing the fearful gazes of all present. A grandmaster abducting a prince to the palace. Was this an attempt to usurp the emperor? War was imminent. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, reverberating in everyone's ears. Quickly notify the other lords to head to the palace to protect the emperor. During the reign of the Qing emperor, the weather had been fair and the governance exemplary, ensuring the well-being of the populace. He was still regarded as a wise ruler, and nothing must disrupt this peace. At that moment, Fan Xian was on horseback, hastily regulating his breath, while Zhao Jie drove the carriage, racing towards the imperial city. As for Ting Zijing, he had gone to summon another key figure from the theater, the crown prince. The second prince had unlawfully mobilized military resources to assassinate the son of Si Nanbo in public. And since Fan Xian was affiliated with the Supervisory Institute as the fiancé of the chancellor's daughter, Lin Wanner, if this matter were properly arranged, it could easily lead to a death sentence. The crown prince would not let such an opportunity slip by. Fan Xian remained remarkably composed, his mind racing with thoughts. Today, he intended to undertake an exceedingly perilous endeavor, debating fiercely with the scholars in the palace to completely overthrow the second prince. Even if he could not achieve that, he would ensure the matter became widely known throughout the city. Only in such a storm would he find safety. The Fan residence would be the safest haven. Arriving, Fan Xian immediately sprang up, grasping the collar of the second prince and dragging him along the ground. At this point, the second prince had been drugged, rendered unable to speak or move, and the frustration he felt was palpable. Who goes there? Boldly, release the second prince at once. Zhao Jie placed a hand on Fan Xian's shoulder, urging him, you go inside quickly. I will hold off these minor officials. Thank you. Fan Xian understood the peril of this mission. He had to carry the second prince himself. If he were to pass him on to someone else, the second prince might be whisked away. The imperial city today was set for upheaval. A steady stream of guards arrived, their armor glinting brilliantly in the light. Shields raised high, their expressions grim as they stared at the recklessly charging Fan Xian. Yet, before they could close in, they were suddenly enveloped in darkness. Collapsing to the ground, like a phantom, Fan Xian weaved through the crowd, unleashing a tempestuous force that swept through them, like a fierce wind scattering leaves, causing rows of guards to fall one after another, unable to rise again. Stop! A furious roar rang out, halting Zhao Jie, who then witnessed someone leap down from the palace, none other than his old acquaintance, the palace official he had encountered at the Qing temple. Back then, this official had seemed formidable to Zhao Jie, someone who could only be defeated at close range with a Barrett and martial skills. But now, a faint smile of indifference crossed Zhao Jie's face as the next figure vanished from sight, moving with such incredible speed that the palace official's expression shifted dramatically. He had recognized Zhao Jie. This was the person the emperor had instructed him to investigate, whom he had previously dismissed as a mere rural dweller. Now, reflecting on it, he could hardly believe he had ever underestimated such a terrifying individual. The palace official felt a wave of dread wash over him. Familiar with the sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, he quickly summoned his inner energy, but it was too late. A hand silently pressed against his chest, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through, sending the palace official crashing to the ground, his body shaken and blood surging chaotically. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through resonated as Zhao Jie deftly sidestepped two arrows shot from afar, snatching them from the air. Meanwhile, not far atop the palace, Yin Xiaoyi's pupils constricted, and he felt an urge to retreat. As a 9th-rank archer, his previous two arrows had been mere ambush attempts, yet they hadn't even grazed Zhao Jie, who had caught them effortlessly. Ambush and direct confrontation were two entirely different concepts. Dodging arrows and catching them were worlds apart. A grandmaster. A terrifying thought flashed through Yin Xiaoyi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. This person appeared unfamiliar, unlike a grandmaster. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, He missed his chance to escape. Zhao Jie raised his arm, catching a fallen bough from the distance. Drawing back the string, he released 2 arrows that soared through the air like dancing dragons, intertwining with silver threads of temporal power. Whistling through the air as they pierced Yin Shaoyi's arms, pinning him against the beam. The intense pain jolted Yin Shaoyi from his stupor. Yet confusion lingered in his eyes. How could these arrows curve? How could they be so fast? Chapter 29. The appearance of Wu Zhu with a single strike. Zhao Jie had defeated the palace official. 2 arrows had dispatched Yin Shaoyi in an instant. This terrifying scene left the surrounding guards hesitant, momentarily paralyzing them with fear. Zhao Jie paid no heed to them. Instead, he advanced step by step, watching as Fan Xian entered the grand hall. The anticipated scene of Fan Xian engaging in eloquent debate with the gathered scholars, as the second prince, crown prince, and the grand princess locked horns, promised to be utterly riveting. Unfortunately, he would not witness it. With his arms crossed over his chest, Zhao Jie stood before the grand hall, allowing the guards to encircle him in layers, for he awaited a singular individual. All his machinations were designed for this person. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering sleeves heralded the arrival of a figure descending from the heavens, landing directly before Zhao Jie, exuding an aura of formidable energy. Though he remained stationary, the onlookers felt an oppressive weight settle upon their shoulders, as if an immense mountain had been placed atop them, rendering them breathless. It was the Grand Master hidden within the palace, Hong Xiyang. A slight smile graced Zhao Jie's lips. His orchestration of Fan Xian's tumultuous entrance into the imperial city was merely to draw out this formidable fish. In this world, only 3 possessed the overwhelming energy: Emperor Qing, Fan Xian, and himself. Yet, for could temporarily wield such power. And the one before him was none other than the chief eunuch of the inner palace, a trusted confidant of Emperor Qing, a 9th-tier master, Hong Xiyang. The world believed that Hong Xiyang was the true Grand Master, but in reality, the genuine Grand Master was Emperor Qing. This young prodigy, having reached such heights at a tender age, was truly a marvel of the mortal realm. Hong Xiyang regarded him with admiration, declaring that today's events would conclude here. The grand hall ahead was not a place for him. The emperor was already aware of the assassination attempt on young Master Fan and was deeply enraged. The emperor would undoubtedly seek justice for him. As an attendant to the emperor, his words carried the emperor's intent. Some matters could be handled discreetly, but once brought to light, they would be utterly disgraceful. How could such a person ascend to the throne? Zhao Jie, however, uttered not a word, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed as if in meditation. Hong Xiyang's gaze flickered with approval as he waved his hand, causing the encircling guards to disperse. He positioned himself nearby, his attention directed towards the grand hall, where an extraordinary debate was unfolding, the clamor of ministers resonating throughout. Periodically, figures hurriedly entered from outside the palace, none other than the crown prince and the grand princess. The uproar within the palace intensified, but Hong Xiyang paid it no mind. He understood that the so-called crown prince, second prince, and grand princess were mere jesters. The true power lay with Emperor Qing, a grand master capable of commanding a nation, endowed with longevity. The notion of a crown prince, he cast a glance at Zhao Jie, who remained seated. Little did he realize that a prodigy capable of dispatching 9th-tier masters with the ease of slaughtering dogs existed in the world, truly the foremost individual beneath the grand masters. If Fan Xian had his assistance, others could scarcely dream of the imperial throne. Such was the awe-inspiring power of the Grand Master. This was a blessing for the kingdom of Qing. 3 Grand Masters had emerged, a testament to divine favor. At that moment, Zhao Jie was wholly absorbed in a critical endeavor, simulating the life of Hong Xiyang. Simulating the life of Hong Xiyang, a violet luminescence enveloped the surroundings, time itself appearing to halt as the sky dimmed to a somber hue. Zhao Jie remained seated, while Hong Xiyang stood silently, a gentle breeze stirring. Suddenly, a streak of silver light rushed forth, dazzling and swift, prompting Hong Xiyang to retreat in astonishment. He was incredulous. What had provoked this sudden outburst? From where had the sword in Zhao Jie's hand materialized? Questions flooded Hong Xiyang's mind as he transformed his hand into a claw, descending like a hawk in pursuit of its prey. Energy coiled around his fingertips, whistling as it sliced through the air toward Zhao Jie's shoulder. He had tempered his strength, adhering to the emperor's counsel that adult involvement in the children's skirmishes was unwarranted. How amusing that he referred to them as children. The true children were Fan Xian, the second prince, and the crown prince, who possessed the right to be labeled as such by the emperor. Hong Xiyang, ensconced in the depths of the palace, was privy to many secrets. As his claw descended, he caught a glimmer of white in Zhao Jie's gaze. What was that? A sharp pain coursed through Hong Xiyang as he felt a deep gash across his neck, blood splattering onto the ground. Instinctively, he summoned his energy, staggering backward. The potent force sustained his life. He touched his neck, feeling the warm blood seep onto his palm as he gazed at Zhao Jie in disbelief. Zhao Jie's sword dripped blood, each drop a testament to the wound he had inflicted. How had he accomplished this? Fear gripped Hong Si-yong as he sensed the energy within him surging, his garments billowing in the wind. The wound on his neck was enveloped in energy, stanching the flow of blood. This time, he would not hold back. He lunged fiercely at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie appeared unfazed, his form a blur as he effortlessly evaded each of Hong Si-yong's strikes, leaving the latter frustrated as he hit nothing but air, unable to contain himself. Hong Si-yong finally spat out a mouthful of blood, only to be met with a crushing blow to his chest, and even more overwhelming energy sweeping over him. He staggered back, confusion and resentment etched upon his face as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Hong Si-yong was dead. Simulation successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 of Hong Si-yong's overwhelming energy. Hong Si-yong, who had been awaiting his fate, suddenly opened his eyes, acutely sensing Zhao Jie's presence as his aura fluctuated, though it was well concealed and fleeting. Was he not a 9th-tier master? How could he still be evolving? Hong Si-yong was filled with suspicion, but given the secrecy of cultivation methods, he prudently remained silent, continuing to observe. Yet soon, he felt Zhao Jie's aura surging once more. It rolled and rolled, ceaselessly. The sun traversed the sky as Hong Si-yong, now expressionless, lost interest in Zhao Jie's fluctuations. Let it roll. Could it possibly lead to becoming a grandmaster? Suddenly, alarm coursed through him as he lifted his head, his figure vanishing as he soared into the distance. A shadow clad in black emerged, and they met, their hands clashing in rapid succession. Yet, Hong Si-yong soon found himself retreating, his arms trembling, uncertainty etched upon his features. Who are you? A grandmaster such as yourself should not intrude upon the palace. Indeed, a grandmaster. Not Yilu Yun, not Si Gu Jian, nor Ku He, but a figure draped in black, their eyes concealed by a strip of black satin. Yet, despite this, Hong Si-yong found himself at a disadvantage. Only a true grandmaster could rival him. The palace is not a place one may enter and exit at will. And what if I join? Zhao Jie's figure materialized silently behind Hong Si-yong, causing the latter's expression to change dramatically. He had not heard a whisper of sound. How was this possible? Uncle Wu Zhu, I am a friend of Fan Xian. We are allies. Fan Xian is within the Grand Hall. Zhao Jie's eyes sparkled with fervor, his anticipation reaching its zenith. The arrival of Wu Zhu was a true delight, surpassing even the joy of becoming a Grand Master. Wu Zhu signified the temple, and the temple meant the position of administrator in the chat group. What treasures might Wu Zhu possess? He was a legendary being whose physical prowess could rival that of a grandmaster. Was it immense physical strength? Or perhaps the ability to unleash laser beams? If he could fly, he might even masquerade as a superhero, or rather, a patriot. Chapter 30, Confronting Emperor Qing. As a mere inspector within the Imperial Supervisory Bureau, Fan Xian audaciously dares to show disrespect to the second prince, and I believe he should be sentenced to death. I second this motion. Such absurdity. The second prince has allowed others to commit acts of violence in the streets, and has even summoned military crossbows without authorization, suggesting treasonous intentions. The second prince must be severely punished. I oppose this. The second prince bears the blood of the emperor, being his dragon son, wise and capable, loving the people as his own. Can he truly be subjected to harsh punishment for the misdeeds of Emir Fan Xian? Let us not forget the principles of the Supervisory Bureau. Members of the royal family who break the law are to be treated as commoners. In the Grand Hall, the ministers were passionately debating, their voices rising to a cacophony, resembling a bustling marketplace. Some were of the Crown Prince's faction, seizing the opportunity to push against the second prince in his moment of trouble. Others aligned with the second prince argued that if someone privately wielded weapons to assassinate a court official, a commoner would face extermination. Yet, for a prince, the consequences could differ greatly. Even if he had instigated rebellion, should the emperor show leniency, he would likely be placed under house arrest rather than executed. The gravity of the crime could fluctuate based on the emperor's disposition, and thus, the ministers supportive of the second prince deftly shifted the blame onto Fan Xian, subtly accusing him of various faults. They even recounted the absurd tales from Dan Prefecture, displaying an intimate knowledge of Fan Xian's life. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes, sensing he had become ensnared in the rivalry between the crown prince and the second prince, realizing these individuals had long conspired against him, for they could not possess such detailed knowledge without prior planning. He turned his gaze to his father, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Fan Jian, who remained composed, hands tucked within his sleeves, as if he had heard nothing, as though his son were not the one being condemned. Fan Xian pondered, glancing upward, where a man reclined upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority even without direct eye contact. Is this the Emperor Qing? How youthful he appears. In this year of the tiger, while his sons and ministers squabble for power, wishing for his early demise. This is a grave taboo for the dynasty. The circumstances seem advantageous for him. The second prince's fate may not be favorable. He mimicked his father's demeanor, hands folded within his sleeves, adopting an air of nonchalance amidst the uproar. The court remained in turmoil, just as Fan Xian had anticipated. At that moment, Emperor Qing lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest of the throne, attentively listening to the discussions, discreetly noting their standings. Engaging in such political maneuvering is utterly exhilarating. These two are rather inexperienced. As Emperor Qing contemplated, his expression suddenly shifted. He straightened, gazing intently towards the entrance of the hall. A series of crisp footsteps echoed, silencing the raucous assembly as all turned in unison towards the doorway. Those permitted to enter this grand hall were no fools. They were adept at reading the atmosphere. Despite the clamor, they noticed the emperor's unusual demeanor. However, the crown prince had arrived, along with the grand princess. And even the empress dowager. Were there individuals of greater significance than they? Amidst the watchful eyes of the ministers, two figures entered, one clad in black, eyes obscured by dark silks, and the other wielding a longsword, garbed in white like fresh snow, his attire billowing with an air of distinction. How audacious! To dare enter the hall with a sword. Guards, expel them. Yet, no one outside responded, and only an elderly figure appeared, trembling and bowing his head as if unwilling to meet the gazes of the crowd. But the familiar silhouette left all in astonishment. It was none other than the esteemed chief eunuch, Hong Xian, the most trusted confidant of Emperor Qing, regarded as the enigmatic Grand Master hidden within the palace. What has befallen him? Allow them entry. The authoritative voice of Emperor Qing resonated throughout the hall, declaring, "This is an old friend of mine whom I have not seen in over a decade. Let him come forth." The ministers quickly parted to create a pathway, and Fan Xian's eyes sparkled with surprise. If he had been gambling on the notion that the emperor and the second prince were at odds, and that he would not face severe punishment, the stakes were indeed high. But now, he felt almost entirely secure. Wu Zhu stepped forward, approaching the emperor within mere strides, the two locking eyes in silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie positioned himself beside Fan Xian, surveying him with curiosity. "You've managed to hold your ground amid such a crowd. Are you unscathed?" "I am quite well," Fan Xian replied gratefully. "Thank you. If you face any grievances, confide in me. In this realm of Qing, none dare to harm you." Zhao Jie spoke with an assertiveness that momentarily astonished Fan Xian. Could he truly possess such confidence? He inhaled sharply, gazing at Zhao Jie with a mixture of admiration and envy, finally managing to utter, "You are indeed remarkable. Thank you for the compliment." As the two exchanged pleasantries, the stalemate between Emperor Qing and Wu Zhu was finally broken. Though the emperor was a master of patience, he understood Wu Zhu's temperament all too well. This man could remain motionless for days on end. "It has been over a decade since we last met." "Indeed. Where have you been all these years?" "Dan Prefecture." "Dan Prefecture?" Wu Zhu continued. "He is the son of the lady. You know who he is, and I intend to take him away. But he injured my son. Yet he remains the son of the lady." Wu Zhu slightly tilted his head, seemingly regarding the fallen second prince. This man intended to harm the lady's son. "Surely you know what must be done." At these words, the hall erupted in astonishment, though the identity of the lady remained unknown to them. Wu Zhu's tone and demand for action against the second prince were utterly preposterous, a source of mockery. To think a stranger would compel the emperor of Qing to imprison the second prince. What a scandal. The news of such an event would surely lead the populace to ridicule their rulers, branding them as inept and cowardly, bringing shame upon the nation. The world does not concern itself with the process, they only seek the outcome. The ministers, filled with righteous indignation, were led by Lin Ruofu, the prime minister, who stepped forward, yet before he could speak, an astonishing voice interrupted Emperor Qing himself. "Very well." In that moment, disbelief swept through the assembly, as the typically domineering emperor appeared to yield. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in turmoil, some ministers collapsing in shock. Strip him of his princely title and relegate him to commoner status. The ministers stared at Emperor Qing in confusion. Surely, the emperor has not lost his senses today? Or perhaps years of toil have rendered me delusional. It could not be mere delusion. But in the next moment, clarity dawned upon them regarding the emperor's intentions. "Wu Zhu," Emperor Qing began, rising slowly. "How does this disposition please you? Are the two grandmasters satisfied?" "Two grandmasters?" A solemn silence enveloped the hall, the previous chatter abruptly ceasing, plunging into an eerie stillness. A grandmaster can single-handedly face an army. One individual can uphold an entire nation. Among the four grandmasters, the most legendary is undoubtedly Ku He in the Sword of Four Directions. In the past, when the emperor of Northern Qi met his demise, the nobles attempted a coup against the young emperor and the empress dowager. In gratitude for past favors, Ku He stood alone at the palace gate, facing an encirclement of 3,000 soldiers without flinching. with none daring to rebel. The Sword of Four Directions. Renowned for his technique of only watching what lay ahead while neglecting the rear and flanks, single-handedly halted the advance of the Qing Emperor's army at the gates of Dongyi City, safeguarding its peace for decades. 100,000 troops were powerless against a solitary individual. Yet, the most remarkable tale belongs to the Grand Master concealed within the imperial palace, who protected the safety of the southern Qing royal family. The Sword of Four Directions had made 4 attempts to assassinate the Qing Emperor, but each time he returned empty-handed. The Grand Master within the palace was formidable. One could not defeat him, but what if another were to join? The entire court, including the Qing Emperor, never anticipated that Fan Xian was such a significant figure. Standing behind him were 2 Grand Masters, a revelation that even the Emperor had not foreseen. Outside the nation's gates, one could rely on the might of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to obstruct a Grand Master's path with lives. However, now the Grand Master stood within the court, a mere 10 paces from the Emperor, with another Grand Master watching keenly from the side. Was the life of the second prince valuable? Not in the least. Was the Qing Emperor's decision excessive? Quite the contrary. As long as the Emperor lived, there could be countless princes. Truly, the Qing Emperor was a hero of the world, capable of both restraint and action. Under the watchful eyes of the entire court, Fan Xian emerged in a daze. He had only heard of the terror of Grand Masters, their intimidating presence, and their legendary tales. Yet today, he truly comprehended what it meant to be a Grand Master. A single person could exert pressure upon an entire nation. Taking a deep breath, Fan Xian found the day overwhelmingly exhilarating. He had originally prepared Du Fu's poetry to promote the legacy of the great poet in this foreign realm, even intending to burn some joss paper as a form of copyright payment. Little did he expect that he, Fan Xian, would suddenly become the strongest second-generation heir in this world. Life, indeed, is full of surprises. Before he could fully appreciate this, he noticed Zhao Jie and Wu Zhu swiftly crossing paths, darting towards the wastelands outside the city with remarkable synergy. What was happening? Zhao Jie was his friend, not an acquaintance of Wu Zhu. They could very well be adversaries. In a moment of frustration, Fan Xian hastily mounted a horse from a bewildered guard, galloping away amidst the guard's protests of my horse, I'll return it to you, he shouted back. As he rode, the deafening roars reached his ears. Boulders tumbled from the peaks, and trees fell like dominoes, as if the mountain gods were enraged. He gazed into the distance, vaguely perceiving 2 small black dots rapidly colliding amidst the swirling dust, the sounds of their fierce clashes echoing incessantly. Stop! Stop! No more fighting, Fan Xian bellowed, only to realize the oddity of his own words. He shook his head vigorously, channeling his energy to amplify his voice. Zhao Jie, Uncle Wu Zhu, listen to me. At his shout, the fierce confrontation atop the mountain momentarily halted, and 2 figures fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Fan Xian's eyelids twitched as he observed the 2 robust figures. He stared intently at Uncle Wu Zhu, then turned to Zhao Jie, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These 2 were engaged in a heated battle, yet their garments remained untouched. Are you 2 putting on a show for me? He asked Zhao Jie sincerely. I'm sorry, Zhao Jie. I've deceived you. Zhao Jie feigned confusion, looking at Fan Xian with a perplexed expression. What's wrong? Actually, Fan Xian hesitated, a wave of guilt washing over him. After days of camaraderie and Zhao Jie's South rescue at Nolan Street, he had come to regard Zhao Jie as a true friend. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more burdened he became. He had deceived him. I know where Yuchime is. I am her son. I misled you. She passed away years ago. Fan Xian could hardly bear to look down, expecting anger and doubt, but Zhao Jie responded with a calm. Oh, why are you so calm? Fan Xian asked, observing Zhao Jie's tranquil demeanor, then glancing at Wu Zhu, whose expressions and actions were eerily similar. However, Wu Zhu's words made Fan Xian's pupils constrict. There can't be anyone in the museum. You are not from there, and I have no memory of you. What? Fan Xian gasped in disbelief. Was Zhao Jie's identity false? He instinctively took a step back, a whirlwind of emotions flooding his mind, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Zhao Jie remained composed. When I was assigned this identity, I had already anticipated this. The museum discovered your escape and feared you would impact the course of world history, prompting them to train me to stop you. I only appeared after you left, and it's entirely normal for my memories to be flawed. The last part was directed at Fan Xian, who instinctively questioned, why? Preservation, storage space. Fan Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. These concepts were all too familiar, yet they should not apply to a human being. Meanwhile, Wu Zhu thoughtfully removed the black satin band from his eyes. In that moment, Fan Xian beheld the light. How vast and profound. Chapter 32, The Younger Generation. Li Feiyu, does one truly have genuine friends in this lifetime? Zhao Jie sat atop a carriage, lost in contemplation. He recalled the previous day when Fan Xian stared in astonishment at Wu Zhu's radiant laser eyes. His silence and bewilderment evident. Anyone who learns that a companion of many years, akin to family, is a robot would naturally be engulfed in confusion and shock. At that moment, Fan Xian completely believed Zhao Jie's assertions. All of Zhao Jie's prior preparations culminated in that instant. As the son of the lady, Wu Zhu could not stand by while Fan Xian faced peril. Even Zhao Jie had not anticipated such haste. He had planned to assist Fan Xian in overcoming all obstacles within half a month, and then have Wu Zhu escort him to the temple. However, an unexpected event transpired. Fan Xian knelt directly before Wu Zhu. Uncle Wu Zhu, I have never asked you for anything in my life. I, Fan Xian, have few friends. And you saved my life. My life belongs to you. You promised to heed my mother's words. Fan Xian, oh Fan Xian, you truly are a fool. I have always been using you. Ding. Han Li joined the chat group. Xiao Yano, Jie Gu, someone else has joined your chat group? Zhao Jie, I don't know. Perhaps something was triggered. I thought it was a good thing, so I didn't report it. Xiaoyan, indeed. Good things should never fall into the hands of the wrong people. If lost, it won't be returned. Xiaoyan's resentment towards a certain trickster runs deep. Perhaps stemming from the time he drew a kingly crystal over 280 times before finally obtaining one. Repay me. Zhao Jie, I plan to go shopping in a few days and will apply for administrator privileges to provide everyone with benefits. Xiaoyan, is the big brother going to be an administrator? Impressive. I'll rely on you from now on. I bow to you. Lin Dong. Me too. Lin Dong, let us welcome the newcomers. Han Li, greetings, esteemed seniors. I, the junior Li Feiyu, have inadvertently stumbled into this place. Upon reading this message, Lin Dong, who was originally engrossed in practicing the Tongbei fist, could not suppress a chuckle, realizing that he was not the only fool in this world. The pretense of adopting another's name was glaringly obvious, reminiscent of his own embarrassing incident while impersonating Lin Langtian. Lin Dong, Han Li, everyone in this group is good-natured. There is no need for false names. Han Li, your name is quite pleasant, indeed. However, to Lin Dong's surprise, as he had just tagged Han Li, the latter's account suddenly dimmed, devoid of any response. Xiaoyan, ha ha ha. It seems little Dongzi will be troubled for a whole day. He scared the poor fellow away, ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Dong could not help but scratch his head, astonished by Han Li's timidity, which had led to his swift retreat. Such a lack of courage, how could one cultivate in the world of immortality? Lin Dong muttered a phrase often uttered by Xiaoyan, and then resumed his meditative practice. He sensed that the domineering true energy bestowed upon him by brother Zhao Jie was remarkably profound, allowing him to absorb the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth simply by sitting cross-legged, without the need for arduous cultivation to comprehend Yuan power. In just 5 or 6 days of training, he had swiftly advanced from the 3rd level of body refinement to the 7th. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to be the best within his clan. A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Dong's eyes, but was promptly interrupted by a stern cough from behind, reminding him to concentrate on his training. The voice belonged to none other than his father, Lin Zhao, who had now fully recovered from his injuries and regained much of his former strength, standing tall as the pillar of the family once more. That you have reached the 6th level, do not let pride take hold. At your age, I had already attained the 7th level, while you, well, you barely possess half my wit. But, father, I am already at the 7th level. Lin Xiao, silence is the essence of tonight's Cambridge. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Xiaoyan continued his lively conversation with Zhao Jie. Xiaoyan, brother, what are the benefits? Care to share a hint? Zhao Jie, I am not entirely sure. Sometimes it is random. However, do not harbor grand illusions. The basic privileges of a group administrator include inviting and expelling members, but whether there are other benefits remains unclear. Nonetheless, there should be at least one opportunity for a level up in abilities. Zhao Jie stroked his chin, reflecting on his own 2 superpowers, the ability to halt time and self-heal. Time manipulation is immensely powerful. It allows him to foresee the future, accelerate his own time, slow down others, and even freeze individuals. Yet, the limitations are evident. His mental strength is particularly weak, rendering him incapable of honing it. While time stasis works well against ordinary individuals, it falters against formidable foes. It appears he must devise a means to bolster his mental prowess. Zhao Jie, you must strive harder. Lin Dong has already reached the 7th level, surpassing your strength. You must work diligently, little Yin. Xiaoyan, whenever Lin Dong's name is mentioned, a myriad of exclamations fill my mind. That lad seems to ascend without any barriers, rapidly progressing. It is astonishing. He has a master guiding him, a renowned and fearsome Dozun expert. Yet, he still outpaces even Lin Dong's own diligent research. Considering how he stumbles upon treasures during his outings, Xiao Yin could not shake the suspicion that Lin Dong might be the legendary protagonist. No, I must cultivate. Xiao Yin, brother Jia, I am off to train. By the way, the newcomer named Han Li appears to be from our eastern cultivation world. He seems a bit timid. You must teach him well. Such cowardice is unbecoming for a cultivator. How will he survive in our world if he shrinks back at the first sign of conflict? Indeed, the eastern cultivators, though Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, and Spider-Man Peter entered the group simultaneously, Xiao Yin felt a peculiar kinship with Lin Dong, engaging in more heartfelt discourse. While he barely exchanged words with Spider-Man, the three of them unwittingly formed two factions. Zhao Jia observed silently, contemplating Han Li. Who would have thought that survival could become a significant faction? Han Li, being of little utility, could only be lured out with enticing benefits. And he would eventually take the bait. One wonders if he intends to remain silent in the group for 10 or 20 years, contributing nothing. That would indeed be a waste of resources. Perhaps then, he should be expelled. Without some pressure, he might assume the chat group is merely a place for idle chatter. Zhao Jia crossed his arms, revealing a mischievous smile characteristic of a power-wielding administrator. However, he needed to focus on training. If Lin Dong and Xiao Yin caught up to him, it would be quite the embarrassment for this elder brother. Simulating the life of Wu Zhu. Life simulation of Wu Zhu in progress. Chapter 33. Annihilation of Wu Zhu. As the simulation of Wu Zhu's life commenced, a violet radiance enveloped the surroundings, bringing the world to a standstill while the heavens dimmed. Zhao Jia inhaled deeply. Wu Zhu, halt the vehicle. I need to step out for a moment. It turned out he simply needed to relieve himself. Zhao Jia, could you not phrase it more elegantly? Ah, so you mean the restroom. Wu Zhu's tone remained remarkably calm. Yet Zhao Jia sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor, noticing the corners of his usually stoic mouth curving slightly upward. Humans are indeed peculiar. You always prefer to speak in euphemisms. Excretion is simply that. Why be so coy? Zhao Jia shook his shoulders, recalling an expert's lecture that humans often resort to such indirect language to prevent opportunists from exploiting their vulnerabilities. He chuckled at his own absurdity. With a light step, he darted away, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, concealing himself behind a tree. With a swift motion, he produced an item from his hands, nothing less than the upgraded javelin system he had procured from abroad, the most potent anti-tank weapon for individual use. Yet, that was not all. He positioned a Barrett rifle nearby and prepared it, then hoisted the javelin onto his shoulder, closing his eyes to activate his precognitive abilities. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A searing flame erupted, and the missile soared into the sky, instantly capturing Wu Zhu's attention. His head tilted as he focused on the missile's trajectory, taken aback by the bizarre sound and speed, which exceeded his expectations. As Zhao Jia noted, Wu Zhu had strayed for far too long, having spent 20 years without maintenance, updates, or optimization. He had even deleted unnecessary knowledge to safeguard the memories of Yu Qimei and Fan Xian. What constituted unnecessary knowledge? As a robot, Wu Zhu had lost nearly all his functions, retaining only his basic mobility and the scant laser vision, which he might have even forgotten he possessed. His head tilted slightly as he peered toward the missile, his iron spear whirling rapidly. In a swift motion, he deflected 2 Barrett bullets with a resounding clang, sending them flying. The force of the impact caused his spear to tremble, and he swiftly bent backward, narrowly avoiding a bullet whizzing past. A smirk crept onto Zhao Jia's lips. At this moment, the javelin system had shed its casing and accelerated once more, trailing brilliant flames as it hurtled toward Wu Zhu. The speed was so astonishing that even Wu Zhu merely stood in place, raising his spear. As a thunderous explosion illuminated the surroundings, a muffled collision echoed, and smoke began to disperse. The figure of Wu Zhu gradually emerged, but he no longer exuded the same graceful charm. Instead, he knelt on the ground, his chest hollowed out. Wisps of black smoke drifting from the cavity. Faint traces of golden blood seeped out, prompting a thought. Could this be machine oil? Observing Wu Zhu's dire condition, Zhao Jia fell into a heavy silence, contemplating the devastating power of modern weaponry. He reminded himself to remain grounded despite acquiring extraordinary abilities. While humanity may advance slowly in technology, the pace of arms development is alarmingly swift. Long live the Tsar! Zhao Jia silently scoffed, stepping out from behind the tree and approaching Wu Zhu. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged, though it was too late. A searing beam of light erupted from Wu Zhu's eyes, flashing past him. Zhao Jia let out a scream as his left arm, which held the gun, was vaporized, the Barrett rifle melting into molten metal. The pain was excruciating. His entire face contorted as he hastily activated his self-healing powers. A soft green glow flickered rapidly, alleviating the heart-wrenching agony. The wound visibly stopped bleeding and began to scab over, appearing dark and grotesque. That was careless. Thankfully, this was merely a simulated space and not a life or death struggle. Zhao Jie felt immense relief as he lifted his gaze to the brilliant beam emanating from Wuzhu's eyes, which faded into a dull glow and eventually vanished, leaving behind hollow sockets. He was finally dead. Simulation successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 of Wuzhu's power. 10% of his power? Zhao Jie closed his eyes, sensing a surge of strength welling within him. He clenched his fists, producing a sharp crack in the air. Though not standardized, it certainly enhanced his physical might by a substantial margin. What an impressive boost. This experience package far surpassed Fan Xian's. Simulating Wuzhu's life. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have gained 10 of Wuzhu's speed. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have gained 10 of Wuzhu's physique. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have gained 10 of Wuzhu's strength. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Wuzhu's laser vision. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have merged Wuzhu's laser vision, upgrading your own. Simulation successful. Congratulations. You have gained 10 of Wuzhu's strength, however, your power now exceeds his, resulting in diminished returns. Simulation successful. You will no longer receive rewards. Please select a new simulation target promptly. Zhao Jie felt exceptionally invigorated, his senses heightened, as if he could effortlessly hear sounds from miles around. His eyes itched, as though something was ready to leap forth. His chest radiated warmth, and he could barely perceive his heartbeat, which only thumped intermittently, propelling blood through his veins. He had transcended humanity. Overjoyed, Zhao Jie looked up, drawing back the curtains to reveal a winter wonderland blanketed in snow. The horses were gone, and Wuzhu stood before him, pulling a cart. He had dragged the cart to this frigid terrain. In the distance, a small black dot gradually came into view, appearing remarkably enigmatic under the sunlight. We have arrived at the temple. Why did you not inform me? You did not ask. When did we arrive? 3 days ago. Wuzhu, how ruthless you are. Chapter 34. Becoming the administrator had it been anyone else, Zhao Jie would have ensured they understood the meaning of the phrase blossoming peach blossoms. Yet, considering it was Wuzhu, he relented. Fine, I forgive you. After much hesitation, Zhao Jie ultimately decided against inviting Fan Xian to join his chat group. Firstly, due to Fan Xian's earlier claim of being associated with the museum, adding him might jeopardize his identity. Secondly, not everyone aspires to reach greater heights. Perhaps Fan Xian's true desire was to marry, raise a daughter, and leisurely reside in a small house by the lake. I will convey your message. Remember to take this. Zhao Jie produced a book from his pocket, a continuation of his insights on the overbearing true qi. Practicing it not only accelerates one's progress, but also allows perfect control over true qi, preventing backlash and extending lifespan, making it easier to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Understood. In this, it's a remedy for tuberculosis. Keep it hidden. If Lin Wanna's illness remains untreated by Fan Xian, give it to him. Who is Lin Wanna? Fan Xian's future wife. Wuzhu nodded in realization, a smile appearing as memories of the former Miss Yiqimei resurfaced. After imparting his instructions, Zhao Jie turned to leave but suddenly remembered an important matter. He turned back earnestly. You must warn Fan Xian to be cautious of Yi Luyun and Emperor Qing. They are in cahoots, and both Grandmasters. They are responsible for everything, including the ongoing investigation by Chen Pingping. Understood, I will inform him. Goodbye, Wuzhu. Farewell. Zhao Jie turned away, burying his feelings of apology for Fan Xian deep within, and took slow, deliberate steps toward the distant museum, feeling minuscule amidst the vast expanse of snow. He walked alone for several miles before finally grasping the true grandeur of the museum, which was awe-inspiring and majestic beyond description. Congratulations, you have located the temple. Mission complete. Congratulations, you have received a reward. You have become the administrator of the Small World chat group. Congratulations, you have received an upgrade to your ability. Dear Administrator, please select new group functions. Zhao Jie felt a flash of brilliance before him, as if his spirit transcended to a vast sea of stars. Countless planets swirling amidst the cosmic expanse. Each star brightened, representing various features available in the chat group. He found it mesmerizing, under the authority of an administrator. Numerous planets flashed by, yet all were disappointing. They offered mostly trivial features, with only a few being powerful: exchange systems, skill enhancements, memory evolution, shopping systems, and identification systems. However, soon Zhao Jie spotted something that caught his attention: the training acceleration feature. He directed his spirit toward it, instantly absorbing the mysteries of this function into his mind. Congratulations. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has activated the training acceleration feature. Please set the training speed. Please set the training quota. At that moment, Zhao Jie was illuminated with inspiration. He realized this feature was akin to a title, managed by him and not universally accessible to all group members. I suddenly have a bold idea. Congratulations, group member Zhao Jie has become the administrator. Administrator Zhao has requested a membership system. Group members are encouraged to participate for mysterious rewards. As the announcement popped up, Spider-Man, Xiaoyan, Lindong, and Hanli paused, intrigued by the unexpected news. Big Brother has become the group administrator? Congratulations! But why does this membership system make me feel uneasy? At that moment, deep in the back mountains of the Zhao family, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding awakening as he glanced at the word membership. He subconsciously opened the membership system, and indeed, a familiar large penguin appeared. Bouncing around. The membership system. Spend money to become stronger. Come and become a distinguished member. Xiaoyan. Damn it, you money-grubbing system. I've already crossed over. You shall not exploit me any further. I, Xiaoyan, would rather leap off this cliff than spend a single penny. What? By subscribing as an ordinary member. One can receive a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed. As an annual member, a 20-fold increase. As a super member, a 30-fold increase. And as an annual super member, a 50-fold increase. Furthermore, members enjoy privileges, with slots allocated to relatives and friends to enhance their cultivation speed. The higher the member level, the more slots one possesses. Xiaoyan fell into silence, his expression akin to someone suffering from constipation. He furtively glanced at the cliff behind him, which wasn't too high, perhaps only 200 or 300 meters. Jumping down should not be fatal. This membership system is indeed enticing. Xiaoyan, boss, where can I recharge? Hurry up and bring it out. I want to spend money. I, Xiaoyan, have money. Lindong, same here. At this moment, Lindong scratched his head, slightly confused but sensing that his second brother Xiaoyan was quite excited. Indeed, what Xiaoyan said made sense. Following brother Xiaoyan is the way to go. Zhao, because the chat group belongs to a different realm, we cannot use the recharging system. You can send me your items, and I will sell them, using a machine to assess their value before distributing the proceeds to you. Zhao, given the distance between our worlds, the membership system is rather expensive. I hope everyone can spend wisely. Zhao, an ordinary member requires 100 consumption points per month, an annual member 500 points, a super member 1,000 points, and an annual super member 5,000 points. Zhao, well, I just became an administrator, and I have enough money. So I'll gift each of you a month of annual membership, granting you a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed. Cherish it. A slight smile crept upon Zhao's face as he finally experienced the joy of exploiting others through the membership system. You have set Xiaoyan, Lindong, Peter Parker, and Han Li to a 20-fold cultivation speed increase for 1 month. The acceleration has taken effect. Woohoo! The Zhao Empire has officially taken flight. Chapter 35, Strengthening Abilities with the Transformation of Eternity. In the world of Dopa, Group Administrator Zhao has recharged your annual membership. Congratulations on becoming an annual member, 30 days. Granting you a 20-fold cultivation acceleration. Xiaoyan suddenly saw a golden halo descending from the sky, enveloping him. And he instinctively clenched his fist, deep in thought. Master, I wish to cultivate. Yao Lao lazily floated out from his ring, yawning and stretching. What has gotten into you, little one, that you are so fond of cultivating lately? He found it quite peculiar. Having absorbed Xiaoyan's fighting spirit for 3 years, he was extremely familiar with his character, and Xiaoyan had never been this diligent before. Yao Lao shook his head, choosing not to ponder it further. After all, diligence in cultivation is a commendable trait. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan undressed, and soon, a stream of water flew in from afar, cascading into the bathtub. Yao Lao beamed with satisfaction. This foundational liquid was his prized creation. It's akin to teaching a high school student to get into Tsinghua University being nothing special. But guiding an elementary student to do so, that's impressive. He raised his finger, and the liquid promptly merged into the bathtub, turning a vibrant green. Xiaoyan's expression turned solemn as he intertwined his hands, forming an unusual seal. A powerful sucking force surged forth, causing the liquid in the wooden tub to swirl, forming a small vortex. The speed of consumption astonished Yao Lao. What was happening? In just a few breaths, the foundational liquid, which should have lasted Xiaoyan several days, was nearly depleted. This boy. A flicker of surprise crossed Yao Lao's eyes as he flicked his finger, adding another drop of liquid into the tub. Xiaoyan was like an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring everything. What a remarkable kid. He barely possesses half the talent I had back in the day. Not bad. He is catching up to me. By the heavens, this young man. Yao Lao couldn't help but twitch his mouth, suddenly waving his hand to pull Xiaoyan out of the tub. Had he been cultivating for several days straight without regard for his life? Xiaoyan awakened from his stupor, fiercely clenching his fist as he felt his fighting spirit revitalized, overwhelming excitement coursing through him. Ha ha ha. I, Xiaoyan, am indeed a genius. What a genius! Have you consumed some rare treasure to cultivate so rapidly? Yao Lao felt his entire worldview shatter. In all his years, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. Seeing the insatiable curiosity in Yao Lao's eyes, Xiaoyan suddenly had an idea. Here stood a formidable dozun and an exceptional alchemist with a plethora of resources. He said solemnly, "Master, have you heard of the invincible Do Emperor from ancient times? A figure of immense power and mystery who dominated the entire Doqi continent? Who? This emperor's name is Ma Huateng." Meanwhile, in the world of Wudong Qiankuan, Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the ground, a powerful suction emanating from his body, causing the surrounding fallen leaves to swirl. His expression was solemn. Occasionally a drop of vibrant red liquid fell from the stone talisman, entering his body. His aura steadily intensified, reaching a terrifying threshold. With a flick of his finger, several bottles exuding a chill appeared in his palm. These were the beads he had condensed from absorbing his sister Qing Tan's cold energy during her recent illness. He grasped them tightly, and a wave of freezing energy erupted, causing the surrounding leaves to fall with a crackle, even frosting the trees. Lin Dong trembled from the cold, focusing his mind and drawing on his cultivation methods, greedily devouring the biting chill. The icy air continuously surged, gradually mixing with the fist-sized seed of yuan power within him, forming a ball of ice-blue energy. An overwhelming force surged upward as Lin Dong could not help but let out a long howl, a faint ripple emanating outward, vividly imprinting the surrounding scene into his mind. This is the long-desired Earth Origin realm. Lin Dong was overjoyed, clenching his fist tightly. This power he had yearned for had arrived so swiftly. A sharp gust of wind rushed by as Lin Xiao descended from the sky. Upon seeing Lin Dong, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Dong-er? It's me. Father. I've broken through to the Earth Origin realm. Qilanzi. What merit do I, Lin Xiao, possess to have such a Qilanzi?" Tears streamed down Lin Xiao's face. He had once been renowned in his youth, brimming with ambition, only to fall into despair, with meager resources and power, leading Lin Dong to endure hardships alongside him. But Dong-er was so understanding, managing to break through to the Earth Origin realm through sheer determination. The more Lin Xiao thought, the more ashamed he felt. "Father, I wish to venture into the mountains and forests to seek cultivation resources." Lin Dong experienced the immense power of membership for the first time. He was reluctant to relinquish it, yearning even more for the superior and annual super memberships. He wished to venture out in search of resources to recharge and consume. "No need." Lin Xiao slapped Lin Dong's tender shoulder, his gaze fierce. "I will seek your grandfather right now. The Lin family once had the means to support a genius. Though I have fallen, there is still a prodigy. The Lin family can still support you." "Indeed." Lin Dong nodded firmly. In the realm of mortals cultivating immortality, Han Li silently rose, feeling the breakthrough of his realm. His emotions complex and profound. He was experiencing the sensation of cultivating like a normal person for the first time. In just 3 or 4 days of training, he could match the progress he had made in the previous 3 or 4 months. This membership was astonishingly effective. It was imperative to become a member, perhaps even a super member, paying the annual fee for the super membership. He couldn't resist pulling out a small green vial from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before making a decision that went against his ancestors. "Han Li, Senior Zhao Jia, may I inquire what kind of medicinal materials you require? And how many are needed for that consumption point?" Communicating with the members of the chat group was somewhat contrary to Han Li's cautious nature, yet he dismissed the concern. This membership was simply too powerful. At that moment, Zhao Jia was staring in awe at the object before him. He had just utilized his tier-level ability enhancement opportunity and acquired a remarkably formidable power. "Would you like to use the tier ability enhancement once?" "Yes. Please select the enhanced ability. Time manipulation or self-healing." Time manipulation. Enhancing time manipulation ability. As you are an administrator and have used tier ability enhancement, belonging to the level of time-related supernatural powers, you have gained the following ability. Transcendence of Ages. Transcendence of Ages. When faced with danger, summon the future self of the person you are most deeply bonded with from the future to assist you. The duration of the assistance is determined by the host. The more powerful the future self, the greater the force, and the shorter the duration. Note 1. This ability can only be applied to others, not oneself. Note 2. This ability is exceedingly powerful, belonging to the tier of sealed skills, usable only once a month, cannot be stacked or stored. Chapter 36. Return to the City. Transcendence of Ages. Zhao Jia felt his evolving superpower, his eyes flickering with excitement as a bold idea suddenly took root in his mind. However, he realized that this thought might be premature. Zhao Jia gradually calmed himself and noticed that the chat group was abuzz. Han Li, Xiaoyan, and Lin Dong were engaged in lively discussion, and Han Li had shed his initial caution upon entering the group, becoming more relaxed. It seemed that the allure of membership had drawn him out. Han Li, with an abundance of medicinal materials, was ironically a frightfully low talent. Ever since experiencing the enhancement obtained from the membership, He was utterly captivated. It felt as if spending a few hundred coins could render him more formidable, leaving him bedridden for hours. Who could resist such temptation? Xiaoyan, brother Zhao Jie has logged on. When will you distribute the red envelopes? My red envelope is practically ravenous. At that moment, Xiaoyan excitedly touched his storage ring, reveling in the support of the influential medicinal elder, transforming him from a mere commoner into a wealthy individual. The feeling of relying on others was delightful. Well, perhaps it was more like relying on their resources. Hanli, Senior Zhao Jie, I, Hanli, possess only a few hundred-year-old herbs and low-tier pills. I wonder how much currency I could exchange for them? How much currency can a single hundred-year herb yield? Currency, a peculiar term indeed. It was fitting for a senior's world, filled with such grand names. Zhao Jie contemplated, I have some matters to attend to, and I will not be able to visit the Galactic Alliance for about 7 days. During this time, you all should prepare. When the time comes, I will collect everything and exchange it at the Galactic Alliance to provide everyone with currency. Remember, this should be done within your means. If you lack resources, you can owe me. I will support you. Upon reading this message, Lin Dong felt a swell of emotion, his eyes turning red. Aside from his father, mother, and sister, very few people had treated him with such kindness. Lin Dong, thank you, brother. Zhao Jie smiled, recognizing himself as the most profitable angel investor in history, having gained favor from the future Marshall Group with minimal expenditure. Even if Zhao Jie did not rise to prominence, who would dare to provoke him? Did they not believe that Lin Dong could summon a powerful being from another world? As for Xiaoyan, he could barely be considered a duke of combat. And Han Li, in 10 years, would he have reached foundational cultivation? Though they were all cultivators, the disparity was staggering. However, determining the pricing for those resources remained a headache. Should they agree on a 10-to-1 split, or perhaps 20-to-1? This was a prestigious membership with dozens of times the cultivation speed. The price could not be set too low. No, this was a long-term business. If the price were set too high, it would not be good. The troubles of making money. Zhao Jie shook his shoulders, causing the snowflakes resting there to fall away. He stood there, exploring the functions of the group, studying his superpowers, and engaging in the chat for several days. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinarily robust. A normal person would not have endured such an experience. A normal woman would not have coped either. Wait, my thoughts have wandered again. Zhao Jie approached the temple step by step. He felt compelled to enter and explore. It would be a great regret not to do so. The temple was immensely tall, with its massive doors standing proudly, instilling a sense of grandeur from afar. As he drew closer, the feeling of insignificance washed over him. He slowly placed his hand against the grand door, feeling a chilling sensation. He pushed with all his might, but the door remained unmoved. Open sesame. Museum, open up. I am a visitor here to explore. Hurry up and take my money. Failing to profit is against the law. Regardless of Zhao Jie's shouts, the museum's door remained tightly sealed, showing no sign of response. It was likely another issue of permissions. He struck the door with a powerful punch, unleashing a surge of potent energy, accompanied by a fierce force. The punch landed heavily on the door, producing a dull thud akin to distant thunder. Yet the museum's entrance remained still. However, this was within Zhao Jie's expectations. After all, the museum had survived a nuclear war, suggesting the door was likely made of special alloy materials, several meters thick at the very least. He slowly retreated, placing his hand on his temple, staring intently at the door, feeling warmth spread in his chest as his eyes flickered with fiery light. Laser eyes. In the next moment, 2 beams of crimson fire erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, striking the museum's door. The seemingly indestructible barrier was instantly tinged with black. Zhao Jie. This door is astonishingly thick. Had the door opened? Zhao Jie instinctively glanced over, but before he could fully comprehend, he rolled away, as a multitude of fiery serpents erupted from his previous position, leaving countless bullet holes in the once pristine ice. The museum's door shone beautifully under the pale blue flames, an enhanced version of a blue flame Gatling gun. Forgive his shallow military knowledge. The museum housed prehistoric weaponry, far surpassing the capabilities of the weapons in Zhao Jie's world. Even if they were from an ancient era, Zhao Jie's form became a blur as he deftly navigated through the crossfire, narrowly avoiding several strikes. Had he not possessed a physique exceeding that of 5 bamboo shoots, he would have surely faced dire consequences today. Brother, this is a museum. Is this how you treat your visitors? He quipped, rolling over in a dramatic fashion. A scorching beam erupted from his eyes, sweeping across the area and incinerating the blue-flamed weapons into mere ash. Perfect. Zhao Jie smugly clapped his hands together, but before he could bask in his triumph, his expression shifted as he looked skyward in confusion. From afar, a deafening roar reverberated through the clouds, prompting Zhao Jie to instinctively plug his ears with energy. In the distance, he spotted a small black dot racing through the sky, shedding a long tail as it approached at breakneck speed. A fighter jet. A supersonic fighter jet. How fast? Zhao Jie's mind swirled with countless thoughts. This aircraft was far swifter than the two he had ambushed in the Assassin Alliance, existing in an entirely different realm of speed. A persistent threat, reminiscent of death, pulsated within his heart. Although he was unfamiliar with the model of the aircraft, he was acutely aware of the terrifying might of a fighter jet, capable of obliterating a small nation in an instant. A single individual, even one as formidable as Zhao Jie, transcending the realms of a grandmaster, remained merely flesh and blood, utterly defenseless against such power. Instinctively, he prepared to flee, but was momentarily taken aback as he turned to see the fighter jet roaring past him, circling around Zhao Jie with remarkable agility, executing a dazzling array of maneuvers. The sonic booms from its supersonic speed reverberating continuously. Strangely, this fighter jet appeared to be unarmed. Chapter 37. The military arrives. What terror does a fighter jet truly embody? What dread does a supersonic aircraft invoke? To speak candidly, a single fighter jet, even without munitions, could wreak havoc upon an urban landscape simply through the sonic booms generated by its incredible speed, capable of reducing all structures to rubble. This is precisely why the flight of fighter jets over cities is prohibited. Yet, the sonic booms bore no impact on Zhao Jie. He fortified his body with vital energy. Sitting cross-legged upon the icy surface, yawning out of sheer boredom, the aircraft continued to hover above him, performing evasive maneuvers that would bring tears to the eyes of any pilot. However, it proved futile. After what felt like thousands of laps, the remarkable fighter jet, a marvel of its time, finally ran out of energy, its spirals in the sky gradually slowing before it gently descended onto the ice. Zhao Jie swiftly rose, gesturing a vulgar sign towards the temple behind him, exclaiming, "Foolish. Artificial intelligence gone awry." He had accurately surmised that this museum's AI was far from intelligent, operating rigidly according to its programming. With a gleeful determination, he dashed forward, swiftly reaching the fighter jet. Its striking exterior, towering stature, and smooth texture ignited a spark of excitement within him. He posed beside the aircraft, capturing a photograph that was instantly shared in his chat group. Zhao Jie took my little electric steed for a spin and accidentally soared to Antarctica, checking at the South Pole. Others were perplexed, unsure of its meaning. But Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. "Xiaoyan, brother Jie, you possess a fighter jet. When can I take it for a spin?" "I can't contain my excitement." Zhao Jie, with confidence and beauty, "As long as you, Xiaoyan, diligently invest, I believe you will soon acquire your own jet. But for now, I must stroll around my airport spanning over 1,000,000 square meters." Xiaoyan, "No, please, brother Jie. I'll invest, I promise. Don't leave me hanging." Ignoring Xiaoyan's lamentations, Zhao Jie gleefully boarded the aircraft, his hands exploring its surface, marveling at the exquisite texture and material. Soon, he would seek a pilot to hone his flying skills, and he would be an aerial eagle, the sovereign of the skies. Yet, Zhao Jie soon realized a pressing issue. He had no means to refuel this remarkable machine. Alas, he would have to devise a solution at a later time. The vast earth fell silent once more, as if no one had ever tread upon it. This journey through time was exceptionally fulfilling. Not only had his strength surged, elevating him beyond grandmaster status, but he had also achieved a personal evolution towards the extraordinary, enhancing his powers and acquiring formidable abilities. Most crucially, he had gained administrative privileges, developing a membership system, and he believed that with the efforts of his group members, Zhao Jie would soon attain wealth and success, marrying several wives in the process. As he ambled along, a hot dog in mouth, he reflected on his time in the world of celebrating the years which had stifled him. It was a realm akin to ancient society, devoid of enjoyment or delectable cuisine, and he found himself longing for the familiar comforts of home. "Wow, boss, you're still alive?" Upon entering the restaurant, Lu Ling exclaimed in disbelief. "Where have you been these past few days? You weren't out engaging in unsavory activities, were you?" "You're a girl," Zhao Jie weakly retorted. "I merely ventured out for business. Do not slander me behind my back, lest I deduct your wages." "Anything noteworthy happen at the restaurant?" "Not much." Lu Ling pondered before adding, "I did notice something strange. This morning, as I arrived, I saw an influx of luxury cars on the street, and many people bustling about, which was quite odd. This isn't exactly a high-end area, and the sudden appearance of so many luxury vehicles, even causing a traffic jam, is indeed peculiar." "It was I who summoned them," Zhao Jie replied, finishing his hot dog and licking his fingers. "I'm planning to sell this street." They all rushed over upon hearing the news. Now is the time for real estate prices to plummet, and this street is adjacent to the university. Its prime location guarantees foot traffic. If I endure for a couple of years, once the university loosens its policies, it will surely become a lucrative opportunity. Typically, there is demand without supply, and with the entire street for sale, it's bound to attract a frenzy of wealthy buyers. You plan to sell the street? Lu Ling was taken aback. Isn't that a loss at this time? Jokingly, Zhao Jie responded, I've been caught in a scandal. I plan to liquidate my assets and flee abroad. Stop joking around, big brother. Lu Ling retorted. Ordinary people might fear being caught, losing their jobs, but you, a big boss owning an entire street, with neither a wife nor girlfriend, who could possibly control you? Because in reality, I cannot cultivate here. There is no spiritual energy. Should I go to battle through the heavens or martial universe? As Zhao Jie chatted with Lu Ling, he turned thoughtfully to see a man and a woman walking down the street. Holding a device that displayed fluctuating readings, the hovering icons rapidly pointing directly at Zhao Jie's location. The woman suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Zhao Jie. Her expression igniting with excitement as she rushed towards him. The man beside her paled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurried to follow. Sir, I suspect you are involved in the murder of Lu Ale. Please place your hands on your head and squat down. Do not resist. Or, before she could finish her warning, two beams of searing light whizzed past her, slicing the entire building in half with an incessant roar of explosions. The terrifying rays dividing the street as they ascended into the sky, forming two crimson columns of light that pierced the heavens. This horrifying spectacle rendered the woman, named Miao Shi, weak at the knees, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelming fear flooding her heart. Was this the awakening of superhuman power? Her companion stood nearby, equally awestruck, cautiously suggesting, could this possibly be a government operation? Miao Shi, danger. Chapter 38. Irresistible benefits. I think I see a light. Quick. Take a picture and post it on social media. Oh my goodness. Quick. Let us record it. Sun Wukong has emerged. The official statement, a gas pipeline explosion occurred near a university, creating a spectacular fire phenomenon. Restaurant owner Zhao has been detained. We urge everyone to remain rational and avoid spreading rumors. Deploy personnel to secure the scene. We must prevent any leaks of information to avoid panic. Understood. Report. At 8:13 a.m., a high-energy reaction was detected, with energy levels posing a significant threat. It is advised to evacuate residents within 100 miles to prevent unnecessary casualties. The area should be cordoned off under the pretext of a potential secondary explosion. Prohibiting any access. Are there any witnesses? There is a female student from a nearby university, named Lu Ling, whose profile appears unproblematic. She is a senior intern from the Chinese language department, with no issues in her background. Ensure her postgraduate recommendation is secured and she is reassigned. I do not wish for her to disclose anything inappropriate. Understood. I will handle it. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. An elderly man in a white lab coat radiated an extraordinary brilliance in his gaze, constantly swallowing as if he had laid eyes upon a transcendent beauty. He spoke in a somewhat deranged manner, appearing as if struck by a profound revelation. He defied all recorded human data, exhibiting a physical prowess of a terrifying nature. Do you see that warp table? It was bent under his unconscious pressure. This strength must exceed 20 tons. How could humanity ever reach such heights? My goodness. Can we acquire even a small sample of his blood? It undoubtedly holds boundless secrets. If we can unlock them, our nation will surely soar to unprecedented heights. Standing atop the world. Forget the Nobel Prize. Those foreign scholars are worthless. All diseases shall fall before us, and humanity will embark on the path to immortality. The individuals nearby hastily patted the elderly man's back, urging him to calm down. I understand your excitement, but you know how terrifying he could be if provoked. We must find someone to converse with him. This is our nation's hope for resurgence. We have missed 100 years, endured countless humiliations, and lost many lives. Mocked as East Asians, as monkeys. This time, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The elder trembled, pushing aside those who supported him. I will go. I will speak with him. I will kneel and beg. Sir, the youth of today are not like us. They will not accept your old ways. After a moment's hesitation, the man appeared conflicted, as if contemplating selling his own assets, perhaps even considering immigration. Hurry, take the old gentleman down. We need urgent medical assistance. Medical staff, quickly. We have investigated his background, and this man is nothing short of legendary, self-made, having amassed billions within 6 months of graduation, with no vices or criminal record. Though he occasionally visits certain questionable websites, but that is not pertinent. Can we engage in dialogue? Yes, we have urgently interviewed 376 individuals, all with favorable impressions of him. 26 psychological experts have analyzed the situation, and communication is possible. Bring in Lu Weiman. She studies psychology and will facilitate a comfortable dialogue. Ensure she wears her headphones and refrains from saying anything inappropriate. This matter concerns the future of the people and must be handled with utmost seriousness. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Jie sat leisurely in a room, sipping tea, appearing remarkably at ease amidst the chaos outside. The door creaked open, and a woman in camouflage attire, exuding confidence, entered. Her sharp gaze fixed on him as she took a seat across the table. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Lu Weiman. I would like to inquire about a few matters. Let us converse." Lu Weiman took a deep breath. "When did you awaken your superpowers? If convenient, could you disclose their nature? If not, that is also acceptable." "About a year ago." "What type of superpower?" Lu Weiman's pupils widened, her heart racing. "How many superhumans are there currently?" After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "There are over 60 recorded, all with minor abilities and minimal energy fluctuations." "Is it true that there are more than 60 superhumans in the real world?" "Quite a considerable number." "Mr. Zhao, why did you kill Luail?" "You seem to have no prior association or animosity towards him." Luail was under their constant surveillance due to his significant energy fluctuations. Before we could engage with him, we found he was already deceased. Our investigation led us to you. Despite your efforts to conceal your presence, human detection is far more adept than machines. The energy within you cannot escape their scrutiny. Luail? Zhao Jia smirked disdainfully. He used his powers to covertly seduce others' partners. And the worst part is he attempted to encroach upon my friend's territory. Therefore, he had to perish. Some matters must be undertaken personally. It is a matter of personal desire. When others do it, it becomes particularly revolting. I apologize for my double standards. Lu Weiman nodded. You claim your superpower is time and space manipulation. I presume you have visited another world. Could you share your experiences? What is there to discuss? It is merely a more technologically advanced future world. Besides its advanced technology and the potential for cultivation, it bears no significant difference from this society. Technology? Both Lu Weiman and the others monitoring the conversation found themselves breathless, their fists clenched tightly. This was unequivocally the best news. They had no need for extraordinary realms, historical worlds, or primitive lands. Such concepts held no value. Realistically, even a mountain of gold becomes insignificant in the face of higher tiers, for they possess genuine resources. However, if it were a technological world, obtaining even a single cutting-edge technology could benefit the entire nation, creating an unparalleled impact on the lives of its citizens and elevating the international standing of the populace. You cannot fathom how splendid the future society will be. Yao Jia shrugged. Those people have even employed artificial intelligence to simulate a peculiar phenomenon they call dominant true qi. Can you guess what it absorbs? I cannot. Nuclear radiation. Lu Weiman shuddered involuntarily. A technique capable of absorbing nuclear radiation signifies that other nations' nuclear arsenals would lose at least half of their deterrent power. An utterly maddening revelation. Do you have any more questions? I am pressed for time. Mr. Xiaojia, regarding the sale of your food street, are you planning to leave? You need not do so. Given your tremendous contributions to the public through your food street, generating millions in taxes, we have decided to promote you to a national honor. Lu Weiman's voice quickened as she continued. We can offer you everything you desire, even double the resources. I believe you would not want your family to be oppressed by outsiders. Zhao Jia paused thoughtfully. I do not intend to go abroad. I merely wish to leave Earth. The other world offers superior medical, entertainment, and cultivation environments, even the chance to traverse the stars. There, I could attain immortality. Earth feels too confining, like a prison. Thus, I apologize. Immigrating to another world, Lu Weiman was left speechless, instinctively touching her headphones before turning back to Zhao Jia. Mr. Zhao Jia, you must understand that in an era of advanced technology, the gap between rich and poor widens. Even if you immigrate, you may find it challenging to lead a prosperous life and attain a higher status. Should you choose to collaborate with us, you will receive unwavering support from a nation. We can provide anything you desire, any resources, any talent analysis, and even live broadcasts celebrating your achievements, writing you into textbooks. We can also prepare nuclear weapons for you. However many you desire, they shall be yours. Lu Weiman pressed her hands against the table, slightly leaning forward, pondering that in this alternate world, nuclear radiation must be the most sought-after resource for cultivation. Zhao Jia contemplated for a moment, gesturing with his hands, declaring his aversion to constraints, systems, and authority, and his disdain for the notion of employment. We offer you complete freedom, an unlimited card. Contact us whenever you wish. No one can command you. As long as you acknowledge your identity as a citizen of Yin country. The conditions were rather generous, stirring his interest. What to do? Chapter 39. Utter madness. Faced with such enticing terms, to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Zhao Jia reflected quietly, shaking his head under Lu Weiman's expectant gaze. Her complexion visibly paled, and she opened her mouth several times, only to close it again with difficulty. After a prolonged silence, she asked bitterly, Why? Is Yin country unkind to you? We may have our disparities, but we are striving to catch up. Enough. Zhao Jia interrupted her. Patriotism, who isn't patriotic? I too have my difficulties. There are matters I cannot disclose. A divine presence watches over me, and our frequent interaction may not be beneficial. Above, there exists a supreme deity known as the river crab god, compelling countless exalted beings to bow their heads. In comparison, Zhao Jia was merely a small fry. He pressed his hand on the table, inadvertently leaving a mark. My apologies. I unintentionally damaged your property. Allow me to compensate you. What do you have? Good things. Though merely for your eyes. If you can afford the price, I might offer you a chance to purchase. I can agree to that. This day was extraordinary. The entire city buzzed with a vibrancy unseen in years. The streets overflowed with people. An inexplicable yet exhilarating atmosphere enveloped the air. Aircraft soared above, and the traffic lights appeared peculiarly animated as scores of red flags whizzed past. Drivers, typically impatient, exhibited unprecedented patience, engaging in lively discussions. Brothers, let us discuss some sensitive topics. In stark contrast to the murmurs of the bystanders, the crowds in the restricted zones were animated, helicopters swooping in, each adorned with glasses and silver hair. Unabashedly, one could say, this group represented the backbone of the nation. They moved with agility, disregarding their age, darting about like children, much to the dismay of the physicians trailing behind, burdened with equipment. Should an elder stumble, it would not merely be a matter of assistance. The repercussions could be dire, risking exorbitant compensation and resulting in a lifetime of entanglement and legal woes. Old G, it's been years, and your news still travels fast. Nonsense. I may be aging, but I am not oblivious. With such significant events unfolding, how could I remain uninformed? The elderly man huffed. It's all that little Lin's fault for being biased, withholding such splendid revelations from me. I swear, even if I were in a coffin, I would rise to see this. In the past, I endured without sustenance or machinery. I survived. He puffed out his chest and called out, "Where's Shaolin?" A middle-aged man promptly emerged, a forced smile on his face. Old G, I was merely considering your health. Please, calm down and take a look at this. Understanding the playful nature of Old G, he deftly redirected his focus. Old G suddenly smacked his forehead. Right. I came to see that, not to be distracted by you. With the support of the crowd, he took a few steps forward, arriving at a colossal warehouse where guards patrolled in formation, tanks rotating their turrets, and fighter jets circled above. Upon entering the warehouse, Old G beheld an imposing black aircraft, with throngs of people climbing up and down, wielding various instruments for measurement. Is this a foreign sixth-generation fighter? The elder accompanying him chuckled heartily. Oh, Old G, today you've truly lost your sight. This is not a sixth-generation fighter, but an eighth-generation one. Impossible. Old G declared emphatically. He understood that Yin country's technological progress lagged behind foreign nations, but such a disparity was unfathomable. An eighth-generation fighter, capable of high-speed operations in space. It would be undetectable by current human technology, capable of traversing the globe in mere minutes and executing comprehensive strikes sufficient to obliterate any missile silos. In the event of war, it would be a nightmarish presence. Absolutely no eighth-generation fighter exists. Old G was resolute, yet the elder's words instilled a flicker of doubt. Who says this is foreign? Not foreign? Could it be from outer space? He was well aware of the domestic technology landscape. Old G, half-jokingly, remarked to his old friend. I have downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app. Your deception won't work on me. What would I deceive you for? To be frank, we discovered this aircraft in the desert. But alas, we did not find the manual. Before they could continue their banter, the black aircraft elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd. My heavens! May the heavens bless Huaxia. The defensive materials of this fighter are astonishingly hard. I cannot determine its composition. Goodness, could it be a new alloy? Look at this. The aircraft has no fuel tank. Every corner I searched was empty, all designated for storing munitions. His voice trembled. Could this aircraft utilize controllable nuclear fusion technology? Forgive his ignorance. He was merely a modest scholar in energy, and the only conceivable power source for such a fighter, aside from oil, was nuclear energy. Such an advanced fighter. One thought resonated in his mind: controllable nuclear fusion. The atmosphere shifted instantly. I sparkled with newfound hope. Controllable nuclear fusion technology, once realized and utilized, would equate to an inexhaustible energy source. This was worth trillions, the lifeblood of nations. Look at this. Another voice erupted with excitement. The control system of this fighter is not a nanochip, but a quantum chip. His eyes brimmed with tears of astonishment. Chips had always been a national vulnerability. Countless researchers had dedicated their lives to this pursuit, striving to catch up, only to find themselves disheartened by the relentless march of progress, shifting to other fields. The quantum chip represented a monumental leap beyond nanochips. Research existed both domestically and abroad, yet it remained confined to laboratories, prohibitively expensive, with limited computational power. Bits measured the computational capacity of quantum chips. Typically, 20 bits surpassed the most advanced nanochips. Yet this aircraft possessed, his breath quickened, his head spun. It had to be at least tens of thousands of bits, sufficient for a leading nation to study for centuries. Centuries. The crowd collectively gasped, standing in awed silence. Their eyes aglow with possibility. Yin country would undoubtedly rise. Old G could not help but murmur softly, "This fighter found in the desert is marvelous. This fighter found in the desert is marvelous." Hope blossomed anew for the younger generation, free from the disdain of foreign powers. Chapter 40. Xiao Yin's fateful mission today is the silent Conqiao. Today marks a day of madness for the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences. A day destined to be etched in history as a miraculous event. Yet, this has little to do with Zhao Jie, though it did not come without its costs. Under the meticulous guidance of seasoned pilots, Zhao Jie personally piloted a J-20 fighter jet, soaring through the azure skies with remarkable agility. His physical prowess enabling him to execute one astounding maneuver after another. Indeed, the recorded videos and data from this flight left future aspiring pilots in a daze, sparking waves of existential doubt among the fresh recruits. Is this even humanly possible? Report him. He is cheating. Zhao Jie reveled in his flying, while the co-pilot succumbed to dizziness, feeling lightheaded until the jet landed, only to stumble and fall upon disembarking, ultimately unable to hold back a bout of nausea. This top-tier pilot, boasting 5 years of combat experience, was rendered motion-sick. The comical sight elicited an unseemly chuckle from Zhao Jie. The same person who had arrived brimming with confidence now had to contend with the reality that operating a fighter jet typically requires over a decade of training, mastery of more than 40 disciplines, and an indomitable will coupled with a physique of steel. In short, Zhao Jie was undeserving. Yet, this exemplary pilot succumbed to motion sickness. Zhao Jie laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Hang in there, buddy. You need more practice." Amidst his own existential reflections, Zhao Jie wore a smile, acknowledging that while flying a fighter jet is undeniably cool, it is also fraught with complexities, replenishing ammunition, refueling, machine maintenance, and reliance on satellite navigation, all of which render aerial maneuverability quite cumbersome. Even the swiftest turn could span several miles, a considerable inconvenience. Nevertheless, it could be deemed a trump card, a secret weapon. After indulging in the thrill, Lu Weiman approached with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "I had no idea you were such an adept pilot." Though she lacked understanding, the high stakes, daring maneuvers, and the pilot's frantic exclamations conveyed the gravity of the situation to her. "Actually, I'm even better at flying," Zhao Jie replied with a grin. "In the future world, I've undergone extensive training. This is merely the simplest of exercises." "What a remarkable world that must be," Lu Huimin mused, then continued. "Your fighter jet is of such advanced technology that several of the esteemed elders fainted from excitement, nearly flooding the conference room with drool. And they couldn't even settle on a price." Her face bore the weight of resignation, appraising the fighter jets yielded nothing but comments deeming them priceless treasures, complicating their ability to make an offer. Speaking up felt inappropriate. Those present were all distinguished figures, each with numerous accolades, some even holding extraordinary honors, certainly not individuals she could casually converse with. It was fortunate they didn't berate her. Zhao Jie paid little heed. He had no intention of trading this for money, although the supreme and watchful deity of harmony kept a close eye. It did not prevent him from subtly advocating for his beloved homeland. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lu Weiman nodded eagerly. "The nuclear warheads you requested have been delivered, albeit in a rush. We have only 5 small ones. We've also procured a truckload of various essential supplies, all stored outside." "All right," Zhao Jie replied, sensing urgency. "Is something the matter?" "Yes, there have been some changes in my enterprises in another world, and I've encountered some troubles that require my immediate attention. I anticipate traversing to that alternate realm within the next few days." With a wave, he boarded the prepared vehicle and headed straight for the secret base, where experts had already created an environment rich in nuclear radiation. Yet, he wondered, how effectively could the enhanced domineering energy absorb such radiation? "I hope it's substantial." Lu Weiman hesitated regarding the crossing location, but he did not specify, likely indicating his home. "Understood, boss. I will inform Yunxiang to designate the area where Zhao Jie is located as a demolition zone and replace it with our personnel." "Got it. We will ensure he remains undisturbed, never interfering with his life or drawing his attention." Zhao Jie had never felt so invigorated. He utilized his administrative privileges to maximize his training speed, activating a premium membership. There is no denying that privileges allow for indulgence. Being an administrator means having the freedom to act, empowered by the aura of cultivation and enveloped in the dense nuclear radiation. Zhao Jie voraciously absorbed the feared radiation as it coursed through him, transforming into a torrent of potent energy. Immersed in this experience, Zhao Jie reveled in the exhilarating flow of energy, feeling the terrifying heat radiate from him, akin to a black hole devouring everything in its vicinity. The intense heat gathered in his chest, coalescing into thick mist that gradually condensed into droplets, each one falling like rain. The energy swirling and compressing until revealing a small black dot, a peculiar primordial nucleus. Zhao Jie felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, as bizarre sensations flooded his senses. He perceived his surroundings clearly without the need for sight, envisioning the landscape for miles around him. As he sat in meditation, his body began to levitate effortlessly, defying the laws of gravity. "I can fly?" Zhao Jie exclaimed, clumsily mastering this newfound sensation. With a resounding crash, he broke through the thick ceiling, soaring upward and gliding through the expanse of the sky. From thousands of meters above, he beheld abandoned tanks, and with a fierce gaze, fiery beams shot from his eyes, slicing through the tanks with ease, leaving no resistance. A hum echoed as his laser-like vision swept across the surface, leaving deep, ominous gashes in its wake. Zhao Jie crossed his arms, a peculiar smile on his face. He was but a red pair of shorts away from resembling a superhero. The rapid enhancement of his abilities filled him with joy, yet soon after, a disheartening message plunged cold water on his excitement. Group member Xiaoyan has triggered a fateful mission. A fateful mission? What on earth is that? Zhao Jie's expression darkened slightly. Please don't let it be a task to become an administrator. We're still friends if that's the case. Chapter 41. Do not underrate the youth and poverty. Group member Xiaoyan has triggered the fateful mission, the anger of the wasted youth. Mission overview. Due to the deep bond between two elders, Xiaoyan was betrothed to Nalan Yanran from birth. Living up to expectations, he became the unparalleled prodigy of the Zhao family, earning endless praise from the elder Nalan. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Xiaoyan fell from grace overnight, becoming a wastrel. While Nalan Yanran secretly ascended, determined to resist. Mission requirements: make the brat Nalan Yanran regret her actions. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Mission reward: one opportunity to draw a superpower. The higher the mission completion, the greater the chance of drawing higher-level superpowers. A fateful mission? Zhao Jie glanced at the reward, breathing a sigh of relief. It was merely an opportunity to draw superpowers, not a task for ascending to administrator status, which had truly startled him. Every group member has their own fateful mission. Once triggered, they become true members of the group, gaining the community's focus and a chance to draw a superpower. The Small World Chat Group aims to cultivate better and more powerful administrators. The better the fateful mission is completed, the higher the level of the superpower drawn, potentially even reaching rule-based abilities or coveted physiques sought after across myriad realms. The Destiny missions are interconnected, a continuous sequence wherein each completed task yields rewards, culminating in the ultimate Destiny mission, the Promotion mission. Those who accomplish the Promotion mission will gain administrative privileges. Once a member of the group perishes, and if they are of this world, they will be regarded as a superior existence, thereby exempted from Destiny missions in this realm, instead facing the challenges of a more arduous alternate world. I always knew that an ordinary person venturing into the realm of celebration of the year would be courting death. How could one possibly find the temple at the heart of the plot? Even if they were aware, the chances are nearly negligible. Zhao Jie observed quietly, his expression markedly indifferent. Every individual harbors the potential to become an administrator. His gaze shifted slightly downward, resting upon the vivid red warning. Note 1. Destiny missions cannot be interfered with by outsiders. Any acceptance of external force will be deemed as cheating, nullifying the possibility of consecutive Destiny missions. Note 2. To prevent malicious interference from other members during Destiny missions, a second chance will be granted after the first task fails, with a small probability of triggering a third attempt. Note 3. During the period of Destiny missions, any members from other worlds entering this realm will be classified as invaders, exposing their whereabouts. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Jie's eyes as he stroked his chin. Aside from himself, others in the group remained oblivious to this information. If the administrator is benevolent, they would not sabotage the Destiny missions of the group members. Is there a benefit to this? Destiny bestowed. The Destiny missions are a convergence of fate, allowing all group members to participate and share in the ultimate destiny. The more destiny one acquires, the greater the administrative authority they wield. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. In the grand hall of the Zhao family in Wutan City, Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly. The hall buzzed with excitement, as various peculiar gazes relentlessly bore down on him, accompanied by incessant whispers. After 3 years of stagnation and cultivation and being rejected for marriage, was this not divine retribution? He, once the Zhao family's prodigy, had squandered countless family resources under the care of his father. His good father could only protect him for so long. Having invested so much, the elders had long been dissatisfied, and his 2 elder brothers had distanced themselves from the family to quell the unrest. Now, with Nalan Yanran publicly coming to annul their engagement, one could only wait and see. What a fallen phoenix, inferior to a mere chicken. How brilliant Xiaoyan once was, lauded by many, yet now, he was better off dead. A waste of space could still hide away, but now humiliated by a woman, how could he face the world? Why not end it all? A person like him should not squander resources. Had I possessed his resources, I would have become a fighter long ago. Nailin Yin and is so beautiful. And as a disciple of the Yulan sect, her future is undoubtedly bright. How terrifying. How terrifying. Humph. Regardless, he is not worthy of her now. It's best he realizes this to avoid causing trouble for the family. The ceaseless murmurs drowned into Xiaoyan's ears as he tightened his fists. The voice of Yao Lao echoing in his mind. Xiaoyan, I understand how humiliating the annulment is for you, but you must endure. You still have your family. Do not bring trouble to your father. Just endure for a few years, hide away, and cultivate. The opinions of others truly do not matter. When you become a Do Huang or even a Do Zong, you can directly eradicate the entire Nailin family in the Yulan sect. You must bide your time. You cannot provoke them now. Just bow your head and endure, and when we leave the Zhao family, their gazes will no longer matter. This is the perspective of the weak. Once you become strong, you can dictate their fates. You must endure. Xiaoyan felt a haze wash over him as he gazed at his father's astonished and anxious glances, his eyes abruptly closing as he inhaled deeply. Teacher, I am leaving. Will my father come with me? 3 years ago, I transformed from a genius into a waste. In this time, I have endured much. They have targeted me. And I can endure. I understand. A waste has no right to speak. No one understands, no one sympathizes, no one shows pity. Xiaoyan spoke to himself. Descending from heights into the abyss has unveiled the true nature of some. They say I can endure, but my father, no. Teacher, I am sorry. I still feel like a young man, with the fiery blood of youth. With that, he stood resolutely, stepping forward amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Locking eyes with the proud woman, the hall fell silent. Are you dissatisfied? A clear voice rang out as Nailin Yinran regarded Xiao Yin with indifference. You are no longer qualified. I have already joined the Yunlan sect and become a disciple of its leader. Please recognize your position, abandon your daydreams. And do not bring misfortune upon your family. Xiao Yin chuckled softly, meeting her gaze directly. Are you implying that your status is more noble, your talent superior? And thus you possess the right to annul our engagement? If my strength were greater, my talent superior. Would I not then have the right to annul my engagement with your family? And you must willingly accept it, without a hint of resentment? Nailin Yinran frowned. Astonished that this waste dared to retort. This was her first encounter with such defiance. Usually, men fawned over her, flattering her incessantly. Xiaoyan's attitude discomforted her, urging her to dismiss his obstinacy. In the Dochi continent, strength reigns supreme. All rules are dictated by the powerful. Her disdain for Xiaoyan grew. What do you want to dissolve the engagement? Is the compensation insufficient? I could offer you more. Perhaps even grant you entry into the Yunlan sect, a place you could never hope to touch. I understand. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. In the Dochi continent, strength prevails. Had it been earlier, he might have endured this humiliation, for he was but a waste, an ordinary person, and would have to bow before a behemoth like the Yunlan sect. But now, things were different. Xiaoyan immersed himself in thought, entering the chat group. Xiaoyan, brother Zhao Jie, I am counting on you this time. Zhao Jie, I have told you, an alternate world is an alternate world. Do not constrain yourself with morals. The strong are revered. As long as you possess strength, you can dictate the fates of the weak. Lin Dong, brother Xiaoyan, I will help you as well. Let us 3 brothers create a ruckus. We shall avenge you, even if we cannot win. You and the big brother can come to me later and immerse yourselves in cultivation. Sooner or later, we will rise against the Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan felt a swell of emotion, his eyes moistening. To have friends such as these is indeed a blessing. Nailin Yinran, Yunlan sect. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Chapter 42, The Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. This phrase has stirred the blood of many, yet, in the face of the harsh realities of life, it devolves into do not underestimate the middle-aged in poverty, do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. And the deceased are paramount, the tears of tomb raiders. One must ask, if given the chance, who would not wish to turn the tide? Xiaoyan, I'm here. He transformed effortlessly, transcending time. Claws swayed in the void, finally snapping taut as if grasping onto something. Yet that entity remained unmoved. Zhao Jie began to comprehend. It seemed the opposition was too formidable, and his level was insufficient, unable to pull them over. It appears he must take matters into his own hands. Just then, a light gasp, like thunder, erupted as a beam of light darted from the void, directly entering Xiaoyan's body. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoyan stared in astonishment at his own palm, as an overwhelming aura surged within him. Crimson flames coiled around him like a dragon. exuding a terrifying presence that nearly caused those present to choke on their disbelief. Xiaoyan murmured, gazing vacantly at the scene before him, an unforgettable tableau from his past. Etched in his memory since he was 15, the time when he possessed nothing and felt utterly helpless. To alter the past? Huh? His entire being slowly began to levitate. An infinite flame swirling around him, a blazing symbol appearing upon his forehead, radiating an aura of arrogance and charm, vibrant with vitality, standing upon the void. This fearsome spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless, unable to utter a single word. Who are you? Where's that little fellow Xiaoyan? Elder Yao was utterly stunned. Unable to comprehend Xiaoyan's transformation, he knew for certain that the person before him was no longer Xiaoyan. That little fellow was gone. A pure white flame erupted from Xiaoyan's hand, frost creeping into the air, a chilling essence rushing towards him, his soul yearning to break free. Even the slightest leak of his soul power sent shivers through the hearts of those present, filling them with trepidation. Yet, at the center of this tempest, Xiaoyan remained remarkably composed. As he beheld the frostbitten flames, he couldn't help but smile. Teacher, it has truly been a long time. With a mere flick of his wrist, the once thundering and tempestuous bone-cold spirit fire calmed instantly, swirling playfully between his fingers like a well-behaved child. This bizarre scene left Elder Yao in a state of bewilderment. Although he didn't grasp what was transpiring, he was profoundly shaken. Someone had forcibly seized control of his. How could this be possible? To Elder Yao's greater astonishment, Xiaoyan continued to conjure one flame after another, each dancing in his palm. To an ordinary observer, it might have seemed like mere juggling, yet these were. Who could possibly control 5 types simultaneously? Watching those 5 flames unite and separate, bouncing and leaping in perfect harmony, Elder Yao fell into a state of shock. Teacher, I have never seen you display such an expression. I can only imagine how Lord Fone and Elder Xian would laugh upon witnessing this. Lord Fone, Elder Xian. Controlling and merging multiple, the burning technique? Elder Yao felt an overwhelming surge of vitality enveloping him, replenishing his fractured soul power, yet he still found it hard to believe. This Xiaoyan, has he come from the future? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Doqi continent has never seen such a phenomenon. He glanced down at Nalan Yinran, who lay prostrate on the ground under his oppressive presence, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Is it somewhat unfair to intimidate a mere dosher like this? How do you wish to handle her? Kill her. After all, she merely pursued her own happiness, displaying a bit of childish folly. She was just a naive child, surely. She could be forgiven. You speak without feeling. She is not the one you should be taking issue with. Let us not be so hasty. I am you. And I have walked the same path. In a few years, this will seem inconsequential. But what about my father? Publicly breaking off the engagement is a slap in his face. You have a point. I shall take charge of this matter. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. While a public humiliation of Xiaoyan might be acceptable for a young man to endure, Xiaozhan was his father, his dearest kin. Once, his father had shielded him from countless storms, and now it was time to repay that debt. Do not rush. I have a more splendid idea. With a swift motion, Xiaoyan raised his hand, causing the void to ripple, and a gaping hole appeared. He floated into the chasm, a force drawing Nalan Yinran within. And the two of them vanished into thin air. What is happening? The crowd slowly rose from the ground, disheveled and puzzled, exchanging glances in silence. Their faces were a canvas of questions. What had transpired? Yinner, brother Xiaoyan. Only Xiaozhan and Xiao Suner exhibited concern as they gazed into the air. A voice resonating through the hall and reaching every ear. Haha. The master merely wished for Xiaoyan to remain low-key. Who would have thought you all genuinely believed him to be worthless? How absurd. Two figures descended slowly, an inexplicable pressure enveloping the crowd, compelling them to lower their heads as if bearing an immense weight upon their shoulders, their minds racing with confusion. Why must the powerful always exert pressure upon us? Lin Dong surveyed the bowed elders and disciples, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Even a child like him understood that when faced with external bullying, one must unite and stand firm against it. Young friend, is Yinner safe now? Xiaozhen asked anxiously, and upon seeing Zhao Jie nod, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only to ponder further. Zhao Jie is actually standing upon the void. Could it be that Yinner has the honor of apprenticing under your esteemed self? As a Do Huang, you must keep a close watch over him. If he steps out of line, feel free to discipline him with a bamboo rod. After all, one does not become skilled without a bit of hardship. I have no objections. Xiaozhan's words left the entire hall gaping in astonishment, swiftly transforming into envious gazes. That fellow Xiaoyan had actually secured a Do Huang as his teacher. What an ascent. Zhao Jie smiled. Fully aware that Xiaozhan merely sought to leverage his name to support Xiaoyan, he had no inkling of the brilliance that awaited Xiaoyan's future. I am not Xiaoyan's master. Xiaozhan's expression dimmed slightly as the crowd collectively sighed, a glimmer of schadenfreude lighting their eyes. He is my junior. Our master is not particularly powerful, just an ordinary. A do-do-do-do-do-do-do? The crowd was left aghast, having never encountered such a realm. A figure of legend. Xiaoyan was truly destined for greatness. Chapter 43, Suppressing the Nalan Family Father, Yanran. You should be aware that spending too much time at home while gazing at the mountains and rivers slows one's journey. It is likely that we have only just now arrived at the Zhao clan. Indeed, Nalan Su nodded, his eyes closed, fingers lightly tapping the table. Hoping that the elder they had previously met might have some insight, wishing the Zhao clan would understand their current state. For they were no longer the illustrious family of over a decade ago in the Jiama imperial city. Father, you need not worry. Xiaozhan is merely a great Do master now, not even a Do Wang, just a third-rate family. What is there to fear? The Nalan clan must uphold its reputation. Nalan Su snorted softly. I merely hope that Xiaoyan recognizes the situation and obediently calls off the engagement. If Yanran can strive a bit harder and catch a wealthy husband, our Nalan clan could at least experience a resurgence of a few centuries. If he proves uncooperative, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, while the man beside him displayed a trace of disdain. Does a third-rate family really think they can turn the tides? This matter must be taken seriously. Yanran has been accepted as a direct disciple by Yun. And the Yunlan sect is thriving. The Jiama royal family is merely led by the elderly Jia Xingtian. The future undoubtedly belongs to the Yunlan sect. Our Nalan clan could ride the coattails. Perhaps we might even have a chance to become part of the royal family. As laughter echoed between the father and son, reveling in their grandiose dreams of the future, a terrifying force surged from the distance, engulfing the once bright sky in flames. The temperature within the grand city of Gamma soared ominously. This alarming spectacle instantly transformed the expressions of the city's elite. As they pondered the audacity of anyone daring to invade Gamma's imperial city, could it be the Yunlan sect? Despite his age, the formidable Jia Xingtian was still very much alive. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a voice as thunderous as a tempest reverberated through the air, astonishing all who heard it. Xiaoyan of the Zhao family has come today for one purpose, to annul the engagement with the Nalan clan. Countless figures froze momentarily, with those unable to fly scrambling through the streets, the more powerful leaping atop rooftops, and the capable of flight soaring through the skies, all converging towards the Nalan family residence within the royal city. In mere moments, the once empty streets filled with spectators, all skilled fighters, murmuring in hushed tones as they fixated on the tightly shut gates of the Nalan family. With a creak, Nalan Su stepped forward, his face grim, accompanied by a stooped elder. Observing this, the crowd could not help but feel a wave of emotion. The once mighty Do Wang, Nalan Jia, had fallen to such a state. A true testament to the passage of time, a lion in its twilight. Yet, the onlookers were less concerned about Nalan Jia's waning prowess and more about what was to come. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of fiery light pierced the sky, and a youth clad in black robes, ablaze with flames, descended from above. With a mere flick of his finger, a young woman tumbled before Nalan Jia, none other than Nalan Yanyan. Nalan Su rushed to embrace her as she wept in fear, overwhelmed by the tumult of events. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Nalan Jia found his old spirit rekindled, his frail form straightening as he glared at the fiery youth. You are Xiaoyan? It has been many years since we last met. I once held you in my arms as a child. His voice was tinged with nostalgia, recalling the promised marriage between their families, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen the Zhao clan. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyan advanced deliberately, leaving behind a trail of mesmerizing fire lotus blooms with each step. The temperature emanating from him sent shivers through the crowd. I harbor no grievances against the Nalan family. I have come solely to annul my betrothal to Nalan Yanyan, whom I find to be unworthy of being my wife, as she is but a mere 3-star dosher. The spectators erupted in heated whispers, while Nalan Jia clenched his fists, his energy swirling violently as he roared, Enough. Nalan Yanyan is not only worthy, she is entitled to be your wife. By doing this, you ruin her life. Xiaoyan smirked disdainfully. I anticipated the stubbornness of your clan. If it is compensation you seek, I am willing. With a subtle gesture, brilliant flames ignited from his palm, warping the very air around them, eliciting gasps from the onlookers, especially the alchemists who recognized the power of the. I have heard that the elder Nalan suffers from a lethal poison, one that can only be dispelled by. Should he agree, I will assist in removing the poison. Otherwise, the Nalan family may find itself without a Do Wang, relegated to the status of a second-rate clan. All eyes turned to Nalan Jia, for while the annulment was a humiliation for Nalan Yanyan, the preservation of a Do Wang was of utmost importance to the clan. Once, the Zhao family had been the pinnacle of power in Gamma, but after the death of their patriarch, they had been ousted by rival families, reduced to mere shadows in a distant town, with their leader being but a dosher. Just as they thought they had fallen into oblivion, Xiaoyan emerged. Nalan Jia fell silent, casting a glance at Nalan Yanyan, who, with flushed cheeks, hid her face in her father's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Resolute, he unleashed his doqi, advancing step by step toward Xiaoyan, his rage transforming into a colossal lion, roaring at the heavens. Before Nalanjie could act, an elder appeared like a specter at his back, delivering a crushing blow that sent him to his knees, blood spilling forth as his once proud figure crumpled. Father, grandfather, I am Jia Xingtian. You must be Shaolin's grandson. It is truly a pleasure to see you, young hero. Yet, before he could finish his pleasantries, a fiery handprint seared into his chest, the intense heat desiccating his hair, rendering him immobile. Step aside. Today concerns only the Zhao and Nalan families. Ah, I shall take my leave. I have 2 granddaughters at home, fair and lovely. Jia Xingtian, unable to resist a grin, departed swiftly, having fulfilled his social obligation. Xiaoyan approached Nalanjie, each step echoing like the tolling of death spell. Before he could reach him, Nalan Yinyan's anguished cries pierced the air. Xiaoyan, I was wrong. This is all my fault. I beg you, don't. With a sweeping motion, Xiaoyan tore a piece from his flowing black robe, allowing it to drift before Nalan Yinyan. You are not at fault, nor am I. Some events may have been avoided, but I merely mirrored your actions within the Zhao family. Nalanjie, incredulous, opened his eyes wide, staring at his granddaughter. Noting the way she avoided his gaze as tears streamed down her face, causing a rush of anger to overwhelm him, prompting another spurt of blood. Grandfather, I am no granddaughter of yours. Enough. I have no time to indulge in your theatrics. Xiaoyan's voice boomed like thunder. From this day forth, I, Xiaoyan, shall sever ties with Nalan Yinyan, and the Zhao and Nalan families shall part ways forever. Nalan Yinyan, I offer you a chance. 3 years hence, I will return to challenge you at the same level. If I lose, I shall kneel and apologize at the gates of the Nalan family. Should you lose, we shall forget our past and sever all ties. With that, Xiaoyan soared into the sky, leaving behind a silent and stunned Gamma City. Xiaoyan of the Zhao family has truly risen. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered at how the Nalan family could have driven away such a remarkable son-in-law. Chapter 44. Yun, long time no see. You certainly have an impressive flair for the dramatic. Xiaoyan murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement, reveling in the execution of his grand plan. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. While a person's character may evolve with age, certain intrinsic qualities remain unchanged. Wait, where are you going? This isn't the path we just took. With time still on my side, I intend to visit the Yunlan sect to address some matters and prevent any calamity from befalling the Zhao family. You are right. In a flash, Xiaoyan reappeared above the Yunlan sect, his unmistakable figure immediately detected by the guarding disciples. Enemies, quickly activate the Great Formation. A dense fog enveloped the area, prompting Xiaoyan to smirk disdainfully. With a subtle flick of his finger, a fire lotus gently descended, akin to a falling star, plunging into the mist. In its brilliant glow, all became tranquil. As he floated down, the ground was strewn with severely injured disciples of the Yunlan sect. Though they shared the burden of the damage, the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus, forged from 5 unique flames, was not something they could withstand, even in the slightest. Scattered on the ground were a few disheveled elders of the Yunlan sect, defiantly clutching their swords, showing no inclination to surrender, instead glaring fiercely at Xiaoyan. For the elders of a sect to reach such a state was quite remarkable. The Yunlan sect was flourishing, while the Jama royal family was waning, lacking successors. And it was not without reason. Alas, they were adversaries. Xiaoyan advanced step by step, his ferocious aura descending like a tempest, forcing the elders to kneel, speechless. Particularly, the elder in white suffered the most, his forehead crashing heavily to the ground in utter disgrace. Why does it seem like you have a grudge against this old man? Oh, is that so? Gazing at the pitiful elder, Xiaoyan found it somewhat peculiar. Did luck correlate with appearance? Did it? Did not? Feeling the self-doubt emanating from Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, relishing the chaos around him. Yet, his mirth abruptly ceased as he noticed a slender woman glaring at him from afar, wielding a long sword and rapidly approaching, her fury palpable. Xiaoyan regarded her with nostalgia. Yun, long time no see. I always felt you had some connection with her. You wouldn't do anything to wrong sooner, would you? Nonsense. I am a gentleman. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Indeed, true to form, I share your taste. I have no fondness for such older women. With a smirk, Xiaoyan continued, Older women? Young man, you are too naive. Some matters are beyond your understanding. Young women are delightful. Of course, Lolas are too. Clearing his throat, he declared, I, Xiaoyan, am a gentleman. At that moment, Yun surveyed the fallen disciples, her eyes reddening, as she swung her sword, conjuring a tempest of sword energy. Madman, when's extremity, slay? Confronted with Yun's vengeful gaze, Xiaoyan instinctively rubbed his nose, a gesture he hadn't made in ages. He merely wished to warn the Yulan sect. He had never intended to be ruthless. Violence is such a pity. Please do not force my hand, Yun. You wouldn't want the Yunlan sect's legacy to be erased by me, would you? Lightly tapping his finger, the billowing smoke dissipated, and the fierce sword energy was extinguished before it could even reach him. Fiery flames ignited, enveloping the sky. My apologies, Zhao Yin, for the trouble. Wait, brother. What are you doing? Don't get me into trouble. We are one and the same. Mighty flames roared into the sky. 5 distinct flames soared upward, intertwining like hooks, descending like a colossal bowl over the Yulan sect, leaving the elders and disciples bewildered, staring in disbelief. Yun, I originally intended to purge the entire Yulan sect. But out of respect for you, I will grant you a chance at survival, suppressing you for 100 years. Anyone who steps beyond this circle shall be incinerated by leaving no trace behind. Only a Do Huang may enter and exit. So you might as well remain inside obediently. Blame it on your misfortune. With a firm grasp, Zhao Yin caused the entire Yunlan sect, along with half the mountain, to vanish in an instant, bringing about an eerie calm. Brother, you are ruthless, sealing them away for 100 years. I was merely jesting. It's actually just 10 years. Why not 100? Because in 10 years, the Zhao family shall no longer fear the so-called Yunlan sect. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I shall surely lead the Zhao family to great heights. To what height shall I rise? Dozone or Dozun? Hearing these youthful aspirations, Zhao Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought his former dreams were merely to become a Do Wang or Do Huang? Young one, strive diligently. Remember to rescue our ancestor from the ancient clan's tomb. Once you become a Do Sheng, do not let him perish again. Do Sheng, ancient clan, ancestor, tomb. What are those? Make sure to visit Qingshan town. There is someone named Xiao Yixian. If you fancy her, pursue her boldly. Do not leave any regrets. Bah, scoundrel. Zhao Yin, love only sooner. Once more, Zhao Yin erupted into laughter, when suddenly an elder approached, trembling with rage. Oh, another familiar face. The former sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yin Shan. After a few years of absence, you've become so pathetic, reduced to merely a Do Huang? I recall that in my last life, I might have dealt with you. Was it I? Sighing, Zhao Yin delivered a slap that sent Yin Shan crashing into death, landing headfirst before the startled disciples, eliciting gasps of shock. Problem solved. The 3-year agreement has eliminated the Yunlan sect and the Soul clan, at least providing some peace. Yet, it remains uncertain. Zhao Yin waved his hand, creating a void, stepping through to find an elder meditating, startled by his sudden arrival. Who are you? Elder Su Qian. Long time no see, Zhao Yin exclaimed, his face filled with nostalgia. I merely wish to use a backdoor to allow my junior to enter the Jianan Academy. I hope Elder Su Qian can show me some favor. Su Qian's mouth twitched involuntarily. My favor is so valuable that I was unaware. The Jianan Academy would be honored. I hope you will accept him as a disciple and devote all resources to his training. Very well. I desire thee of the Jianan Academy, the Fallen Heart Flame. Su Qian's eyelids twitched, realizing trouble had arrived. This requires Principal Meng's approval. As a temporary principal, I fear I cannot make that decision. Principal Meng will agree. Zhao Yin raised his finger, 5 swirling around him, causing Su Qian to fixate on one flame, trembling. That is the Fallen Heart Flame? How can there be another Fallen Heart Flame outside? Did the Fallen Heart Flame give birth, or did it cheat? Damn. Chapter 45. Promotion to Level 2 Administrator. Congratulations to group member Zhao Yin for completing the destined task of the Rise of the Waste Youth. Task completion is perfect. Group member Zhao Yin receives 1 opportunity for a superpower lottery. Congratulations to group member Zhao Yin for obtaining the superpower of the Flame Body. Flame Body naturally possesses a strong affinity for fire, training in fire techniques at an accelerated pace, capable of controlling flames, reduce damage from fire burns, with a chance to evolve into the ancestor of all flames. Lin Dong looked at the messages in the group, his eyes brightening, and turned to Zhao Jia. Brother, Zhao Yin is fine. I just saw him win a lottery. He should be safe. Can my brother's actions not be safe? Zhao Jia responded with a casual acknowledgement. Yet his mind remained deeply engrossed in the chat group, where an exclusive narrative unfolded solely for his eyes. Group Administrator Zhao Jia participated in the fateful quest of group member Zhao Yin, currently under evaluation. Due to the high level of participation and significant alterations made by Group Administrator Zhao Jia, coupled with Zhao Yan's formidable destiny, a 5-star rating was awarded to Zhao Jia. Congratulations to Group Administrator Zhao Jia on his promotion to Level 2 Minor Administrator. With just 5 stars remaining for the next advancement, keep up the excellent work. Congratulations to Group Administrator Zhao Jia on becoming a Level 2 Minor Administrator. You now have the opportunity to select a group function. Please make your choice. Surrounded by an infinite expanse of stars, Zhao Jia floated amidst the darkness of the cosmos, where celestial bodies flickered to life in the void, and the vast rivers of stars resembled grains of sand, concealing unfathomable mysteries in their depths. The administrator even has a 9th level. Zhao Jie couldn't help but mutter, yet his spirit soared swiftly, striving to select a satisfactory group function within the limited time available. In his rapid exploration, he soon discovered a remarkable feature: fusion function. Fusion function, capable of merging techniques, manuals, and elixirs to extract the essence of various items, yielding superior results. Usage requirement: none. Usage fee: free. This feature was indeed fortuitous, alleviating Zhao Jie's previous concerns about reaching the limit of his dominant qi. The prospect of having to learn techniques from other worlds was disheartening, as it felt like abandoning all prior knowledge. Now, with the group fusion function, all issues were effortlessly resolved. Upon entering a new world, he could merge the local techniques, directly converting his cultivation to align with the native powers, thus preserving his combat prowess. Ah, I am truly a genius, Zhao Jie mused, stroking his chin before setting a price for the fusion function, limiting its use to annual premium members and instituting a fee for each use. How much? 1,000 coins per use seemed reasonable. After all, one must not be greedy, but rather adopt a steady approach, as it was a risk-free venture. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quietly made a slight modification. Fusion function, capable of merging techniques, manuals, and elixirs to extract the essence of various items, yielding superior results. Note 1. The risk of fusion failure is exceedingly high. Please use with caution. Note 3. After every 5 fusions, an additional fusion opportunity will be granted. Satisfied with his adjustments, Zhao Jie nodded. This aligned perfectly with the style of Ma Huatong. Apologies, my friend Ma Hua, but it seems you may face some backlash. He then considered the success rate of fusion, setting it at 1 in 10, which he deemed quite benevolent. Thus, the cost of a successful fusion would equate to approximately 10,000 coins, yielding a profit of 10,000 for him, alongside 9 so-called failed materials. Zhao Jie sheepishly touched his nose, pondering whether he might be a tad too greedy. Yet, he reassured himself, it's still better than Ma Huatong's conscience. He once drained me dry over 263 attempts for a mere King's crystal. Indeed, I am a conscientious merchant. As Zhao Jie withdrew his consciousness, he discovered the chat group in a frenzy, with Lin Dong, Xiao Yin, and Spider-Man embroiled in a heated argument, a plethora of messages flooding in, causing him considerable dismay. This was the bane of an active chat group. A moment's inattention could result in a barrage of messages totaling 999. Lin Dong, Xiao Yin. Brother Xiao Yin, are you safe? It seems your fateful task was quite cathartic. That woman was truly wicked. Even a child understands that striking someone's face is unacceptable. One does not publicly cancel an engagement. Such matters should be discussed privately. It is the most fundamental of ethics, is it not? Xiao Yin, haha. You have no idea how exhilarating it was. I returned the favor in kind, publicly annulling my engagement to the Nalan family right before everyone in the Jaimar Imperial City. The old man Nalan was so furious upon discovering Nalan Yinran's misdeeds that he nearly vomited blood. Though it may be somewhat unethical, it brought me immense satisfaction. Haha. Lin Dong, those who insult others are often met with scorn. Brother Xiao Yin, you need not feel guilt. Where are you now? I cannot see you. Xiao Yin, I should be at the Canaan Academy, under the watchful eye of an old man with a white beard named Su Qian. I feel quite uneasy. Could he be a pervert? At that moment, Hanli, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. Hanli, I have been in seclusion, unaware of the turmoil outside. Brother Xiao Yin is indeed a remarkable individual. To think he would be scorned by a woman and face an annulment. Xiao Yin, sigh, let us not discuss it. Encountering such a situation is merely my misfortune. Spider-Man, I believe the three of you have a distorted perspective. A woman has the right to pursue her own happiness. What you are doing is unethical. An abrupt silence enveloped the chat group. Xiao Yin, indeed, you are correct. In your world, this may be inconsequential, but in mine, it is an egregious affront. I would have no qualms about annihilating her entire family. Lin Dong and Hanli were unfamiliar with Spider-Man, but Xiao Yin recognized him. Unable to suppress his urge to critique Spider-Man's Na'vi ideals about human rights and equality in a feudal society that prioritizes power and authority. Is your mind muddled? Spider-Man, I do not concur with your statement. With great power comes great responsibility. A person endowed with extraordinary abilities should use them to protect the world, not to dominate others. Lin Dong, Brother Xiao Yin, I find his perspective rather strange. Hanli, I have navigated the immortal realm for nearly a decade and have yet to encounter such childish rhetoric. Spider-Man, one must possess compassion, respecting the dignity and life of others. If everyone wielded power recklessly, would the world not descend into chaos? Xiao Yin, the fault does not lie with us, but with the world itself. Do you think I desire to engage in violence at such a young age? Do I not wish for a peaceful life? Do I not strive for improvement? What right do you have to stand atop your pedestal and cast judgment upon me? Spider-Man, when the world faces issues, one should strive to change the world, rather than allowing the world to change oneself. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, but I am just an ordinary person. I cannot do that. 999. Zhao Jie observed the heated debate, which had escalated to 999 messages, and sighed softly before discreetly flicking his fingers. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has expelled group member Spider-Man Peter Parker from the chat group. Ah, the world fell silent. Zhao Jie, those not of my kin must harbor different intentions. Xiaoyan, well done. Elder brother. Lin Dong, what he said is true. Han Li, I concur. Chapter 46, Angel Yin. Altering an individual's ideology is far more challenging than taking their life. A person residing in peaceful times can never comprehend the brutal reality of a world where lives are as expendable as grass. For a mere coin, one might kill, dismember, or even cook another for sustenance. Oh, wait, perhaps there is some understanding. Even now, money cannot procure food, and one cannot find shelter without complying with demands. Instead of continuing the argument, it is more prudent to address the core issue, expel him. We are merely selfish, ordinary individuals. Lin Dong, elder brother, would you care to visit? My father has long wished to express his gratitude, and my grandfather wishes to meet you. To the martial world? Zhao Jie nodded in agreement. As his current life on Earth felt unbearably barren, the last time he had harnessed nuclear radiation for cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of dominant qi. Perhaps that world, with its resurgence of spiritual energy, was ripe for exploration, especially given the existence of over 60 superhumans. However, to Zhao Jie, the pool remained painfully shallow. An individual's achievements are not solely contingent upon personal ability, but are also determined by the magnitude of the platform they inhabit. As long as the platform is sufficiently expansive, every individual can emerge as a hero, much like Zhu Yuanzhang, who rallied his fellow villagers to seize the world. Zhao Jie, is there really a need for such formality between us? Han Li, Senior Zhao Jie, I am uncertain when I will gather herbs to recharge my currency. 10 days have already passed this month, and I fear that if I become too engrossed in my cultivation, I may lose my premium membership. Ever since I experienced the exhilarating acceleration that comes with the premium membership, I have felt as if my cultivation was akin to flight. Overcoming bottlenecks has become effortless, and I suddenly feel as though I am not just an ordinary practitioner with mixed spiritual roots, but rather a true possessor of celestial roots. I can no longer bear the thought of losing this invigorating sensation. Xiaoyan, yes, brother, let us hurry and collect herbs. I need to recharge. My wallet is positively yearning for it. Lin Dong, I can contribute a little as well, primarily so that my grandfather and father can cultivate more swiftly. They are getting on in years. Xiaoyan, my relatives are few. I only have my father and sooner. Perhaps I could arrange something for my brother too. That should suffice, though I am uncertain if the currency will be enough. Xiaoyan, everyone here can cultivate. It is merely a matter of speed. As long as we recharge our memberships, it should not pose a problem. Anyone can cultivate, and everyone can achieve longevity. Han Li remained silent, slowly raising his gaze to the horizon, his eyes filled with contemplation. Zhao Jie, if anyone is interested, we could trade among ourselves in the group. As it grows, we might even establish a marketplace where we can assist one another and exchange resources. Who knows, we might soar to great heights. Zhao Jie, by the way, I still have 2 nuclear orbs. If anyone wishes to continue cultivating the overbearing true qi, it can rapidly enhance physical attributes and elevate one to extraordinary realms. However, there is a limit, and it does not grant longevity, nor does it have subsequent cultivation methods. If anyone is interested, please do mention me. The advantage of the evolved overbearing true qi is its ability to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, unconfined to nuclear radiation. However, in cases of abundant and high-concentration nuclear radiation, it can certainly enhance the overbearing true qi at an accelerated pace, making it an optimal choice for power enhancement. Yet the drawbacks are evident. It cannot bestow longevity, does not facilitate flight, and lacks subsequent methods, making transitions particularly troublesome. Han Li, Lin Dong, and Xiaoyan are situated in the pinnacle of the cultivation world, endowed with a comprehensive and robust path of cultivation, possessing steadfast wills. None sought Zhao Jie to discuss this matter. His figure reappeared in the secret base's nuclear radiation training room, where Lu Huimin stood outside. I have encountered some difficulties, and I require your assistance, Zhao Jie instructed. I need a weapon crafted to the utmost hardness, in the form of a staff. It need not possess any ornate designs. Simply the requisite durability, as I intend to use it to deliver blows to other skulls. His choice of a staff was deliberate. Regardless of which cultivation method he might later adopt, he would inevitably traverse myriad realms, and the constant switching of methodologies would be exceedingly cumbersome. It is far simpler to focus on physical prowess and forge ahead. His supernatural ability is the manipulation of time. Although he can currently only foresee a few seconds into the future, briefly pausing others' time and accelerating his own, it undoubtedly serves as a divine skill in close combat. No matter how extravagant the combat techniques or martial arts manuals, a well-placed strike with a staff to the head is bound to resonate. Faced with Zhao Jie's peculiar request, Lu Huimin paused momentarily. After all, shouldn't a reasonable person prioritize heavy weaponry? Crafting a robust staff, what a peculiar notion. Would not aircraft, artillery, and tanks be more appealing? No problem, I shall relay your request immediately. I will have weapons specialists study it overnight, and I estimate that within 2 days, your desired weapon will be forged to unparalleled hardness. Lu Huimin spoke with utmost confidence, although she had never forged a weapon before. Crafting a sturdy staff seemed to pose little technical challenge. With today's industrial capabilities, the most powerful presses can exert up to 80,000 tons, easily surpassing any so-called ancient craftsman. All that talk of 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000-fold steel is mere nonsense. Additionally, modern industrial prowess is no longer limited to the hardness of steel, boasting various complex alloy formulas, making ventures into the heavens and beyond entirely feasible. He took a few days to unwind, yet remained industrious, collecting a plethora of red envelopes from Xiaoyan, Lindong, and Hanli. He now needed to evaluate, categorize, and ascertain their approximate values. These individuals were remarkably affluent. Cultivation methods, manuals, elixirs, herbs, and a myriad of peculiar specialties from other worlds left Zhao Jie feeling overwhelmed. Juggling his attention between them while analyzing their effects and worth, exhausting him immensely. Had he known, he would have chosen the appraisal function instead of the fusion function. Zhao Jie lamented with a tinge of joy, as all these treasures had found their way into his possession, while the cost was merely a sequence of numbers. Xiaoyan, 3,696 coins. Hanli, 2,300 coins. Lindong, 960 coins. The disparities were vast yet anticipated. Xiaoyan had the assistance of the medicine elder, making high-tier combat techniques exceedingly valuable, with even a small contribution yielding astronomical figures. Hanli, a prominent seller of herbs, considered a century's worth of herbs as mere snacks, effortlessly offering hundreds, leaving Xiaoyan nearly drooling. To earn coins, he even sent a drop of the medicinal liquid from the Zhang Tian bottle, the potency of which was unquestionable. While he had not surpassed Xiaoyan, Hanli had unearthed a lucrative avenue, cultivating herbs, especially with Xiaoyan, a master alchemist, and Lindong, who could be considered a semi-expert in the group. Lindong earned the least coins, as he had yet to truly take flight. A small Lin family could hardly provide ample resources. The minor Yuandan realm likely only equated to a high-tier fighter's level, and within the Lin family, none were available. Zhao Jie gazed at the multitude of treasures he had acquired, grinning with unrestrained delight. He envisioned the chat group expanding, his little treasury soaring exponentially. The sensation of becoming a wealthy magnate was truly exhilarating. Good heavens, this is far more enjoyable than collecting rent. At that moment, a sudden message disrupted his reverie. Administrator Zhao Jie, please review. Do you agree to allow Angel Yin to join the Small World chat group? Angel Yin? Chapter 47. The Arrival of Martial Motion. Angel Yin, also known as the Thunder God. Age, 7,000 years. Origin, Angel Nebula, serving as a sacred guardian of the left wing. One of the two major guardians of the Judgment Angel, Sacred Kesha. Having participated in 3 wars between angels and demons, he emerged victorious twice, claiming the lives of over 1,000 foes, and suffered defeat once, sustaining severe injuries and losing 308 comrades. Later, through his esteemed reputation and notable achievements. Following the fall of Angel King Kesha, he was entrusted with the critical task of upholding angelic order for a millennium, inheriting the sacred position of Kesha and becoming the new Angel Blade King. With striking beauty, a graceful figure, and a pair of pristine wings, he possesses immense power and belongs to a technological universe. His regal and sacred demeanor, coupled with unparalleled strength, renders him the object of desire in countless dreams. Zhao Jie stroked his chin, hesitating for merely a second before decisively rejecting the request. Group Administrator Zhao Jie denies the entry of Angel Yin into the group. A powerful member may not necessarily be a good one. Those who are half alive and willing to follow Zhao Jie are the true assets. Angel Yin's overwhelming strength, coupled with an innate supercomputer, made Zhao Jie feel somewhat apprehensive about maintaining control, rendering it impossible to deceive him or even to amass experience. Heavens forbid. Should she join the group, Zhao Jie feared he would be thoroughly overwhelmed by Angel Yin. How terrifying. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down Zhao Jie's spine, prompting him to reject the request without hesitation. The world around him returned to tranquility. Having averted a potential danger, I truly am a cautious and diligent genius. Zhao Jie gathered all his belongings into his spatial realm and produced a manual, which was none other than the Lin family's treasured technique, the Qing Yuan Gong, a third-rate manual that could elevate one to the Yuan Dan realm, akin to the Great Dome Master level. Alas, he sighed, it would be best to wait until he arrived in Lin Dong's world to seek a more suitable manual for fusion. It seemed rather excessive to impose such expectations on Lin Dong at this moment. He recalled that there was also a legacy of talismans there, which could be utilized to hone mental acuity. In due course, he could find someone to diligently practice with. This endeavor would not be in vain, as it was virtually universal across myriad realms. After exerting himself for 13 minutes, he felt utterly fatigued and decided to take a break. Engaging in a game to rest his eyes seemed fitting. Truly, he considered himself a paragon of discipline and diligence. Your staff is completed. It is rather weighty. Lu Weiman observed Zhao Jie effortlessly lift the staff and swing it in the air, producing a resounding whoosh. She instinctively swallowed her words, realizing this man was no ordinary individual. At that moment, Zhao Jie scrutinized the staff in his hands, which radiated a golden aura, its intricate patterns revealing an ethereal golden dragon, exuding an impressive majesty. Why does this staff seem so familiar? It resembled the one wielded by Sun Wukong, albeit with an added dragon motif. Oh, haha, thank you. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Huiman's eyes as she subtly suggested, Mr. Zhao Jie, you may wish to pay attention to your home world. We have noticed a consistent increase in the number of superpowered individuals, and their abilities are advancing rapidly. A mysterious substance has been persistently active, and we have been monitoring them closely. I am not concerned with that. It is your affair. Zhao Jie had no desire to entangle himself in complications. Should someone attempt to impose upon him the burdensome notion that with great power comes great responsibility, he would surely find it irksome. He reached into his robe and retrieved a manual, presenting it to Lu Huiman. This is the manual for the overbearing true Qi, which I have annotated for clarity. Concentrate your efforts on nurturing a cohort of individuals. The so-called superpowered criminals can be easily subdued. What the mysterious department lacked was not manpower. Perhaps in the future, if a superpowered individual dared to act as recklessly as Lu Ale, they would soon find themselves facing countless grandmasters. He could only imagine the psychological toll of such a reality. This could very well be the dark age for superpowered individuals. But that was of little concern to Zhao Jie. Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Zhao Jie. You are a national treasure. I do not relish such accolades. I shall take my leave. Should you discover any results from your research, do remember to share them with me, as I am intrigued by the emergence of superpowers. Zhao Jie spoke in a nonchalant tone, and with that, his figure faded from view, traversing time and space to enter the world of martial movement. Mysterious factors. The awakening of superpowers. This script felt eerily familiar. Were they perhaps mutants? Were the legendary spiritual bodies particularly suited for cultivation? Or even the fabled heavenly roots? Or perhaps the so-called body of loss? Let them deliberate on these matters at their leisure. In the world of martial movement, Lin Dong was engrossed in study at the Martial Arts Academy. Ever since his rapid advancement to the Earth Yuan realm, the younger generation of his family had paled in comparison before him. The so-called family competitions felt trivial in his presence, easily dismissed with a mere wave of his hand. Lin Dong found little amusement in such trivialities and instead immersed himself in the Martial Arts Academy, perusing various accounts of remarkable phenomena from different continents to prepare for his future excursions. What is this? His gaze suddenly fell upon a scroll of dark-hued martial arts literature tucked away in a corner of a wooden rack, when he had previously overlooked. A third-tier martial art. The Chiman seal, a fragment. Seems fortune smiles upon you. You've stumbled upon a treasure. Zhao Jie nodded in affirmation as he accepted the ancient manual from Lin Dong, meticulously flipping through its pages. This could be classified as a third-tier martial art with formidable power. Should it undergo enhancement via the stone talisman, it might even ascend to fourth-tier status, or perhaps even fifth-tier. Reaching fifth-tier? Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. His Lin family was quite impoverished. Third-tier martial arts were already considered top-tier, while fifth-tier was beyond his wildest dreams. You have yet to experience the privileges of an annual premium membership, have you? An annual premium membership offers additional privileges? Lin Dong scratched his head in embarrassment. Currently, my elder brother is the one funding the premium membership. I cannot even afford the annual fee. You will have it in due time. You are still young, and your future is bright. Zhao Jie raised a finger, and a radiant light emerged from his palm, gradually manifesting as a cauldron. He tossed the fragment of the Chiman seal into it, prompting Lin Dong to widen his eyes, catching glimpses of countless books flashing within. This is a feature exclusive to annual premium members, the fusion function. It can amalgamate techniques, manuals, and elixirs. consolidating their essence into a single, more powerful form. Lin Dong's mouth fell agape. It seemed even more powerful than his stone talisman. With a resounding thud, the swaying cauldron came to a halt, and a golden light shimmered within, floating gracefully in midair, resplendent. Luck is on my side today. The fusion succeeded. Though this technique is impressive, its failure rate is high and quite costly. Zhao Jie beamed with delight as he beckoned, and the luminous essence descended into Lin Dong's hands. This manual has fused the techniques of Xiao Yanzi, Han Li's cultivation manual, and the Chiman seal. All three can utilize it. Give it a try. As Lin Dong stretched out his hand, the light seamlessly entered his consciousness, unveiling a profound knowledge that gradually emerged. Chiman Four-Beast Seal, a 6th-tier martial art. Categorized into 4 forms: Azure Dragon Seal, White Tiger Seal, Vermilion Bird Seal, and Black Tortoise Seal. When combined, their power rivals that of 7th-tier martial arts. Transforming from 3rd tier to 6th tier, its might comparable to 7th tier. Extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 48. My son Lin Dong possesses the essence of rebirth. The leap from 3rd tier martial arts to a level that could match 7th tier was an incomprehensibly vast chasm. A single Lin family could boast dozens of 3rd tier martial arts. Yet one 7th tier manual could outweigh the collective worth of multiple Lin families. Lin Dong's expression grew solemn, and he instinctively swallowed hard. This treasure was too precious. He glanced at Zhao Jie, gratitude unspoken but etched deeply within his heart. Elder brother, your fusion function is truly remarkable. His eyes glimmered with envy. The ability to amalgamate disparate techniques into a superior form was a concept he had never encountered before. It was akin to combining several worn-out 1 yuan coins to acquire a crisp new 100 yuan note. How utterly astonishing. Despite his envy, Lin Dong understood that this was beyond his current means. It was simply too exorbitant. What are you afraid of? Zhao Jie patted Lin Dong's youthful shoulder. You are still young. Your future is vast and bright. These matters are insignificant to you. You can venture into even broader realms. Broader realms, you say? Lin Dong fell into contemplation, suddenly feeling a longing for the unknown world beyond. By the way, I have one more thing to tell you. When you become an annual premium member, should you wish to utilize the fusion function, you can let me handle the fusion. Zhao Jie hinted subtly, as your elder brother, I am now an administrator with a few privileges. Looking after you is no trouble at all. We are family, understand? Lin Dong's eyes brightened. He promptly sealed his lips and vigorously nodded. Though young, he was no fool. Such treasures within the family must never be disclosed. Just as the two exchanged pleasantries, hurried footsteps resonated outside the martial arts academy. An energetic elder accompanied by several robust men approached swiftly, none other than Lin Dong's grandfather, Lin Jintian, along with several elders. At present, Lin Dong, having broken through to the Earth origin realm at the tender age of 14, is undoubtedly a prodigy of the Lin family, and it is imperative that no harm befalls him. A group approached with an imposing demeanor, and indeed, they beheld a figure standing before Lin Dong. Before they could draw near, the individual slightly turned, and a piercing gaze swept past, akin to the chill of a winter's abyss, causing an involuntary shiver to course through them. A master, a formidable being with the strength of at least 10 floors. Lin Jintian made a swift decision, raising his hand to halt the others, while he himself stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists. I am Lin Dong's grandfather, he stated. I am unaware of the esteemed senior's intentions. In the realm of cultivation, age bears no significance. What matters is the level of cultivation. Those who are older yet possess lesser power are regarded as ineffectual, and one must discern the soft fruit before attempting to squeeze it. This is the essence of wisdom that comes with age. Zhao Jie nodded, his expression indifferent, exuding an air of arrogance. I am Lin Dong's senior brother. I have come today merely to discuss a matter with the elders of the Lin family. Qingyang Town is too diminutive, unable to nurture a dragon in shallow waters. Soon, I shall take Lin Dong away from Qingyang Town. These words not only astonished Lin Jintian and the others, but also left Lin Dong somewhat taken aback. Would they truly depart from Qingyang Town so swiftly? Just as he was about to inquire, Zhao Jie spoke again. Do you not wish for revenge? Revenge? Whose vengeance? A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as he resolutely nodded. He had not forgotten the relentless suffering his father endured due to illness, nor the despair that plagued him. Senior, Donger is only 14 years old. Could you perhaps wait for another 2 years? Lin Zhao's face was etched with worry. He had long sensed the changes in Lin Dong over the past few days. His cultivation had surged remarkably, reaching heights that were nothing short of astonishing. In less than a month, he had advanced from the 4th stage of body tempering to the late Earth origin realm, surpassing even him. To claim that no one had assisted him would indeed be a jest. Lin Zhao had harbored concerns, yet what could his strength accomplish? Each day was a trial, and he could only silently offer prayers. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Zhao Jie was well aware of Lin Zhao's apprehensions, and his formidable strength afforded him a detached demeanor. Otherwise, he would not dare to entice another's son in such a manner without risking a severe beating. If he follows me, I can assure you that Lin Dong will reach the Nirvana realm within 2 years. If you believe Lin Dong can afford to wait, then I shall say no more. The term Nirvana realm rendered the crowd momentarily dazed, their expressions revealing an intricate web of emotions. This was the Nirvana realm. They were merely minor cultivators of the heavenly origin realm, and their lifelong aspiration was to break through to the minor Yuan Dan realm. The Nirvana realm was a realm they dared not even dream of. It was akin to laboriously striving for one's first million. Only for someone to place a hand on your shoulder and declare, "Join me, and I guarantee you'll earn 100 million in a year. Good sir, please accept my knee." Lin Xiao murmured, unable to contain himself. My son Lin Dong possesses the potential for nirvana. His face bore the weight of disappointment, tinged with regret. As a father, he had shielded his son from storms for far too little time. Very well. Lin Dong's youthful visage radiated unwavering determination as he resolutely turned to leave. Some opportunities are fleeting and hesitation only leads to defeat. As his figure gradually faded from view, Zhao Jie's gaze fell upon Lin Jintian. Lin Dong is my junior brother, and I shall certainly look after him. Traditionally, the family of a junior is expected to present a gift. However, I arrived in haste and have little to offer. Senior just not. We are already grateful and seek no further benefits. Zhao Jie waved his arm, and 3 tokens struck the nearby wall with a thud. These are 3 tokens. When held during cultivation, your efforts will be greatly enhanced, as if aided by divine intervention. I passed by an estate where ironwood was cultivated, and there were 2 elusive black iron demon leopards guarding a remarkably rich Yang origin stone vein beneath their territory. The mention of the Yang origin stone vein caused Lin Jintian's expression to shift, even though he was accustomed to the storms of life. He couldn't help but tremble as his hand brushed against his beard. This was a mine, a Yang origin stone vein for cultivation. A stroke of fortune indeed. Yet the surprises did not cease there. I have heard Lin Dong mention that this small Qingyang town is divided into 4 factions. With 2 families consistently targeting the Lin family, Zhao Jie continued leisurely. I, being of a benevolent heart, cannot abide those who act unlawfully, such as the wicked Lei and CF families. Righteous individuals must rise against them. Who is righteous? Who is wicked? Those who stand by my side are just. Those who oppose are wicked. Lin Jintian comprehended immediately, bowing respectfully to Zhao Jie. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your chivalrous actions in ridding the world of evil. Chapter 49. Sweeping away the Lei and CF families, the night in Qingyang town was eerily silent. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by an enraged roar. Old Ghost Lin, do you seek death by causing trouble at my Lei family? The patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Bao, sensed the scent of blood and inwardly cursed his misfortune. He leapt from his secret chamber, trapped in the heavenly origin realm, yet on the verge of breaking through to the minor Yuan Dan realm. This was a critical moment, and he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Who had leaked the information? His figure flickered as he spotted Lin Jintian weaving through the darkness. Though aged, his fingers remained as strong as the wind, and each strike sent a foe tumbling down, akin to a tiger amidst sheep, unstoppable. This sight infuriated Lei Bao, causing his lips to tremble in rage. With a thunderous roar, he awakened the slumbering members of the Lei clan, his voice echoing far and wide. He was calling upon his ally, Xie Qian, the patriarch of the Xie family. Lei Bao had anticipated that Lin Jintian might disrupt his breakthrough to the minor Yuan Dan realm, so he had kept a watchful eye, and now the moment had come. 2 against 1. Old Ghost Lin, you shall perish. Lei Bao sneered, leaping down as surging energy rapidly coalesced, dazzlingly transforming into a brilliant light accompanied by a deep rumble. Sweeping toward Lin Jintian, the Lei family's treasured 4th-grade martial skill. Thunderbolt light. Lei Bao, I, Xie Qian, shall lend you my strength. Another figure darted from the shadows, an overwhelming force radiating from him as he positioned himself before Lin Jintian. With a coordinated assault, they aimed to bring down Lin Jintian. Yet, just at that moment, a radiant light surged from the horizon, its brilliance piercing through the night like a beacon. Lei Bao and Xie Qian, their faces filled with bewilderment, were caught unawares and were swept away, reduced to mere charred corpses. Wherever the light touched, chaos ensued. The sounds of explosions echoed ceaselessly as buildings collapsed, leaving behind massive craters that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented, a lethal radiance that could kill with mere sight. Remember to clean up the aftermath, Zhao Jie remarked, casually yawning, not from fatigue, but from sheer boredom. With a mere thought, his body soared away, vanishing into the night sky, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present. Truly terrifying. Lin Jintian turned to observe the fear-stricken faces of the Lei and Xie clans, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With a sudden wave of his hand, he commanded, kill. At his command, dozens of figures swiftly moved behind him, disappearing into the shadows, and the slaughter continued unabated. Its unique bloodline, if nurtured properly, could follow Lin Dong for a lifetime. It must not be forgotten. Lin Jintian's expression turned grave, his heart filled with astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy. He understood his own insufficient talent and advancing age. If Lin Dong had a companion, he would have a formidable ally in the future. What could be better? The fire python tiger, generally of the heavenly origin realm, now held the potential to reach the nirvana realm, truly unfathomable. After giving his instructions, Zhao Jie soared into the sky with Lin Dong, both racing towards Yin City. Brother, where are we going? Lin Dong asked, his cheeks flushing. Zhao Jie loved to tease him, and at just 14, Lin Dong was at that bashful age, completely uninterested in women. He quickly changed the subject, fearing Zhao Jie would continue to jest. Brother, why do you seem so familiar with these matters? Have you been here before? No, Zhao Jie replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Lin Dong. His eyes glimmered with a radiant light. Did you see my eyes? I have completed my fateful task and acquired my superpower, which is the ability to foresee the future. Lin Dong gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. He knew about superpowers. Ever since Xiao Yin had obtained his, he had been boastful, flaunting it for days. Xiao Yin mentioned that his teacher, Yao Lao, was filled with existential doubt, lamenting that something called white bone fire clung to him like a father. How impressive to foresee the future! Lin Dong exclaimed. Don't be envious. Once I help you find that treasure, it will be no less formidable than my ability. Zhao Jie asserted, referring to the devouring ancestral rune, one of the 8 ancient runes that governed the power of absorption. Capable of devouring and refining all things, undoubtedly powerful. As Lin Dong listened, his heart raced with trepidation. Brother, I can't accept such a thing. That belongs to you. I promise to give it to you, so no more nonsense. Your brother has even greater things. Yao Jie replied. However, Lin Dong preferred the flood ancestral rune over the devouring rune, exclaiming, the diamond muscle tyrant. Now that's a true man. Brother, do you want to trap me in this world? Zhao Jie was adept at handling Lin Dong's youthful spirit. Your brother traverses the realms freely. If I were to be confined by this ancestral rune, it would be utterly frustrating. If you don't want it, I'll toss it aside. Lin Dong's eyes instantly reddened as he resolutely nodded. Thank you, brother. That's more like it. At the Chiwu building, Master Yin was napping as usual, his eyes squinting. Though he seemed to be asleep, he was actually immersed in a deep slumber. As a talisman master, he was an exceptional one, a figure admired by many, living a life of luxury without a care to exert effort. Suddenly, a sense of horror enveloped him, startling him awake as if a cat had stepped on its tail. His overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring countless runes in midair, transforming into shields. Yet, they were of no use. With a swish, a dark shadow swooped in from afar, shattering layer after layer of his mental shields, whizzing past his ear and causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Master Yin stared wide-eyed at the entrance as 2 figures approached, one large and one small. Given your formidable spiritual energy, you must be Master Yin. Indeed, you possess some skills. I am Zhao Jie, and I have a request. Is this what you call a request? Master Yin chuckled in exasperation, his chest swelling with indignation. I, Yin, have a kind heart and love to help others. Speak your mind, and if I can assist, I will do my utmost. Chapter 50. Xiao Yan's envious tears observing the seemingly accommodating Master Yin. Lin Dong suddenly realized that requests could be made in such a manner. He learned something new. That was quick. Zhao Jie remarked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Master Yin, I have heard that there exists a talisman master tower in Yin City, and my request is to utilize this tower. Master Yin's expression stiffened. The Talisman Master Tower was a remarkable edifice formed by the spiritual energy of numerous talisman masters, known for its ability to refine and elevate one's spiritual prowess, extremely precious. This tower served as a sanctuary for the talisman masters of Yin City, and even their own kind lamented the shortage of time and opportunities. How could they possibly allow outsiders to use it? Master Yin hesitated momentarily before a thought struck him. I agree, but the Talisman Master Tower is a shared asset of the 3 cities, so you must persuade the other 2 cities as well. In a few months, there will be the triannual tower competition. How clever. Zhao Jie nodded calmly. But take me there right now. Rest assured, I am a person of reason. Anyone who prevents me from entering will face my wrath. Master Yin hesitated, thinking Zhao Jie misunderstood that entering the Talisman Tower required consent from the other 2 cities, which was a rule among talisman masters. This puts me in a difficult position. That's your rule, not mine. Why should I adhere to the rules of you talisman masters? Master Yin opened his mouth but fell silent, at a loss for words. Such reason. Lin Dong gazed at the gray tower before him, sensing its immense power even without ever training in spiritual energy, feeling an inexplicable pressure in his heart. It was akin to a mortal witnessing a thunderstorm looming over the city, causing trepidation at just a distant glance. Master Yin, accompanied by 3 middle-aged talisman masters, reluctantly initiated the Talisman Master Tower. This was a sacred ground for talisman masters, and the spiritual cleansing it provided was exceptionally valuable. However, for non-talisman individuals, it was a sheer waste. Yet, circumstances dictated the course of action. He slowly pressed his hand against the tower, his overwhelming spiritual energy flooding into the indentation. Since it was not the time for the tower to open, the consumption of spiritual energy was particularly great. Feeling the piercing gazes of those around him, Lin Dong, being somewhat shy, lowered his head to Zhao Jie. Brother, neither of us are talisman masters. Is it appropriate to use the Talisman Master Tower now? Who says I'm not? Zhao Jie snapped his eyes shut. How could someone as diligent as him not be a talisman master? Simulating Master Yan's life. Simulating Master Yan's life. A purple glow gradually emerged, halting the world in its tracks, dimming the sky. Zhao Jie smiled, brandishing his staff, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing to the sound of Master Yan's startled cries. Don't. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Master Yan's spiritual energy 10. Don't. Simulation successful. Congratulations. You have gained insights into Master Yan's talisman mastery. Fortune favored him. Zhao Jie absorbed the sudden influx of knowledge, standing in contemplation for a while as spiritual energy slowly emanated from him, allowing thousands of meters of scenery to enter his mind. Peeking into the artifact, he abruptly opened his eyes, pointing at Lin Dong's forehead. Lin Dong instantly appeared dazed, a torrent of knowledge flooding into his mind. As if he had become a 4-imprint talisman master, now merely needing to refine his skills. Stunned, Lin Dong gazed incredulously at his brother Zhao Jie. This is nothing short of a miracle. Do you still think it was a waste to enter the Talisman Master Tower? Lin Dong shook his head vigorously. Such a treasure was perfectly timed. He had a feeling that if he entered the Talisman Master Tower, he could directly condense talisman imprints and become a 1-imprint talisman master. Brother, coming to your world, I naturally wish to assist you. Now, focus on your cultivation. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has granted group member Lin Dong a 1-month super membership, resulting in a 50-fold increase in cultivation speed. Xiaoyan exclaimed, damn. Envy, jealousy, and resentment welled up within me, and tears streamed down my face. Lin Dong chuckled. Thank you, brother. Zhao Jie inquired, Xiaoyan, would you be interested in joining us here? I have some remarkable treasures. To which Xiaoyan confidently retorted, arrogant. Xiaoyan, possess wealth and resources. I shall not go. At that moment, Xiaoyan was brimming with pride, reveling in the blissful life he led at the Jianan Academy, where the dean himself was his mentor, a formidable dozong expert. The abundance of resources at his disposal was beyond imagination, except for a certain plump girl who occasionally assaulted him with her fists. Damn it. How could I possibly lose to a little girl? Xiaoyan lamented, rubbing his eyes which were obscured by darkness, a result of being pummeled by that little girl. He sighed, I prefer mature women. Suddenly, he recalled the enigmatic smile of his future self and realized, mature women are indeed preferable. I cannot let them mock me. Gazing at the alchemy furnace before him, Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, determined to strive and become a formidable alchemist. If you choose not to come, then I suppose the benefits here will be enjoyed solely by Xiaodong. Zhao Jie remarked, with the soul power of a 4th-grade alchemist, Xiaodong will likely be overjoyed. Lin Dong interjected, brother, you let it slip. I want to enjoy it alone. Do not inform Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, please don't come over. Damn it. I always knew Lin Dong was the protagonist. What a cheat. He stumbles upon extraordinary treasures effortlessly. Kicking over the alchemy furnace before him, Xiaoyan declared, it's worthless for a novice like me. He dramatically flicked his sleeves and proclaimed, I, son, shall no longer practice alchemy. Xiaodong, your grandpa has arrived. With a flash, Xiaoyan vanished, only to reappear in a different realm. Observing the sudden change in scenery, he could not help but feel indignant. Upon looking up, he saw the oddly smiling Zhao Jie and Lin Dong, and he brazenly approached them. Brother, Xiaodong is here too. What a coincidence. Brother Xiaoyan, what a coincidence. Zhao Jie chuckled, then turned to the Symbol Master Tower. Opportunities awaited within that tower, a place where many alchemists honed their soul power. Entering would initiate a baptism, refining one's soul power, aiming for the highest level, where a mental technique was concealed. There's even a mental technique? Xiaoyan mused, hearing of it for the first time. As the elder Yao had never mentioned it. Did alchemists not simply crush their opponents with soul power? He felt puzzled, while elder Yao too appeared bewildered. Your mental power seems different from mine? The Symbol Master Tower is now open. Master Yin finally unlocked the tower, only to notice an additional person, stirring a slight irritation within him. This tower was meant for symbol masters. Others entering would be of no use. His gaze lingered on Xiaoyan, the intent behind his words unmistakable. Xiaoyan pondered, locking eyes with Master Yin, who felt as though struck by lightning. An overwhelming, indescribable mental power surged forth, leaving him dizzy, standing there in a daze for an extended period. That terrifying mental power, could it belong to the legendary Heavenly Symbol Master? Chapter 51. A fearsome presence in the Symbol Master Tower. Zhao Yan's demeanor became solemn, his black robe billowing without wind, long hair flowing, exuding an extraordinary charm. This dreamlike scene filled Lin Dong's wide eyes with confusion. Brother Zhao Yan, when did you become so powerful? Ignoring Lin Dong, Zhao Yan waved his sleeve, enveloping Lin Dong in a mysterious force, shielding him from the pressure emanating from the tower. His voice was hoarse. Follow me, do not fall too far behind. With that, Zhao Yan ascended the stairs with a calm expression. What appeared to others as an arduous climb was effortless for him, not causing a single ripple. Lin Dong's mind was filled with questions, recalling a similar scene when that despicable woman had broken off Zhao Yan's engagement, transforming him instantaneously. Could it be that Zhao Yan, like a woman, became furious and immensely powerful at certain times? How impressive. I must learn from this. At that moment, Lin Dong was still an innocent youth, soon realizing how absurd his thoughts were. After all, Zhao Yan was boasting in their chat group. Haha, Zhao Dong, did you see? Am I not handsome? That swagger. No doubt it's him. Brother Zhao Yan, how did you suddenly change your aura? You seem incredibly powerful. Did you break through to the Yuan Dan realm? Humph. I am far superior to the Yuan Dan realm now. One could say I have reached the Nirvana realm. Having spent ample time in the group, both had gained an understanding of each other's cultivation levels, with the Nirvana realm being the highest Lin Dong could comprehend. Zhao Yan downplayed his level, considering his master, Elder Yao, a supreme figure. Did he know what it meant to be a revered alchemist? A dozun. Terrifying indeed. Although currently fallen, the frail camel is still larger than a horse. The last time the future Zhao Yan arrived, he had rejuvenated Elder Yao and collected substantial resources at the Jianan Academy. While Elder Yao's power hadn't fully recovered, it was still a significant portion. A fraction of a dozun's strength is still formidable. The Nirvana realm? Zhao Yan harbored a powerful remnant soul, once immensely strong, yet betrayed by close ones, ultimately clinging to life, only to fall into Zhao Yan's hands after many tribulations. Wow, capable of alchemy, with immense mental power, wealth, and even techniques. The envy in Lin Dong's eyes was palpable. He desired something similar. Haha, Zhao Dong, do not be overly envious. For these gifts were bestowed upon me by my mother. Some things are simply irreplaceable. Now, hurry up and cultivate diligently, so you can cling to my leg later. Lin Dong pouted. You're bullying me. I've decided to cling to brother Zhao Jia's leg. He seems sturdier. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. I refuse to be the perennial second. Cough. I said nothing. Just cultivate. If I do not exert effort today, tomorrow I shall be a brother in a ring. Speaking of which, will 4 people fit in one ring? I haven't even asked the teacher what it's like to live within a ring. What a bargain, saving the cost of a house. Time to leave. Zhao Jia, eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips, sensed that the perennial second was restless, perhaps plotting a coup, and must be shown the harshness of reality. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West, the youth remains poor. In the end, he might not just be the perennial second, but could even fall to 3rd place. In terms of luck, how could Zhao Yan possibly surpass Lin Dong? He was the favored child. Yet, effort must be made. If Lin Dong caught up, it would be an embarrassment. Strive to cultivate. Simulating Master Yan's life. Simulation successful. You have gained 10 of Master Yan's mental power. Simulation successful. You have gained 5 of Master Yan's mental power. The simulation has succeeded. Yet no rewards have been granted, as the drop limit has been reached. Please change the simulation target. Zhao Jia closed his eyes, his mind filled with the vision of 4 spirit symbols trembling, a surge of mental energy boiling within him, and he felt an unprecedented clarity of spirit, far surpassing his previous state. His formidable mental power expanded unabashedly, enveloping a significant portion of Yin City, akin to a divine perspective in a game, granting him an omniscient view. Zhao Jia reveled in the experience. He observed Master Yin beside him, who appeared utterly dejected, filled with regret for having spoken carelessly. Sometimes the consequences of words can be dire. The overwhelming mental force, as powerful as the mountains and seas, was certainly beyond what a mere symbol master could wield. He had lived a life of caution, yet here he found himself in dire straits, a victim of his own loose tongue. Disregarding Master Yin, Zhao Jie continued to survey his surroundings, the trees, the flowers, the birds, and the bustling passers-by. He beheld a multitude of sights, exclaiming internally, so grand, so bright, such fierce righteousness. He instinctively touched his nose, then turned contemplatively to Master Yin, as if to say, you aspire to ascend. Master Yin, bewildered at first, soon grasped the situation as he spotted a large contingent swiftly approaching. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, exuding authority, mounted on a towering beast, his imposing presence unmistakable. Accompanying him was a tall, elegant woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her skin as white as snow, with delicate willow-like brows, an oval face, a cherry blossom mouth, and exquisitely refined features. None other than the daughter of the Stone Lord of Yin City, Yue. The Stone Lord's prowess was formidable, a master of the forming realm. An almost insurmountable figure for those vying for power within the city, especially with 3,000 elite guards at his command, all highly trained and exceptionally skilled. Should conflict arise, even those at the peak of the Yuandan realm would find it difficult to escape the onslaught of these soldiers. Why had they come? They had received word that someone was threatening Master Yin, coercing him to force open the Symbol Master Tower, hence their timely intervention. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Yin city? Do they take me for a fool? Such audacity cannot go unpunished. The Stone Lord, a true master of the forming realm, possessed a terrifying presence, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, and he spotted an individual seated beneath the Symbol Master Tower. This was not the crux of the matter. The true focus lay on Master Yin, who sat dejectedly to one side, clearly having been threatened and wronged. How bold! The Stone Lord bellowed, raising his jade-colored sword, which resembled a spear, long and shimmering with a jade-like glow, emanating a fierce aura indicative of a spiritual treasure. The broken jade sword, a gift from the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty, was indeed a spiritual artifact. Leaping from his beast, he hovered in midair, emanating an aura of fierce determination, and swung the sword with great force, causing the very skies to shift. The soldiers gazed up in admiration as a domineering sword beam sliced through the air, hurtling toward the motionless Zhao Jie. The corners of Zhao Jie's mouth curled slightly as he reclined against the Symbol Master Tower, languidly calling out, "Xiao Yinzi, come to my aid," with a subordinate at hand. There were trivial matters that could surely warrant his older brother's intervention. Beside him, Master Yan's expression changed. Instinctively crouching with his hands over his head as he summoned layers of shields from his surging mental energy, the Stone Lord, suspended in the air, was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the gravity of the situation as a wave of immense mental force surged forth from the Symbol Master Tower, overwhelming and indescribable, crashing down upon him. Thud. The sound resonated as the Stone Lord plummeted to the ground, his legs crashing down with a loud crack. The once orderly ranks of 3,000 soldiers fell one after another, struggling to rise, their eyes wide with terror. What a powerful mental force! Zhao Jie, nearly bursting with laughter at the Stone Lord's bewildered expression, found humor in the contrast between the man's fierce demeanor and his current predicament. He continued to lean against the Symbol Master Tower, eyes closed, immersed in his cultivation. Although Master Yan's experience had been exhausted, fate had delivered another opportunity, simulating the life of the Stone Lord. Simulating the life of the Stone Lord, a flash of purple light swept across, halting the world, casting the sky into darkness. Zhao Jie languidly smacked his lips, observing the half-kneeling Stone Lord. A fiery light ignited in his gaze, erupting forth in a torrent that pierced through the Stone Lord's body and the guards behind him, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. What a spectacle! This simulation lasted 3 seconds. The Stone Lord has perished. Laser eyes, a lazy person's essential skill. Simulation successful. You have acquired 10 of the Stone Lord's Yuan power. Simulation successful. You have obtained the Stone Lord's Cultivation Manual. Great Yin Royal Family Manual, first 4 layers. A treasure trove of manuals? Zhao Jie raised an eyebrow, for he was in dire need of such knowledge. Upon meticulously examining the information in his mind, joy surged within him. What an exceptional manual! A direct path to the forming realm. Zhao Jie immediately straightened his posture, mentally commanding, activate the fusion function. Fuse Domineering True Qi with Great Yin Royal Family Manual. Domineering True Qi, Great Yin Royal Family Manual fusing. A colossal furnace swirled before Zhao Jie, emanating a gentle golden light. Moments later, a brilliant flash surged into his mind, bestowing upon him a complex and intricate new version of the manual. The Domineering True Qi Fusion Edition, merging the strengths of both, allowing for the transformation of True Qi into Yuan power and vice versa, all while retaining the benefits of both. Zhao Jie sat cross-legged, accelerating his cultivation to its peak. The previously swelling pain of domineering True Qi in his chest dissipated, coursing throughout his body as a radiant golden-red Yuandan formed, dazzling and unmarred by starlight. Resembling a small sun, the Yuandan continued to whirl, its motion unceasing. Boom! A deep rumble erupted from Zhao Jie's body as he abruptly opened his eyes. Fiery brilliance dancing within them, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. He merely rose, and an invisible wave surged forth, cracking the ground around him. A potent pressure that was nothing short of formidable. Forming realm. Zhao Jia nodded with satisfaction, his hands clasped behind his back as he unleashed a torrent of yuan power. A colossal azure dragon burst forth from below him, soaring through the skies and weaving through the clouds. The dragon shimmered with golden light, its scales, whiskers, and claws exquisitely detailed. At a distance, it appeared remarkably lifelike. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was merely a moving, colorful dragon sculpture, its eyes hollow and lifeless, its movements mechanical, revealing its artificiality. Should it achieve a lifelike quality, akin to reality, Zhao Jia knew he would have to break through to the creation realm. With a thought, the azure dragon turned its head, descending gracefully to land at the symbol Master Tower. At this moment, the Rune Master Tower stood deserted, devoid of any presence. Enveloped in silence, Zhao Jia had been engrossed in his cultivation, unaware of how many days had passed. How painfully slow. He sighed, reflecting on his solitude as a genius. Feeling as lonely as snow. Little did he know, an intriguing event was unfolding above the Rune Master Tower. Two young men sat cross-legged in a room, while Yao Lao floated in midair, holding a hidden tome of spiritual force techniques, the transformation rune array. It was indeed his first encounter with such an unusual application of spiritual energy, and it opened his eyes to new possibilities. As he studied the array, his other hand was not idle. He filtered the chaotic thoughts of Lin Dong and Xiao Yan, gradually guiding them into their mud palace, allowing their spiritual runes to absorb the energy and grow exponentially. However, Yao Lao soon detected a flaw, sensing something amiss. Lin Dong and Xiao Yan, both elite members, were supposed to cultivate at the same pace due to the so-called favor bestowed by the Twisting Dragon Emperor. Yet, Lin Dong seemed to lag behind slightly. Initially, it went unnoticed, but as time passed, the discrepancy became increasingly apparent. It felt as if something was secretly siphoning energy away. Feigning nonchalance, Yao Lao unleashed a torrent of spiritual force, and the icy spiritual fire transformed into a hook, plunging into Lin Dong's body and forcibly extracting a dark, elusive entity. A mouse? This mouse was none other than the celestial weasel hidden within the stone rune, which, upon feeling the influx of spiritual energy, could not resist greedily drawing some in. The little weasel gazed at the white-bearded elder before it and sighed, realizing its predicament. It was trapped. This elder possessed formidable spiritual force, at least at the level of a celestial rune master. It could barely contend with the Yuan Dan realm, let alone the gap to the Nirvana realm. Alas, to be born a mouse was truly a sorrowful fate. Chapter 53, the scheme to devour the ancestral rune, however. To the weasel's surprise, the elder merely glanced at it without consuming its spirit, but instead trapped it in his grasp, enveloping it in a wave of warmth, a manifestation of pure soul energy. The weasel stood frozen, bewildered by the elder's intentions. Did he not recognize it as a celestial weasel, and instead consider it a mere pet? By the heavens, I, the celestial weasel, will never submit as a servant. Stubbornly, the weasel turned its head, yet the overwhelming spiritual force continued to surge, igniting a thirst within its being. It had been years since it had absorbed such refined energy. Just a taste, I vow not to be enslaved. A mere morsel does not constitute servitude. Perhaps just a bit more. Soon, the engrossed Xiao Yin and Lin Dong gradually awakened. Their cultivation yielded immense benefits, enhancing their spiritual power, invaluable for refining medicines and combat alike, especially for Lin Dong, whose strength surged dramatically, leaping from the Earth origin realm to the Heaven origin realm, poised to enter the Yuan Dan realm upon the convergence of Yin and Yang. His spiritual power had also ascended to the level of a second seal rune master, a remarkable advancement, even with the aid of accelerated cultivation. Yet, Lin Dong felt a twinge of envy, as his breakthroughs were entirely facilitated by Yao Lao. The transition from Earth origin to the Heaven origin realm was directly aided by him, and so was the leap to Yuan Dan. This feeling was akin to having a wise elder at home, a true treasure. Lin Dong relished this sensation, free from worries, advancing steadily in his cultivation. The road ahead shining brightly, an uncountable number of obstacles avoided. Alas, Yao Lao belonged to Xiao Yan. If only he had one too. He looked up to find Yao Lao with closed eyes, surrounded by swirling runes, forming an intricate array, clearly in deep meditation. Not wanting to disturb him, Lin Dong remained silent. In this small tower, he quickly spotted the little weasel trapped in midair. A mouse? By the heavens, the elder called me a mouse. And now this little furball dares to call me one too? The once lazy celestial weasel sprang to its feet. You are the mouse. Your entire family is composed of mice. A talking mouse. Lin Dong was taken aback. Although he had encountered various wild beasts, he had never met a talking one. The weasel's nose wrinkled in indignation. I am the celestial weasel, a sovereign of the demon race. Quite formidable. Clearly, you have never seen the world. Allow me to enlighten you. Dragons and phoenixes are merely my sustenance. So impressive? Lin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragons are legendary creatures. Why are you here then? Ah, because of you. Were it not for your sneaky theft of the stone rune, would I be reduced to this state? The weasel crossed its arms defiantly. Resentful of its fall from grace as a once mighty celestial being, now captive to this white-bearded elder. Recalling the delectable spiritual energy, it instinctively licked its tongue, then stubbornly spat, declaring, I, the celestial weasel, shall never be his servant. This proclamation seemed to strike a chord within Lin Dong, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Were you powerful in your past life? Do you possess vast knowledge of techniques and secrets? Of course, the weasel boasted, its pride evident. Though reduced to this state, it had once basked in glory. In its prime, even celestial rune masters were but insects beneath its feet. Frankly speaking, a mere scrap of its knowledge was beyond Lin Dong's reach. Were you betrayed by someone close to you, leading to your downfall? The weasel's expression stiffened. Memories of past grievances surfacing, casting a dark shadow over its gaze. At that moment, Lin Dong clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Ah, this black mouse is a celestial weasel. Oh, yes, yes. Celestial weasel, would you like to follow me? I shall care for you, help you revive, and seek vengeance for you. What do you say? Is this boy daft? Why does he speak such strange things? Beside them, Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered, his mind reeling. This elder possesses immense power, and now this little mouse claims to have been formidable in life. Yao Lao is a top-tier alchemist, and this little creature asserts it knows many secrets. Yao Lao resides within a spatial ring, and this little mouse is embedded in the stone Lin Dong found. He felt completely numb. Just days ago, he had boasted of Yao Lao's prowess to Lin Dong, and now, in the blink of an eye, Lin Dong had acquired another companion, potentially even more powerful. What a twist of fate. Is this the legendary child of destiny, the son of heaven? The weasel stared blankly at the two silly boys, lying down in exhaustion. How long had it been asleep? Why had the world outside changed so drastically? The tower fell into silence, and soon, Yao Lao gradually awakened, observing the unresponsive weasel before addressing Lin Dong. Indeed, it was extraordinary, not merely a mouse. Though its soul was fragmented, its essence remained high. It must have possessed considerable strength in its past life, perhaps even surpassing my own. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, internally scoffing, I knew it. However, I remain uncertain about his character. Little one, keeping him by your side may either serve as a boon or a bane. Life or death, the decision rests with you. Lin Dong paused momentarily, gazing at the little ferret lying there. The ferret suddenly sprang up, baring its teeth at him, exclaiming, Hurry up and kill me. Do you expect me to become a full-time caretaker? Absolutely not. I am a wicked being, having slain numerous individuals in my past life, with a penchant for devouring children. Am I, the mighty ruler of the demon clan, to be reduced to a mere pet for a child? Lin Dong was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly said, I am unsure of what to do. I would like to seek my elder brother's counsel. Very well, Zhao Jie replied. Observing the despondent ferret, suppressing a chuckle, the proud little demon has met its match. Its heart is not inherently malevolent, and it could serve as a valuable companion for you. Who are you calling proud? The ferret retorted, baring its teeth. Before it could continue, Zhao Jie calmly interjected. I've heard that the Tianyo ferret clan is on the brink of extinction. Impossible. Who could eradicate the Tianyo ferret clan? The ferret's face twisted into a cold smirk. The rulers of the demon clan do not speak idly. Do you remember how Jiuyo? He has become the acting clan leader of the Tianyo ferret clan. It is said that the clan leader, your father, has been in seclusion for centuries since your disappearance. Is that not a curious coincidence? Zhao Jie continued. I also heard that how Jiuyo colluded with the Demon King. Perhaps it is merely a rumor, but it seems you have little interest in such matters. The ferret's expression turned pale at the mention of the Demon King. Zhao Jie paid it no further attention and turned to Xiaoyan, having invited him for more than mere enjoyment. In fact, I have another request. I wish to procure a treasure for little Dongzi, and lacking complete assurance, I hope to enlist the assistance of Elder Yao. Before Elder Yao could respond, Xiaoyan's eyelids twitched involuntarily, as an ominous premonition gripped him. It is a rare artifact born of heaven and earth, known as the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's foreboding intensified. How familiar it sounded, such heavenly treasures. He thought, his nose tinged with sorrow. How many exist? Supposedly 8, came the answer. Only 8? Haha. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh maniacally. I possess 23 forms of. Why is it that I find myself laughing and then crying? Is Lin Dong truly not my brother? Wait. Lin Dong is the son of heaven, and I am his second brother. By rounding up, does that not make me the adopted son of heaven? He suddenly felt a strange sense of comfort. Chapter 54. I am the sixth of the canyon. The ancestral talisman, akin to, is even rarer. with powerful individuals claiming a portion, while the few remaining are scattered in obscure locations, nearly impossible for ordinary people to discover, even over several lifetimes. According to the records of the Talisman Master's Tower, the devouring ancestral talisman lies within the Great Wilderness secret realm. Without sufficient strength, one would need to wait at least a year to access it. Lin Dong had previously undertaken such a journey. Yet, now there was Zhao Jia, embodying the joy of prophecy. Sometimes, a single piece of information can alter one's fate, even that of many. He was acutely aware that the devouring ancestral talisman was no longer in the Great Wilderness sect but had been taken to the stronghold of the Yin puppet sect by its leader, Teng Sha. However, despite Teng Sha's luck, he lacked the fate to gain the talisman's approval and thus could not refine it. To refine the talisman, one must earn the approval of its previous master, the Elder with Black Eyes. To gain this approval, entry into the Great Wilderness sect is essential. This requires the combined efforts of several Nirvana realm experts or a single top-tier expert. That is the purpose of summoning Elder Yao. Zhao Jia's plans were astute. Trading a mere Talisman Master's tower for Elder Yao's assistance would grant them access to the Great Wilderness sect, a treasure-laden stronghold even after previous plundering. In truth, he had his own ulterior motives. Teng Sha was a perfected figure of creation, an ideal target for experience. If he did not take advantage of this, what would the heavens allow? He considered trying to challenge Elder Yao, but the simulator was far too rigid, viewing Elder Yao as untouchable. After all, a single strike could reduce him to ashes. Leveling up requires patience. Zhao Jia manifested a colossal azure eagle with his energy, soaring through the night, hastening towards Yin Puppet City. Under the cloak of darkness, he stealthily infiltrated the city, utilizing his foresight to bypass the heavily guarded gates, slipping in unnoticed. The deeper he ventured, the more patrolling experts he encountered, including several adept in mental prowess. Yet, before Zhao Jia's future-seeing abilities, they were riddled with flaws. As he closed in, he ultimately found his target, Teng Sha. This individual made no effort to conceal his whereabouts, perhaps never suspecting that someone could audaciously infiltrate the heavily guarded headquarters of the Yin Puppet sect. At this moment, he sat in the plaza, surrounded by various powerful figures, all adorned in Yin Puppet sect attire, their positions intricate, their energy flowing in a grand formation. In the center of this formation floated an ancient talisman, the size of a human head, exuding an air of antiquity, occasionally pulsating, ominously transforming into a black hole, emanating a terrifying aura of devouring all. The devouring ancestral talisman. Zhao Jia licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He believed himself to be a commendable employer. If he wished to acquire property, drive a BMW, and marry a new wife, he must treat his employees well. If he could secure the devouring ancestral talisman for little Dongzi, it would surely evoke tears of gratitude and fervent dedication to cultivation. With such an extraordinary pace of advancement, Xiaoyan would likely faint from joy in the restroom. As long as he remained by Lin Dong's side, continuously absorbing experience, it would be far more expedient than scouring for experience elsewhere. Moreover, he would gain a loyal little brother, willing to shield him in critical moments, a veritable windfall. Delighted, Zhao Jia crouched low, easily melding into the earth, pulling a patch of grass over his head for camouflage. His disguise was flawless. Not even the most astute individual from the Yin Puppet sect would suspect that someone lay hidden here. Simulating Teng Sha's life, a violet glow gradually emanated, causing the world to halt, and the sky darkened. Zhao Jia burst forth from the ground, golden wings unfurling from his back, interspersed with silver radiance of temporal energy, transforming him into a fleeting streak of light, leaving the plaza's occupants bewildered. With wings of fighting spirit, accelerated time, and a surprise attack from behind, my strategy is flawless. Teng Sha, can you withstand this? At this moment, Teng Sha was entirely unaware, despite being a figure of creation. After all, who would be foolish enough to attempt to kill him within the stronghold of the Yin Puppet sect? It was akin to encountering a beguiling beauty clad in sheer attire, alluringly gazing at you while you, in a daze, consumed a potion, only to discover an iron barrier separating you, unreachable and untouchable. This barrier was so finely woven that one could not even extend a hand through. I can no longer contain my anger. Teng Sha remained oblivious to Zhao Jia's impending assault, until someone suddenly shouted, "Beware, sect leader." A gust of malevolent wind swept through, and the fierce fluctuation of primordial energy caused Teng Sha to change countenance dramatically. Amidst the astonished, shocked, and dumbfounded gazes of the onlookers, he tilted his head and precisely intercepted the menacing strike. The sound of a dull yet crisp impact resonated as Teng Sha's eyes, filled with unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief, shattered in an instant, leaving only his headless body to hover momentarily in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stubbornly twitching a couple of times before falling completely still. Zhao Jie couldn't help but marvel at Ting Sha's technique of receiving blows. It was evident that he had practiced extensively. With such skills, it would be a pity not to pursue a career as a goalkeeper for the national football team. Ting Sha had met his end. Simulation successful. You have acquired Ting Sha's shadow puppet technique and experience. Shadow puppet technique. The supreme secret art of the shadow puppet sect, capable of refining corpses into puppets for one's control. The higher the cultivation, the more puppets one can manipulate, and the greater the distance of control, up to 1,000 miles. This technique allows for control over vast distances. If one were to clad it in the guise of an inflatable doll and add some interior embellishments, I have a daring idea. A wicked smile crept across Zhao Jie's face. Let there be no misunderstanding. This is for a legitimate purpose. Using a puppet to masquerade as a sensuous and alluring beauty embracing a nuclear warhead, delivering warmth, light, and heat to those suffering in the cold from miles away. Ah, truly, I am a good person. Chapter 55. Smuggling into the secret realm of the great wasteland master. Be careful. The sound of impact echoed as Ting Sha perished. His eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have gained Ting Sha's cultivation 10. Master. Small, Ting Sha stared in bewilderment at the staff that pierced through him, shocked by the rapidity of his demise, devoid of any sense of experience. Simulation successful. Congratulations. You have gained Ting Sha's enlightenment on cultivation, Yuan Dan realm. Simulation successful. Congratulations, you have gained Ting Sha's cultivation 50. Simulation successful. You have not obtained any rewards. Please change the simulation target. Zhao Jie stifled a yawn. Ting Sha was somewhat corpulent, and the array of knowledge acquired was undeniably extensive. After a prolonged night of relentless simulation, he had amassed a plethora of items. Finally, the simulation was complete. Achieving the pinnacle of the transformation realm was perfection. He no longer concealed himself, leaping from the pit with golden wings shimmering with the silver power of time, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously reduced Ting Sha to a mist of blood, ensuring he was irrevocably dead. With a swift motion of his left hand, a small pouch fell into his grasp, precisely Ting Sha's Chinkoan bag, a treasure befitting a sect leader. At that moment, the crowd in the plaza began to regain their senses. Before they could rise, Zhao Jie unleashed a heavy palm strike. A massive handprint radiating with resplendent golden light descending from above, crashing down onto the grand formation within the plaza. The tremendous impact resulted in a thunderous explosion. Blinding flames bursting forth, forming an elegant and beautiful mushroom cloud, the colossal shockwave sweeping across the plaza and leaving no one unscathed. Those closest were obliterated on the spot, while only the fortunate few who managed to flee quickly survived. Zhao Jie, with a flick of his wrist, dragged the devouring ancestor talisman trapped within the formation, spreading his wings and soaring away from Shadow Puppet City, leaving no one daring enough to pursue him. The deafening explosions drew countless powerful figures from afar, their gazes filled with confusion and greed. The devouring ancestor talisman that Zhao Jie was dragging was unmistakably extraordinary. Its mysterious black hole occasionally manifesting and its eerie ability to consume one's mental strength all attesting to its remarkable nature. As they recalled the violent explosions from Shadow Puppet City's headquarters, the crowd could not help but conjure an image. Someone had stolen a treasure from the Shadow Puppet sect. What treasure? Unknown, but undoubtedly a treasure. The crowd stirred restlessly, but just then, a searing light descended from the heavens, a terrifying ray sweeping through, and the explosions erupted in succession, causing a significant portion of the hillside to collapse. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they turned to flee, no longer daring to entertain any ulterior motives. What a terrifying expert! Where did they come from? Why inquire so much? They nearly lost their lives. This individual is far too formidable. Let us go and seize the treasure. Are you out of your mind? That person is a great master. We cannot hope to contend against them combined. I'm not suggesting we confront him. I'm saying we should target the Shadow Puppet sect. Those who narrowly escaped glanced at each other in tacit understanding and promptly turned to rush toward the Shadow Puppet sect, proficient in taking advantage of a fallen foe and seizing the opportunity amid chaos. Zhao Jie's figure flickered through the sky, the wind howling around him with astonishing speed, leaving a trail in the air, causing all who beheld him to gape in shock. This speed was truly extraordinary. After traversing an unknown distance, he emerged through a range of mountains, finally arriving at the ancient, boundless expanse of the Great Wasteland. Descending gracefully from the sky, he found Lin Dong and Xiaoyan awaiting his return, secretly relieved at his arrival. Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at the devouring ancestor talisman floating in Zhao Jie's hand, instantly becoming ensnared within its depths, as if plunged into endless darkness, cold, silent, and terrifyingly desolate. Xiaoyan collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his brow, his face etched with fear. The oppressive silence of that environment was beyond terrifying, 1,000 times worse than confinement in a black room. This artifact was a wondrous creation of the universe, possessing formidable powers. Probing it with mental strength was perilous, easily leading to entrapment. Zhao remarked. Observing Xiaoyan's distressed reaction, understanding that the experience within was undoubtedly harrowing. However, it also sparked a thought within him. Perhaps Lin Dong was the destined inheritor of the devouring ancestor talisman, having navigated the shadows for so many years, enduring solitude and cold darkness, ultimately conquering the talisman. Such endurance and willpower were nothing short of remarkable. This was also one of the reasons he was hesitant to engage with the devouring ancestor talisman. Even possessing it was not something an ordinary person could refine, let alone confinement in a black room. Even locking someone in a house without any provisions for a month would be commendable. 3 months would likely drive them insane. Not to mention maintaining sanity for over a decade. A true anomaly. Zhao considered himself a normal person and thus could not engage in such abnormal acts. This item was indeed extraordinary. Even I cannot escape its allure. The figure of Yao Lao gradually emerged, gazing at the devouring ancestor talisman with an expression filled with awe and trepidation. He had previously believed his struggles to be significant, but upon witnessing the devouring ancestor talisman, he no longer dared to speak of his past hardships. Are you certain this young lad can endure and refine the devouring ancestor talisman? The term young lad naturally referred to Lin Dong. Yao Lao was skeptical that such a youth could withstand the torment of the devouring ancestor talisman. He is the destined master of the devouring ancestor talisman. It is written in the stars. Zhao Jie spoke with unwavering conviction, while Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, nodding resolutely, despite the mocking voice of the little weasel in his heart. Just as the weasel had stated, he was indeed from a humble background, lacking resources, techniques, connections, and time. To surpass Lin Langtian, he could only take risks. If he did not seize the opportunity, he would never surpass Lin Langtian. Yao Lao, is it possible to open the secret realm of the Great Wasteland? In comparison to whether Lin Dong could conquer the devouring ancestor talisman, Zhao Jie was more concerned about another matter, whether Yao Lao could indeed unlock the secret realm of the Great Wasteland. Within lay not only the contingency plans of the old man with the black eyes, but also various secret scrolls of the Great Wasteland sect and abundant cultivation resources. All the methods, elixirs, and resources Zhao Jie required to break through to the Nirvana realm were contained within. He possesses the ability to manipulate time, capable of indiscriminate slaughter at his level. However, opposing the Nirvana realm with merely the creation realm is nearly an insurmountable task. He must either transcend to the Nirvana realm himself or seek out a relatively weaker half-step Nirvana expert who has just recently broken through, a highly unlikely scenario. The Great Yin dynasty has only a handful of individuals at the Nirvana level. Just as the teacher was about to discuss this matter, Xiaoyan interjected, stating that the seal is exceedingly powerful. If they were to attempt a forceful breach, the teacher could only rely on it to create a small opening, allowing one person to enter. However, such an endeavor would deplete significant mental energy, leading the teacher to fall into a deep slumber, making it exceedingly difficult to provide protection within the secret realm. The secret realm is fraught with peril. Without the protection of Yao Lao, the threat to their lives is palpable. The most pressing issue is that only one person can enter. Who shall it be? This presents a formidable dilemma. In an instant, Zhao Jie devised a plan. You shall go in, and Lin Dong and I will sneak in. Sneak in? Xiaoyan looked utterly bewildered. This is not a national border. How could one possibly circumvent such a formidable seal? Chapter 56. Wealth and Danger in Pursuit. What method of sneaking in could possibly be powerful enough to breach such a formidable seal? Xiaoyan scratched his head in confusion, but soon he grasped the situation. Under the relentless push of Yao Lao's bone-chilling spiritual fire, the seemingly indestructible seal momentarily yielded a gap. Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped through. And under Yao Lao's formidable mental protection, he exerted considerable effort to maneuver through, eventually squeezing his way in after much struggle. The soul energy that had clung to Xiaoyan receded into the spatial ring, and without the shield of mental power, he truly felt the oppressive majesty of the secret realm, a suffocating aura that left him somewhat breathless. Before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, 2 figures materialized before him, startling him greatly. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Jie and Lin Dong. Confusion clouded Xiaoyan's face as he turned to examine the intact seal, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. How did you get in? Zhao Jie smiled enigmatically, tapping his head, and leisurely remarked, in times of uncertainty, quantum mechanics. With that, he sauntered away, clutching the devouring ancestor talisman. Quantum mechanics, my foot. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, then turned to Lin Dong, placing his hand on Lin Dong's shoulder, and said with a grin, Hey, little Dong, you're an honest kid who never lies. Come on, Tell Brother Xiaoyan how you and Big Brother got in. How did I not think of this? Xiaoyan lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration as he traversed the world to join the group. Why didn't I think of it? It infuriates me. Brother Xiaoyan, hurry. Big Brother has already gone far ahead. Wait for me. The territory of the Great Wilderness Sect is exceptionally vast, and the most striking feature is an ancient stone tablet towering nearly 1,000 feet high. A staggering height indeed. It stands silently in the depths of the plain, and even from a distance, one can sense an aura of antiquity and a profound, ancient presence. Let us go. This is the site of a super sect, filled with various dangers. We should not be greedy for treasures. The true valuable items lie deep within, guarded by formidable beings. We will return to explore when our strength has grown, Zhao Jie advised in a hushed tone. You two stay close behind me. Our sole purpose this time is to assist Lin Dong in resolving the devouring ancestor talisman, understood? He spoke truthfully. He was not motivated by greed for the so-called treasures. The treasures outside the Great Wilderness Sect might incite fierce competition among those at the creation level, but they hold little true value. The real treasures lie within the inner sect, under the watchful gaze of a terrifying Nirvana-level skeleton, from which not a single strand can be seized. Xiao Yin and Lin Dong quickly nodded in agreement, placing their trust in Zhao Jie's words. The three of them moved cautiously through the tranquil and expansive wilderness, discovering numerous treasures as they explored. After considerable effort, they traversed through the icy currents and finally located the black altar. The altar was a chilling black, as if forged from dark iron, adorned with numerous stone pillars. The largest pillar stood empty, as if it had once held something significant. Let us go. Stepping forward, Xiaoyan and Lin Dong followed without hesitation. Instantly, they felt as though they had entered another realm, a desolate landscape with a solitary stone pillar standing tall. Atop this pillar sat an old man clad in a black robe, his white hair flowing, who seemed to sense their presence and opened his tightly shut eyes. In an instant, a flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings. His pitch-black gaze, akin to an abyss, was indescribably dark, resembling a true black hole from which even light struggled to escape. With just one look, the trio felt their spirits tremble, as if the spiritual symbols within their minds were on the verge of erupting, truly terrifying. After countless years, someone has finally arrived here. The old man's black eye scanned them, and a voice, hollow and desolate, echoed, seemingly observing something. Zhao Jie patted Lin Dong and Xiaoyan on the shoulder, signaling them to remain silent. He then stepped forward and declared, Junior Zhao Jie, here to seek assistance from the esteemed elder. I hope you can lend me your strength to subdue the devouring ancestor talisman, allowing its legacy to continue. You seem to know some truths. The elder has been fallen for millennia. Some matters are no longer secrets. My journey is not solely for the inheritance of the devouring ancestor talisman, but for the sake of all living beings. Zhao Jie gazed intently at the old man with black eyes. The demonic race has grown increasingly rampant, with more individuals harboring demonic seeds. The seal suppressing the Demon King is beginning to weaken, and it won't be long before it breaks free. Now that the talisman ancestor has passed, and his 8 disciples are missing, it is time for someone to inherit. That is because of him. Zhao Jie raised Lin Dong's hand. Do you recognize this? The ancestor stone has acknowledged him as its master. This is fate's arrangement. He is likely the reincarnation of the talisman ancestor. The black-eyed elder remained silent, still seated in meditation. Many in this world have obtained the ancestor stone, yet few have been recognized by it. His heart raced. He felt as though he were teetering on the edge of life and death. If he won this gamble, the Great Wilderness Sect would rival super sects, and even the remnants of resources would be enough to support him to reach the life and death realm, or even beyond. The black-eyed elder smiled, causing Zhao Jie and the others' hearts to leap with hope. To which sect do you belong? Zhao Jie spoke of ancient secrets that could not be detailed by those without a background. I cannot disclose this. It is a plan devised by my master over thousands of years to combat the demonic race. I cannot reveal a single detail. Will we succeed? It is difficult. Unless someone breaks through to the ancestor realm, who do you think the person will be? Aha. A hearty laughter echoed across the wilderness. Ah, what does it matter? I am but a dead man. Why should I concern myself with so much? I will do what I can with this frail body. A gigantic hand swooped down. Grasping an object from outside, it was none other than the devouring ancestor talisman. The talisman nestled obediently within the hand, pulsing slightly before seamlessly entering Lin Dong's body. Instantly, Lin Dong sat cross-legged, as countless strands of black light surged in from all directions, merging into him, rapidly elevating his power visibly. Soon, another beam of black light entered Zhao Jie's palm. The black-eyed elder's voice resonated. Go ahead. Keeping those things is a waste. Take them with you, young man. Remember what you said. Zhao Jie's face lit up with elation. Thank you, esteemed elder. He had won the gamble. Chapter 57. Striking the Nirvana Realm. Lin Dong remained within, undergoing the trial of the devouring ancestor talisman. Although he currently only reached the heaven origin realm, much lower than the original story's depiction of the talisman refinement, he felt considerably safer. With the formidable presence of the previous master of the devouring ancestral symbol, the enigmatic elder with black eyes, the danger factor was significantly reduced, almost to the point of insignificance. The so-called weakness of cultivation was no concern. At his level, enhancing one's prowess was merely a trivial gesture. It was akin to a dragon relieving itself, a supreme blessing for aquatic beings, with the watered spiritual herbs serving as treasures for mortals seeking longevity. Thus, one could argue that the act of a powerful being defecating anywhere was, in fact, an act of immense virtue. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed Zhao Jie's mind, causing an extremely peculiar expression to surface on his face. An esteemed figure, walking his bird beneath the moonlight, inadvertently shattered a mountain peak. All right, I concede. Damn it. This kid must have some divine connection, always enjoying favorable circumstances. Goodness, will he soar to unimaginable heights after inheriting the legacy, overtaking my venerable status as second best? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xiaoyan hurried over to Zhao Jie, his face alight with flattery. Brother, could you possibly impart some wisdom to your junior? If that little rascal catches up to me, my position as second brother will be at stake. He sighed, dramatically gesturing with his arms, his expression rife with grievance. He had initially believed that with the assistance of an elder, the legendary burning technique, and the cultivation of extraordinary fire, he would thrive. Yet, before he could even stand upright, he encountered the monstrous Lin Dong. Xiaoyan's indignation erupted as he uttered those two words, prompting Zhao Jie to burst into laughter. It was unexpected to realize that even the future Flame Emperor felt the weight of pressure in cultivation. Was this what they termed internal competition? All right, Zhao Jie said, shaking his head in resignation. The Great Wilderness Sect, once a super sect, had abundant resources. Although years had passed, the remaining treasures were sufficient to satiate the three of us. With diligent training, you will soon catch up to that little rascal. Was that elder truly formidable? Xiaoyan surmised, lacking a direct impression. He merely sensed that the elder was terrifying. A single glance nearly seized his very soul. Perhaps he was on par with the elder Yao. Reaching the rank of half-saint, he was close to the level of a fighting saint. Wow! Xiaoyan was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. He had lived for over a decade and had only encountered a fighting zone, the amiable old man Su Qian from the Jianan Academy, who was nominally his master. Indeed, my esteemed dean. However, the distinction between fighting zone and fighting saint was a chasm too vast to comprehend. He had neither seen nor even heard of such beings. Now, they were to inherit a sect that possessed a fighting saint's legacy. Xiaoyan felt a twitch in his nose, and to his shock, blood began to flow. In a flurry, he fumbled to plug his nostrils, all the while laughing heartily at his own predicament. This thrill surpassed that of winning the lottery. It was akin to being declared the heir of a billionaire, albeit one who had passed, his fortune no longer ranking among the world's elite. Yet the wealth left behind was astronomical. Ha! Xiaoyan, with his fingers inserted into his nostrils and one hand on his hip, laughed joyously at the sky. I am rich, truly rich. Let us go. Zhao Jie, unable to watch any longer, waved his arm, summoning a torrent of elemental force that transformed into a massive tiger, which scooped Xiaoyan into its jaws. The two, along with the majestic beast, sped toward the distance. Having previously scouted for the devouring ancestral symbol, Zhao Jie guided them swiftly to a palace. After a series of turns, they arrived at an extraordinarily vast expanse, where an ancient aura enveloped them. Countless shelves stood tall, seemingly endless, a magnificent sight to behold. Although some shelves had collapsed, littering the ground with debris, the heart of the shelves still glowed with talismanic formations, displaying numerous pristine bottles, herbs, and weapons, untouched by the ravages of time. Brother, we have struck gold. Xiaoyan could not contain his excitement, only to be abruptly silenced as he spotted a stark white skeleton seated in the distant hall, emanating a faint golden light, exuding an extraordinary presence. After observing for a while, he noticed the skeleton remained unresponsive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If it's dead, then so be it. No need for it to look so frightening. Can it even come back to life? However, Zhao Jie wore a peculiar expression, just as Xiaoyan muttered to himself. The hollow eyes of the skeleton flared with two fiery lights, fixated intently on the duo. Brother, run, shouted Xiaoyan. This is madness. The five-element Nirvana realm was equivalent to the strength of a fighting zone. They were merely a fighting master and a fighting emperor. How could they escape? Running was feasible. But what about the treasures they were on the verge of acquiring? Zhao Jie stepped forward, revealing his palm, in which a black eyeball rested. As profound and terrifying as a black hole, the red glow in the skeleton's eye sockets gradually faded into stillness. He quickly nudged Xiaoyan. Hurry, collect the treasures. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan dashed forward, frantically gathering the treasures before him. He had never felt such exhilaration. This was a windfall of riches, a veritable mountain of gold. He had never loathed himself more, lamenting why he could not grow a couple more hands, as he struggled to carry even a fraction of the immense wealth before him. Yet, as he continued collecting, a strange sensation washed over him. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to see twinkling stars in the skeleton's eye sockets once again. Goodness! Could it be? The skeleton's prior obsession was to guard the sect's treasures and adhere to the commands of its master. But Xiaoyan's relentless gathering had sparked a conflict between the two mandates, and it seemed the skeleton was on the verge of going berserk. Xiaoyan, the wind is fierce. Xiaoyan, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned to flee, landing atop Zhao Jia's mighty tiger. They raced away, escaping the hall, traveling 100 miles before they finally felt a sense of relief, exchanging glances filled with shared amusement. Though the little rascal didn't come, he is the youngest. We can split it 3 ways, right? What are you saying, brother? Am I the type to disregard loyalty for profit? Xiaoyan declared earnestly. You and the little rascal can take the pills. Just share the herbs with me. I'll have my teacher refine them, fulfilling my part. Splitting evenly is the way to go. Even brothers must be clear about accounts. Attaining nirvana? Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found an even more substantial ally. Wonderful. That son of a gun. Does he even know who my brother is? Chapter 58. A newcomer with terrifying potential. Zhao Jie and Xiaoyan divided the treasures they had amassed, meticulously counting. There were over 200,000 nirvana pills, more than 600 various spiritual treasures, 400-odd herbs, over 30 high-level talismanic puppets, and an assortment of bizarre minerals. Xiaoyan was overjoyed at the high-level talismanic puppets. If resources were abundant, these would be comparable to fighting emperors, unyielding in battle, the perfect instruments of war. Yet, without funds, it would be a tale of sorrow. Xiaoyan took the herbs, along with 200,000 nirvana pills and 3 high-level talismanic puppets. Although his mental strength was insufficient for proper control, he had an ace up his sleeve. Elder Yao could take over. And the puppets were far sturdier than Xiaoyan's own body. In a true conflict, they would outlast him, even if Elder Yao did not intervene. If Xiaoyan's mental control faltered, the puppet's sheer force would be enough to deter many adversaries. One strike might not suffice, but can they withstand repeated attacks? Xiaoyan could afford countless mistakes, but if the opponent took a punch from a puppet, they would certainly feel the repercussions. Zhao Jie collected the remaining items, then transferred 100,000 coins to Xiaoyan, offering him a gentle admonition. Understood, big brother. I grasp the intricacies of the Mahuating scheme. I've been ensnared by it for countless years. Observing the dense script of the Zhuan language, Zhao Jie could not help but reflect on Xiaoyan's profound grievances towards Mahuatang. With a faint smile, he promptly exited the group chat, opting not to practice immediately, but rather to journey to another location, the Great Wilderness Monument. The endeavor to attain the Nirvana realm was fraught with peril, and the distinctions of strength within the Nirvana realm were significant. Without a formidable technique, one could easily find themselves at a disadvantage. Armed with the black-eyed elder's endorsement, Zhao Jie approached the Great Wilderness Monument, effortlessly gaining its recognition and delving deeper into its sanctum, where the true treasures of the Great Wilderness sect were concealed. Countless martial arts, scriptures, and techniques lay before him. Without hesitation, he activated the fusion function, and a massive cauldron emerged, engulfing all the techniques and commencing their amalgamation. Compared to the Great Wilderness sect's foundational technique, the Great Wilderness scripture, his own dominant true chi, having undergone multiple fusions, paled in comparison yet was still incorporated. This was due to its ability to absorb solar energy, a trait unmatched by other techniques. While other realms might lack primal energy, they certainly possess the sun. Fusion successful, congratulations, you have acquired the technique. Great Wilderness True Chi Method and the Martial Arts. 10 Fiends Martial Arts. Great Wilderness True Chi Method, a synthesis of various techniques capable of absorbing earth energy and the essence of sun and moon, imbued with a sense of weight. Every movement reminiscent of mountains pressing down, and when paired with the Great Wilderness Monument, it is unstoppable. 10 Fiends Martial Arts, an elite body-refining technique. Grounded to the earth, drawing upon the thick energy of the soil, facilitating a remarkable rebirth from within, and once refined to a minor completion. Unleashes astonishing lethality with every blow, rivaling the level of creation. When fists are clenched, it embodies the strength of 10 dragons, and when perfected, it stands equal to the 10 Fiends. The 10 Fiends of the martial world surely reach the Wheel Realm, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. With a single punch capable of shattering the heavens, truly terrifying. Perhaps at this level, one could withstand a nuclear blast unscathed. Zhao Jie mused. Realizing he was not yet in the Nirvana realm, contemplating matters too far beyond his present state, after all. His only understanding of nuclear weapons came from television. He had yet to experience their reality. This distance was just right, within 100 miles. One could sense it with mere thought, preventing any fluctuations from affecting Lin Dong during his breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. He took a deep breath, accelerating his cultivation to its utmost limits, extracting 10,000 Nirvana pills from his spatial storage. A tremendous suction force erupted, instantly shattering the pills into crimson Nirvana energy. The Nirvana energy swirled in the air, causing the temperature within a radius of several miles to soar, enveloping the surroundings in layers of steam. While the ground blazed a fiery red, Zhao opened his mouth, and the swirling Nirvana energy transformed into a torrent, continuously pouring into him. Being rapidly devoured and refined into a surging stream of Nirvana energy, infusing his limbs and bones with strength. The frenzied rate of absorption could astonish anyone. Zhao Jia's body visibly radiated golden light, with his fingers transforming first, shining as if infused with pure gold, exuding an aura of invincibility. He then retrieved another 10,000 Nirvana pills, continuing his repetitive cultivation. His entire palm turned golden. First Nirvana tribulation. His entire shoulder transitioned to gold. Second Nirvana tribulation. The upper half of his body gleamed brilliant gold. Third Nirvana tribulation. Zhao Jia concentrated fully, aware that this was the most arduous and terrifying tribulation, where countless prodigies and half-step Nirvana experts had met their demise, consumed by regret. Crimson Nirvana flames surged from within him, burning fiercely, the terrifying heat searing his body. The external Nirvana energy erupted violently, igniting like oil meeting a spark, scorching his skin. Boom, boom. A series of low explosive sounds reverberated around Zhao Jia, his skin splitting under the intense heat, while similar sounds echoed within him, akin to endless firecrackers, as crimson blood splattered, creating countless deep pits. Zhao Jia inhaled deeply, multitasking. He wielded the Great Wilderness True Qi method to rapidly circulate the Nirvana energy, enhancing his physique while employing temporal abilities to accelerate his movements and mitigate the encroachment of the Nirvana flames, ultimately using self-healing to mend his wounds. He sat in a meditative posture, as if immersed in a sea of flames, the sounds of burning still resonating around him, while the golden light enveloped him, refining him from the outside in, transforming him into a shimmering beacon of gold. This was a rebirth like no other. Time slipped by, and eventually, Zhao Jia woke. Overwhelmed by a torrent of primal energy that left him in awe, he abruptly opened his eyes, and radiant beams shot forth, carving a deep chasm into the ground, stretching thousands of feet until they met the barrier of the Great Wilderness secret realm. A Nirvana expert, truly formidable. Zhao Jia gradually rose, an urge to roar escaping his lips, yet upon glancing at the recent messages in the chat group, he stifled himself. For another terrifying newcomer had arrived. Administrator Zhao Jia. Please review. Do you consent to Luojia joining the Small World chat group? Luojia? Zhao Jia felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Falling into silent contemplation, it felt as though, centuries hence, an ominous twilight awaited him. Chapter 59. By Yao. Hopefully, it is not him. Zhao Jia clicked on the avatar of this individual with a profoundly complex heart. Name, Luojia. Age, 28. Occupation, sociology professor, wall-faced man. Wall-faced man. Zhao Jia rubbed his face. The resemblance was uncanny. It had to be that individual. Allowing such a formidable figure into the group was akin to courting death. He pondered quietly. Luojia was exceedingly dangerous, and of little value, as his world was merely ordinary. The invasion of the Trisolaran and the technological explosion of Earth were still centuries away, and other civilizations were far too distant for contact, rendering the chances of acquiring advanced technology minuscule. After all, killing the chat group's owner would likely lead to becoming a new member. The thought of other divine civilizations joining the group was chilling. I refuse. Zhao Jia resolved to decline, but found himself unable to do so. Due to Administrator Zhao Jia previously rejecting a group member's application, you cannot refuse another group member now. Why? To prevent an overreach of administrative power and to provide sufficient opportunities for group members to advance, ensuring the smooth operation of the chat group. Only when the destiny value is sufficient can the administrator reject new members. What is destiny value? Every time the administrator assists a group member in completing a destiny task, they accumulate 1 destiny value, allowing for the expulsion of a group member or the rejection of a new member. Zhao Jia checked and indeed had a record of destiny values. Though he had overlooked it, he gained 1 for eliminating Lu Ale, another for vanquishing the Firefox, and yet another for assisting Xiao Yan with a destiny task. However, expelling Spider-Man cost him 2, and rejecting Angel Yen cost 1. Current balance, 0. Zhao Jia sighed. Being an administrator was truly arduous, unable to act freely. What a poor evaluation. Agreement is but an agreement. After all, there are still several centuries until the Trisolaran invasion and the discovery of Earth by other godlike civilizations. Agreed. Ding. Group member Luo has joined the chat group. Xiaoyan, welcome, welcome. Another newcomer has joined our chat group, making our community even more robust. Hanli, it's been months since we last met, Senior Zhao. I have successfully cultivated my herbs and wish to exchange some for currency. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Lin Jingyu, brother Zhao, I am Lin Jingyu, a newcomer. Please take care of me. Accept my red envelope, which contains the Tai Chi Xinkong Daoist Jade Clarity chapter and the dragon slaying technique. I kindly ask for your help in exchanging it for some currency to assist me in obtaining a membership. Lin Jingyu, hailing from the world of Zhuxian, joined the chat group while Zhao Jie was attempting to break through to the Nirvana realm. At that time, Zhao Jie had just acquired the legacy of the Great Wilderness Sect, significantly enhancing his worth and broadening his horizons, making the Zhuxian world seem trivial and unworthy of his attention. Furthermore, Zhao Jie was focused on his breakthrough, thus he did not pay much attention to Lin Jingyu. Upon perusing the chat history, Zhao Jie couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Xiaoyan, the great deceiver, had thoroughly bewildered the young Lin Jingyu, who had instantly recognized Xiaoyan as his elder brother and was clamoring to pay homage. Who is this mountain lord? Naturally, it is Zhao Jie. Why was Lin Jingyu so easily deceived by Xiaoyan? This was due to him receiving a red envelope from Xiaoyan, containing a token that could enhance his cultivation speed tenfold, equivalent to a month of super membership. 10 times the cultivation speed. The sensation was akin to flying. Lin Jingyu had been completely taken in by Xiaoyan, and upon seeing Zhao Jie online, rushed over to pay his respects. Xiaoyan's scheming was profound. Zhao Jie couldn't help but reflect on this and discreetly search for Luo among the group members, then directly exercised his administrative powers. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has muted Luo for 3 days. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has placed Luo on the blacklist, prohibiting him from participating in red envelope transactions and interdimensional travel. Zhao Jie, I just used my foresight ability to glance at the newcomer, and he is surrounded by immense terror and ominous signs. Merely a glance almost invited calamity. Be cautious in choosing friends. Zhao Jie, this could very well be an exceedingly advanced technological civilization, one that even my galactic alliance would respect. If they trace their way here and invade the chat group, Zhao Jie, hiss. It is truly terrifying. My administrative privileges have been compromised. I cannot expel him. How can this be? Upon hearing this, the entire chat group fell into a profound silence. Xiaoyan and Hanli wore grave expressions, while Lin Jingyu sensed an ominous turn of events. Had a deity encountered an even more formidable deity? Hanli, should we consider leaving the group and fleeing? Xiaoyan, if the technological civilization is indeed powerful, retreating may not spare us. At this moment, Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Feeling a cloud of dread looming over him, he still had loved ones, a father, and soon earn this world. If they were discovered by another civilization, Xiaoyan, I noticed his message indicates he is a university professor and a human from Earth. He should be reasonable, right? Zhao Jie, I cannot say for sure. We can only attempt to communicate. Group Administrator Zhao Jie has lifted the mute on group member Luo. Everyone watched in silence, as messages from Luo did not appear in the chat for a long time, and a sense of dread permeated the hearts of all. Zhao Jie smirked. He merely intended to use Luoji's terrifying world background to instill fear in everyone, making them realize the importance of reliable allies. The effect was quite effective. As for Luoji's silence, it was understandable. As an ordinary person entering this chat group, he would likely need some time to acclimate. A normal person encountering this would undoubtedly question their sanity. Zhao Jie himself had felt anxious and peculiar for several days after obtaining the simulator. Zhao Jie, we can only leave it to fate. Take it one step at a time. The newcomer seems perceptive. I shall grant you a membership. The cultivation technique appears quite commendable, as it claims to extend life by 500 years, truly remarkable. Xiaoyan, this technique allows for rapid cultivation and longevity. And it is easy to master, far more reliable than Hanli's. I wish for my father to practice this as well. Brother, when shall we integrate it? With the super membership, acquiring the Tai Chi Xinkong Dao is exceptionally simple. After several decades of practice, one could attain 500 years of life, a feat only achievable by the Dozong, Dozun, and Doxing in the Dopa world. Can Xiaoyan's father reach that level? Xiaoyan expressed considerable doubt. Zhao Jie, all right, I will activate the membership for Jingyu shortly. This technique has considerable value. Estimated at 3,000 currency. If there are the Shaoqing and Taiqing chapters, it would be worth 30,000. The dragon slaying technique will be valued at 4,000, totaling 7,000 currency. There will be adjustments as necessary, so you shall not lose out. Lin Jingyu, thank you, brother. Group Administrator Zhao has activated the membership for group member Lin Jingyu and credited 7,000 currency, creating joy with intent. Lin Jingyu's expression was one of elation. 7,000 currency would secure a super membership with a 30-fold cultivation speed for 7 months. He could likely ascend to the Shanqing realm directly. This would surely astonish the entire Qingyan sect. What a windfall! Zhao perceived that there was little of interest in the Zhuxian world, and while he was merging the Tai Chi Shikong Dao with Do Qi, he suddenly discovered a task had popped up in the chat group. Destiny task? Group member Lin Jingyu has triggered the Destiny task. Rescue. Rescue overview. Lin Jingyu's childhood friend, Zhang Xiaofan, has unexpectedly cultivated a Buddhist technique and has entangled himself with the daughter of the Ghost King sect, drawing the righteous factions to the Qingyan sect for a tribunal. The demonic faction seizes the opportunity to invade the Qingyan sect, inciting the sect master Dao Xian's wrath, who uses the sword of extermination to repel the demons, slaying Zhang Xiaofan's beloved, Bai Yao. Zhang Xiaofan falls into the demonic path, adopting the name Guili, and rampages, becoming a formidable demon. Rescue overview. As Zhang Xiaofan's friend, you should take action. Task reward. 1 opportunity to draw a super ability. The higher the task reward, the greater the probability of drawing high-level abilities. Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Yao, such distant memories. Firstly, regarding the title. Initially, it was time-stopped. But when I submitted the book, it was too colorful and was directly flagged for review, so I modified the content and opened a new book, naming it Time Prohibited. Secondly, why must Luel be killed? Because he possesses the superpower of time-stopping, indulges in promiscuity, and has his eyes set on the protagonist as companion, Lu Ling. Thus, he must die. Some argue to keep him for experience farming. But Luel is merely an ordinary person with superpowers, and his potential is limited. He cannot be farmed indefinitely. Thirdly, why does Luel, who possesses both time-stopping and foresight abilities, meet his demise? He is just an ordinary person with superpowers. And the protagonist also obtained foresight through the simulator, resulting in a premonition battle. After simulating numerous scenarios, he was ultimately killed. Fourthly, the chat group can expel members and will refuse the entry of Tian Shiyan. I find this quite normal. The protagonist is designed as a selfish yet not malevolent character, whose aim is to monopolize the chat group, subtly recruiting members to form a massive faction, rather than engaging in trivial conversation, intimidation, or mysterious posturing. Those who cannot be controlled must be eliminated. Fifthly, time stopping can only freeze one person's time. Many claim that a stopped area would lead to the destruction of Earth. This idea derives from adult anime and pertains to Luel's superpower, which naturally comes with limitations. This is not a rule-based ability. To suddenly freeze the Earth or the entire universe. How vast are they? Such a cheat is outrageous. Sixthly, why can't the protagonist control the Grandmaster Qing Di, while Luel can control others for half an hour? My dear brother, the concept of superpowers, akin to those of mutants, is encapsulated in the character Luel, who wields the ability to manipulate the time of ordinary individuals. In contrast, the protagonist exerts control over the Qing Emperor, a terrifying grandmaster of formidable prowess. One seeks release, while the other is driven by a thirst for bloodshed. Escaping the clutches of life and death is a matter that scarcely requires further elucidation. Surely, one cannot possess the ability to halt time and expect to command a superhero, forcing them into stillness for a mere half hour? Regarding the 7th point, there are claims that the intelligence of the supporting characters is lacking. However, consider that the members of our group are merely 14 or 15 years old. Were you exceptionally astute at that age, capable of discerning the myriad complexities of the world and amassing millions in wealth? As for Fan Xian, he has never placed his trust in the protagonist. Yet all facts align with the protagonist's assertions, 9 truths and 1 falsehood, and he has been saved by the protagonist on 2 occasions. With Ting Zijing's demise, why should Fan Xian not fight with all his might? In the 8th point, accusations of the protagonist being overly benevolent arise, particularly regarding his refusal to seize Lin Dong's ancestral stone or talisman. One must ponder, do you truly understand the gravity of such treasures? The ancestral stone houses the celestial demon mongoose and yin, which hold little significance for the protagonist. The functionalities of the chat group suffice, and he requires no resources, merely companions to level up. As for the ancestral talisman, it is a perilous item, merely enduring confinement in a small, dark room for a year and a half would grant recognition. Can you withstand such trials? Moving to the 9th point, why do I not employ a prominent account? Previously, I achieved success with fanfiction, yet my original works floundered, leading to a collapse of my morale. Thus, I chose to pen this tale with a more relaxed attitude. Crafting a meticulously conceived narrative seems less appealing than the trending topics of chat groups, simulators, or life reboots, which garner thousands of words and popularity. If one cannot best the competition, one might as well join it. As an author, I am rather pragmatic. There is a saying that one should not shy away from earning easy money. As for the 10th point, I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps I shall elaborate further on another occasion. I strive to avoid rendering the members of the chat group as mere caricatures, ensuring they each possess their unique traits, such as Lin Dong's youthful innocence and determination, Xiao Yan's rebellious and playful demeanor, Fan Xian's alertness, Spider-Man's confusion, Lin Jingyu's youthful chivalry, and Han Li's cautiousness in his cultivation. Achieving a perfect restoration of the original work is an unattainable goal, as it may lead to a fracturing of the psyche. Though my initial foray into this new book was marked by frustration and a desire to give up, I have since recalibrated my approach, consistently producing 6,000 to 7,000 words daily, which I deem satisfactory. I extend my gratitude to the other readers for their support. In just 20 days since publication, I have reached a second recommendation, and upon inquiring with my editor, I learned that there are approximately 1,000 readers pursuing the story, potentially leading to further success. As for the Three Rivers Little Trumpet, I remain uncertain as there are still 2 to 3 weeks ahead. The outcome could improve, or it might worsen. The future holds promise. Thank you all for your support. Please do not neglect this book. The better it performs, the greater the motivation I feel, especially since I am in Hunan, where final examinations have been moved up by half a month, adding considerable pressure. I am striving to produce 6,000 to 7,000 words each day. Thus, I conclude. Chapter 60. Lin Dong exits his seclusion impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jingyu gazed at the sudden appearance of the fateful mission, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He immediately rose and stumbled towards the exit. How could Xiao Fan possibly cultivate Buddhist techniques? How could he possibly be entangled with the daughter of the Ghost King sect? How could he betray the Qingyan sect and become a monstrous figure? The extent of his foolishness would never allow him to become a merciless killer. There must be someone orchestrating this. Lin Jingyu raced outside and collided with a figure, none other than Qi Hao, the esteemed disciple of Long Shou Peak. Observing Lin Jingyu's disheveled and panicked expression, Qi Hao frowned and grasped his arm. Jingyu, where are you headed? I must find Xiao Fan. You cannot go now. Qi Hao's tone was grave. You are the prodigy of Long Shou Peak, with an unfathomable future ahead. Do not let misplaced loyalty ruin yourself. Lin Jingyu paused, staring intently at his senior brother, his voice trembling. Brother, do you know something? Qi Hao fell silent, his expression turning icy. The Qingyan sect is a righteous sect, sworn to oppose the demonic path. Anyone who colludes with the demonic factions or wields demonic artifacts is doomed to perish. Moreover, Zhang Xiao Fan has illicitly learned Buddhist techniques. Jingyu, who said this? Lin Jingyu's body shook with anger, his grip on the dragon-slaying sword tightening, emitting a faint ringing. Xiao Fan grew up alongside me. I know his character well. He would never betray the Qingyan sect. Someone is framing him. Enough. Qi Hao seized Lin Jingyu by the collar and yanked him close. This information comes from Xiao Yicai, the sect leader's disciple. Do you truly believe he would falsely accuse a worthless disciple? Do you not question how Zhang Xiao Fan, deemed talentless, could break through to the 4th layer of Yuqing in just a few years? A mere village boy would not have the means to learn Buddhist techniques or obtain a demonic artifact without external assistance. Who is the true orchestrator behind this? Is it someone targeting the core cultivation techniques of the Qingyan sect, the Taiji Shrinqing Dao? Lin Jingyu faltered, recalling the massacre in Xiaomiao village and that old monk in the darkness. Buddhist technique Xiao Fan. Yes, he must have come into contact with that old monk. Lin Jingyu turned and left, drawing the dragon-slaying sword from its sheath, ready to soar into the skies. However, Qi Hao's sword heavily intercepted his path. Where do you think you're going? I must seek the sect leader. I need to clarify that Xiao Fan did not act intentionally. It was that old monk who deceived him. Do not forget that you are a disciple of Long Shou Peak. That Zhang Xiao Fan belongs to Dezhu Peak. Have you considered the consequences? If you cannot clarify this matter, your future is ruined. Qi Hao gripped Lin Jingyu's arm tightly, his voice raised in urgency. I have lived longer than you. Heed my advice. Regardless of whether Zhang Xiao Fan acted with intent or not, he has cultivated the supreme Buddhist techniques and wields a demonic weapon. He is doomed. Do not involve yourself any further. Your existence, whether added or subtracted, matters not. Preserve yourself. Why must you be so stubborn? Why act so impulsively? Is it not better to prioritize your own safety? Since that day when only he and Zhang Xiao Fan remained after the slaughter of Xiaomiao village, Lin Jingyu had silently vowed never to lose Xiao Fan again. Even if Xiao Fan was deemed talentless, Lin Jingyu would protect him. As the sound of a sword's cry echoed, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted. A light frost settling in the air. Qi Hao, sword in hand, gazed at the resolute Lin Jingyu lost in thought. His master, Song Song, had always favored his junior disciple, often enjoying the sight of Lin Jingyu in deep contemplation. Perhaps in Lin Jingyu, Master Song Song saw the reflection of someone else. Stubborn, relentless. Just as he pondered, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzlingly bright against the darkness. It was Lin Jingyu's dragon-slaying sword. Unyielding against the immortals, the resplendent radiance soared to the heavens, its righteous aura capturing the attention of the Qingyun sect's formidable masters. As they beheld the golden dragon soaring through the skies, an unspoken recognition enveloped them. How familiar it was. Lin Jingyu had been part of the chat group for half a month, under Xiaoyan's guidance and the members' support. His greatest advancement was not in cultivation but in his understanding of the dragon-slaying technique. He was acutely aware of his limited cultivation time and that he could not yet match senior brother Qihao. To achieve victory, he needed this, but to slay the gods and demons. The dragon-slaying sword, shimmering with piercing golden light, illuminated Lin Jingyu's resolute visage, as if in that moment he and another figure became one. A sigh escaped as a hand emerged from the shadows to grasp the dragon-slaying sword. It was none other than their master, Song. Lin Jingyu exclaimed in delight, "Master, please save Xiao Fan. He is innocent. He is truly wronged. It is that old monk." Song gently patted Lin Jingyu's head, his expression remarkably calm. "The night is deep. It's best to rest early. Tomorrow, I will naturally advocate for your friend, for I am your master, after all." Lin Jingyu's face brightened with joy. If his master was willing to help, then Xiao Fan would have a greater chance of survival. "Go, rest now," Song urged. Lin Jingyu and Qihao sheathed their swords, bowed respectfully to Song, and silently retreated. Watching their departing figures, Song's gaze grew immensely complex. He then closed his eyes, brushing his hand over his sleeve. Everything was about to come to an end. Regarding Lin Jingyu's sudden disappearance and the events at Longsho Peak, Zhao Jie remained oblivious, perhaps indifferent. He had always been this way, never interested in matters that bore little benefit to him. Lin Jingyu's value was merely in contributing a fateful task, enhancing the administrator's level, and accumulating fateful points. Nothing more, really. Zhao Jie fell into contemplation, sitting quietly as he pondered. The members of the Small World chat group were an odd mix, strong and weak alike, and over time, the number of members would undoubtedly swell. How would he manage them? After exhausting the fateful tasks, the future potential of the world seemed limited, rendering it nearly useless. What path lay ahead? Flipping through the unlocked functions of the chat group, Zhao Jie found his administrator privileges too low, leaving a plethora of features inaccessible, which vexed him. A peculiar sensation washed over him, compelling him to rise. Lin Dong had emerged from seclusion. Chapter 61. Returned to Qingyang Town. Lin Dong felt as though he had been trapped in a lengthy dream, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, enveloped in utter darkness. Devoid of sound and light, he wandered aimlessly, unaware of how long he had been walking, until his legs grew numb, and he became entirely desensitized. Perhaps it was a day, a month, or even a year, until that moment arrived. Lin Dong looked up, confusion clouding his mind. Who am I? It felt as though everything had been obliterated. Obliteration. Lin Dong, seated on the ground, trembled slightly. His tightly shut eyes gradually opened, revealing eerily colorless black irises that appeared bizarre, exuding an overwhelming pull that seemed to consume all around him. He heard a series of crisp cracks as he stood, stretching his stiff body, feeling somewhat disoriented. How could my strength have increased so dramatically? He gazed blankly at his palms, clenched them tightly, and felt a surge of primal energy coalescing within, morphing into a lotus flower, then into a small rabbit, and finally transforming into a sharp spear. The transformation of primal energy. Lin Dong felt a surge of novelty, playing with it until it morphed into a long-tailed mouse, eliciting an irked voice. "Are you ever going to stop?" The little weasel couldn't help but ridicule Lin Dong's childish antics. At this age, engaging in such trivialities was absurd. It was akin to an adult tossing stones to skip across a lake, provoking exasperation. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the black-eyed elder seated atop a stone pillar, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. Thud. Lin Dong knelt, bowing thrice to the elder. Without this venerable figure's aid, how could a mere boy in the Tian Yuan realm possibly refine such extraordinary treasures? The ancestral talisman. This was the celestial pathway to becoming a formidable being. The black-eyed elder regarded Lin Dong with a multifaceted expression. The future. He paused, letting out a sigh. As long as you live, that is what matters. Young one. This sentiment warmed Lin Dong's heart. Elder brother, I have refined the devouring ancestral talisman. Zhao Jie replied softly. Not only have you refined the ancestral talisman, but your strength has also skyrocketed, breaking through to the forming shape realm. Even your spiritual power has reached the level of a spiritual talisman master. Remarkable, truly remarkable. From the moment Lin Dong accepted the inheritance to his emergence from seclusion, merely 2 months had passed, and he had ascended from the Tian Yuan realm to the forming shape realm, a rapid transformation indeed. This exceeded Zhao Jie's expectations, leaving him in awe. Indeed, this was the favored child of destiny. If Xiaoyan were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. Huh. The mere thought of Xiaoyan's exaggerated expressions brought a smile to Lin Dong's face. He wondered how Xiaoyan would react upon witnessing his newfound prowess. By the way, during your seclusion, Xiaoyan and I plundered some treasures from the great wilderness and divided them into 3 portions. This one is yours. Zhao Jie tossed Lin Dong a spatial bag. I will also ensure you have ample currency to renew your premium membership fee. Do not delay your cultivation. Seeing Lin Dong hesitate to grasp the spatial bag, Zhao Jie frowned. Take it, will you? Do you think we need to be concerned about such trivialities between us? I am your elder brother. It is only natural for me to look after you. Lin Dong promptly ceased his protests, fastening the spatial bag to his waist. As he gripped it, his spiritual power probed inside, overwhelmed by the vast array of resources. Such an abundance of wealth. He had heard that in the cultivation world, elixirs were the most valuable commodities, and there were countless vibrant, crimson pills within. In an instant, he was nearly suffocated by happiness, his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to breathe. The little weasel cast a disdainful glance. Little one, how much do you think this is worth? It could barely purchase a few dozen cities in the great Yin dynasty. Such trivial wealth. In my previous life, I would not even have glanced at it. Though he thought this to himself, he did not voice it aloud. The past was the past, the present was different. The little weasel's eyes darted around, pondering how to swindle some of this wealth from the naive boy to nourish itself. Elder brother, Lin Dong suddenly looked up at Zhao Jie. Do you think I can defeat Lin Langtian with my current strength? Lin Langtian. He must be defeated to avenge his father's long-standing pain. Zhao Jie pondered seriously. There were still several years before the internal strife within the Lin family unfolded. Lin Langtian was currently also at the forming Qi realm, but he bore the soul of a Nirvana realm expert. His strength was far from a simple forming Qi realm. It would take more to truly overcome him. At the very least, mastering a spiritual martial art and breaking through to the transformation realm was essential. That will come swiftly, Lin Dong said, clenching his fist. The once unattainable goal now seemed within reach. Good. With a swift motion, Zhao Jie made Lin Dong feel as if he were floating. The wind howling past his ears. He struggled to turn his head and saw Zhao Jie standing upon a rainbow, soaring through the sky without reliance on any support. What realm is this? Before he could react, a thunderous sound erupted as Zhao Jie delivered a powerful punch, an unusual black energy swirling around his fist. The once impenetrable barrier shattered like thin ice, and their figures leaped out from the seal. Lin Dong stared, dumbfounded, as the strange sensation triggered a pulse within the devouring ancestral talisman in his mind. The power of devouring? Zhao Jie maintained his composure. When you refined the devouring ancestral talisman, its secrets began to unveil themselves. I, your elder brother, have an extraordinary talent and have grasped a small insight into the devouring loss. Lin Dong accepted this without doubt, admiration shining in his eyes. Elder brother, you are truly a genius. Chapter 62, Exterminating the Immortals? Exterminating the Immortals. Zhao Jie and Lin Dong soared through the skies, and upon reaching Yin City, he noticed someone incessantly tagging him in the chat group. It was Lin Jingyu. Lin Jingyu. Elder brother Zhao Jie, please, save Xiao Fan. It is essential not to forget to visit the grave in the realm of Nirvana. If you are uncertain about the location, reach out to Master Yin for guidance. Beseech him earnestly, and he may just divulge the necessary information. Zhao Jie emphasized the act of pleading, causing Lin Dong to wear a peculiar expression. He was well aware of Zhao Jie's method of solicitation. While effective, it often led to unfortunate consequences. At this moment, the Qingyun sect was bustling with activity. Divided into 3 factions, the Qingyun sect, the Burning Incense Valley, and the Heavenly Sound Temple, all gathered to interrogate a particularly notorious disciple, Zhang Xiaofan. Faced with the crowd's jeers, inquiries, and threats, Zhang Xiaofan knelt in silence, his fists clenched tightly, refusing to utter a word. Lin Jingyu felt a surge of anxiety, attempting to rise and speak on his behalf, only to be restrained by Qi Hao's firm grip on his shoulder. He turned to seek the assistance of his master, Song Song, who had promised to aid Xiaofan. Song Song nodded in acknowledgement and stood up amidst Lin Jingyu's hopeful gaze, then unexpectedly thrust his sword into the chest of the sect leader. Dao Xian. Lin Jingyu gasped, Master, I wanted you to speak up for Xiaofan, not to attack the sect leader. If you kill him, will that save Xiaofan? Stunned, Lin Jingyu hastily reached for the dragon-slaying sword, intending to assist his master, but before he could advance, his senior brother Qi Hao enveloped him in a tight embrace, preventing him from moving forward. What are you doing? Dao Xian roared in fury, his formidable presence escalating, pressing down upon everyone like a mountain. With a mere gesture, Song Song was sent reeling back, spitting blood. Internal strife? The scene erupted into chaos as Tsang condemned the assembled crowd, laughing bitterly. When an even more tumultuous event unfolded, the demonic cult had come to assault the mountain. You conspired with the demonic cult? You have betrayed the sect. Have you lost your mind? Indeed, I have lost my sanity. The moment I witnessed my beloved Shi Xiao, Wan Jiani, perish, Tsang ceased to exist. You chose this path. Dao Xian. Lin Jingyu's head spun as the situation grew increasingly convoluted. He believed he had thwarted all threats, yet the cultists had still infiltrated. Could Xiaofan truly succumb to the path of darkness? Clenching his teeth, he desperately sought Zhao Jia's assistance in their chat group and dashed toward Zhang Xiaofan, grabbing his collar in an attempt to flee. Another violent blow struck Lin Jingyu, sending him stumbling backward as he helplessly watched Zhang Xiaofan stand bewildered, surrounded by menacing cultists. Xiaofan! Jingyu! Xiaofan! Amidst Lin Jingyu's astonished gaze, a girl clad in a light green dress emerged from nowhere, grinning as she approached Zhang Xiaofan, causing him to blush furiously. Lin Jingyu thought to himself, damn it, I've suddenly lost the desire to save him. The naive Xiaofan had somehow attracted such a beautiful partner. He unleashed a fierce swing of his sword, the sharp blade injuring a cultist and releasing his pin-up frustration. Yet, in the next moment, a troubling realization dawned upon him. He recalled his fateful mission. Zhang Xiaofan would descend into darkness following the death of his beloved, Bai Yao. Could it be? He glanced at the girl in the green dress near Zhang Xiaofan, his expression shifting dramatically. Xiaofan, leave her at once. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anxiety. His voice rang out sharply in the chaotic battleground, momentarily halting the fray. The warriors from both righteous and demonic factions turned to gaze at the somewhat awkward Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao, who stood apart, seemingly engaged in a tender moment rather than a violent confrontation. That boy wears the attire of the Qingyun sect. Is she not the prized jewel of the Ghost King sect? The crowd reacted with bewilderment. Tianbai, his rotund figure prominent, shouted, "You shameless enchantress. Using your allure to bewitch my disciple." He bellowed as his sword transformed into a radiant arc, aimed directly at Bai Yao, declaring, "This woman must perish, otherwise Xiaofan cannot survive. Who dares harm my daughter?" A figure, swift as a specter, struck with a heavy palm, forcing Tianbai to sidestep. The newcomer was none other than the current leader of the Ghost King sect. Ghost King. At that moment, the Ghost King regarded Tianbai with a glint of satisfaction. Finding Zhang Xiaofan, whom he had previously dismissed as a fool, somewhat likable. After all, this young man was his daughter's suitor. Thank you for your guidance over the years. Fat Tian. His boisterous laughter elicited varied reactions from the onlookers, with the Heavenly Sound Temple and Burning Incense Valley enjoying the spectacle, while the elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect glared in disapproval. As a disciple of the righteous path, how could he fall for a woman from the demonic sect? Cursed. Zhang Xiaofan appeared utterly flustered under the scrutiny of the crowd, his hands flailing as he struggled to find words. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena, sending shivers down everyone's spine. It was Dao Xian. Enough. A palpable aura of menace coalesced above the grand hall. The Ghost King's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hastily grasped his daughter's arm, urging his protectors to flee. It is the extermination of immortals. Bai Yao, witnessing Zhang Xiaofan, who stood dazed, suddenly broke free from her father's grasp and rushed toward him, yearning to escape Dao Xian's wrath. Yet, how could she, even if her father were present? Facing the furious Dao Xian wielding the extermination sword was an insurmountable challenge. Bai Yao gazed at Zhang Xiaofan, recalling Aunt Zhuchue's words about the existence of love in this world, even if only for a fleeting moment. It truly exists. Die. 9 nether spirits, deities of the heavens. I offer my blood as sacrifice. Bai Yao closed her eyes tightly, softly chanting an irreversible incantation, but before she could finish, a hand covered her lips, halting her words. Is it? Zhang Xiaofan stared at Bai Yao in his embrace, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, a joy that resonated from his very soul. Xiaofan, I feel as if you've changed, as if you've become someone else. Bai Yao looked at him, her eyes brimming with confusion. Can a person really transform so swiftly? Where has that bashful boy who couldn't even meet my gaze gone? Bai Yao, this time, I will protect you. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes glistened with emotion as he abruptly turned his head, shedding tears that fell to the ground. With a fierce grip, he summoned 7 radiant beams of light from the 7 peaks of Qingyun Mountain, shooting skyward like celestial dragons, converging in his palm to form a resplendent ancient sword. The sword's design left the onlookers in awe. This is the extermination of immortals. With a mighty swing, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a torrent of sword energy that resonated through the heavens, dwarfing the furious sword aura Dao Xian had released, obliterating it in an instant. The immense sword energy cleaved the sky, splitting it in two, lingering in the air. In that moment, silence enveloped the world. The so-called battle between righteousness and wickedness came to an abrupt halt as everyone stood entranced, gazing at the celestial spectacle. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed the familiar faces on the mountain, his master's wife, his senior brother, Jingyu, and his sister. He paused momentarily before turning to the other side, his hands cradling the sword beside a girl as pure as snow. Sweki, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhang Xiaofan bowed deeply to Tianbai, then rose, taking Bai Yao's hand, and silently descended Qingyan Mountain. Even as they walked away, no one dared to utter a word. Nor did anyone resume the fighting. The so-called opposing forces of righteousness and evil, seemingly incompatible as fire and water, exchanged silent glances before sheathing their weapons and slowly parting ways. Occasionally, some individuals glanced upward, their faces etched with bitterness, fixated on the lingering scars left in the sky. A single sword had severed the celestial beings they held dear within their hearts. Congratulations to group member Lin Jingyu for completing the fateful task with commendable proficiency. Group member Lin Jingyu has earned an opportunity to draw a superpower. Chapter 63. The Silence of Luojia. You truly are mischievous. Bai Yao chuckled, her eyes narrowing with delight as she gazed at Zhang Xiaofan, observing his bewildered expression. A gentle breeze rustled around them, and she couldn't help but tilt her head, letting out a playful huff. How utterly wicked. On the surface, he appeared honest, yet his words dripped with honey. Was he secretly trying to appease his little junior sister? Tianlingo? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan wore a look of utter confusion, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. He felt his body move, wielding a sword that sliced through the heavens. Then, he pulled Bai Yao along, wandering through scenic vistas, solemnly declaring a plethora of sweet nothings, professing that he loved only Bai Yao in this world. The key lay in the fact that these words flowed from his own lips. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling as if he had entangled himself in a significant predicament. Women indeed bring trouble. Who said that? His master had warned him. Oh no, master. Just as he stepped forward, Bai Yao's voice echoed behind him. Hey, Zhang Xiaofan, you big oaf. You swore to me that you would never stray more than 10 meters from my side, vowing to gaze upon only me for all eternity. Zhang Xiaofan halted in his tracks, his expression falling as he recalled those very words he had spoken. I knew I had landed myself in a great mess. Congratulations on completing the fateful task. You have earned a chance to draw a superpower. You have drawn the superpower of righteousness. Righteousness. A gentleman nurtures righteousness to sustain himself. Possessing this righteousness, you shall become a bane to evil. Each time you vanquish a malevolent being, you shall receive feedback based on their sins. The more evil entities you slay, the stronger your amassed righteousness becomes. Zhang Xiaofan, a disciple whose prowess surpassed that of the founder of the Qingyan sect, was expelled from the sect. The technique he wielded, capable of harnessing the power of the Seven Peaks formation, was none other than the supremely pure Tai Chi Xianjing Dao. Those present felt as if they were staring into an abyss, filled with trepidation, for he had likely already attained the realm of Taiji or even higher. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of Qingyan Jinren? Alas, he was no longer associated with the Qingyan sect. Lin Jingyu gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly. Gazing at the celestial scar above, Xiaofan had already outpaced him by a considerable distance. It seemed he needed to exert greater effort. Otherwise, he would be unable to even glimpse the figures of his former companions. Group Administrator Zhao Jie participated in Lin Jingyu's fateful task and is currently evaluating it. Due to his high level of involvement and substantial impact, Lin Jingyu's fate is abundant, resulting in Zhao Jie receiving a 2-star rating. Congratulations to Group Administrator Zhao Jie on his promotion to a 2-star level administrator. He is now 3 stars away from the next upgrade. Please continue your diligent efforts. Zhao Jie concealed himself among the clouds, quietly observing the evaluations within the chat group. Was the final assessment truly only 2 stars? That seemed about right. Considering Lin Jingyu's world could hardly be compared to Xiao Yan's. Furthermore, he was not the protagonist of destiny, in truth. The fact that it was not Zhang Xiaofan entering the chat group had already surprised Zhao Jie. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. Compared to Zhang Xiaofan, Lin Jingyu might be more easily swayed, young, passionate, and impulsive, embodying the spirit of youthful chivalry. When confronted with injustice, he would charge forth without needing Zhao Jie to prompt him, often recklessly determined, unwilling to retreat. Such is the nature of a young hero. If it were Zhang Xiaofan, Zhao Jie would likely find himself exasperated. Having a Hanli in the group was already enough. One could only tolerate so much of an old hermit who refused to engage, avoiding tasks entirely, solely focused on cultivating herbs atop his little mountain and trading currency. As Zhao Jie pondered, a message from that young rascal Xiao Yan popped up. Xiao Yan. Hehe. Jingyu has completed his fateful task. Big brother, do you have time to visit my world? I'll treat you to a delightful foot massage. It's absolutely exquisite. with various flavors available. Tiger maidens and snake maidens too. Lin Dong. What is so special about tiger maidens and snake maidens? Lin Dong, filled with confusion, glanced at the half-grown little creature beside him. A fiery python licking its paw. Did it matter whether the tiger was male or female? Xiaoyan. Why is a child asking about this? Hurry and get back to your cultivation. Xiaoyan, instantly offline. But everything is relative. Lin Dong, who was even younger than him, had already attained the doling realm. Well, there goes the position of perennial second place. Zhao Jie extended his arms, pulling apart a passageway, and confidently stepped through, heading directly to Xiaoyan's world. He was curious to see what this little rascal sought from him. He was genuinely eager to assist. It certainly was tea for the allure of tiger maidens or snake maidens. It is said that snake women possess enchanting figures and formidable combat prowess, often fierce in battle. How could that Su Xian endure such a challenge? Was Sister Bai dissatisfied? With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Jie vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, in the three-body world, Luojia lay quietly upon the apparatus. After some time, the machine's detection sounds finally ceased, and he slowly sat up, appearing utterly exhausted. Zhuang Yin sat beside him, clasping his hands gently, whispering, "Do not worry, everything will be all right. It will all get better." Luojia forced a smile. Yet the chat screen hovering before him continued to flicker, stirring an unimaginable sense of dread within him. "Apologies, Wallfacer, but we detected no anomalies in your brain. You are not experiencing hallucinations. You are in perfect health." A solemn figure stood before Luojia. "We apprehended and interrogated Ma Hua Tung overnight, and he claims no connection to this chat group. Our tests confirm he is not lying, which implies this is the work of the Trisolarants. Am I to suffer the same fate as those physicists, becoming mentally disturbed and ultimately taking my own life? That will not happen. As a Wallfacer, your mental resilience is undoubtedly formidable. You will prevail against the Trisolarants." "I am a Wallfacer." Luojia recalled his inexplicable identity, rubbing his face with his hands, sinking into prolonged silence. "Trisolaris. I am merely an ordinary university professor. Why must I be entangled in this? First, I was placed on an assassination list and pursued by assassins. Now, a chat group materializes before me. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't it said that the master does not care?" Luojia fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 64. Beating the little lowly in the Dopa world at the Canaan Academy. Xiaoyan sat before the alchemical furnace, propping his face with one hand, unable to suppress a sigh. "Life is not easy," he lamented. He never imagined that this prodigy, viewed as a monster by outsiders, would one day feel inadequate in his own talents. That Lin Dong fellow was truly exceptional. Soaring in power without regard for the laws of science, ascending to the doling realm in merely 3 months. Is this reasonable? Is this fair? Xiaoyan couldn't help but want to pout. If this continued, he would genuinely consider giving up right then and there. This was simply too unfair. As he was lamenting, he unexpectedly turned his head and saw a figure slowly materializing before him, causing him to gasp in astonishment. "Goodness, boss, have you undergone plastic surgery? How did you become so handsome?" Xiaoyan looked incredulously at Zhao Jie, who bore striking features, exuding righteousness and a familiar yet foreign aura. From any angle, he was undeniably striking. Zhao Jie, however, remained calm, having broken through to the nirvana realm, undergoing a transformation that cleansed him completely, both inside and out. Through the purifying flames of nirvana, his life essence had ascended to a higher plane, rendering him all the more perfect. Yet, there was a slight imperfection. His body was devoid of impurities, and even his hair had vanished. Were it not for his self-healing abilities, he would have been left with a bald head and no eyebrows. "Your cultivation has evidently advanced. Yet you seem to have a peculiar request for me to wash your feet. What is it you wish to discuss?" Zhao Jie stated matter-of-factly. Xiaoyan chuckled. "Come now, brother. Are you suggesting I'm the type to deceive? When I, Xiaoyan, extend an invitation, I mean it sincerely. A promise is a promise." Zhao Jie chuckled softly, his gaze drifting to a corner of the room where a small head peeked out from the wall, stealthily reaching for a sprig of herbs. Upon noticing Zhao Jie's gaze, she glared at him, shaking her fist in a mock threat. Xiaoyan, noticing this, wore a peculiar expression. "Boss, you don't have a penchant for lolas, do you? That has quite an unusual taste." He recalled his own youthful inclinations, but they had shifted upon encountering Ziyin. Realizing the weight of a lowly S-punch could be quite formidable. "My word," Zhao Jie murmured, watching the little girl retreat. A realization dawning upon him. She was indeed Ziyin. Take good care of her. She will prove invaluable in the future. Xiaoyan looked bewildered, unable to fathom how Ziyin could be of significant aid. Aside from her slightly superior strength and penchant for pilfering through walls, she seemed rather ordinary. Her strength alone? I'll catch up in 2 years. How could she possibly be useful? She is not human, Zhao Jie replied, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. I glimpsed her true form. She is likely a dragon, and there seems to be a colossal shadow concealed nearby, an imposing presence indeed. I sense it surpasses even your master by many levels. A dragon? Xiaoyan was taken aback, never having considered the existence of dragons in this world. He had yet to venture outside and was only familiar with magical beasts. Perhaps the true rulers of the demon race, the ancient void dragon. Elder Yao slowly emerged. Casting a significant glance at Zhao Jie, his previously hidden wariness dissipating entirely. This fellow's ascent in power had been astonishing. Merely 2 months prior, he was a Do Wang. And now he had reached the Dozong realm. At this juncture, there was no need to worry about Xiaoyan's safety. The disparity in their strengths was far too great. Even if he exerted his full control over the bone spirit cold fire, it would likely be insufficient to contend with Zhao Jie. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoyan inquired, "What is the ancient void dragon?" It is the sovereign of the demon race, existing for over 100,000 years, with an exceptionally long lifespan. Within, there are experts aplenty. With Doshang warriors in abundance, renowned for their mastery of time and space. Over 100,000 years? Doshang? Abundant? Xiaoyan's mind reeled. This was utterly absurd. At present, Zian, I apologize for my noisy breathing. Allow me to pay my respects. Do not be surprised by that little girl. I am merely intrigued by you. Elder Yao remarked, peering at Zhao Jie's luminous eyes, narrowing them slightly. Your abilities are far more peculiar. Are you truly human? This time, with the gleam in his eyes, Zhao Jie perceived the vast shadow that coiled around Ziyan. Was it a glimpse into the void or a premonition of the future? He refrained from answering. In truth, he had only just reached a decision. Had Elder Yao posed the question half an hour prior, he would have asserted he was human. Yet upon witnessing Ziyan, he resolved to abandon that notion. What good is being human? Though one may appear handsome, it holds little value. No matter how dashing, it pales in comparison to the allure of becoming a dragon. The ancient void dragon inherently possesses the ability to traverse time and space, boasts immense physical strength, and enjoys a long lifespan, potentially spanning thousands of years, an epitome of perfection. Moreover, across countless realms, the might of dragons is unquestionable. Aside from the journey to the west and the primordial chaos, wherever dragons appear, formidable races abound. Thus, merging with the dragon bloodline would undoubtedly pave a path to greatness. I shall cease to be human. I shall cease to be human. He withheld his thoughts, preferring to keep others' knowledge as clear as possible while concealing his own. No. It's not about that, brother. It's to investigate a unique flame. As soon as Xiaoyan spoke, a chilling sensation surged through him, transforming the previous heat into an unbearable cold, leaving him shivering. Instinctively, he turned to see Elder Yao suspended in the air, his face contorted in a frightening grimace, emanating an ice-cold aura that seized the very soul. Teacher? Xiaoyan was utterly confused, staring at the surreal scene before him, the piercing cold causing him to tremble. A hand rested on his shoulder, a stream of black light enveloping him, instantly dispelling the frigid atmosphere radiating from Elder Yao. It was Zhao Jie who intervened. Elder Yao took a moment to stabilize himself, his voice raspy as he asked, "Did you see him? Where is he?" "He should be in the Black Corner region." The medicine sovereign Han Feng, accompanied by 2 elders likely at the pinnacle of the Do Huang, and he possesses a unique flame. Elder Yao's tone dripped with sarcasm. After all, he was the revered medicine sovereign, a 9th-grade alchemist standing atop the Do Qi continent. Should one become his disciple, even achieving the 7th-grade alchemist would be a walk in the park. With diligence, even the 8th grade would be within reach. The medicine sovereign? Ridiculous. Please lend me your strength, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. 3 days hence. Zhao Jie naturally did not decline. He had 2 matters to attend to. One was to transition his cultivation, for in the world of Dopa, a Dozong could wield spatial power. While at the Nirvana stage, he could only rely on physical strength, which was somewhat disadvantageous. The other was to deal with a certain little lowly. Chapter 65, The Death of Medicine Sovereign Han Feng. Little one, is it delicious? Ziyan's eyes nearly squinted with joy, but soon her expression shifted. Glaring fiercely at Zhao Jie, her tiny fists clenched tightly. "Do not touch my head, unless you give me another one to eat." Zhao Jie paused for a moment, then flipped his palm to reveal a dozen small red fruits, specialties of the Wudong world, imbued with a hint of dragon bloodline. In that world, dragons were supreme beings. He couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, it pains me. I had intended for you to enjoy them all, yet you are so sensible, only asking for one." Ziyan, she huffed in anger, glaring fiercely at Zhao Jie. Though she appeared small and innocent, she was no fool. This guy was toying with her. Seeing Zhao Jie's smile and the way he rubbed his fingers together, her frustration deflated. His strength was simply monstrous. His bones were sturdier than her own. His power greater. If she bit him, she might shatter her own teeth. Ow, that stings. Zhao Jie, what are you up to? Ziyan looked up, her expression earnest. I often sneak out at night to observe them in the corners of the academy. They say it brings joy, and if you're happy, you'll share treats with me. Zhao Jie, little girl Zhao Jie found himself both amused and exasperated, ruffling her hair affectionately. That's something only those close to you can do. Strangers shouldn't be so familiar, understand? However, I feel immensely comfortable being near you. Ziyan, with a dazed expression, lifted her head and felt as though she were with her father. Having wandered alone in the wilderness since childhood, she had not experienced the warmth of kinship for an eternity. This was a topic best left unspoken. Zhao Jie handed her all the fruits he held, and instantly, Ziyan's face lit up with joy as she hopped away gleefully. This little girl had roamed alone for over 1,000 years. Survival was no easy feat. One must understand that within the jungle, countless beasts sought to devour the bloodline of the dragon clan for evolution. He shook his head and glanced at his palm, which shimmered with a faint golden hue, swiftly transforming into a dragon claw adorned with exquisitely arranged scales. It felt somewhat peculiar. Simulation successful. You have acquired the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, Royal. This was from the simulator. Fusion process initiated. Detected host possesses level 2 superpower. Time stop. Level 1 superpower. Self-healing. Nirvana golden body. Ancient void dragon bloodline. Royal. Devour ancestral symbol. Would you like to fuse? Fusion. Fusion successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained the time-space golden dragon bloodline. Time-space golden dragon naturally possesses control over time and space, immense strength, an innate lifespan of 10,000 years, formidable defense. Exceptional self-healing abilities, immunity to spatial damage, possesses innate divine abilities, Dragon Roar and Devour. Innate divine ability Dragon Roar emits a roar that can manipulate the flow of time in the enemy's area, accelerating, decelerating, or freezing time. The higher the enemy's power, the shorter the control duration. Invincible within the same realm. Innate divine ability Devour. You possess the power to devour, enhancing yourself by absorbing the characteristics of all things in the universe, creating a small world within your belly. This innate divine ability would leave even Lin Lei and Beirut stunned for 3 seconds. A smile graced Zhao Jie's lips as he realized he had inadvertently become even more formidable. From today onwards, he could be considered to possess the ability to battle across realms. It felt as if he was ready to soar. In Feng City, the medicine emperor Han Feng lay in blissful slumber, embraced by 2 beautiful women, his hands wandering restlessly. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes, glancing outside with suspicion. The nearby beauty was also roused, engaging in an indecorous act that shall remain unspoken. This sensation, no, it couldn't be his. Han Feng's face turned pale with fear as he kicked the woman beside him off the bed. The pristine surroundings bore witness to her startled expression, as if she sought comfort. Before he could don his clothing, 2 thunderous booms reverberated, and several dark figures crashed through the door, scattering debris across the floor. With a sweep of his mental energy, Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was all his subordinates, summoned by him with medicinal pills, now lifeless corpses. Who were these intruders? Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of figures descended heavily, their presence ominous. Han Feng immediately spoke up. I am Han Feng, the medicine emperor, a 6th-rank alchemist. Just a step away from becoming a 7th-rank alchemist. Shall we discuss matters calmly? In the central state, a 7th-rank alchemist may not be considered remarkable. But in this small corner of the Black Corner domain, he was undoubtedly a person of significance. A hoarse yet familiar voice echoed, causing Han Feng to frown in confusion. Are you waiting for those 2 old fellows? As soon as the words fell, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding dragoness roar. 2 headless corpses plummeted from above, crashing to the ground, lifeless. They were dead. Han Feng felt his breath hitch, and just as he was taken aback, the shadows before him dispersed, akin to reapers claiming the lives of his various subordinates, mere minor figures, mere spirit kings and spirit warriors. He soon realized that the individuals before him bore blank expressions, abstaining from using any combat techniques, relying solely on their robust physiques to wreak havoc, their speed ghostly. These were puppets. You are from the Demon Flame Valley. Han Feng retreated repeatedly, his heart devoid of any fighting spirit. Dozens of puppets of the Emperor rank suggested the presence of a manipulator of the sovereign rank behind them. Han Feng was proficient in alchemy, but combat was not his forte. Do not kill me. I am on the verge of becoming a 7th-rank alchemist. I can concoct pills for you for a lifetime. I know the Soul Hall. I am acquainted with the elders of the Soul Hall. His voice faltered, and his gaze fell in shock as a bloody hand pierced through his chest. Before he could react, he felt his soul being drawn away. That flickering white flame, the icy chill that made even souls tremble, and that grotesque visage forever etched in memory. Teacher. No. Ah. In the distance. Xiao Yin heard the agonizing screams and could not help but swallow hard, his small frame trembling. Big brother, who is this Hanfeng? He was your teacher's former disciple, raised from infancy, treated like a biological son, and taught alchemical skills hand in hand. Only to kill your teacher for the burning technique and desecrate his remains in wrath. Truly, he is worse than a beast. Just as Zhao Jie conversed with Xiao Yin. A frown creased his brow as a message popped up in the chat group. Luoji, Trisolaran, I am the wallfacer Luoji, wishing to converse with you. Zhao Jie, what has this fellow been drinking? Chapter 65, The Unstable Drive is Sealed. Chapter 66, The Collapse of the Trisolaran. Luoji, Trisolaran. I am the wallfacer Luoji, wishing to converse with you. Upon witnessing the sudden message in the chat group, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. For he recognized this was a formidable figure from a super-technological world who had frightened them upon joining the group a few days prior. However, what is he saying? It feels odd. I comprehend the individual words, yet together they elude my understanding. He turned to his elder brother, Zhao Jie, who, with arms crossed and deep in thought, chuckled. No wonder he remained silent. It turns out he considers us Trisolarans. What are the Trisolarans? Extraterrestrials, whose technological prowess surpasses that of Earth, preparing to invade Earth. What Luoji mentioned should be the Sothans. Xiao Yin's face turned awkward as he quietly reminded, Big brother, could you perhaps simplify it further? This is already the simplest form. Zhao Jie shrugged. In essence, this entity is immensely powerful. It can monitor the actions of anyone across the globe without detection. Transmit messages across countless light years at near light speed, interfere with physical experiments, and engrave text before one's eyes. Xiao Yin could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Though he could not grasp all the details, the notion of near-light speed travel and traversing countless light years was staggering. Even a Dou emperor would have to bow in admiration. There's no way even a horse could outrun it. Furthermore, the feeling of being under constant surveillance, with every action live-streamed 24 hours a day, devoid of any privacy, was terrifying. Xiao Yin gazed at the chat box before him, slowly beginning to comprehend why the newly added group member, Luoji, spoke in such an unusual manner. Living in a world like this would undoubtedly drive one to madness. Xiao Yin sensed the terror of Trisolaran civilization and felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Damn it, invading Earth? Their world is not too different from ours. Such a civilization, equipped with terrifying technology, what sort of weapons could they possibly possess? Xiao Yin involuntarily pondered the chasm between human technology and nuclear weaponry, inevitably drawing parallels with the Trisolaran civilization. With such advanced technology, one could only imagine the terrifying nature of their weaponry. Could they obliterate a planet with a single strike? Zhao Jie shook his head. The Trisolaran civilization was not as formidable as one might think. Their technological prowess was rather modest. In the universe of Luoji, numerous high-level civilizations existed, many of which surpassed the galactic alliance of my world, which was precisely what worried me. Xiao Yin realized that his elder brother also hailed from a high-tech universe where the galactic alliance was, astonishingly, more fearsome than the Trisolaran civilization. Direct entry into his universe was not feasible. Alternative methods must be conceived. Suddenly, Zhao Jie was struck by a bold idea. He raised his right hand, positioning his index and middle fingers against his forehead, channeling his mental energy outward. I transform into the eternal. Although he had recently assisted Lin Jingyu by retrieving Zhang Xiaofan's future self from the river of time, his ability to transform into the eternal was still on cooldown. However, his bloodline had evolved, enhancing his temporal abilities, and after several uses of his skill, Zhao Jie had gained a modicum of understanding and skillful execution. Moreover, the individual he summoned was not particularly powerful. He was the sword-bearer Luoji. In the Trisolaran world, Luoji found himself in a conference room filled with human elites, surrounded by large screens displaying top figures from various countries, all of whom were keenly observing the proceedings. This was the inaugural plan of the wallfacer Luoji, marking humanity's first direct communication with the Trisolarans. Within the expansive conference room, a colossal screen displayed Luoji's solemn proclamation, Trisolarans, I am the wallfacer Luoji, and I wish to converse with you. This message was visible to all. He subsequently sent a message in the chat group, knowing that it was likely to be seen. The presence of the Trisolarans was akin to a buzzing mosquito in a room. Though it flitted about chaotically, its ultimate aim was to draw blood. What one did was simply swat it or light a mosquito coil, rather than offering gentle persuasion or lavish hospitality. As the assembly gazed at the silent Luoji, disappointment settled within them. Compared to other wallfacers, Luoji's strategy appeared exceedingly simplistic, bordering on farcical. They had expected miracles, yet none materialized. Just then, Luo Ji broke into a joyful laugh, one that radiated genuine delight. Long time no see, Trisolarans. The audience was taken aback. Trisolarans, I am the sword-bearer Luo Ji. I now command your fleet to return and share your scientific and technological data with us. The screen remained unresponsive, seemingly mocking Luo Ji's audacity. As if he were lost in a daydream. With hands clasped, Luo Ji exuded an air of calm detachment, softly murmuring, "The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization strives to conceal its whereabouts." Leaning back slightly, he cast a scornful glance at the screen. Trisolarans. Surely you do not wish for your coordinates to be discovered by other civilizations? Luo Ji's lips moved soundlessly, as if uttering a silent incantation. Yet this voiceless spell bore the weight of a divine curse. Before the vacant screen, a series of words materialized before all eyes. Luo Ji. I am the highest executive of the Trisolaran people, and I will grant any request you make. The Trisolaran warships are now returning. Please do not disclose the coordinates of Trisolaran planets. I implore you, do not act recklessly. The conference hall erupted in chaos, minds buzzing with disbelief. Even the other three wall-facers were left in stunned silence. This was beyond comprehension. Luo Ji maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor, dismissing the Trisolarans as mere trifles. He was now contemplating how to present Cheng Xin as a gift to the Trisolarans, an intriguing notion indeed. Although I cannot fathom how you accomplished this. I must express my gratitude for saving Earth once again, Luo Ji remarked. Such sentiments are rather abstract. I never anticipated your audacity in extorting scientific knowledge from the Trisolaran civilization while considering gifting Cheng Xin to them. A commendable decision, Zhao Jie replied. This is not my decision. It is the notion of the sword-bearer Luo Ji. I find myself wishing to eliminate her. Is her head filled with nonsense? The wall-facer Luo Ji and the sword-bearer Luo Ji were two distinct entities. One was youthful and immature, while the other had weathered storms and reached a higher plane of thought. I observe that if your world remains stable and coexists peacefully with the Trisolarans, you may achieve a semblance of tranquility, Zhao Jie noted. Only a fleeting tranquility. The Trisolarans will inevitably face annihilation due to stellar imbalance. Humanity's technological advancement is accelerating too swiftly. War between humans and Trisolarans is bound to reignite, Luo Ji countered. Does the fate of the future centuries concern you? Zhao Jie chuckled lightly, pondering the unpredictability of future events. Who could predict the outcome of a potential human civil war, where self-destruction loomed? Having acquired Trisolaran technology, do remember to share a copy with me. The stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Consider it my reward for assisting you, Zhao Jie said. Agreed. Luo Ji promptly consented. Without Zhao Jie's support, Luo Ji harbored no confidence in his bleak future. It was utterly dismal. If you are interested, you might continue to embrace your role as a wall-facer and establish a research and development department for technology. As the group expands, you could sell technological products to earn currency and procure goods from other worlds. Technology indeed encompasses more than mere weaponry. High-tech products such as virtual reality, cryogenic chambers, superintelligence, and spacecraft are all coveted items. However, possessing technology alone is insufficient. A vast technological empire and industrial base are imperative. Excellent. We are currently organizing the data. The technological wealth of the Trisolarans is substantial, and fully categorizing it may require several months. While I am uncertain of the civilization level of the chat group, it is evidently one capable of communication, which is a coveted existence for Earth. To refuse? One would have to be foolish. Development is indeed crucial. But learning and imitation are the true catalysts for rapid advancement. Zhao Jie withdrew from the chat group and observed Xiaoyan, who was stroking his chin and chuckling mischievously, his shifty eyes revealing ulterior motives. Ahem. Xiaoyan was startled, offering an awkward smile, his gaze wandering. Elder brother, are you finished chatting? What was this little rascal plotting? Zhao Jie scrutinized him and speculated that he might be contemplating virtual gaming or perhaps yearning to experience the allure of a virtual female character. After all, for ordinary individuals, nothing epitomized the allure of a technological world quite like that. It was akin to a shapeshifter, able to morph into any desired form, confined only to the human species, allowing one to fabricate personalities at will. I, Zhao Jie, abhor gambling and illicit substances, and would never entertain such base thoughts as Xiaoyan. I would never succumb to such temptations. If Luo Ji were to discover my fondness for this, he would undoubtedly find it laughable. I wonder if such technology exists in the real world? An eerie silence enveloped the two until the distant, tragic cries of Han Feng abruptly ceased, restoring everything to normalcy. You lad are in for a treat. Zhao Jie cast a glance at Xiaoyan, recalling that Han Feng was known as the Medicine Emperor in the Black Corner region, not only due to his status as a sixth-tier alchemist, but also because he possessed a rare fire known as the Sea Heart Flame. Rare fire? Xiaoyan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, for this was the very treasure he had longed for, driving him nearly to madness. He cultivated the burning technique, which was indeed formidable, capable of devouring exotic flames to evolve, potentially rivaling celestial-grade martial arts in the future. However, as time passed, Xiaoyan gradually realized that it was merely a grand illusion crafted by Yao Lao. The prerequisite for surpassing celestial-grade techniques was the possession of exotic flames. Without them, it was utterly worthless. Currently, the burning technique was merely of the low yellow tier, progressing at a snail's pace after several months of arduous trainings. He had only achieved the rank of Great Fighter. It's worth noting that he was a premium member, enjoying a cultivation speed 50 times that of an ordinary person. Yet it still took him months to reach Great Fighter status. Moreover, the burning technique was truly a trap. He had enlisted the help of his elder brother Zhao to integrate it with various martial arts techniques, including Han Li's cultivation scriptures and the Tai Chi Shinqing Dao. The result was a more powerful and longevity-enhancing technique, yet the prerequisite remained unchanged: the need for exotic flames. It was akin to having $1 million safe before you, yet not receiving the key, utterly infuriating. Xiaoyan was on the verge of madness, obsessively dreaming of exotic flames night after night, only to find none. But now, he finally had one: the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th among exotic flames. Xiaoyan couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling an exhilarating rush. By the way, you previously mentioned having discovered information about an exotic flame. Where is it? Is it the Fallen Heart Flame from the Canaan Academy? No, it's not. Xiaoyan shook his head and sighed deeply. It's south from another place. I heard that the queen of the serpent people, Medusa, acquired an exotic flame. And Gui attempted to seize it but returned severely injured. Hence, I wish to ask my elder brother for assistance in obtaining that exotic flame. Why not take the Fallen Heart Flame? Xiaoyan's expression twisted into a grimace. He too desired the Fallen Heart Flame. But Elder Su Qian from the Canaan Academy had been exceedingly kind to him, providing resources, techniques, and martial skills, almost everything, to the point of making him feel embarrassed. The Fallen Heart Flame was the foundation of the Canaan Academy. If he were to tamper with it, wouldn't that be akin to undermining his benefactor? An act of ingratitude? He could only bitterly murmur, "Elder brother, even rabbits do not nibble on the grass near their burrows." While rabbits may avoid the immediate vicinity, those near the water's edge are the first to receive the moonlight. Zhao Jie smirked. Are you not aware? The Fallen Heart Flame at Canaan Academy frequently goes berserk, completely uncontrollable, which is quite a headache for Su Qian and the others. Moreover, I have a method that could persuade them to willingly part with the Fallen Heart Flame. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Elder brother, what method? Beneath the Qi Refinement Tower, there exists a nascent and highly trainable Fallen Heart Flame. Xiaoyan's heart raced. He had long coveted the Fallen Heart Flame, a veritable cheat for cultivation. Though he had obtained a premium membership, few would refuse the allure of such a boon. That sounds absolutely splendid. Go ahead. Your teacher will assist you in devouring the Sea Heart Flame. You possess the extraordinary ability of a flame body, so this should pose no challenge for you. All right then, big brother. Chapter 68. The Ancient Dragon of the Void, the Old Dragon Emperor. Although Zhao Jie felt confident that nothing would go awry, he remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Xiaoyan, for the investment was substantial, and the loss would be profoundly painful. Fortunately, Yao Lao had regained his spirits, and with a portion of his soul power restored, his strength was considerable, guiding Xiaoyan in the devouring of exotic flames. Coupled with Xiaoyan's extraordinary flame body, his innate affinity for flames, and the diminished damage from exotic flames, the Sea Heart Flame was easily consumed by Xiaoyan. The moment the Sea Heart Flame entered his body, Xiaoyan's aura surged uncontrollably, propelling him from a 3-star great fighter to a 9-star level, effectively saving him half a month's training time. It seemed he was still trailing behind Lin Dong. Xiaoyan's expression fell, his gaze filled with deep resentment. He knew that Lin Dong was undoubtedly the protagonist, having merely discovered a devouring ancestral symbol, allowing him to leap several major realms from the Tian Yuan realm to the Shaping realm. And what of him? The 15th ranked exotic flame had only elevated him by 6 stars. Xiaoyan lamented, I truly feel inadequate. Enough with the theatrics. Zhao Jie punctured Xiaoyan's moment of self-pity. The Sea Heart Flame, refined by Han Feng, has granted you a 6-star boost, which is commendable. Once you consume the Fallen Heart Flame, you'll soon ascend to the rank of Do Wang. Exotic flames are wondrous entities of the universe, instinctively roaming the world, devouring other exotic flames and gathering the energies of heaven and earth. Over time, they develop consciousness and form a body. Just like the Fallen Heart Flame and the 3,000 blazing flames, they amalgamate vast energy, creating a colossal form. Thus, refining them will lead to an exponential increase in power. Since the Sea Heart Flame has already been refined by Han Feng, it naturally cannot provide a significant boost. Xiaoyan chuckled. He was indeed benefiting but feigning modesty, though his ascent was not as remarkable as Lin Dong's. The abundance of exotic flames he possessed far outstripped Lindong's speed. According to his elder brother, once he devoured the fallen heart flame, he would become a Dowang. Hiss. I, Xiaoyan, shall become a Dowang. Please, call me Flame King Xiaoyan. The thought of such a lofty title made Xiaoyan restless. Elder brother. Let us hurry. However, the Qi Refinement Tower is a bit challenging to enter and can easily attract attention. Challenging to enter? Zhao Jie then closed his eyes, seemingly probing for something. Xiaoyan watched, confused. Teacher, what is my elder brother doing? Yao Lao's voice resonated in his mind, though it was not a direct answer. Indeed, he was no ordinary being. Before Xiaoyan could inquire further, he saw Zhao Jie stretch out a hand toward the distance, then slowly pull apart both hands, causing a ripple in the air, and a fissure appeared. On the other side of the crack, blazing flames danced, the temperature soaring instantaneously, with bright red magma swirling within. A space jump? Xiaoyan was stunned. Was this a power reserved for Dozun? My extraordinary ability. Zhao Jie seized Xiaoyan by the collar, stepping forward into the spatial fissure, arriving at another location, the magma chamber beneath the Canaan Academy. The intense heat was overwhelming, and Xiaoyan instinctively summoned his Do Qi for protection, only to realize that his body felt entirely normal, and his Do Qi was jubilantly circulating even more vigorously. Oh, he had forgotten. He too possessed extraordinary powers. Before Xiaoyan could fully comprehend his surroundings, he felt a massive silhouette gliding through the magma, bright red and glaring. Gazing at him with confusion. How could there be life in magma? It defied all logic. He silently scoffed, only to feel his collar loosen as Zhao Jie's figure vanished. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated beside him. At an unknown moment, a colossal dragon of golden hue, indescribably magnificent, circled around Xiaoyan. The sight startled Xiaoyan, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He nearly lost his grip and fell into the bubbling magma below. Should he fall in? Yao Lao's figure gradually emerged, gently waving his hand to lift Xiaoyan, suspending him in midair. He floated there, observing the magnificent golden dragon with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. What manner of dragon was this? He recognized the void ancient dragon but had never encountered a golden dragon that appeared so formidable. With a resounding roar, the sound waves rippled outward, causing the roiling magma below to exhibit an eerie phenomenon, seemingly retracting, while a bright silhouette appeared to swim backward, ultimately being drawn from the magma. The scene left Xiaoyan astounded, and a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Time reversal? Could it be that the extraordinary ability his elder brother possessed was not merely foresight, but rather the powerful bloodline of a dragon, with time being a supplementary power? How astonishing! Zhao Jie struck down with a claw, unleashing devouring power that directly consumed the consciousness of the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame, now bereft of its intelligence, struggled to maintain its massive form, appearing somewhat disintegrated. At the very core of its being, a radiant flame flickered. This was the essence of the fallen heart flame. The remainder is left to you. I shall take a bath and summon me when the time is right. Zhao Jie clapped his hands, channeling immense spiritual power to restrain the fallen heart flame from spreading, and directly transferred it to Yao Lao. With a swift turn, he plunged into the magma, vanishing from sight in an instant. Beside him, Xiaoyan could only twitch his lips at the spectacle, taking a bath in magma. Indeed, the elder brother was true to his title. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie navigated through the molten rock, feeling no discomfort from the searing heat, which his devouring power absorbed entirely, integrating it into his being. Instead of burning, he felt a warm sensation. It was his first glimpse into the depths of the magma, and he was quite fascinated. His vast spiritual energy radiated outwards, tirelessly exploring this grand underground world. Zhao Jie sought many things hidden within the magma realm, the lizard men and the embryonic fallen heart flame, alongside his true objective, the ancient Tuasha ancient emperor's estate. This was the greatest opportunity in the Dopa world, the legacy of the Tuasha ancient emperor. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would soar immensely. However, entry seemed unlikely, yet that held little concern for him, as his genuine target lay elsewhere, the ancient dragon emperor. The Taishu ancient dragon, who had been confined for a millennium as a guardian beast. Cackling. Old dragon emperor. Surely you wouldn't want your daughter to be bullied outside, would you? Chapter 69. You bully me? I will strike your daughter. The Tuasha ancient emperor's estate. In the pitch black, silent expanse, two colossal fire orbs ignited, blood red, revealing an unfathomably large creature opening its eyes. This behemoth loomed in the dark void, motionless, its entire form emanating a purple-golden hue, its cold scales imparting a robust, iron-like sensation. It shifted its immense body, crashing against a faint luminescence, which was barely a thin layer, yet so hard it defied description. A familiar scent, Dragon Clan? At that moment, Zhao Jie found himself fleeing, realizing he had underestimated the vastness of the subterranean magma. Though it could not rival the surface, its depth was profound. Invisibility was minimal. He relied on his spiritual power, cautiously employing his foresight to adjust his path, dodging the relentless inspections of the Fire Lizard clan. Yet, he had underestimated their might. Two semi-saint-level fire lizards emerged swiftly from the depths, occasionally performing spatial jumps with astonishing speed. Even with his ability to foresee the future, resistance proved futile. He could only dart through the magma. Fortunately, his innate affinity for space and his devouring power replenished his energy, preventing capture. However, the large-scale absorption of magma left traces, and the two semi-saint fire lizards pursued closely behind. Time lost all meaning as he fled. Uncertain of how long or how far he had gone, the two semi-saint fire lizards quickly devised a plan. One stabilized a vast expanse of space while the other scoured the area like a mine detector, meticulously checking each zone. Countless fire lizards were summoned, stationed in the scrutinized areas. Although their power was not formidable, their acute sensitivity meant that even the slightest disturbance would not escape their notice. Zhao could not help but scoff at the situation. How shameless to bully the fewer. Just wait. I shall summon 800 Do Emperor-level subordinates, and we shall make you call us father. He flicked his tail, intending to leave, but to his surprise, a vast, ancient, indescribable voice resonated from the depths of the magma, halting all the fire lizards in their tracks. The sound was akin to a nameless echo from the abyss, expansive and soul-chilling. In the next moment, the once numerous fire lizards retreated, leaving only the two aged semi-saint fire lizards behind. Dragons of the clan hidden within the magma, present yourselves. The deity wishes to see you. Who is this deity? Any ordinary individual would certainly be terrified into retreat. The long cry from the depths could instill sheer panic. It was akin to a diver suddenly hearing such a sound in the deep sea, their legs likely propelling them away in sheer fright. Yet, Zhao, without hesitation, turned swiftly towards the source of the voice, racing forward. The shimmering golden figure left the two semi-saint fire lizards in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. It bore a striking resemblance to a deity. Zhao leaped forward, and upon his next appearance, he beheld a colossal entity, truly comparable to a mountain. To describe it as a hill would be an insult. His previously imposing form appeared diminutive beside this genuine giant, akin to a loach encountering a python, an insurmountable difference. Old Dragon Emperor Zhao, pinnacle of nine-star Do Saint. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, feigning shock as he gaped, exclaiming, "Goodness, how enormous!" The dignified old Dragon Emperor was momentarily taken aback by such words. Instinctively lowering his head to inspect himself, he found nothing exposed. "Zhao, you wretched brat." Having not conversed with anyone for nearly a millennium, the old Dragon Emperor was momentarily flustered. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, he felt a surge of indignation, roaring, "How dare you utter such crude words? Which island do you hail from?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhao's figure, though it was barely larger than his forearm. The golden sheen appeared somewhat odd, lacking the elegance of his purple-golden hue, yet it undeniably resembled a dragon. In this world, apart from the Taishu ancient dragon lineage, no other dragons remained. Yet, why did it evoke such a sense of familiarity? Could it be a distant kin of the Taishu ancient dragon royal family? While the old Dragon Emperor pondered, he noticed Zhao curiously probing the faint luminescence before him, tapping it with his claws, producing a sound as if testing something. Enough with the tapping. With your meager strength, you cannot rescue me. This is the seal left by the Tuasha ancient emperor, even I cannot break it. Zhao's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a hearty laugh, placing his claws on his hips, gesturing a middle finger at the old Dragon Emperor. "Ha! Old Dragon Head, who do you think you are? Teaching me a lesson? Do you know who I am? The overlord of the Beast Mountain. Rescue you? Ha ha." He curled up, laughing heartily, rolling about in the magma, a comical sight. The old Dragon Emperor, with a disdainful glance, unleashed a vast purple-golden radiance, summoning an enormous dragon claw formed from gathered dochi that descended silently upon Zhao's head. His laughter abruptly ceased, and confusion, shock, and disbelief washed over his face. In the next heartbeat, he flipped over, crouching awkwardly as if a child caught in wrongdoing. Junior Zhao pays respects to the esteemed elder. Now that's more like it. The old Dragon Emperor Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite young. From which dragon island do you hail?" A tremendous pressure enveloped Zhao, weighing down upon him as the old Dragon Emperor dismissed his words with a scoff. "You little trickster. Speak the truth. Is the external environment and resources truly superior to those of the Taishu ancient dragon clan? It is within this clan that one can find the most conducive atmosphere for cultivation, the most suitable techniques, and the most effective combat skills. How could the outside world possibly compare? Unless, of course, unforeseen circumstances arise." Zhao cautiously remarked. "I have heard that the Taishu ancient dragons are currently embroiled in internal strife, with the 4 dragon islands engaged in relentless warfare. Some islands have even conspired with the Tianyo Phoenix clan. What? A terrifying pressure once again descended upon Zhao Jie, leaving him in utter dismay. Damn it. You bully me? Just wait until I get out. I'll deal with your daughter. Chapter 70. The token of interdimensional travel at this moment. The old dragon emperor was filled with rage. During his reign over the Taishu ancient dragon clan, the Tianyao Phoenix clan was nothing more than prey, lurking in their territory, too afraid to show their faces. When did the Tianyao Phoenix clan gain the audacity to meddle in dragon affairs? Fool. Zhao Jie pretended to be perplexed, scratching his head with a dragon claw. I have only practiced for 20 years and am merely a minor dozo. How would I have the time or courage to inquire about the affairs of the Dragon Islands? I only heard that they are looking for someone. As my master informed me, 20 years of cultivation? Dozone? The old dragon emperor could not help but stroke his dragon beard, his eyes narrowing as they swept over Zhao Jie's neck, where a uniquely inverted scale of pure white was distinctly visible. How could he truly be only 24 inches tall? 24 years old. The old dragon emperor mused in silence. This talent barely matched his own from years past, albeit just slightly superior. A feeling of discomfort washed over him. This brat must have started cultivating from the womb. Perhaps he consumed some extraordinary fruit of dragon and phoenix origin? What a peculiar situation. The old dragon emperor cursed internally. Regaining his composure. They must be searching for me. I am the dragon emperor of the Taishu ancient dragons, at the pinnacle of 9-star Dose Saint. He felt a sense of pride, believing that his 9-star Dose Saint strength could terrify this lad into submission. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhao Jie suddenly seemed to comprehend something, uttering an "oh" before falling silent. The old dragon emperor? He deliberately reiterated, I am a 9-star Dose Saint, merely a step away from becoming a Do Emperor. No one in the entire Duki continent can rival me. How impressive. Zhao Jie nodded in agreement. I will need at least another 100 years of cultivation to catch up. You are indeed formidable, senior. The old dragon emperor felt a sting in his heart. Alas, why are the youth of today so disrespectful to their elders? You possess great talent, yet must you wound the hearts of your predecessors so? This is a truly gifted and audacious young talent. As he observed Zhao Jie, the old dragon emperor's mind began to churn with ideas. He, trapped within the ancient abode of the Tuashi, found it exceedingly difficult to escape, unless he could break through to the realm of Do Emperor. Those outside seeking to rescue him would also face insurmountable challenges unless they could gather the Tuashi ancient emperor's treasures. Listen closely, young one. From this day forth, you shall be the emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. I shall impart to you the royal techniques of our clan, and you will cultivate under my guidance. The old dragon emperor gazed at Zhao Jie. When you achieve mastery and become a Do Saint, you must unify the dragon clan. Gather the strength of the Taishu ancient dragons, and seek out the treasures of the Tuashi ancient emperor to rescue me. I will then reveal to you the secrets of becoming a Do Emperor. What say you? Of course. However, collecting the treasures of the Tuashi ancient emperor would be akin to scaling the heavens. For both the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan possess 2 peak 9-star Do Saints. To defeat them, one would need to attain the rank of Do Emperor. Yet, once one becomes a Do Emperor, the treasures of the Tuashi ancient emperor would no longer be necessary to unlock the seal. The old dragon emperor was unaware of this, having been imprisoned for many years, in his understanding. The Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan remained as they were in the past, not the formidable opponents they had since become against the flourishing Taishu ancient dragon clan. Zhao Jie harbored different thoughts, glancing at his chat group. A unique item crystallized from his administrative privileges. Interdimensional travel token. Price, 2 destiny points. Effect, permits non-group members to traverse to another world once. The old dragon emperor, a peak 9-star Do Saint, imprisoned within the Tuashi ancient emperor's abode, felt thoroughly stifled. Perhaps I could enlist your assistance, Zhao Jie thought, blinking. If this were in the world of Wudong, he would at least be a half step to the ancestral realm. With the old dragon emperor's help, the world of Wudong could easily become a paradise. However, trust must first be built. He surveyed his destiny points, noting he had but 1, earned by assisting Lin Jingyu with altering his fate, and would have to patiently await the next fateful individual to join the group. All right. Zhao Jie readily agreed, and the old dragon emperor wasted no time. With a wave of his arm, a golden light surged directly into Zhao Jie's body, an array of profound knowledge flooding his mind. Taishu ancient dragon emperor's decision. Dragon emperor / dragon devourer of the world. Zhao Jie immediately prostrated himself, absorbing the onslaught of knowledge that poured in like a vast ocean, intoxicating him with its richness. These were the techniques the old dragon emperor had amassed over millennia, a truly bountiful treasure. As the old dragon emperor observed Zhao Jie immersed in cultivation, a flicker of joy ignited within him. After 1,000 years, he finally glimpsed hope for escape. Had it not been for Zhao Jie inadvertently stumbling upon this place, He could only imagine how many more years he would have to wait. Suddenly, a pang of regret surged within him. Had he not succumbed to greed all those years ago, he would not have been ensnared here for millennia. If only my child were still alive, they would be of a similar age now. For the Taishu ancient dragons, thousands of years merely marked the onset of adulthood. But was it possible? A wandering youngling of the Taishu ancient dragons, unawakened and bereft of cultivation methods, vulnerable to the predation of other beasts. The old dragon emperor could not help but feel despondent, collapsing under the weight of his unfulfilled hopes. Fusion function commencing Taishu ancient dragon emperor's decision. Great Wilderness True Chi technique fusing 10 fiend martial arts, dragon emperor / dragon devourer of the world fusing. Congratulations. You have acquired the technique Taishu ancient dragon True Chi technique. Martial arts true dragon martial arts. Taishu ancient dragon True Chi technique. An amalgamation of various profound techniques. Possessing the extraordinary ability to absorb the essence of all things to enhance oneself, granting strength akin to that of mountains. Upon reaching completion, one may enjoy a lifespan of 100,000 years and wield the might of 100 dragons, capable of commanding myriad demons. True dragon martial arts, authentic teachings of the dragon clan, every movement capable of invoking the forces of heaven and earth, summoning the ethereal shadow of a true dragon, devouring the heavens and earth, shifting stars and moons. The Taishu ancient dragon True Chi technique's limit was raised directly to the realm of Do Emperor. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one would be unrivaled within the same realm. Zhao Jia swiftly initiated cultivation acceleration, rapidly transforming his prowess. His originally robust physique visibly thickened, and the exquisite dragon scale shimmered with a faint golden light, becoming exceedingly resilient. His aura surged rapidly, akin to a black hole of the underworld, voraciously consuming the surrounding magma's energies, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet instantaneously. This frenzied absorptive power left the old dragon emperor astounded. Good lad. If you deepen your understanding of spatial perception, you could attain the rank of Dozun in no time. Mastering spatial laws is essential for any formidable warrior. A powerful Do Saint can even carve out a small world capable of housing 100,000 inhabitants, seamlessly traversing through space for long-distance leaps. Only at that point can one be deemed a true powerhouse. As Zhao Jia focused intensely on his cultivation, time slipped away unnoticed until one day. A notification echoed in his mind. Administrator Zhao Jia, please review. Do you approve of Ace joining the chat group? Ace. Is it the Ace from One Piece? Or the Ace of the Law King? Chapter 71. The Five Emperors and Luffy join the Battle of Marineford. Zhao Jia abruptly ceased his cultivation, compelled to check the situation. After all, if it involved Ace, the son of the Pirate King, it was certainly worth his attention. This was, after all, the Land of Light. There was also the Plasma Spark Tower, where one could borrow power and shout, Ultraman, transform. Even an ordinary person could become Ultraman with a mere glance. With his formidable abilities, Zhao Jia believed that if he transformed, he could rival the King of Ultraman, even if he couldn't access the Plasma Spark Tower. Merely associating with Ultraman's earthly form and borrowing his power would still be quite advantageous. Filled with confidence, Zhao Jia mused whether there existed anyone on Earth with a purer heart than his own. Was there? Let me bear the burden of protecting the Earth. Name, Ace Identity, son of Pirate King Roger, son of Whitebeard. Abilities, Devil Fruit, Flame Fruit. Zhao Jia sighed, lamenting the sudden disappearance of his dream of becoming more robust. The world of One Piece didn't seem to offer much of value. He quickly lost interest and consented to Ace's inclusion. What difference did it make? His destined value was far too precious. He sat cross-legged, initially intending to continue his training, but the incessant messages from the chat group interrupted him, seemingly heralding extraordinary events. Group member Ace triggered Destiny task, the death of Ace. The death of Ace, as the son of Pirate King Roger, Ace has shouldered immense sins since birth. The Navy has decided to execute the sinful son Ace publicly in Marineford via Din Mushy broadcast. Yes, Ace, it is you. If you do not diligently complete your task, you shall perish. Task overview. You must escape Marineford and ensure your survival. During this task, you are prohibited from traversing into other members' worlds. Task reward. Opportunity to draw a superpower once. The higher the task completion, the greater the chance of drawing a high-level ability. In the world of pirates, Ace knelt on the execution platform. Confusion etched across his face as he gazed at the floating chat box and heard the strange voice in his mind. Whose devil fruit ability is this? The Navy's? Roger? Pirates? Sinful son? Apologies, but I cannot assist you. Lynching you. I'm somewhat busy, currently pursuing a wicked individual. Hanley, you all go ahead. I generally prefer to stay indoors. I've just refined several batches of elixirs and obtained a few Foundation establishment pills, preparing to break through. Lindong, Brother Han, why not ask Brother Xiaoyan for help? His master is a formidable alchemist. Hanley, oh, I forgot. Besides, isn't he in seclusion? He has logged in for a long time. There's no assurance with someone else's work. Lin Dong. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Brother Xiaoyan will likely emerge as a Do Wang. I must continue to strive. Newcomers are somewhat perilous. What do you say, brother? Should we save him or not? Zhao Jie remarked. Though these individuals are called pirates, their world is governed by corruption, and they are free adventurers and navigators, not necessarily wicked beings. Zhao Jie decided, enough. I shall take action. His eyes closed. A faint silver light emanated from his being. He transformed into liberation. He transcended time itself. In the world of pirates, a loud cry echoed, and the once bustling battlefield of Marineford fell silent. Everyone involuntarily looked up to see a group of individuals descending from the sky, familiar silhouettes. The Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku shouted at Carp, who feigned ignorance. Carp, is this how you educate your descendants? One son, two grandsons, and you've raised a revolutionary leader. A commander of the 4 emperors, and a supernova. Were we not supposed to confine the Straw Hat Kid to prevent him from causing chaos? Carp had not anticipated that Luffy could escape. The complex and tumultuous battle of Marineford was fraught with trouble. He scratched his head and laughed heartily. Fear not, Sengoku. As my grandson and dragon's son, Luffy will be fine. The surrounding sailors averted their gazes, and the naval commanders fell silent. With 2 admirals present, who could possibly endanger Luffy? Did they wish to test Carp's iron fist? Sengoku, exasperated, shouted again at Carp, but upon receiving the rice crackers Carp offered, he thought, well, I saw nothing. However, soon he could no longer ignore the unfolding events. Luffy plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. His gaze fell upon Ace at the execution platform, and his eyes welled with tears. Ace. Luffy. Luffy charged forward, leaving everyone astonished. This Straw Hat Kid was exceedingly audacious. He was rushing into the Navy's stronghold, which boasted 3 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Navy Hero Carp, and countless vice admirals. How dare he? Straw Hat Luffy, this ends here. The elite vice admiral, Dalmesia, wielder of the dog fruit, leapt from the platform, soaring through the air towards Luffy. Unfazed by the elite vice admiral's obstruction, Luffy did not even glance back, delivering a powerful counterattack. Rubber pistol, with Conqueror's hockey entwined. With a mighty slap, he struck Dalmesia precisely, and the overwhelming force sent shivers through Dalmesia's very soul. Without hesitation, he utilized Iron Block. Boom. Dalmesia felt the impact akin to Carp's iron fist. The sound of shattering bones echoed as he was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through several buildings before collapsing into unconsciousness. An elite vice admiral fell by a single strike. The onlookers, previously munching popcorn, were now astounded, exchanging bewildered glances and swallowing hard. Could this be the so-called supernova? Sengoku sprang to his feet, his expression grave. If he had not misjudged, the technique Luffy had just employed was. An incredulous thought flashed through his mind. It couldn't be. The next moment, Luffy stood firm, his fists clenched, and an astonishing wave of Conqueror's hockey surged forth, causing the nearby naval soldiers to roll their eyes back and collapse. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey did not wane, expanding outward and enveloping the entirety of Marineford, even altering the color of the sky. Numerous experts turned pale, and even Whitebeard could not help but be moved. That Straw Hat, that terrifying Conqueror's hockey, this young man must be Roger's son. Oh ho ho ho. The new generation of pirates is growing increasingly formidable. Kizaru, his expression grave, transformed into a beam of light and departed from the battlefield. I shall deal with other pirates. This matter is entrusted to you all. Aokiji silently turned to leave, leaving Akainu standing there, seething with rage. His fists transformed into flowing magma. His white cloak emblazoned with justice billowing in the wind, his cold gaze fixed on Luffy as he advanced towards Ace, the son of the world's most heinous revolutionary. Dragon, I shall put an end to this evil. With a blazing magma fist, Akainu struck down towards Luffy, drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. This was Admiral Akainu, and it was the first time an admiral had made a move during the Marineford War. Luffy was in grave danger. However, to their astonishment, Luffy displayed no fear, nor did he evade. Instead, he glared at Akainu with fury, declaring, "This time, I will smash your dog head." Thunder, sound, 8 trigrams. In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Luffy shattered Akainu's magma fist with a single punch, then followed with a vicious kick that sent Akainu hurtling away, skidding along the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. The entire scene fell into a deafening silence. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, has astonishingly sent the Marine Admiral Akainu flying. How is this possible? Chapter 72. Shanks, just let it be. Bang. Before the astonished eyes of all, Akainu was kicked squarely in the face by Luffy, crashing backward and tumbling for quite a distance before finally managing to halt his retreat. Luffy's remarkable kick rendered everyone speechless. This is an admiral of the Marines. Is this real? Oh ho ho ho. Are rookie pirates now this formidable? How terrifying. The yellow monkey, suspended mid-air, paused momentarily. His tone remained lighthearted, yet his gaze held an unusual seriousness. Luffy's kick had revealed to him the shadow of a fearsome beast. It felt strikingly reminiscent of Kaido's teachings. The yellow monkey realized he needed to take action. His eyes swept across the battlefield until they landed on a figure soaring through the air, enveloped in pale blue flames. The Phoenix Fruit. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 1,374 billion. Oh ho, how terrifying. He transformed into a flash of yellow light, disappearing as he darted through the sky, pursuing the pale blue bird. I have restrained the opponent's phoenix. I, the yellow monkey, have done my best. Meanwhile, Aokiji stood in bewilderment, cursing inwardly as he found Whitebeard directly in front of him, holding a long knife and casting a menacing glare. Oh, this is quite troublesome. Aokiji removed his glowing glasses, clenched his fists, and delivered a heavy punch, unleashing an endless wave of frost intended to freeze the old man from the bygone era before him. However, the frigid blast that could have frozen an entire bay was effortlessly shattered by a single slap, as Whitebeard emerged from the icy mist, his gaze fixed on Aokiji. Walla-la-la, ice brat. When you strike, put some force into it. Hit harder. At this moment, Akainu had risen from the ground, wiping blood from his face. Astonished that he had bled for the first time in many years, he fell silent, his body transforming into magma, never having imagined that Garp's grandson possessed such formidable strength. It was time to unleash his full power. Dog Bite. Crimson Lotus. With a swift motion, he unleashed his signature move. A monstrous head of black and red magma roaring in the air, the intense heat scorching the ice beneath him and transforming it into swirling mist. Facing this overwhelming attack, Luffy did not flinch or evade. He stood his ground as the magma fist crashed into him, causing many onlookers to gasp. Only to exhale in relief moments later, Luffy appeared completely unharmed. Is this some sort of cheat? On the platform, Sengoku could no longer maintain his previous calm. His fists clenched tightly as he directed a furious roar at a stunned Carp beside him. Carp, ha ha ha, my grandson is truly remarkable. His haki has reached such a level. Wahahaha. Akainu, in disbelief, gazed at Luffy, who had sustained no damage. Suddenly, he recalled Zephyr's words. You rely too heavily on the powers of devil fruits. Haki is fundamental. Impossible. How could a sinful person comprehend such power? Enraged, Akainu swung his fist once more, but Luffy merely raised a hand, effortlessly receiving Akainu's punch as if it were a gift, producing a dull thud with no effect. Luffy smiled. Your punch is far weaker than Kaido's. Thunder, roar, 8 trigrams. Poor Akainu was once again struck heavily in the face, sent flying anew. There was simply no defense. Whether elemental or armed with haki, Luffy broke through with ease, adding another wound to Akainu's already battered face. The fury within Akainu intensified the magma surrounding him, which dripped ominously, creating a terrifying spectacle. The battle was growing increasingly interesting. Luffy remained unfazed by Akainu's anger. After his life-and-death struggle with Kaido, he had gained new insights into many aspects, elevating his strength to a new level, such as advanced haki application, enhanced observation haki, conqueror's haki entanglement, awakening of his devil fruit, and heightened combat instincts. Observing the furious gaze of Akainu, Luffy understood that a fierce clash was imminent. He was entering dangerous territory. In that case, I shall hold nothing back. Ace, Nika Nika. 5th gear, awaken Nika form. Luffy stomped heavily on the ice, transforming into a beam of white light. His legs moved rapidly in midair, as if stepping from one foot to another, propelling himself toward Ace on the execution platform. Akainu, who had been sent flying, charged once more, his facial injuries now healed, replaced by the roiling magma of his fury. He sought to wash away his humiliation with Luffy's blood. The outcome mattered not. Great fire. A colossal fist of magma thundered toward Luffy, aiming to crush him from the sky, yet Luffy merely glanced at him, clapping his right hand while scratching his head with his left, seemingly in deep thought. Rubber, rebound. Akainu, who had fought for 50 to 60 years against pirates, had witnessed numerous bizarre devil fruit powers, yet none compared to the natural elements. But Luffy's rebound left him utterly speechless. Akainu, was an admiral of the Navy. That was his furious strike. Your moves. I bet you just made them up on the spot, didn't you? He glanced at Ace, unable to hold back tears. Brother, this time, it's my turn to save you. A sharp shard of ice whizzed past him, landing directly in front of Ace, the cloak emblazoned with the word justice declaring his identity. Aokiji. Brother, this place is off limits. Ah, uncle, you're quite the nuisance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shanks was en route, witnessing the chaos of Marineford. astonished that it hadn't reached the extent he had imagined. Has the battle not yet begun? Just in time. He slowly drew his sword. A fierce conqueror's haki sweeping over the area, announcing the arrival of the king to all of Marineford. Everyone, please grant me Shanks in the next moment. Shanks' voice was abruptly cut off as his observation haki revealed an unbelievable scene. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was being besieged by the three admirals. Fighting fiercely without yielding an inch, with Akaino's nose visibly crooked from the blows he had taken. Shanks? What on earth is happening? That hat-wearing kid is Luffy? Captain, it seems so. Shanks, cough, let us not give him any more face. Chapter 73, The Strange Newcomer. A single individual being besieged by the three admirals seems to be a privilege reserved solely for the four Emperor Kaido. That is simply monstrous. With nothing better to do, he would bungee jump from 10,000 meters high, then leap to the Marine headquarters, frolicking about. Then he would be angrily reprimanded by the accustomed Marine vice-admirals. The three admirals, and the indignant Sengoku, while the ever-enthusiastic Carp would be pounding him half to death. Then, a few months later, he'd return. Everyone, one immortal Kaido is enough of a headache, and now a Straw Hat Kid Luffy has emerged. Watching him single-handedly take on the three admirals, still looking sprightly. One hand wielding fire, the other lightning, left foot armed with haki, right foot entwined with Conqueror's haki, occasionally unleashing a Thunder 8 trigrams. The three admirals couldn't help but curse, wondering what on earth this was. Isn't he supposed to be a rubber fruit user? As Luffy decisively overpowered the three formidable commanders, Sengoku, observing from the stands, gasped in astonishment. He cast a sidelong glance at Carp, who feigned ignorance yet likely cheered silently in his heart, and sighed deeply. Carp's decision to refrain from entering the fray was a courtesy to his old friend, after all. One cannot expect a grandfather to engage in battle against his own grandson, especially for the sake of eliminating another grandson. Rising to his feet, Sengoku's gaze fell upon Luffy, who stood unwavering, engaged in idle conversation with Whitebeard and Shanks. The three emperors of the sea, now defeated, marked the end of the war that had yet to commence. All due to the unexpected interference of the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy, the fifth emperor, a legendary status achieved in a single battle, in stark contrast to this explosive news. The unfortunate Blackbeard, who had been vanquished by Luffy's fist, attracted little attention. Blackbeard? Perhaps he should be called Greybeard for daring to challenge Whitebeard. Who else would meet their demise if not him? Congratulations on completing the fateful task. You have earned a chance to draw for a supernatural ability. It has been detected that group members possess flame abilities. Will you forfeit the draw to enhance your ability? Congratulations, your ability has evolved. You now possess the Magma Fruit. Ace, Zhao Jie, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance, and so is our father. If you ever find yourself in need, the Whitebeard Pirates will never hesitate to help. Group member Ace sent a red envelope to Group Admin Zhao Jie. You have acquired Armament Haki, Observation Haki, the Secrets of Swordsmanship, 10 Devil Fruits, and the Fishman Martial Arts Techniques. As Zhao Jie observed the flurry of messages in the chat, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he held little regard for Ace's gifts, the gesture brought him immense comfort. He quietly assessed his own gains, as the values of fate and reward were what truly captured his attention. Group Admin Zhao Jie participated in Group Member Ace's fateful task and is currently under evaluation. Due to Group Admin Zhao Jie's high level of participation, significant alterations, and deep impact, he received a 2-star rating for Ace's average fate. Congratulations to Group Admin Zhao Jie for his promotion to a level 2 4-star administrator. You are just 1 star away from the next upgrade. Please continue your efforts. Fate value 2. Now, as a level 2 4-star administrator, he needed only 1 more star to reach level 3, at which point he would unlock a new group feature. Zhao Jie pondered for a moment, but chose not to immediately exchange his fate values for a token to traverse other worlds. He resolved to wait until he accumulated 4 fate values, prioritizing safety over haste, uncertain of who the next newcomer might be. What if a Lovecraftian entity arrived? What if an ancient witch seeking male companions joined? Or an ominous dark emperor? It was wiser to remain cautious. After all, it was merely 2 fate values, 2 fateful tasks. At most 6 months. Compared to Zhao Jie's countless years of life, half a year was but a fleeting moment. He could afford to wait. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the chat group. With Ace's arrival, the previously subdued conversation buzzed with activity. However, Zhao Jie noticed a subtle undercurrent of reluctance among the members towards Ace's identity. After just a few exchanges, Ace logged off. Meanwhile, the other members continued their lively discussions, oblivious to the tension. Zhao Jie continued to observe silently, intrigued by the exchanges of resources among the members. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something amusing. Lin Dong, Xiaoyan, I wonder if you've completed your training yet. Hehe. I ventured into the cave of a Nirvana Realm Master and have now broken through to the Chi creation stage. Months had passed. And this young man had leveled up, achieving the chi creation stage. Xiaoyan would surely be taken aback, as he seemed to defy the laws of logic. Constantly gaining power. Lin Jingyu, I envy you. Alas, I am currently training under an elder, apparently a senior in the sect. I'm unsure how far I'll progress. It's all quite perplexing. Hanli, I've been cultivating for a decade and have just barely broken through to the foundation establishment stage. You've only been training for 5 months, right? Lin Dong, huh? You're the foundation ancestor Xiaoyan mentioned? Hanli, Lin Jingyu, Luojia, Lin Dong. Honestly, my training hasn't been easy. Unlike you, Brother Hanli, who merely cultivates herbs and concocts elixirs without risking your life to seek resources. Just the other day, I encountered my nemesis Lin Langtian, and that fellow was indeed formidable. We ended up clashing in an ancient tomb. Despite my slight disadvantage in cultivation, I held my ground, leaving Lin Langtian visibly distressed. He is nearly a decade my senior, yet we fought to a standstill. Lin Dong was overjoyed by the memory. As the group members exchanged congratulations, Zhao Jie stroked his chin, revealing a mischievous smile. Zhao Jie, little Dong, would I like to be overpowered by a woman? Lin Dong, Lin Jingyu. I feel like I've overheard something I shouldn't have. Hanli, ha, little Dong has been bested by a woman. Truly impressive. Luojia, though I am quite popular with the ladies, I have yet to reach the stage of being overpowered. Impressive indeed. Lin Dong, brother, I'm ignoring you now. With that, he logged off at lightning speed, causing the group members to laugh heartily, adding a touch of merriment to the atmosphere. Such occurrences were rare. After a while, as members gradually logged off to attend to their own affairs, Zhao Jie returned to his earnest training, guided by the old Dragon Emperor. Reaching the realms of Dozong and Dozun required more than mere energy absorption. It demanded an understanding of spatial power, an invaluable asset in combat. Zhao Jie listened intently to the old Dragon Emperor's teachings, becoming so engrossed that he lost track of time. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and he was awakened once more by a notification sound. Another newcomer had arrived. Please review, Administrator Zhao Jie. Do you approve of Bald Chang joining the Small World chat group? Bald Chang?